Fang Yu and his countless avatars have traversed dimensions, sharing of talents, skills, and abilities. Yet, why does the beginning seem so dire? In the realm of Naruto, Fang Yu finds himself amidst the Uchiha clan, with merely 10 months remaining until the fateful night of the massacre. In the world of One Piece, he discovers that the infamous Impel Down has been sealed for 7 years. Hold on, brothers. In the Marvel Universe, he laments, I am uncertain of my capabilities. I can only strive to avoid being apprehended by immigration authorities. Meanwhile, in the realm of the System Lord, he muses, once I outlast this breeding squad and petition the system to restore my status, I shall unleash my full potential. Just wait for me. In the DC Universe, he wonders, God knows how I ended up living next door to the Joker. Escaping from Arkham's talent pool is no easy feat. The narrative begins as he simultaneously traverses a treacherous abyss. The glaring sunlight filters through the lush canopy of trees, casting its rays upon the students within the classroom. A short, dark-haired boy adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem responds to a query posed by the teacher regarding the Will of Fire's legacy. I believe that the essence of the Will of Fire must begin with igniting the leaves. Oh my! Uchiha Yu, what on earth are you saying? The teacher, donning a Konoha headband, appears utterly aghast, waving his hand dramatically. You, go run 300 laps. You are not permitted to leave until you finish. As Uchiha Yu exits the classroom, he can faintly hear the teacher's grumbles behind him. Indeed, the second Hokage was correct. The Uchiha are inherently shadowed. To dare question the Will of Fire, you are not to follow his example. Understood. Uchiha Yu can only manage a wry smile. It seems that the members of the Uchiha clan carry an inherent stigma. He steps out of the teaching building, sighing as he begins to run. Having barely taken a few strides, he suddenly hears his own voice echo in his mind. Brother, are you there? Which world have you entered? Uchiha Yu pauses momentarily, pondering if he has lost his mind, before shaking his head and continuing to run. Oh right, I haven't synced the visuals with you. Just as the voice concludes, Uchiha Yu stumbles. The scene before him transforms from the Konoha playground to a pitch-black cell. Hey, I am Pirate Fang Yu. What? In Pirate Fang Yu, what is this scene? A ninja school building? Brother, are you in the Naruto world? Can you perform ninjutsu? The voice grows increasingly animated, almost pleading, quickly synchronize your abilities with me. I endure inhumane torment daily. I wish to die. I can hardly hold on any longer. Uchiha Yu, bewildered by the uncanny resemblance of the voice to his own and the sorrowful lamentations that tug at his heart, wonders why he feels such empathy. Speak to me. Why are you ignoring me? The pirate Fang Yu suddenly exclaims. I understand now. Have you not regained your memories? What do you mean by regaining memories? Do not fret. I shall synchronize our memories right away. Before Uchiha Yu can fully comprehend the situation, he is engulfed in a whirlwind. Buzz! He is spun around, collapsing onto the ground. A mud truck. Transcendence. Rebirth. Was my previous life named Fang Yu? The soul after death has fragmented into countless pieces. A portion of this soul has arrived in the world of Naruto. This body belongs to a member of the Uchiha clan, specifically one who possesses the most ordinary talents and is largely incapable of achieving the eye-opening ability and inept. Ninja.it is no wonder my thoughts are so peculiar, unlike those brainwashed by the Will of Fire. This year marks the 55th year of Konoha, and Sasuke just enrolled in September. In other words, there are merely 10 months left until the Uchiha clan's massacre. What kind of hellish beginning is this? Hokage Fang Yu has just realized his time is limited when a voice from the pirate Fang Yu echoed in his mind. Brother, synchronize your memories with me. Just silently think about synchronizing the memories. Alright, synchronizing memories. Approximately 3 minutes later, the voice of the pirate Fang Yu resonated in his head once more.
Shadow clone technique, substitution technique, shuriken throwing gomai.
How could you possibly survive the massacre of your clan? This chapter remains unfinished. Click the next page to continue reading. The pirate Fang Yu paused for a moment before adding, but brother, it's alright. We are one and the same as long as we in other worlds do not all perish. Fang Yu as a person will not be deemed extinct. We are all unfortunate souls. It is so difficult. Uchiha Yu sorrowfully shook his head. No, you are far worse off than I. You are truly remarkable. If I were in your position, I doubt I could endure. Due to the memory synchronization, Uchiha Yu also glimpsed the life of the pirate Fong Yu. The moment the pirate Fong Yu acquired memories of his previous life was relatively early. Tragically, just after he realized he had crossed over, his village was raided by a band of pirates. All adult males were slaughtered, and the women fared little better. As for the defenseless children, they were enslaved by the pirates, forced to toil day and night aboard the ship. The pirate Fong Yu initially thought this would be the course of his life. One day, while scrubbing the deck, he suddenly beheld a fleet of naval warships ahead. He was unaware of the unforgivable acts committed by the pirates. He only witnessed a muscular man from the naval ship leap into the air, hurling a cannonball. With a resounding boom, he found himself imprisoned in Impel Down, and no matter how he explained that he had been captured as a laborer, the guards refused to listen. They unceremoniously thrust him into boiling water for purification. Thus began his endless ordeal of imprisonment, sword trees, needle grass, poisonous spiders. This was level 1 of the Crimson Lotus Hell. Throughout these 7 years, he endured inhumane treatment. Hokage Fong Yu dared not even recall the tribulations faced by Pirate Fong Yu. In the synchronized memories, the Pirate Fong Yu had witnessed the deaths of Demon Slayer Fong Yu, Resident Evil Fong Yu, Detective Conan Fong Yu, Against the Heavens Fong Yu, and One Punch Fong Yu. He had hoped that the recently contacted Hokage Fong Yu might serve as a catalyst for change. However, he soon discovered that the other party was also on borrowed time. The Pirate Fong Yu wiped away his tears, lamenting, "Our lives are utterly tragic." In the biohazard realm, Fong Yu was bitten by a zombie right from the start, while in the Conan universe, he believed he was merely in an ordinary neon-lit city, failing to regain his memories and became a victim of a case. The situation for Fong Yu in the main god space is even more dire. He held the greatest potential among us to break free from it all, he continued, sniffling as he poured out his grief. Unfortunately, he was turned into a human puppet the moment he opened his eyes. I didn't even have the chance to synchronize his memories before communication was severed. Fong Yu, the pirate, slammed his fist into the ground. Those wretched bastards. If only they had given Fong Yu in the main god space a chance to develop, and exchanged the powers of the main god space, I would surely have escaped by now. Damn it! Fong Yu from the Naruto realm wanted to offer some words of comfort, yet he was at a loss, as he himself was nearing death. The pirate Fong Yu sighed, "I don't know if I can hold on until the day Luffy wreaks havoc in Impel Down." "Hang in there, brother." Uchiha Yu clenched his fist tightly. "There are still 10 months. If I can awaken my eyes within these 10 months, perhaps with the aid of the Sharingan, we might be able to break out ahead of schedule." "Sharingan, huh?" pondered the pirate Fong Yu, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Different power systems yield varying results after synchronization. The lack of chakra in the pirate world would undoubtedly diminish its effects. Even if you synchronize with the Sharingan, it might amount to little more than a drop in the bucket for me, unless it reaches the level of 3 Tomo. Then let's aim for 3 Tomo. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu, Phoenix Fire Technique, Water Wall. These ninjutsu. If all else fails, we can resort to the 8 gates. Surely, physical techniques will work. Uchiha Yu shouted defiantly. We cannot resign ourselves to fate. Indeed, we have never bowed down to destiny. The pirate Fong Yu replied, channeling his abilities to Uchiha Yu. Pirate Physique Level 3, the most basic physique in the pirate world, attainable through relentless training, granting superhuman stamina. Currently, resilience to impact, mental fortitude, and endurance have been enhanced. I can offer you little assistance. I hope you can endure through this ordeal. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yu also synchronized his abilities with the pirate Fong Yu. I hope you can fare better as well. Shadow Clone Technique. Utilize chakra to create a clone resembling oneself. Substitution Technique. At the moment of being attacked, replace one's body with a wooden substitute. Shuriken Throwing. Your throwing strength and accuracy have been enhanced. Thanks, brother. Let's strive together to survive at that critical moment. A voice identical to theirs abruptly echoed. What the heck? Where am I? I still have deliveries to make. If I'm late, my boss will fire me. Chapter 2. Marvelous Fong Yu. Approximately half an hour later, the Marvelous Fong, named Stephen Fong, finally came to terms with what Uchiha Yu had just learned. Following the synchronization of memories, upon discovering the current plight of Marvelous Fong, Pirate Fong could not help but voice his discontent. I thought my situation was dire, yet it seems you suffer no less than I. Marvelous Fong endured daily torment and abuse from various customers at a pizza shop located in a predominantly African-American neighborhood. He engaged in a constant battle of wits with immigration authorities, negotiated with his boss over unpaid wages, and grappled with the harsh realities of life. As an undocumented immigrant, he had survived in Queens for 14 years by delivering food and relying on food assistance. If Pirate Fong faced physical degradation, then in a universe like Marvel, which harbors a deep-seated prejudice against individuals of Asian descent, Marvelous Fong experienced a dual torment of both mental and physical anguish. When a pizza was delivered 30 minutes late, it was no surprise that he was met with a furious tirade from his boss. "Damn it! Can't you manage this simple task? I will deduct this pizza from your wages. Tenfold. You have only $200 this month. Do you hear me, you worthless scoundrel?" His boss, a man who incessantly peppered his speech with expletives, pushed Marvelous Fong to his breaking point. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "I am utterly fed up. I am done with this job. Let that meager sum go towards buying you a coffin. Who do you think you're talking to? You better watch your back. I will make you regret this. Take care of your own daughter. I've seen her entertain no fewer than 60 street thugs." In an unprecedented display of courage, Marvelous Fong hung up the phone and vowed to both Ninja Fong and Pirate Fong, "I will survive the crisis in New York and the snap of Thanos." After completing 300 laps, a weary Uchiha Yu returned to the Uchiha clan's territory. The Uchiha compound was situated in the most secluded corner of Konoha. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, based on his understanding of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, along with years of collaboration with the Uchiha clan, concluded that this was a cursed lineage. These people are untrustworthy. Thus, he gradually pushed the Uchiha clan further away from the heart of Konoha. The distance between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage's office grew ever wider, with mutual animosity intensifying. As Uchiha Yu walked the streets, he overheard fellow Uchiha clan members openly cursing the third Hokage. The days leading up to the Uchiha clan's rebellion, when Itachi Uchiha allied with Obito to annihilate the entire clan, were drawing near. Upon returning home, Uchiha Yu hastily consumed a piece of bread. He had always believed that if he was full, his family would not go hungry. Reflecting on his parents, he regarded being an orphan in Konoha as a norm. Uchiha Yu reminisced about the seemingly peaceful Konoha depicted in the anime, recognizing the hypocrisy within. "Damn that will of fire. My parents perished on a mission without leaving me a single cent of compensation. Due to the suspension of loans, he was forced out of the house bought by his parents. Such treatment of the village's heroes has become the norm in the land of fire. What does it matter if Sasuke's family saved the ninja world? After the war, Sakura Haruno still had to work hard to repay the mortgage for her home in the land of fire. What a wretched world." He took a sip of water and swallowed the dry bread, inquiring into the air, "What are you two eating? This chapter is not finished. Click the next page to continue reading." The Pirate Fong Yu shifted the scene to Uchiha Yu. "What can one eat? Distill this stuff, Shirami." Ugh. When Stephen Fong saw what the Pirate Fong Yu was drinking, which bore an unsettling resemblance to the vomit of a drunkard, he immediately spewed the cold pizza he had consumed all over the ground. "Brother, this is just disgusting. Ha! If it weren't for this, I'd have been dead long ago. Do not underestimate this, Shirami. I traversed nearly half of the Crimson Lotus Hell to obtain it." A flicker of survival instinct flashed in the eyes of the Pirate Fong Yu. "If I do not return to the refuge by nightfall, I might succumb to the venom of a poisoned spider. Of course, even if I faint, I won't die. I would merely require rescue, an antidote injection, some discomfort for a few days, and then I would be thrown back into the Crimson Lotus Hell. Heaven, why do they treat you this way?" Stephen Fong was perplexed. The City of Advancement is complex, primarily focused on tormenting prisoners. They do not genuinely intend to kill. He gazed up at the sky, contemplating that sometimes death could be a form of reward. Yet, should one truly perish, the guards would be too late to offer salvation. However, if one were to die this way, all the prior suffering would have been in vain. In the worlds of Marvel and Naruto, Fong Yu fell silent. The trials they had endured now seemed trivial in the presence of the Pirate Fong Yu, a seasoned veteran. "Naruto Fong Yu, you must hasten. If you wish for us to survive, your Sharingan must awaken. While the Sharingan may not be an immensely powerful ability in the pirate world, it could at least marginally increase our chances of survival." Uchiha Yu nodded in understanding. I shall begin my training at once. Brothers, let us strive together. And what about me? Stephen Fong suddenly inquired. You? Sigh. Find a place to stay first and then look for a job. Outside of Konoha, a figure with a black cloth covering his mouth swiftly maneuvered around the tree trunks. As he ran, he hurled shuriken at the surrounding trees. With the enhancement of his pirate-like physique, Uchiha Yu's strength had significantly increased. He could now throw 3 shurikens simultaneously, where he once could only manage one. However, merely throwing projectiles would not suffice to survive that fateful night. Itachi. Uchiha Yu gritted his teeth and continued to throw shuriken, envisioning each tree as his imagined enemy, Itachi. If it weren't for Itachi, he could have secretly developed his skills and at least lived until the Otsutsuki era. How different things are now, counting down to his own demise. Naturally, this predicament is not without the involvement of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and the Akatsuki led by Tobi. In short, they all deserve their fate. Sweat soaked the ground as Uchiha Yu lost track of how long he had been racing through the woods. The 500 shurikens he had once carried were long exhausted. Now, as he sprinted, he was retrieving the weapons he had thrown. The mask he wore to conceal his identity was drenched in sweat, leaving his only untainted feature his still-closed eyes. Suddenly, a voice echoed above Uchiha Yu. The pressure was immense. Indeed, there were those in Konoha who endeavored valiantly. Who is it? Show yourself. End of chapter 3. The First Order Jinlock Who. Uchiha Yu brandished his kunai, his senses heightened as he scanned the surroundings. The sight that met his gaze sent a chill down his spine. 2 figures perched upon a robust tree branch. Were it not for the grim knowledge of the unfolding narrative, the other Uchiha clan members might have greeted one of them with cordiality. Ah, it is Lord Itachi Uchiha. Well done. However, for Uchiha Yu, this was a far more sinister encounter. It was not merely Itachi who stood before him. The second figure wore a mask, revealing only one eye. A fool in public, but a madman behind the scenes, Uchiha Obito, intent on creating a world of his own design through the eye of the moon. These 2 bore no compassion or empathy for the Uchiha clan. Obito sought to collect Sharingan for his moonlit ambitions, while Itachi pursued the so-called peace of Konoha. The Uchiha clan bore an original sin. To be Uchiha was to be marked for death. He has seen us. Eliminate him, Itachi commanded as he raised his shuriken. Kill this trash without a forehead protector. Obito replied, shrugging dismissively. In a flash, by the time Uchiha Yu comprehended Itachi's intent to take his life, his body had already been sent hurtling through the air. He hadn't even the time to weave the signs for a substitution jutsu. He traced a tragic arc in the sky. His vision blurred. The rush of wind and the rustling leaves filled his ears. He felt a searing pain in his chest. It was the fatal blow delivered by Itachi's shuriken. His body crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up dust. His consciousness began to fade, yet the desperate shouts of Pirate Fong Yu and Stephen Fong echoed in his mind. Hokage Fong Yu, hold on. We still need you. Pirate Fong Yu's voice was laced with urgency and defiance. Brother, you cannot give up like this. We have so much left to accomplish. Stephen Fong's voice resonated with despair. Visions began to dance before Uchiha Yu's eyes. He imagined himself successfully awakening the Sharingan. Standing against Itachi and Obito, he envisioned escaping with Pirate Fong Yu and Stephen Fong battling Thanos in the Marvel Universe. Yet, these fleeting images grew hazy as his life ebbed away. He yearned to respond, to assure them he would not surrender, but the blood bubbling in his throat silenced him. His body turned cold, vitality swiftly draining. He sensed his heartbeat weakening, each pulse a struggle against death. No, it cannot end like this, Uchiha Yu cried out within. His fingers twitched feebly, yet he lacked the strength to grasp anything. The figures of Obito and Itachi faded into the woods, indifferent to Uchiha Yu's flickering life force, too apathetic even to dispose of the body. Their sights were set on the entire Uchiha clan, and Uchiha Yu was merely a minor incident in their grand design. As Uchiha Yu's consciousness began to blur, he felt as though his soul was on the verge of departing from his corporeal form. He struggled to grasp the last vestiges of clarity, but darkness surged forth like an overwhelming tide, completely engulfing him. Just before the final flicker of awareness extinguished, he heard the cries and roars of pirates Fong Yu and Stephen Fong. They seemed to sense his demise from another realm. Their hearts ached, and their fury ignited. Uchiha-Yu's final unvoiced words echoed silently. I am sorry, brothers. I did my utmost. And then, silence enveloped everything. Do you seek to comprehend the meaning of life? Do you truly wish to live? Each time the weary worker Fang Yu recalled this phrase, he cursed himself for having clicked the yes option. Had he refrained, perhaps he would not have found himself ensnared in such a dire predicament. The number of newcomers was scant. Evidently, the film curse posed little challenge, so he resolved to strike first and simplify matters. The shrieks surrounding him were incessant, yet the weary worker Fang Yu had grown numb. His eyes had been gouged out, and his limbs severed. Like several other survivors entombed in barrels of reincarnation, he had been transformed into a human pig. Whenever they completed a horror film, these human pigs would return to the main deity's realm in a flash of white light. They would then trade the survival rewards obtained to the members of the breeding team, Dechong, Nyo, and Meng Yao, with multiple human pigs contributing points. The trio's individual strength was overwhelming, and their ability to control the number of reincarnation team members allowed them to dictate the difficulty. Thus, the survival probability of this team was exceedingly high, as they navigated horror films with relative ease. Fortunately, Fang Yu, as one of the human pigs, had not yet been discarded due to the control difficulty. However, living was no different from being dead. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. 1-2. Lacking hands, feet, and even eyes, his existence, though alive, was merely temporary. In this perilous world of reincarnation, every moment demanded he strive for self-improvement. He had successfully traversed 3 horror films, yet the difficulty of the scenarios had escalated exponentially. If his calculations were correct, his life would soon reach its conclusion. Well then, let it be said that I died the moment I clicked yes. A deafening rumble jolted the weary worker Fang Yu, causing him to thrash about within the barrel. He felt as though the world was spinning wildly. Crack! The barrel shattered. The blaring horns of vehicles alerted Fang Yu to an extremely grave issue. He had tumbled from the truck transporting human pigs. Brother Chong, we lost a meat pig. Forget the pig. Damn it! Kayako is closing in. Step on the gas. This creature was relentless. Run. A biting chill enveloped the weary worker Fang Yu entirely. He suddenly felt as if he had been cast naked from a great height into the frigid abyss of the Arctic, where temperatures plummeted to -70 degrees. Cold. So cold it was unbearable. He shivered, yearning to embrace his body for warmth. But where were his arms? His hands had long been severed beneath the blade of that malevolent woman named Meng Yao. A chilling sensation surged from the crown of his head, penetrating deep into his very soul. The eerie sound of cackling echoed ominously in his ears. Having previously watched the horror film Ju-on, Fang Yu suddenly realized the formidable boss of this instance, Kayako, stood right before him. The ghastly noises emanating from Kayako's throat sent a shiver of terror coursing through the very fibers of Fang Yu's being, awakening a primal instinct for survival. I refuse to be defeated. Those 3 wretched scoundrels. I must witness their demise. I shall repay them tenfold for the torment they have inflicted upon me. I cannot die. I must not perish. Grant me just a few more days to live. I implore you. Oh, merciless heavens! In that fleeting moment, Fang Yu discovered he was perceiving something extraordinary. Not through his eyes, but from a profound power emanating from within. Simultaneously, an avalanche of memories flooded his mind. Infinite terror. The space of the Master God. In an instant, he comprehended the transformation occurring within him. Genetic lock 1 segment. Unlocked. Meanwhile, in the forest outside Konoha village, a single leaf descended gracefully, landing beside the motionless Uchiha Itachi, who lay in a pool of blood. His little finger twitched ever so slightly. End of chapter. Chapter 4. Living is indeed a blessing. Uchiha felt as if he were being engulfed by darkness. His consciousness gradually blurred as he was weighed down by an invisible burden, struggling to breathe. Each breath was akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade, a torment unbearable. Before him lay an expanse of utter blackness, the sounds around him fading into the distance, leaving only the faint rhythm of his heartbeat, like a candle flickering in the abyss. He sensed his vitality ebbing away, his body growing colder, as if submerged in frigid waters, helplessly sinking without the strength to fight back. He yearned to cry out, yet his throat was choked with blood, rendering him voiceless. He longed to move, but his body felt foreign, too heavy to lift even a finger. However, just as Uchiha was on the brink of being completely consumed by darkness, a fierce desire to survive erupted within him. I refuse to perish here. There are still so many unfinished endeavors. This willpower surged like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the darkness of his heart, illuminating a sliver of hope. He felt an overwhelming force erupting from the depths of his being, invigorating every cell, every gene. His body trembled in agony, consciousness wavering in its struggle. He sensed his genes being rearranged, his body being reshaped. Gene lock. Level 1. Unlocked. With the unlocking of the gene lock, Uchiha felt his life force rapidly rejuvenating, his senses swiftly returning, his vision, hearing, smell, and touch all restored with remarkable speed, his awareness sharpening once more. When Uchiha opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a pool of blood. Every inch of his body cried out in pain, particularly the gash across his chest, the sensation acutely pronounced. His skin felt as though it were being seared by flames, each breath akin to inhaling razor-sharp blades. He struggled to move, but the agony rendered him nearly immobile. He could only lie there, feeling the vitality coursing through him, awaiting the gradual subsidence of his torment. The moon quietly ascended the branches, and Uchiha finally managed to rise with great difficulty. I am not dead. Ah? Fangyu from the pirate world suddenly awoke, shouting in disbelief. You're alive? Brother, this is wonderful. Stephen Fong from the Marvel Universe was also roused by the commotion, and upon hearing their exchange, he sighed in relief. This is the best news I've heard in days. How peculiar. How did you survive? Was it due to the physical enhancements of the pirate world? That shouldn't be the case, pondered Pirate Fangyu, stroking his chin. Do you have the answer? Gene lock. Uchiha reflected on his recent experience, synchronizing his ability with the two avatars from the pirate and Marvel realms. Gene lock. Level 1. By confronting life-threatening situations and the fear of death, individuals with strong convictions can unlock latent human potential, albeit with certain side effects. This. Pirate Fangyu was astounded. Could it be that the Master God Fangyu is not dead? He shared his abilities with us. Then why can't we reach him? As the Uchiha who had unlocked the genetic seal seemed to synchronize his brainwaves with the deity Fangyu, he leaned against a tree, walking while explaining. I suspect that our connection will either be severed or interfered with in the reincarnation instance. The answer to this can only be revealed once I establish contact with him. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha pressed on, realizing that he could not afford the luxury of pondering these matters. He needed to seek out a medical ninja. Though he felt alive, the distinction between life and death seemed negligible. He glanced down at the shuriken embedded in his bone, and despite his desire to gnash his teeth in anger, the pain rendered him incapable. Even so, he endured the agony, collapsing onto the ground, allowing his body to become drenched in blood. Gradually he crawled, leaving a trail of crimson behind him. After a while, Uchiha tore a corner from his garment, using a kunai to shred it into several pieces of cloth, which he scattered across the ground. With this, he hoped to create the illusion that a beast had dragged away a corpse. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead as he contemplated this strategy. Konoha occupied the most resource-rich forests among the 5 great nations, teeming with wildlife. Given the ongoing conflicts in the vicinity, the disappearance of a ninja below the Ch-nin rank from Konoha would not raise any alarms. Strictly speaking, I have yet to attain the status of a ninja. I am merely a commoner. As long as Itachi Uchiha does not investigate, I need not reveal myself before him. Thus, he would remain oblivious to my survival for the time being. He touched the black cloth covering his face, relieved that his identity remained concealed. How ironic it was that even before the night of the massacre, I had already been killed by this individual. As he lamented his plight, he trudged westward, emerging from a dense primeval forest. Uchiha beheld an old yet sturdy edifice. Its exterior was painted a warm beige, starkly contrasting with the surrounding natural environment, evoking a sense of home. The roof was adorned with dark tiles, weathered by years of sun and wind, yet it steadfastly sheltered those within. This was the Konoha orphanage. Towering trees stood as a natural barrier, isolating the orphanage from the clamor of the outside world. Nestled beyond the robust walls of Konoha, it was not situated within the village itself. The branches swayed gently in the wind, producing a rustling sound that infused the orphanage with tranquility and serenity. Dragging his nearly exhausted body, Uchihayu struggled to reach the entrance of the orphanage. He managed to knock once before collapsing to the ground. Thud. Who? A gentle female voice inquired, as she turned to the door from the nearby window. Ah! Upon seeing the child lying on the ground, she hurriedly unlocked the door, swung it open, and began to assess Uchihayu's injuries. There is no time to return to the village. It must be here. The green glow, soft as the tender leaves of spring, gently envelopes Uchihayu's chest. It is a warm chakra, gradually infusing his body with the vitality of life and the power of healing. The radiance of medical ninjutsu swirls around Uchihayu's wounds, each rotation alleviating a measure of pain, each turn hastening the healing process. He slightly lifted his eyelids, and upon seeing before him a gentle elder sister adorned with a pair of glasses, he finally exhaled in relief, only to succumb to unconsciousness thereafter. End of chapter. Chapter 5. Opening the eyes, Uchihayu was jolted awake by the raucous sounds of children. His eyes flew open abruptly, and his body instinctively attempted to rise, only to be halted by a sudden wave of pain. He gazed around with his crimson eyes, which flickered momentarily, revealing a hint of instability. Hush, keep it down. There are injured individuals in the room, came a gentle yet firm voice from outside. It was imbued with maternal warmth and concern. Upon hearing this, Uchihayu paused for a moment, then shook his head, musing, it is indeed expected for that fellow, to have succumbed to darkness. After all, who could bear the weight of having personally slain the orphanage director who had once cared for him, Yao Shirinayu? Outside, a group of children played merrily, while the very ninja who had performed medical ninjutsu on Uchihayu the previous night, Yao Shirinayu, a former elite spy of the root, glanced towards the room, reminding the children, we have early lessons soon. Understood, director. The children chimed in unison, obediently. She offered them a warm smile and proceeded towards Uchihayu's room. Gently pushing open the door, she feigned surprise at discovering Uchihayu awake, covering her mouth in astonishment. You're awake? Your adaptability to medical ninjutsu is impressive. Your recovery has been remarkably swift. Although Uchihayu harbored his own little schemes, he felt no inclination to conceal the truth from the ace spy, Yao Shirinayu. He replied candidly, thank you, director. I cannot disclose the reason for my injuries. That is quite all right, she replied without hesitation. What matters is that you are unharmed. May I take my leave now? Uchihayu asked, forcing a smile. Certainly. Oh wait, she exclaimed, rushing outside to retrieve a bundle. This contains medicine. Your injuries are significant. Refrain from engaging in strenuous activities for the next few days until you have fully healed. Uchihayu bowed at a 45-degree angle, expressing, thank you for your care. I could never turn a blind eye to the children of Konoha. Now off you go home. Upon returning to his residence, Uchihayu first inspected the household items to ensure nothing had been disturbed. He then unwrapped the bundle of medicine, boiled water, and took his medicine, exhaling a sigh of relief. It seemed that in my state of invisibility, even after a night away, no one would notice my absence. A voice from the void interrupted his thoughts. In the Marvel Universe, Fong Yu, known as Steven, remarked, brother, are you not worried that the orphanage director might betray you? Before Uchihayu could respond, Pirate Fong Yu interjected, that's still better than heading straight to the gates of Konoha. Do you believe that if he returned to Konoha without healing, he would make it to the Konoha hospital before being sent to Root? Uchihayu shrugged and jokingly remarked, even a dog passing by the gates of Konoha would be noticed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. As for the director, as long as it does not infringe upon the interests of the orphanage, she would remain indifferent to such matters, especially since she has long since severed ties with Danzo. Uchihayu's expression darkened. If the third Hokage and Danzo were to learn that Itachi Uchiha had harmed me, I would likely be regarded as a mere pebble obstructing the path to peace in Konoha, swiftly cast aside into the sewers, my lifeless body unnoticed and decaying. At that moment, Stephen Fong, who was sipping cola, choked on his drink and coughed. Apologies. It seems my upbringing has left me less attuned to danger than both of you. No worries, the battle in New York is likely approaching, and you will understand in due time. Alright, very well. Marvel's Fong Yu closed his microphone, while Pirate's Fong Yu, with a serious countenance, declared, our immediate priority is to consider how to enhance our strength. Indeed, after yesterday's events, I have felt the considerable assistance of the gene lock. Uchiha Yu stood before the mirror. Upon awakening, he had indeed sensed a difference in his eyes, albeit with some instability. Pirate's Fong Yu raised an eyebrow, contemplating, if that is the case, the gene lock may activate latent potential when a reincarnator is on the brink of death, while the Sharingan awakens during intense emotional fluctuations within the Uchiha clan. He paused and continued, to further unlock the gene lock until mastery, as well as to awaken the eyes, we must both of them spoke in unison. Approach death. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of a hamburger joint, Stephen Fong, stuffing pickles into burgers, swallowed hard upon hearing the reckless notions of his two predecessors, inadvertently adding 2 extra slices of pickles to an unfortunate customer's meal. This continued for a week. Every evening after classes at the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Yu ventured from the village to a wooded area not far from the Konoha orphanage. This forest was stained with blood and marks of battle. The blood, of course, belonged to Uchiha Yu. If the children from the orphanage were to witness the appearance of the assailant, their worldview would undoubtedly shatter. Opposite Uchiha Yu stood a gentle older sister, Yakushi Nanatsu, who had removed her glasses, presenting a stark contrast to her usual tender demeanor. Yakushi Nanatsu stood in the clearing of the forest, her gaze serious, a far cry from her usual persona as the kind-hearted matron. Uchiha Yu gripped his kunai tightly, aware that he was about to face a formidable fight. Sweat had begun to bead on his forehead, yet his eyes remained resolute. He knew he must unleash his potential through this battle. Come. Yakushi Nanatsu's voice was calm, but her chakra was already beginning to flow within her. Uchiha Yu did not respond. He took a deep breath and swiftly charged at Yakushi Nanatsu, aiming the kunai directly at her vital points. Yakushi Nanatsu effortlessly sidestepped, delivering a kick to Uchiha Yu's wrist, causing the kunai to clatter to the ground. Uchiha Yu quickly retreated, drawing shurikens from his waist to launch another assault. Yakushi Nanatsu evaded each of Uchiha Yu's attacks with astonishing speed and agility, her every counterstrike placing immense pressure on him. On one side stood an elite ninja, while on the other was a novice Uchiha, who had yet to graduate from the academy and had not awakened his eyes. The chasm between them felt insurmountable. Uchiha Yu was already covered in scars, yet he persevered, rising swiftly after each fall to continue the battle. As the fight wore on, Uchiha Yu began to feel overwhelmed. Each of his attacks grew increasingly clumsy and feeble. Although Yakushi Nanoyu held the upper hand in combat, she carefully moderated her strength to ensure Uchiha Yu would not sustain fatal injuries. However, what Uchiha Yu desired transcended mere sparring. He craved the brink of death. Recklessly reaching forward, he made an inappropriate advance towards Yakushi Nanoyu. Her previously serene expression was replaced by fury as she seized him by the neck. The intense sensation of suffocation surged through Uchiha Yu, causing blood to rush to his brain, his veins bulging on his forehead, and his Sharingan transforming into lifeless white eyes. Despite witnessing Uchiha Yu's dire state, Yakushi Nanoyu remained resolute, unwilling to relent. Just as Uchiha Yu teetered on the edge of oblivion, an overwhelming desire to survive ignited within him. His pupils constricted, and a surge of power erupted from the depths of his being. With the last of his strength, he forcefully shoved Yakushi Nanoyu away and staggered backward. Yakushi Nanoyu regarded him with a flicker of surprise in her eyes. It seems this child harbors secrets unknown to me. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions. This ends here for today, she declared coldly, releasing a green life energy to heal Uchiha Yu. After approximately 20 minutes, when Uchiha Yu's injuries had mostly subsided, Yakushi Nanoyu turned and departed the forest without a backward glance, leaving Uchiha Yu alone, gasping for breath. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving violently, yet his heart brimmed with joy. The world around him seemed to slow, the trajectory of falling leaves crystal clear. Sharingan. Activate. End of chapter. Chapter 6. The Master in the Room. Uchiha Yu had been standing before the mirror for over half an hour. He was not gazing at the bloodstain on the corner of his eye, inflicted by the medic, Nanoyu, nor was he indulging in vanity. He was observing his own eyes. His gaze no longer possessed the ordinary quality of before. Instead, it radiated a newfound sharpness and profundity. Within his pupils, the once commonplace black iris was now adorned with a delicate, magatama-shaped pattern, shimmering in a deep crimson hue, akin to a gem embedded in his eye, exuding an aura of mystery. This was the single Magatama Sharingan, a unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, signifying that his eyes had awakened to the preliminary stage of the Sharingan. The simplicity and elegance of the Magatama shape rendered it not merely a decoration but a symbol of power. The single Magatama Sharingan endowed Uchiha Yu with extraordinary perceptiveness, enabling him to detect the subtlest movements, anticipate his opponent's next move, and even replicate basic ninjutsu and taijutsu. His vision sharpened, allowing him to perceive the flow of chakra in his adversaries, granting him a prophetic advantage in battle. With each blink, he could almost feel the chakra particles in the air pulsating, and with every gaze, he seemed capable of penetrating the essence of objects. In Uchiha Yu's eyes, the world became clearer. He could discern details he had previously overlooked and sense the subtle fluctuations of chakra. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and embraced the transformation brought forth by his new vision. Meanwhile, in the restroom of a burger joint owned by the Q family, Stephen Fong was also scrutinizing his reflection in the mirror. Sharingan, single Magatama, bestows the Uchiha clan members with enhanced dynamic vision, enabling precise capture of swiftly moving objects, providing initial insights and reaction advantages in combat, and offering a degree of enhancement against Genjutsu. These eyes look incredibly striking, Stephen Fong mused, touching his eyelids, wondering if he too could unleash Amaterasu someday. Pirate Fongyu, holding a bowl of freshly served shiramashi, shook his head in jest, remarking that such an exalted level of vision was far from his reach for the time being. Gulp. The viscous substance slid down his throat, and Pirate Fongyu continued, Hokage Fongyu has performed remarkably well. I must mention a genius youth, Heir Juzi, who, witnessing the massacre of his entire clan, awakened his single Magatama in a fit of rage. That is a fair point. I've been too greedy. Stephen Fong nodded, exclaiming, I feel as though time has slowed significantly. I can clearly observe the trajectory of a fly in flight. How astonishing. Just enjoy it while it lasts. In less than a minute you'll likely feel dizzy. Pirate Fongyu cautioned, noting that the abilities gained from the world of American comics pale in comparison to those here. No sooner had he spoken than Stephen Fong suddenly felt the world spinning around him. The side effects of the Sharingan forced him to expel the beef slices he had just snuck a bite of. Ugh, how revolting. Overexerting one's eyes can lead to such outcomes. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from using them recklessly, Pirate Fongyu advised. In the realm of pirates, Fongyu concluded his conversation with the Hokage, remarking on the swiftness of his ocular awakening, which exceeded his expectations. Uchiha Yu stepped away from the mirror, contemplating the connection to the genetic lock. Fongyu, stroking his chin, mused that it was likely intertwined with Itachi, as the will to survive, nearly extinguished, rivals the pain of losing a significant person. However, he acknowledged that this alone was insufficient. Uchiha Yu nodded, recognizing at least that he had gained a foothold. According to incomplete statistics, the Uchiha clan boasted around 800 members, with only about 70 having awakened their Sharingan, most of whom possessed only a single tomo. Talents like Uchiha Yu, who awakened their eyes before graduating from the Ninja Academy, were exceedingly rare. The Uchiha clan treated such prodigies with considerable esteem, as evidenced by Obito, who, prior to participating in the war, was merely an ordinary ninja without awakened eyes. Nevertheless, the Uchiha granted him numerous advantages, such as access to the Uchiha exclusive fire style, Fireball Jutsu, which common children could only learn after graduating from the academy. Any Uchiha ninja could prioritize its study. Although individuals like Itachi might overlook him, caution was advised. One could never be certain if he had memorized one's appearance. Fongyu advised, desperation beckons. If I do not showcase my abilities and earn the clan's respect, I will inevitably face death in 10 months. At this juncture, Stephen Fong, who had been silent, interjected, "If that is the case, why not flee from Konoha?" "Ha, escape?" Fong Yu scoffed. "Fleeing Konoha would be tantamount to courting death." Uchiha Yu patiently elaborated. "The Sharingan is a coveted bloodline limit in this ninja world. Unlike other bloodlines that are arduous to study, merely performing a straightforward ocular transplant suffices to acquire the Sharingan. After the night of the Uchiha massacre, if there remain 2 pairs of Sharingan in the world, one in Itachi's possession and one within my eye socket, what do you think my fate would be?" Stephen Fong recoiled. "I shall refrain from offering any more ill-conceived suggestions." Uchiha Yu shrugged. "It matters not. Those raised in a carefree educational environment possess a different sense of crisis than those of us who grew up in a world fraught with peril." The night passed in silence, and at dawn the following day, Uchiha Yu rose early. Today, all students in the Ninja Academy's training class were to undergo an assessment. Uchiha Yu had deliberately scheduled his examination for the afternoon, reserving the morning for a matter of utmost importance. An hour later, the head of the Konoha police force, the clan leader of the Uchiha, and the father of Itachi and Sasuke, Uchiha Fugaku, nodded solemnly, acknowledging the brilliance among geniuses. He spoke to his wife, Uchiha Mikoto, who was pouring tea beside him. "A genius of the Uchiha clan, rare in a century, our son Itachi awakened his Sharingan at the tender age of 8. Most of our clan members only achieve this feat after turning 10. This boy, after merely 2 years of study at the Ninja Academy, has managed to awaken it at 9. Remarkable. Truly remarkable." After pouring the tea, Mikoto presented the cup to Uchiha Yu, who promptly expressed his gratitude with a nod, saying, "Thank you, Lady Clan Head." Though he was polite, Mikoto's demeanor towards him was far from warm. Awakening early does not necessarily signify greatness. Lord Uchiha Madara awakened his Sharingan at 15, and aside from the first Hokage, none could rival his achievements. Uchiha Fugaku, however, wore an uneasy expression. "Is it so wrong to offer this child a bit more encouragement? I fear he may become overly proud." Mikoto's lips curled downward as she spoke, her peripheral vision glancing toward the shoji screen where their younger son, Uchiha Sasuke, was eavesdropping. Uchiha Yu began to understand why Mikoto harbored such jealousy towards him. She believed that her 7-year-old son lacked exceptional talent, far inferior to Itachi, and feared that he might not even possess the aptitude of an ordinary orphan. You pondered a humorous thought, sharing it with the other two. What was she so anxious about? In 10 months, when Itachi himself would take his life, Sasuke, witnessing it all, would awaken his Sharingan at the age of 7, becoming the youngest in history. Marvel Universe U remarked, "Truly a hellish fate." Pirate Universe U added, "You won't be ascending to heaven." End of chapter. Chapter 7. The first technique within the estate of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku regarded Uchiha Yu, who was bowing at a 90-degree angle, with an expression of admiration. "Since you have taken the initiative to speak, I shall temporarily impart some guidance to you. Esteemed clan leader, I, Uchiha Yu, vow to venture through fire and water for the Uchiha." In the chat group, 3 voices resounded in unison. "No way! No way! No way!" Uchiha Fugaku remained oblivious to the child's inner thoughts and nodded with satisfaction. "My free time is limited. Occasionally, I will mentor my youngest son, Uchiha Sasuke. Come forth." Emerging from behind the screen, the timid Sasuke gazed with wide-eyed innocence. Uchiha Yu glanced back at Sasuke, forming a mental assessment. Were it not for Itachi, Sasuke's temperament would likely be little different from that of the clan's cherished Hinata. Fugaku gently ruffled Sasuke's hair. "From this day forth, he shall be your sparring partner." Sasuke nodded weakly, scrutinizing Uchiha Yu, who was dressed simply. Disregarding Sasuke, Uchiha Yu bowed again at a 90-degree angle to Uchiha Fugaku. "Teacher, may I procure a scroll for the Great Fireball technique from the clan?" Though the Great Fireball is a C-rank technique and a family secret of the Uchiha, many ninjas outside the clan have also mastered it. Given that a 9-year-old prodigy wishes to learn the Great Fireball, Fugaku, as the clan leader, had no grounds to refuse. "Of course, but it would be prudent for me to demonstrate it once. This will expedite your learning." He glanced at his wife, Uchiha Mikoto. "Prepare an extra portion for lunch." Mikoto felt quite displeased but refrained from voicing her thoughts, turning to prepare the meal. Uchiha Yu quickly stood. Thank you, teacher. But I must prepare for the assessment this afternoon, so perhaps another time. Makoto sighed in relief. Then make haste in your preparations. Do pay attention to the assessment. Understood. Thank you, Lady Clan Leader. Fugaku shook his head in resignation as he rose and walked outside. You two, accompany me. The Uchiha clan resided on the outskirts of Konoha. To put it in modern terms, this place barely qualifies as part of the Sixth Ring. It could be considered in the outskirts. Exiting the village was far simpler than Jiraiya's peeping escapades at the women's bathhouse. The trio swiftly left Konoha and arrived at a wooded area. The Great Fireball technique is a skill that every Uchiha ninja must learn, Uchiha Fugaku proclaimed proudly. It can be considered the first technique learned by every Uchiha. You, open your eyes. At Fugaku's command, Uchiha Yu's eyes widened. Open. Unbelievable. Sasuke gazed at Uchiha Yu in disbelief, as this was the first time he had witnessed someone other than his brother unlock the Sharingan at such a tender age. The single tomo in Uchiha Yu's pupils swirled gracefully, and Fugaku nodded with satisfaction, intently observing the movements of his hands. Rat, pig, monkey. Uchiha Yu's eyes darted rapidly, fearing he might miss any detail. Boar, noon, tiger. Uchiha Fugaku clasped his hands together, swiftly forming a series of seals. As the final seal was completed, chakra surged within him, concentrating at his throat. Suddenly, Fugaku's mouth opened, unleashing a torrent of blazing chakra fluid from the depths of his throat. This fluid rapidly coalesced into a colossal fireball, burning fiercely in the air and radiating a brilliant orange-red glow. The surrounding temperature spiked dramatically, a wave of heat washing over everything. The fireball resembled a miniature sun, emitting intense light and warmth, its surface roiling as if liquid flames were perpetually boiling. The size and luminosity of the fireball expanded with the infusion of chakra until it attained a formidable strength. Ultimately, Uchiha Fugaku let out a powerful shout, propelling this concentrated flame forward. The fireball of the Great Fireball technique shot forth at an astonishing speed, hurtling toward its target. As it sliced through the air, it left a vivid trail of flames in its wake, moving so swiftly that it was nearly impossible to track. Upon striking its target, the Great Fireball unleashed a deafening explosion, flames erupting and creating a vast area of fiery devastation. The flames consumed everything in their vicinity, transforming the target zone into an inferno. The shockwave from the explosion rattled nearby trees and rocks, the heat of the fire palpable even from a distance. A saying circulated through the ninja world: ninjutsu knows no rank or status, primarily reflecting the prowess of the user. Even a C-rank technique, in the hands of a shadow-level master, could unleash cataclysmic effects. Fugaku clearly demonstrated formidable strength. After unleashing this great fireball, not only Uchiha Sasuke but even the second pillar was left in awe, staring at the devastation in the distance. Pirate Fong Yu remarked, "It seems that on the night of the clan's destruction, this guy truly unleashed his power. The battle could not possibly have ended so swiftly." Stephen Fong commented, "Do not underestimate this clan leader." The second pillar was rendered speechless, astonished that his typically serious and busy father possessed such immense strength. As he observed the wrinkles on Fugaku's face, he was still processing the marvel when the flow of chakra nearby caught his attention. Standing amidst the forest, Uchiha Sasuke's single Tomo Sharingan glimmered with a sharp light. He took a deep breath, emulating Fugaku's actions, swiftly forming seals as chakra gathered in his chest under his command, then focused at his throat. Could it be? Fugaku and the second pillar widened their eyes in anticipation of a miracle. Sasuke's mouth parted slightly, and a smaller, heated chakra fluid surged from the depths of his throat, gradually forming a fireball 10 times smaller than Fugaku's. Though diminutive in size, this fireball still radiated an orange-red glow, the surrounding air shimmering slightly due to the heat. Its surface, while not as tumultuous as Fugaku's, retained a vibrant intensity. Sasuke concentrated intently, pushing the fireball forward. Though the intensity and scale do not rival that of Fugaku, the speed of the Great Fireball technique remains formidable, slicing through the air and leaving a trail of flames, striking directly at the towering tree ahead. Upon impact, the fireball detonates, triggering a minor explosion, with flames erupting and creating a smaller area of fiery devastation. The surrounding grass is scorched, and several smaller trees and shrubs are consumed by the inferno, reduced to ashes. Despite its destructive capacity being less than 1/10 of Fugaku's, for a 9-year-old child attempting the great fireball technique for the first time, this is indeed an impressive feat. Uchiha Fugaku gazes at the scene before him, his face adorned with a look of admiration. Remarkable, Uchiha Yu. Fugaku's voice carries a hint of surprise and acknowledgement. Even with the activation of his Sharingan to replicate actions, it would be challenging to execute the technique upon first witnessing the great fireball. You not only accomplished it but demonstrated commendable control as well. Well done. However, Uchiha Yu does not display a shred of pride. Feeling the near depletion of chakra within him, he slightly bows to Fugaku. To my knowledge, Lord Itachi did not even activate his eyes. He mimicked it upon first seeing the great fireball. He is the true genius. Fugaku beams with a sense of pride, while the second son stands in bewilderment. He gazes at Fugaku, realizing how extraordinary his brother truly is. Fugaku nods affirmatively. Uchiha Yu observes the harmonious interaction between father and son, reluctant to disrupt the moment. He quips in the chat group, if the second son knew that Itachi would soon eradicate his entire clan, would he still consider his brother remarkable? Pirate Fong Yu, still in hell. Stephen Fong, don't drag me to heaven. End of chapter, Chapter 8. The Ninja Examination Uchiha Clan Warehouse. Uchiha Yu nodded in gratitude to the guard as he accepted the scroll handed to him. Upon awakening his Sharingan, he acquired several unique ninjutsu. Even with a single tomo, there existed a distinctive technique, the windmill triple blade. This technique is classified as a C-rank ninjutsu. Upon release, kunai and shuriken are first thrown as a feint, while the true assault is concealed within a boomerang. This technique is primarily exclusive to the Uchiha clan, requiring the Sharingan to accurately predict the enemy's trajectory. Having obtained the scroll, Uchiha Yu had no time to study it. He needed to hasten to the Ninja Academy to partake in the examination. Stephen Fong, we are becoming more like ninjas, Uchiha Yu remarked, dousing the excitement with a dose of reality. The windmill triple blade requires you to prepare 3 blades. Not to mention whether you can afford them, do you even possess a storage scroll? Stephen Fong scratched his head. I do not have that. Pirate Fong Yu interjected with a sly comment, I can't even perform the fireball jutsu. It's likely you won't fare much better. Stephen Fong weakly nodded. I've noticed that the abilities you synchronized with me seem significantly diminished. Pirate Fong Yu comforted him. This is related to the portrayal in media. Even a lowly genin in Naruto can rival an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. in combat prowess. Of course, the Marvel Universe has seen its fair share of Earthlings clashing with extraterrestrial beings. Optimistically speaking, you should at least be able to hold your own against Black Widow, right? Black Widow. Stephen Fong pondered carefully. In a one-on-one scenario, with the Gene Lock and Sharingan, I should be able to manage a back and forth. Speaking of which, the enhancement from the Gene Lock far surpasses the power you two have granted me. Is it because Infinite Terror is closer to Marvel? Should I also seek to experience near-death to elevate my Gene Lock abilities? Uchiha Yu, panting heavily, paused before the Ninja Academy. That's a question for you to ponder. I must focus on my examination now. Good luck. Charge. Since the establishment of the Ninja Academy by the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, the relevant systems have undergone continuous reform, maturing to its current state. The progression for a ninja is as follows. Enrollment, basic training, application, graduation, genin, chunin, special jounin, and jounin. Generally, students undergo 5 years of education, passing examinations at each threshold to graduate and obtain their headbands. Naturally, there are prodigies who accomplish all assessments in a remarkably short time. For instance, Itachi graduated in a year, while Kakashi enrolled at 4, graduated at 5, and became a chunin at 6, which sounds quite extraordinary to anyone. Returning to the Academy's examination, Uchiha Yu currently faced the assessment of the application class, a precursor to the training class examination. If all went smoothly and swiftly, it was quite possible for Uchiha Yu to pass the final Ninja Academy examination by early next year, thereby obtaining a headband that belonged to him and becoming a true Konoha ninja. Of course, this was contingent upon the unlocking of his Gene Lock. Had his clan not perished, he would have never secured that headband. This is due to his inability to pass the body technique test, one of the ultimate examinations. Despite his diligent practice, he has only managed to master the shadow clone technique and the substitution technique. No matter how he attempts the transformation seals, he simply cannot comprehend the transformation technique. It is indeed a transformation, yet it bears no resemblance whatsoever. By the time Uchiha Yu arrived in class, his classmates had already begun showcasing their learned skills. Koizumi Ryo's transformation technique is truly remarkable. It nearly blurs the line between reality and illusion. He is simply extraordinary. It feels like he could graduate next year. Oh, I don't want to be separated from Koizumi Ryo. I truly wish to stay close. Then let us strive together. Let's aim to be in the same class as him. Several girls were loudly conspiring when an unharmonious voice interrupted. TCH, it's just a transformation technique. I can do it too. Shinrai Yahachi, be quiet. Who doesn't know you are the ultimate underachiever? I am not. Shinrai Yahachi retorted with wide eyes. I'll show you my transformation right now. Transformation technique. With a bang, a puff of white smoke dispersed, and amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Shinrai Yahachi donned a jonin uniform. However, his face remained unchanged, still sporting that ridiculous appearance. Ha ha ha, as expected of the underachiever. After all this time, you still haven't improved. TCH, I am merely a commoner. Even Uchiha Yu struggles with the transformation technique, so it is only natural that I cannot master it either. Shinrai Yahachi said defiantly, hands on his hips. Uchiha Yu returned to the line and happened to overhear this remark. He offered a wry smile to Shinrai Yahachi, cleverly inserting himself into the queue behind him, mumbling, that is indeed true. He then fell silent. Shinrai Yahachi, with a proud demeanor, pouted at the younger girls nearby, saying, see, I told you so. It is only normal that I cannot accomplish what their illustrious families cannot. TCH, you are the one who is abnormal. You enrolled earlier than us. This is your second year of assessments, is it not? Humph. When my turn comes, I will surely pass. The students moved forward in line. When it was Shinrai Yahachi's turn to face the examiner, he obnoxiously introduced himself, boasting about being a super invincible ninja. Then, he attempted a transformation that resulted in a score of 0. That was not the end of it. Unwilling to accept defeat, he attempted to transform again, only to be dismissed from the examination area by the Chunin instructor, Kamizuki Izumi. What a disgrace! The students murmured among themselves, while Uchiha Yu could only smile helplessly. In truth, this Shinrai Yahachi was relatively acceptable. Naruto had taken 3 years to pass this assessment, and he was the true underachiever. Next, as it was Uchiha Yu's turn, all eyes in the classroom were drawn to him. Due to the influences of his past life, Uchiha Yu already appeared to be out of place among his peers, even before regaining his memories. As everyone expresses gratitude for the will of fire, this individual enjoys playing the contrarian, asserting that the will of fire must primarily serve the populace for ninjas to willingly dedicate themselves to the village. Fortunately, the innocent musings of youth prevail. Had any seasoned ninja shared his ideology, they would have long been captured and scrutinized by Ibiki. Here comes this anomaly. Can he truly pass? A rarity among the Uchiha clan, he appears quite unremarkable. Clad in tattered garments, he hardly resembles a member of a prestigious family. What do you know? He lacks parental care. Ah, I see. No wonder. The whispers of his classmates infiltrated Uchiha's ears, prompting him to smile faintly at the group of children before turning to inquire of Kamizuki Izumi. Examiner, I presume I should merely showcase what I have learned? Kamizuki Izumi spat out the dogtail grass he had been chewing, responding affirmatively. Uchiha nodded with a smile, his hands beginning to move. Kamizuki Izumi raised an eyebrow, realizing, this initial stance is problematic. He swiftly appeared beside Uchiha. Meanwhile, in the chat space, Pirate Fong Yu jested, the thought of demonstrating the great fireball technique to this group of children makes me unable to suppress my laughter. End of chapter. Chapter 9. While others utilize body substitution techniques, you opt for the great fireball? The examination in the training class essentially aims to showcase the skills one has acquired at the Ninja Academy. Even a well-thrown shuriken could suffice for passing. Uchiha, seeking a stable outcome, refrained from employing his less proficient body substitution and shadow clone techniques. Instead, he resolved to make a grand impression. His initial hand sign startled the Chunin exam proctor, Shingetsu Izumi, causing him to swiftly intervene. This was because none of the hand gestures for body techniques began with the symbols of the snake or the horse. Given Uchiha's surname, it was evidently the only technique he could be invoking. Could it be the technique you intend to utilize? Upon seeing Uchiha Yu nod, Shingetsu Izumi's pupils momentarily constricted. He had mentored numerous students, and while there were few with such talent as Uchiha Yu, they were indeed rare gems. The great fireball technique? To have mastered a C-rank ninjutsu before graduation was quite an accomplishment. Shingetsu Izumi hesitated momentarily before raising his card. Uchiha Yu, pass. What? Why, teacher? Indeed, he did nothing. Why did he pass? A collective astonishment swept through the students. What is the reason for this? Shingetsu Izumi, typically reticent, furrowed his brow slightly and stated, "What I have declared stands." From the crowd, a voice emerged. "He belongs to a prominent clan, someone we cannot compare to." This remark was particularly grating, and Uchiha Yu instantly locked eyes with the speaker. Yasaki Renji, a child from a commoner family, had entered the academy the same year as Uchiha Yu. Sitting in front of him, the friction primarily arose from the fact that Uchiha Yu sat next to the girl whom Yasaki Renji admired, which rendered him perpetually envious. Normally, Uchiha Yu would tolerate such comments, but today he could not hold back his indignation. "Teacher, I shall proceed with that technique after all." Seeing the mix of opinions among the students, Shingetsu Izumi sighed in resignation. "Please wait a moment." As he spoke, he began forming hand seals. Water release, water sticky rice. A viscous liquid sprayed from Shingetsu Izumi's mouth onto the ground, rapidly forming a large puddle. The students were confused as to why the teacher was doing this. "Use your technique on the water," Shingetsu Izumi commanded. Understanding the instruction, Uchiha Yu stood before the puddle, feeling his chakra surge within him. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly began forming hand seals, his movements fluid and precise. His hands traced through the air, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, the speed of his sealing astonishing the onlookers. Snake, horse, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Each seal he completed harmonized with the flow of chakra within him. Ultimately, he brought his hands together, concentrating his chakra at his throat. His mouth slightly parted as a torrent of intense chakra surged from deep within, gradually coalescing into a fireball. "Fire release, great fireball technique," Uchiha Yu exclaimed, propelling the fireball forward. The blazing orb sliced through the air, leaving a brilliant trail of flames as it surged towards the puddle. The fireball collided with the water's surface, producing an ear-splitting explosion, with flames scattering in all directions. The water in the puddle was instantaneously vaporized, forming a colossal cloud of steam. The chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. The intense heat emanating from the flames enveloped the surrounding students, causing them to instinctively take a few steps back to avoid being scorched. The audience was in a state of shock. All the students, including Renji Yazaki, stared in awe at Uchiha Yu. "What is happening? We are still practicing the body flicker technique. Have you just unleashed a C-rank ninjutsu, the Great Fireball? Are we even in the same class? Who could have anticipated this? The usually unassuming Uchiha Yu has demonstrated such formidable ninjutsu. Ah, Uchiha Yu's Great Fireball technique is truly impressive," exclaimed a girl. "He is incredible," another girl added excitedly. "How did I not notice how handsome he is before?" A third girl chimed in. "Let us strive to be in the same class as him." Just moments ago, the girls who were fawning over Koizumi Ryo had instantly become fans of Uchiha Yu. Koizumi Ryo could only sigh, reflecting on how the world reveres the strong. Masahachi Arai stood nearby, his face displaying disbelief. He never imagined that the Uchiha Yu he had always considered ordinary possessed such astonishing power. Renji Yazaki's complexion turned pale. His earlier mockery seemed utterly absurd at this moment. He opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Shinmun Izumi gazed at Uchiha Yu, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. He recognized that this child was not only the pride of the Uchiha clan, but also a beacon of hope for Konohagakure's future. "Uchiha Yu, your performance is exceptional," Shinmun Izumi said with a hint of excitement. "Your great fireball technique surpasses that of your peers. You have succeeded." Uchiha Yu slightly bowed in gratitude. Amidst the awe-filled gazes of his classmates, Uchiha stepped into the designated area. At that moment, a bandaged student from the foundational class, filled with envy and anger, muttered, "Why doesn't my Byakugan have such effects, despite sharing the same bloodline limit?" Sensing a peculiar gaze upon him, Uchiha turned his head. This figure is quite recognizable. Even though the person before me has yet to grow tall, those eyes, with only the whites visible, confirm his identity. It was Hyuga Niji, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Uchiha's mind from the pirate Fangyu. "Is there a way to extract the Hyuga clan's taijutsu from him?" Uchiha replied helplessly, "Even if I could, it's not guaranteed I would comprehend it. Niji can utilize it because he is a genius. Hinata, the esteemed heiress, only grasped the 8 trigrams 64 palms by the end. Do you understand what I mean?" Fangyu clicked his tongue. "What a pity. I was hoping you could trade your great fireball for his taijutsu. However, perhaps discussing taijutsu with him privately could work." As I engaged in conversation with him, my eyes were opened. It should have been a fair match. I decided to inquire further. Amidst the murmurs of my classmates, Uchiha, who had successfully passed the assessment, made his way directly towards Hyuga Niji. Niji furrowed his brow, surprised that the imagined rival he had been preoccupied with was approaching him. He refused to remain passive, crossing his arms over his chest, readying himself in the initial stance of the Hyuga family's gentle fist technique. "Greetings. I am Uchiha. I have observed your eyes," he declared. "What do you want?" Niji responded, brimming with wariness. "I wish to spar with you in taijutsu. Let us find a moment," you proposed. Niji, with the pride of a genius, dismissed the notion of sparring as trivial. He merely assumed that this Uchiha, who was merely a year above him, was attempting to provoke him. Uchiha, in the presence of my eyes, that technique you just used was hardly impressive. Do not worry, in our sparring, I will refrain from using the great fireball technique. We shall focus solely on taijutsu, you assured him. At that moment, Irika appeared from seemingly nowhere, making a gesture towards Uchiha. "Please return to your class," he instructed. "Very well," Uchiha replied with a calm nod, casting a glance at Niji, who would soon become a valuable source of practical experience for him. "I will seek you out," Irika, visibly exasperated, urged. "Come on, Niji, let us ignore him." End of chapter. Chapter 10. Isn't it merely the Sharingan? Who doesn't possess it? After the assessment concluded, Uchiha departed ahead of others. Time was of the essence, leaving him little opportunity to engage in trivial banter with a group of youngsters. With his last remnants of the meager living expenses earned from the restaurant nestled in his pocket, he made his way to the Uchiha Ninja tool shop. When it comes to the most lucrative establishments in Konoha, the second position is occupied by the Seiudo, which sells comics and novels, while the third place belongs to Ichiraku Ramen. The top spot, however, is long held by the ninja tool shop. The demand for ninja tools is immense. A nin consumes at least several hundred shuriken in a year. In such a profitable industry, one would expect a multitude of competitors. Strangely, the village harbors very few ninja tool shops, with the most affordable one being the exclusive store for the Uchiha clan. Previously, Uchiha had spent an entire year's worth of living expenses on shuriken to practice his throwing skills. He was quite familiar with the shopkeeper and had even borrowed on credit twice. "Ah, it's you. What can I do for you today?" The shopkeeper, Uchiha Sui, a rotund man, greeted him with enthusiasm. Knowing that Uchiha was orphaned, he took special care of him. "Boss, I'm a bit short on cash. I promise I'll repay you once I earn some money. I want that one." Uchiha Sui followed Yu's finger to the enormous shuriken hanging on the wall, his mouth twitching slightly. "You want this? It's taller than you. What do you need it for?" "This is a ninja tool meant for the clan's eye-opening ninjas, specifically for utilizing the 3 great blades in conjunction with the Sharingan. It would be of no use to you." At this point, several customers entered the shop. A group of 6, each adorned with forehead protectors, cast a glance at the shopkeeper before beginning to select their tools. Uchiha, however, was entirely disregarded as just a small child. "Boss, I want that one. Is that all right? Don't cause trouble. Can't you see there are so many customers here?" "I'm not causing trouble. I really want this. Can I buy it on credit?" Uchiha frowned. Look here, kid, I told you. That's for the eye-opening clan members, used alongside the Sharingan in the 3 great blades. What would you do with it? And even if I could extend credit, I still can't sell it to you. He was clearly becoming agitated by Uchiha-U's persistence, and the 6 ninjas turned their heads in unison. Yes, my apologies. Uchiha Sui quickly bowed deeply. Uchiha-U pondered for a moment. So, the reason you're denying me is that this item is intended for use with the Sharingan techniques, not because I asked for credit. Correct? The shopkeeper sighed. You, my boy, when the day comes that you awaken your eyes, I would gladly gift you one. In response, Uchiha-U slammed the remaining money he had on the counter. No need for a gift. I'll buy it. At this moment, a short-haired Uchiha with no eyebrows approached the counter. Kid, you're awfully noisy. You know? Get lost. Uchiha-U, however, would not be deterred so easily. He glanced at the man, then at the shopkeeper, extending his hand. I currently possess only this much. I will repay you in 10 months. Why can't you comprehend what I'm saying? The eyebrowless Uchiha felt a surge of irritation as he pointed at the oversized shuriken mounted on the wall. This weapon could only be wielded by those with the Sharingan. Do you comprehend? Get out. Uchiha-U's temperament made it difficult for him to instigate trouble. However, upon careful reflection, he realized that if he wished to master the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu, he would need to conjure some justifiable reasons. Perhaps a conflict with a fellow clan member? Noticing the small child remained motionless, Uchiha's frustration escalated. Damn brat, do you possess such eyes? A pair of crimson eyes bore into Uchiha-U. Ah, he is merely a stubborn child. Boss Uchiha-Su quickly positioned himself between the two, fearing genuine trouble might ensue. This kind of eye, even if you live to 50, you might never possess. So, stow away your ridiculous thoughts. Child, henceforth, do not allow such brats into the store. They ruin my mood. All right. Yes, understood. He then turned to Uchiha-U. Don't compel me to educate you on behalf of your parents. Hurry up and leave? At that moment, a discordant voice pierced through the air. Oh, are you referring to these eyes which you claim cannot be possessed even at 50? He pointed at his own eyes amidst the bewildered expressions of the onlookers. In the post-rain Queen S district, the air was thick with dampness and decay. The standing water on the streets had yet to recede entirely, reflecting the dim streetlights like shattered mirrors, illuminating the fatigue and helplessness of the community. The water was tainted with fallen leaves, litter, and unidentifiable filth that, after the rain, emitted a nauseating odor. These scents mingled with the damp earth, moldy walls, and aged building materials, creating an atmosphere that was distinctively unpleasant. Many structures lining the streets had fallen into disrepair, their paint peeling to reveal the bricks beneath, as if years had etched scars upon their surfaces. Some buildings had broken windows hastily boarded up, through which darkened rooms could be glimpsed, seemingly concealing untold secrets. In the corners of the community, the homeless huddled within rain-soaked cardboard boxes and tattered rags, their gazes hollow and bewildered, as if they had long since acclimated to this forgotten corner of the world. Children frolicked in the puddles, their laughter echoing through the desolate streets, yet it could not mask the despondency and decline enveloping the neighborhood. Stephen Fong, casually strolling with a chilled bottle of cola, cast a disdainful glance at the group of disheveled youths languishing there. Who claims the moon here is rounder? Is it not the same? He passed by a firearms store and entered a nearby Chinese supermarket. Upon entering, the store owner, Aunt Lee, greeted him warmly. Little Fong, have you found a job? Alas, don't even mention it. The burger joint's kitchen no longer wants me. A new immigrant has arrived, willing to work for food and lodging, leaving me no chance to compete. Sigh, that's how we, the Chinese, are. Aunt Lee smiled helplessly and said, well, how about this? In a couple of days after my niece leaves, you may stay temporarily upstairs. That won't do. Stephen Fong immediately shook his head. I've already stayed here quite a while. Don't worry about me. I can manage. All right then, take a look at what you'd like to eat. It's on me. In that case, I shall fetch some liquor. You rascal. While the two were conversing, 3 young black men pushed the door open and entered. They surveyed the room, particularly casting a glance at the surveillance camera, deliberately lowering the brims of their hats. With such demeanor, any discerning eye could easily discern their intentions. It is no small feat to operate a supermarket in a black community without possessing sharp instincts. Aunt Lee immediately reached for the alarm button. Don't move. A dark gun barrel was aimed at Aunt Lee behind the counter. If you dare to move, the man's words were cut short. Ah, damn it. The handgun slipped from his grasp due to the pain in his wrist, leaving his two companions bewildered as they stared at him. A compass, covered in dust, had somehow lodged itself in his wrist. The price tag on the compass had yet to be removed. End of chapter, Chapter 11. The actions of Pirate Fong Yu at the same time. Both the Hokage and Marvel's Fong Yu were indulging in shopping. During their retail escapades, they found themselves embroiled in a dispute. Pirate Fong Yu perched atop the sword tree, uncertain of where to direct his gaze first. After a moment of contemplation, he settled his eyes on Stephen Fong. Ah, the first to be injured, Little Black, clutched his wrist and cried out in distress, while the other two Little Blacks stood in bewilderment. What on earth was happening? Who had jabbed him with a compass? They glanced at the female shopkeeper at the counter, equally perplexed, and it was evident that this 60-something grandmother could not possibly be the perpetrator. Turning back, they sought answers, only to discover that each had a pen and a fruit knife embedded in their wrists. Ah! The two of them instantly dropped their firearms in pain, their once mischievous hands now rendered incapable of further mischief. In a corner, Stephen Fong pressed his temple, deactivating his Sharingan. As the tomo faded, he wiped away beads of sweat. With the aid of his Sharingan, he could have secured a gold medal in Olympic shooting. He was a veritable Superman. Yet, the duration of its effectiveness was all too fleeting. Merely 11 seconds. A slight improvement over Lu Xiong's 12.88 seconds. Thus concluded a robbery incident, with the three Little Blacks wailing as they departed the Chinese supermarket. Aunt Lee emerged from behind the counter, retrieved the three handguns scattered on the floor, and seemingly struck by an epiphany, tossed the weapons aside and hurried to the storeroom to light incense. May the Buddha bless. May the Buddha bless. Once she finished her prayers and re-emerged, the store was devoid of customers. A loaf of bread was missing from the shelf, and an additional $3 sat at the counter. Meanwhile, the three guns had vanished from the ground. As Stephen Fong strolled down the street, he remained vigilant, observing the passers-by with keen eyes. His pockets bulged, resembling a freshly minted target who had just withdrawn $100,000 from the bank. However, if anyone were to discover that he had just dispatched 3 armed thugs moments ago, they would surely keep their distance. What do you need a gun for? Pirate Fong Yu inquired, somewhat perplexed. Stephen Fong replied, a gun can be exchanged for a warm pizza. Hey, it's you again. Pirate Fong Yu chuckled nonchalantly, swallowing hard. Pizza, though not as nostalgic as Chinese cuisine, had not graced his palate in a decade. Oh, wait, I haven't checked over there yet. Pirate Fong Yu's exclamation also prompted Stephen Fong's attention, and they both shifted their focus. At this moment, Uchiha Yu radiated an aura of authority. Before him stood an eyebrowless Uchiha ninja, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could such a young child have awakened his Sharingan? The last prodigy had been the clan leader's eldest son, the once-in-a-century genius Uchiha Itachi. How could it be that another anomaly had emerged so soon? Uncle, I need to buy on credit. Uchiha Yu pointed at the enormous shuriken on the wall. Can I get it on credit? I promise to pay you back in for 5, 6, 7, or even 80 months. In the chat space, the two Fong Yes could no longer contain their laughter. Stephen Fong, will you still be around in 10 months? Pirate Fong Yu, if he does return, it's likely to burn offerings for the boss. Little does boss Uchiha Su know that his entire clan will be annihilated by Konoha and the Akatsuki in 10 months. He produced the loan documents and had Uchiha Yu sign them. A flicker of complex emotions passed through boss Uchiha Yu's eyes. What's the matter? Uchiha Su scratched his face, interrupting Uchiha Yu. I never imagined you could awaken your eyes. That's impressive. Well then, I will take my leave. I shall return in 10 months. Go on, go on. The eyebrowless Uchiha watched Uchiha Yu depart, cursing to his companion. That damned little brat. What's he so proud of? One of his companions, a woman with purple hair, chuckled and covered her mouth. If you could awaken your eyes at this age, you would also be quite proud. Damn it. Upon returning home, Uchiha Yu learned from Pirate Fong Yu about the situation on the Marvel side. I never expected you to be so straightforward now. No, no, we are all the same person. Though our personalities may have shifted due to our surroundings, the core determination remains unchanged. Stephen Fong scratched his head. No, no, no. Pirate Fong, you corrected him. You are far superior to both of us. Huh? What do you mean? You face ninjas or the Navy, but I'm merely dealing with ordinary folks. That's not what he meant. Uchiha, you grinned mischievously and continued. His underlying implication is that you still have to evade the authorities, while we do not. Ah, only then did Stephen Fong grasp the meaning. Using superpowers in a Chinese supermarket filled with surveillance cameras would soon draw the attention of departments akin to S.H.I.L.D. Perhaps I should voluntarily surrender to S.H.I.E.L.D. Stephen Fong ventured. Then, the three spoke in unison. Not even a dog would go to S.H.I.E.L.D. The night grew late. Stephen Fong found a secluded alley near an ATM, leaning against the wall and drifting into a light slumber. Uchiha, you lay in bed, repeatedly awakening his eyes until he had exhausted his chakra and fell into a deep sleep. Both brothers were now asleep. Meanwhile, Pirate Fong Yu was brimming with determination. He had to make his move. Prison break? No, he currently lacked the strength for that. What he intended to do was traverse from level 1, the Hell of Red Lotus, to level 2, the Hell of Beasts. Then he would cross level 3, the Hell of Hunger, and level 4, the Hell of Scorching Heat. Upon reaching level 5, the Hell of Extreme Cold, he could seek the legendary level 5. 5, the Newcomer Paradise. Pirate Fong Yu crouched atop the sword tree, his gaze sweeping across a desolate and brutal landscape. The Hell of Red Lotus, the first layer of Impel Down, starkly illustrated the cruelty of hell in its own unique manner. His gaze traversed the razor-sharp sword trees, their branches resembling keen blades, mercilessly slicing through the air, as if poised to rend apart any flesh that dared to approach. Beneath his feet lay a ground composed of needle-like grass, each blade sharp as a pin. These plants were as unyielding as iron, their tips glinting with a chilling light, exuding a lethal threat. He could hear the anguished cries of prisoners evading the pursuit of guards and venomous spiders. Those unfortunate enough to brush against these plants found their bodies lacerated, blood flowing freely as they writhed in agony on the ground. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and rust, a unique essence of the Red Lotus Hell, mingling with the fear and despair of the prisoners, creating a suffocating atmosphere. The pirate Fong Yu slowly crouched beneath the sword trees, deftly removing his prison garb and binding it around his feet, thereby alleviating the piercing pain inflicted by the needle grass. Fong Yu raised his head. His gaze fell upon a dimly lit grove of sword trees, teeming with venomous spiders. This was also the essential passage to level 2 of the Beast Hell. He rubbed his eyes and muttered, I wonder how many levels this pair of eyes, enhanced by the genetic lock, can take me. After all this hardship, will I make it to the other side? He spat vehemently. Damn it! Let us just do it. End of chapter 12. Advancing into the Crimson Lotus Hell, the dense thorns of the needle grass, upon the slightest contact, sent piercing sensations shooting through the soles of Fong Yu's feet. With each step, it felt as though he were treading upon a bed of sharp needles, the prickly grass easily penetrating the tender flesh, inflicting agonizing pain that caused beads of cold sweat to form upon his brow. Even wrapped in clothing, he could not escape the discomfort. Towering sword trees loomed overhead, their branches adorned with countless sharp spikes, resembling a natural wall of blades. The interlacing foliage cast eerie shadows in the dim light, giving the impression of malevolent demons lurking in the darkness. Fong Yu's Sharingan eyes whirled rapidly, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Here, any moment of negligence could lead to his demise. Each step necessitated utmost caution, advancing with meticulous care. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from all directions, the sound of venomous spiders scuttling. Fong Yu's heart seized in his chest. He clenched his fists and crouched slightly, preparing for combat. Emerging from the shadows of the sword trees and the gaps in the needle grass, the spiders, massive as calves, surged forth with alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Fong Yu. One venomous spider lunged at him with ferocity. He narrowly evaded the attack, but the spider's sharp fangs grazed his pant leg. He could distinctly sense the acrid scent of venom, and even the mere brush against his skin ignited a burning pain. Fang Yu dared not let his guard down. He swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, sweeping toward the encroaching spiders. The flames collided with the venomous creatures, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. The spiders let out shrill screams as they were engulfed in flames. Some struggled briefly before being reduced to ashes. Yet, many of the spiders appeared undeterred by the fire, deftly circumventing the flames as they continued their relentless assault on Fang Yu. While evading the venomous spiders, he struggled to advance toward the beast hell. His feet left a trail of bloodied footprints upon the needle grass, each step a torment of dual agony from the thorns and his wounds. The spiders pursued him relentlessly, darting and climbing among the sword trees like harbingers of death, affording him no respite. In his frantic evasion, Fang Yu inadvertently collided with a sword tree. The spikes instantly pierced into his back, a wave of excruciating pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Gritting his teeth, he endured the agony as he extricated himself from the tree. At that moment, his back was drenched in blood, trickling down and staining the needle grass below. The spiders, sensing the scent of blood, became more frenzied, intensifying their assault. Fang Yu, gradually overwhelmed by their relentless attacks, felt his strength waning. Yet, the unwavering belief in his escape fueled his resolve, compelling him to continue his struggle against the dire circumstances. He seized a moment of opportunity and charged towards a vulnerable point in the encirclement of venomous spiders. The spiders reacted with astonishing swiftness, surging towards him. Gritting his teeth, he snapped off a branch from the sword tree, wielding the blade-like foliage to engage in close combat with the venomous creatures. The tree sword glinted coldly in his hands, each swing striking down a spider, yet the hard exoskeletons of the arachnids dulled the effectiveness of his attacks. Amidst the fierce battle, several new wounds adorned Fang Yu's body. Venom seeped into his system through the cuts, sapping his strength and blurring his vision. Nevertheless, he refused to yield, a fierce flame of defiance burning in his eyes. Just as he was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the spiders, an immense energy erupted from within him. His first-tier gene lock was activated. Fang Yu felt a surge of transformation coursing through his being, and a glimmer of light ignited in his gaze. He sensed that the chakra within his body had nearly doubled. Though this might involve overextending his chakra and physical form, he had no other choice. He unleashed the great fireball technique once more. This time, the technique erupted with tremendous force, creating a breach in the swarm of venomous spiders. Seizing the moment, Fang Yu dashed through the opening, disregarding everything as he sprinted forward, the relentless spiders hot on his heels. With each passing step, his legs grew heavier, as though he were exhausting every ounce of his strength. Yet, his gaze remained fixed ahead, toward the path leading to the beast hell. In this realm of crimson lotus, he felt like a solitary vessel struggling against a tempestuous sea, with the beast hell being the only beacon of hope. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he finally glimpsed the passageway leading to the beast hell in the distance. It was a grand stone door, adorned with intricate carvings of ferocious beasts, seemingly warning every approaching soul. A flicker of resolve crossed Fang Yu's eyes as he sprinted towards the door, the swarm of spiders still in hot pursuit. Only by passing through this portal could he grasp a slim chance of survival. At that moment, a voice boomed. Well, it appears we have a daring soul attempting to traverse from the Crimson Lotus Hell to the Beast Hell. Capturing such a prisoner could elevate my rank to warden. Cursing himself for his unguarded words, Fang Yu's heart sank as he beheld the towering figure before him, a devilish jailer wielding a demonic pitchfork. How was this fiend guarding this passage? This man was none other than Hannibal, a formidable enforcer of Impel Down and the highest authority in the prison following Magellan's demotion. His strength far exceeded that of an ordinary elite Nin, a foe far beyond Fang Yu's current capabilities. There was no time for contemplation. He turned to flee, trying to escape. Not on my watch. You shall be the stepping stone to my ascent as warden. With a resounding hum, a gleaming blade obstructed Fang Yu's path. The pirate Fang Yu's gaze sharpened. With no retreat possible, he cast a glance back towards the doorway. Then he pressed his palms together. Do not move, otherwise, my blade shall descend, warned the jailer Hannibal, delivering his final admonition. If you possess the courage, then strike. Fang Yu remained resolute, hands still clasped, sprinting towards the direction of the beast hell. I said, do not move. Whoosh! The blade, propelled by a fierce wind, swept dangerously close to Fang Yu's neck, proving Hannibal's threat was indeed devoid of mercy. The strike aimed directly at his vital point. Seeking death, are we? Hannibal distinctly felt the blade's contact, and he relinquished his force, preparing to seize the opportunity. Bang! A cloud of white smoke enveloped Hannibal. What is happening? He hastily waved away the smoke, directing his gaze once more towards the object pinned beneath the blade. Astonishingly, it was merely a half piece of wood. End of chapter. Chapter 13. The divine space, a blinding white light enveloped the entire cavern. As the radiance stabilized once more, the members of the team began to materialize one by one in the plaza of the divine space. The figures of the farming team members, Da Qiang, Erniu, and Meng Yao, gradually came into focus amidst several shattered, enormous wine jars. They had narrowly escaped the clutches of the curse, their bodies still exuding an unsettling aura. Da Qiang lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, his body marred by ghastly wounds, some so deep that bone was visible, clearly the result of a fierce battle. His breaths were faint, each inhalation seemingly draining his last vestiges of strength. Erniu fared slightly better but was evidently gravely injured, lying beside Da Qiang, his consciousness foggy, occasionally emitting low groans. Meng Yao stood apart as the only one among them to retain her composure. Her gaze was icy, devoid of warmth. She stood next to Da Qiang and Erniu, her expression impassive as she regarded them before coldly issuing a command to the divine sphere. Repair Da Qiang and Erniu. Deduct the points from Da Qiang. As Meng Yao's command resonated, the divine sphere emitted a gentle glow, enveloping Da Qiang and Erniu. The light intensified, and their wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Fractured bones mended, and torn muscles regenerated. However, the superficial injuries were merely secondary. For them to survive, the divine must eradicate the curse lingering upon them. Otherwise, they would again fall prey to Kayako upon entering the next horror. While Da Qiang and Erniu's bodies commenced their recovery, the members trapped within the wine jars did not receive such benevolence. These individuals had lost their limbs, and even their faculties of sight and speech had been stripped away. Their existence served solely to provide points for the farming team within the divine space. Confined within the jars, they were immobilized, helplessly enduring endless agony and humiliation. Bloodstains and fragments of flesh littered the ground surrounding these jars, remnants of the atrocities committed by the farming team in their horror escapades. The air was thick with a nauseating blend of blood and the scent of wine. Meng Yao turned a blind eye to the abominations within the jars, her focus entirely on the restoration of Da Qiang and Erniu. To her, the wretched souls were mere instruments, while Da Qiang and Erniu were her comrades. Even if their relationship was rooted in exploitation and control, the orders had been issued, and there was nothing left to await. Meng Yao made her way to her designated chamber, exhaustion weighing heavily upon her. This cycle was becoming increasingly unbearable. Creak. As the door to her room closed, a garbled, incoherent voice suddenly emerged within the divine space. Repair her body. Deduct from Da Qiang. Abruptly, a blinding flash emanated from the divine sphere, engulfing one of the shattered wine jars. The white light flowed over the surface of the wine jar like a liquid, gradually seeping into its depths. Within the jar, subtle transformations began to manifest in the legs of the individual inside. Muscles and bones regenerated at a visible pace, eventually forming a complete set of feet. This force of growth continued its ascent, shaping the calves and thighs, while skin enveloped them, ultimately crafting a full lower limb. As the white light persisted, the upper body of the individual also began to undergo transformation. Arms and hands slowly emerged from the shoulders, fingers unfurling one by one, restoring their original functionality. Although this process was gradual, it was undeniably a rebirth. Finally, when the white light reached its zenith, the face of the individual began to reshape. Eyes emerged from nothingness, transitioning from hollow sockets to fully formed orbs, eyelids gently opening to reveal a pair of eyes that had just regained the gift of sight. These eyes, upon encountering light for the first time, appeared bewildered and confused, yet were soon filled with an overwhelming desire for freedom and haunting memories of past anguish. With the complete restoration of limbs and features, the individual within the jar finally returned to their original form. This chapter is not complete. Click the next page to continue reading. 1-2. Clenching his fists. The long-forgotten sensation of his body brought a sigh of relief. Finally, at last, he had the opportunity. Cautiously emerging from the wine jar, Feng Yu beheld the structure of the divine realm for the first time. There was nothing extraordinary about it, merely a vast cavern with a gigantic white orb of light suspended in the center. Surrounding the cave were a series of doors, approximately 20 in total, seemingly corresponding to the maximum number of members in a reincarnation team. Beneath the light orb lay 2 humans still in the process of restoration. This was also Feng Yu's first glimpse of Dechang and Ernyo, cursed beings. His fists tightened, a surge of anger compelling him to rush out of the jar and strangle these 2. Yet reason prevailed, reminding him that even if Meng Yao, who occupied the room, did not hear the commotion and intervene, the penalty for killing teammates would result in the loss of 2,000 reward points, which he could not afford, leading to his own obliteration. After exchanging a glance with the divine light orb, he learned that the reward points he had garnered from the previous installment of Juan amounted to a fixed 1,000 points, along with an additional mysterious 100 points, totaling 1,100 points. Alas, it fell short of 2,000. Otherwise, he could have eliminated these 2. He understood that facing 2 or more members of the breeding team would leave him with no chance of victory. Steeling himself, he cast a glance toward the door of Meng Yao's room, formulating a plan in his mind. He whispered to the light orb, "Give me a room, the most secluded one." No sooner had he spoken than a door opened in the corner of the space. He crawled out of the wine jar, which had accompanied him through 4 horror films, exerting all his strength to lay it down and roll it away. He did not cherish this object. Rather, he wished never to encounter such a vessel again in his lifetime. His intention was to ensure that the 3 members of the breeding team remained unaware of the presence of a free-moving individual within their squad. He would lie in wait until the moment of betrayal. The flames of vengeance surged in Feng Yu's eyes as he pushed the wine jar into his room, the door shutting with a decisive click. The nightmare of the breeding squad had arrived. Upon entering the room, Feng Yu commanded the primary deity to erase all the existing chairs and bed. It had been far too long since he had experienced the sensation of standing. He had no desire to lie down or sit. He merely wished to feel the presence of his legs beneath him. The infinite terror of the secrets within the deity's space enveloped him. Rubbing his eyes, he cautiously opened the door and peered outside. "Deity, could you provide guidance on the most suitable direction for my enhancement at this moment?" As soon as the words left his lips, a line of text materialized in his mind. "Increase chakra amount chakra." His pupils constricted as a sudden exclamation echoed in his thoughts. "Brother, brother, who are you? Where are you? Are you the Feng Yu of the deity's space?" End of the chapter. Chapter 14. 7 times. A full 7 times. In the dim corner of the staircase, a figure curled up, tending to his wounds. He muttered incantations under his breath, yet no sound escaped his lips, resembling a lunatic. He pondered aloud, "How did you survive?" A distant voice echoed back from some ethereal space, and upon unlocking the genetic seal, I felt my senses heightened significantly. At that moment I lacked limbs, and KO had not attacked me. After clearing the challenge, I returned to the realm of the main god. He contemplated, could it be that the enhancement occurred directly on a mental level, disrupting KO? The 2 of them reflected for a moment before simultaneously suggesting, what if we try severing it? Pirate Feng Yu extracted a thorn from his foot, gritting his teeth in protest. No, let's not. Though I did not experience the absence of limbs, the despair that accompanied the synchronized memories overwhelmed me. The main god, Feng Yu, could only smile wryly. Then let us set this secret aside for now. The pressing matter is whether, after I exchange for chakra, you can share it? Pirate Feng Yu hesitated. Shall we try exchanging the smallest amount first? No, the main god Feng Yu firmly rejected. The AI of the main god seemed to have evolved. I suspected it had taken to playing mobile games. If one were to purchase 1,000 points of chakra, it would provide a cashback of 100 points. 100 points may seem insignificant, Yet a horror film completion only grants a basic assurance of 1,000 points. Fang Yu felt the flow of chakra within him. I must enhance myself with the premise of survival. Understood. Pirate Fang Yu nodded. Your survival is our greatest hope at present. Given that you already possess the bloodline of the Sharingan, exchanging for 1,000 points of chakra is indeed the most suitable course of action. With that said, the main god Fang Yu no longer hesitated. He discreetly addressed the luminous orb. I wish to purchase 1,000 points of chakra with my reward points. As his words fell, the main god's luminous sphere swiftly responded to his request. A beam of gentle light radiated from the orb, enveloping him. Bathed in this light, Fang Yu felt a warm power coursing through his being. It was the essence of chakra. It flowed through his meridians, gradually filling his body. Fang Yu sensed a significant enhancement in his strength. Although this amount of chakra was insufficient to elevate him to the rank of a top-tier ninja, within the realm of the main god, it marked a commendable beginning. He silently invoked the main god's space, which instantly conjured a training ground. This arena simulated a spacious indoor environment, where the walls and floor were constructed from robust materials, capable of withstanding the intense heat and impact of the great fireball technique. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly formed hand seals, channeling the chakra under his control into his chest, and then concentrating it at his throat. His mouth slightly parted, and a torrent of scorching chakra surged from deep within his throat, gradually coalescing into a fireball. Fire release, great fireball technique. The supreme deity, Fang Yu, bellowed, propelling the fireball forward. The fireball sliced through the air, leaving behind a bright trail of flames, hurtling towards the wall of the training ground. Upon impact, it unleashed a deafening explosion, scattering flames and creating an immense area of fireball detonation. The inferno consumed everything in its vicinity, transforming a portion of the wall into a sea of fire. The shock wave from the explosion distorted the surrounding air, and the heat of the flames could be felt even from a distance. Fang Yu gasped, sensing a portion of his chakra had been expended. Yet, he knew he could unleash the great fireball technique once more. Without delay, he conjured another fireball of equal magnitude to the first, creating yet another crater where the previous one had been. The pirate Fang Yu exclaimed, "Let us activate the gene lock and give it a try." The supreme deity nodded, recalling the torment he endured at the hands of the cultivation team, and felt the power within him awaken. As the supreme deity activated the gene lock, his strength multiplied exponentially. This newfound power could even enable an elderly woman to lift a car, rescuing her grandson trapped beneath it. Although the subsequent strain would lead to her demise, this was the realm of the supreme deity, where reward points could infinitely restore one's vitality. Fang Yu's physique became increasingly acute, with significant enhancements to his reaction speed and chakra control. In this heightened state, he began to perform hand seals in rapid succession. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. 3 times, a full 3 times, coupled with 2 additional fireballs in his normal state. The supreme deity was now capable of unleashing the great fireball technique 5 times in total. The reservoir of chakra he possessed was ample enough to elevate him to the rank of a chunin in Konoha. Breathless, Fang Yu collapsed onto the ground, basking in the waves of heat around him. He summoned the supreme deity to restore the surroundings to their original state. The pirate Fang Yu remarked, "With enough chakra for 5 great fireballs, if I activate the Sharingan, it should sustain about 4 to 5 minutes of combat, right? More testing is needed." As the supreme deity gradually regained his strength, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and he called out loudly, "Synchronize." The supreme deity's light sphere. This command is not recognized. The supreme deity was perplexed, but the pirate Fang Yu understood. He felt an influx of chakra surging within him, akin to the exhilarating feeling of a daughter-in-law finally becoming the matriarch. Completely in sync. My power mirrors yours entirely. The pirate Fang Yu marveled. The chakra coursing through me could also allow for 5 great fireballs, just like you. The supreme deity nodded. That is indeed favorable. The pirate Fang Yu removed the last thorn embedded in his foot, wrapping it with his pants to staunch the bleeding. With unwavering determination, he declared, "Hold on, until the day I escape. I will seek out a devil fruit. Indeed, I shall await you." The supreme deity Fang Yu proclaimed, calling upon the deity once more. I desire a feast, the most authentic Sichuan, Hunan, Shandong, Cantonese, and Fujian cuisines, all of it. Upon hearing Fong Yu's summons, the pirate Fong Yu swallowed hard and promptly severed the connection. The following day dawned. After a restful slumber and the synchronization of memories, Stephen Fong and Uchiha Yu found themselves in a state of ecstatic delight. Stephen Fong could finally unleash the great fireball technique, and to his astonishment, he could do so twice. Stephen Fong exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! I must find an appropriate place to demonstrate it. I am eager to unleash my ninjutsu." The pirate Fong Yu advised, "If you wish to avoid capture by S-H-I-E-L-D, it would be wise to experiment with the shadow clone technique or the substitution technique instead." In contrast to Stephen Fong's exuberance, Uchiha Yu was even more astonished. He was amazed to discover that the amount of chakra he possessed surpassed that of the supreme deity Fong Yu, sufficient to execute the great fireball technique 7 times. End of chapter. Chapter 15. Elevate, elevate, elevate. It seems that we can only establish communication while within this grand sphere of light. As time passed, the supreme god Fong Yu and the pirate Fong Yu began to unravel certain matters from the past. Their memories synchronized, and all shared a common animosity. Particularly notable was the Marvel Fong Yu, named Stephen Fong. He had endured excessive oppression from the Black Boss and the Immigration Bureau, and upon witnessing the tribulations faced by the supreme god Fong Yu, he seethed with indignation. For regardless of the circumstances that led to these Fong Yes changing their names or altering their personalities, at their core, they remained the same Fong Yu, immutable and unalterable. Brothers, let us rally. In the days to come, I shall engage in practical training with the artificial beings created by the Supreme God. The Supreme God Fong Yu gazed at his newly regenerated hands, reflecting that he still possessed 200 reward points, sufficient for high-intensity repairs on both himself and the artificial beings. Upon concluding his words, he addressed the diminutive Supreme God Sphere, "Generate the image I envision in my mind, ensuring peak physical attributes. Even if it does not resemble it, that is acceptable." As his voice echoed in the chamber of the Supreme God Space, the tiny Supreme God Sphere, suspended in the center of the room, commenced its remarkable creation process. The surface of the sphere rippled as if a stone had been cast into water, with concentric waves of light radiating outward. As the waves spread, the space beneath the sphere began to distort and reshape, gradually coalescing into a vague humanoid silhouette. Through synchronized vision, all the Fong Yes witnessed the miraculous birth of this artificial being from nothingness. When the visage of the artificial being fully materialized, Stephen Fong gasped in disbelief, covering his mouth, exclaiming, "How could you have generated that vile woman?" His voice was rife with incredulity and fury. The face of the artificial being was none other than that of Meng Yao, the sole woman responsible for severing the supreme god Fong Yu's hands and feet, and gouging out his eyes. The pirate Fong Yu sighed, his expression revealing a complex amalgamation of emotions. He understood the hatred and anger harbored by the supreme god Fong Yu, yet simultaneously feared that such emotions might cloud his judgment. He remarked, "I can comprehend the creation of Schwarzenegger's persona by Chu Xian, and I can also understand Zheng Zha's creation of a lowly. After all, it is an unresolved grievance." He paused, then continued, "In the infinite space, when one's genetic lock reaches the 4th-tier intermediate level, one must confront their inner demons, lest they become overwhelmed by this formidable power and consumed by it. Do not let hatred blind you." The supreme god Fong Yu had little desire to engage in further discourse, instead exchanging 10 reward points for a sharp dagger for Meng Yao. Standing before the artificial being Meng Yao, he tossed the dagger towards her, stating, "Come, let us commence." At the moment battle initiated, Meng Yao surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. The small knife sliced through the air, producing a sharp, whistling sound. The supreme god Fong Yu swiftly formed seals, his chakra coursing through his body in preparation to unleash the great fireball technique. "Fire release, great fireball technique," he bellowed, as a searing fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling directly towards Meng Yao. Flames traced a brilliant arc above the training ground, waves of heat surging forth. Meng Yao swayed momentarily, evading the fireball's direct assault with astonishing speed and agility. Her figure appeared blurred amidst the blaze, Yet the small dagger in her hand remained steadfastly aimed at the deity Feng Yu, ever in search of an opportunity to strike. Without a hint of hesitation, Feng Yu's Sharingan enabled him to perceive Meng Yao's movement trajectory. He swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to employ the substitution technique. Just as Meng Yao's dagger was about to make contact, his form was supplanted by a piece of wood. Thud! The dagger pierced the wood, while Feng Yu reappeared behind Meng Yao. Seizing the moment, he launched a punch imbued with the strength of a pirate's physique, augmented by the power of a first-tier genetic lock, aimed directly at Meng Yao's back. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, Meng Yao twisted her body at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding Feng Yu's blow. She pivoted, her dagger carving sharp trajectories as she sought to slice through Feng Yu's flesh. Their combat was fierce and merciless, each strike laden with lethal intent. Yet, even at the pinnacle of human physicality, under the scrutiny of those blood-red eyes, she seemed somewhat inadequate. After 2 more exchanges, Feng Yu's eyes sharpened. With a fireball as a feint, he employed the substitution technique to close in on Meng Yao. His robust arm ensnared her upper body, executing a bare chokehold. Crack! As Meng Yao's neck twisted, teetering on the brink of death, a moment of restoration ensued. Uchiha Yu severed the scene filled with animosity. Standing at the windowsill, he gazed at what appeared to be a serene Uchiha clan territory. Time was of the essence. He needed to intensify his efforts. On the outskirts of Konoha village, Uchiha Yu stood alone in an expansive training field, his gaze resolute, gripping 3 blades, 2 kunai and a sharp boomerang. These weapons glimmered with a cold light under the sun, heralding the impending commencement of his training. The windmill technique. 3 blades of the big sword required exceptional skill and precise control. It tested not only the ninja's physical prowess and ninjutsu but also the insight and foresight of the Sharingan. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, allowing his mind to reach a state of clarity. When he opened his eyes again, his single Tomo Sharingan had activated, shimmering with a crimson glow, as if capable of discerning all the secrets of the world. Windmill technique. 3 blades of the big sword. Uchiha Yu whispered, and his body began to spin rapidly, the kunai and boomerang dancing in tandem. His movements accelerated, ultimately forming a blurred vortex, the blades tracing deadly arcs in the air. As he spun, Uchiha Yu hurled the kunai and boomerang one by one. Each weapon moved as if alive, carving eerie trajectories through the air, before swiftly returning to his hand with astonishing speed and force. This was a deadly dance, every motion imbued with lethal intent. With the aid of the Sharingan, Uchiha Yu could perceive the descent of every falling leaf and the movement of each gentle breeze with remarkable clarity. His body reacted almost instinctively, evading the trajectory of the blades while simultaneously seeking an opportunity for counterattack. Suddenly, his figure burst forth from the whirlwind, the boomerang in his hand slicing through the air, aimed at an imagined foe. The weapon traced a flawless arc in the sky before returning to his hand with astonishing speed. Uchiha Yu caught the boomerang with steady precision, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Synchronization ability. All realms received the new ninjutsu. Sharingan windmill, 3 great blades. Brothers, let us survive this abyssal beginning. None shall perish any further. End of chapter. Chapter 16. Defying authority at the break of dawn the following day, Uchiha Yu awakened early, having rested the entire previous day. He sought to engage in training before classes commenced, aiming to find someone to hone his taijutsu skills. First and foremost, he ruled out Yakushi Nanoyu, for battling against a premier spy of the root would grant him little chance of victory. Instead, he desired an easier opponent. Leaping from the balcony, Uchiha Yu swiftly traversed the rooftops and utility poles. As he felt the sweat bead upon his forehead, he finally spotted his destination. Aligned with the prominent clans of Konoha, the Hyuga clan enjoyed far superior privileges, being closer to the heart of the village. As he stepped into the Hyuga territory, a figure with milky white eyes appeared instantaneously atop a nearby roof. This individual was poised in a stance reminiscent of Tai Chi youngster. You are only permitted to walk upon the ground here. Understood, Uchiha Yu replied, extending his arms and gracefully descending to the earth. Additionally, I would like your assistance in locating Hyuga Niji of the branch family. The son of Hizashi? What business do you have with him? After a moment's contemplation, Uchiha raised an eyebrow, stating, "As a member of the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, I wish to challenge the Hyuga clan." At his declaration, the other's demeanor shifted, clearly incensed. Under the influence of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, the animosity between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans had become apparent. Now, a mere child dared to provoke them, challenging the son of Hyuga Hayashi's younger brother, Hizashi. How could such insolence be tolerated? Humph. The Uchiha brat is courting death. Will you assist me in finding him? If not, I shall search every household myself. Ha! Just wait. In an instant, the Hyuga ninja before Uchiha vanished. Yu's fists tightened slightly. If the Chunin of this clan possessed such speed, his great fireball technique would struggle to connect. In this ninja world, being a long-range caster revealed significant vulnerabilities. Even Itachi, with his fragile physique, could stand against the likes of Killer Bee and Naruto after being reanimated. It is worth noting that Killer Bee had once thoroughly bested Sasuke in close combat. As Uchiha pondered, a familiar figure emerged from the distance, gradually becoming clearer. Hyuga Neji approached, accompanied by several clan members. Neji's gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing directly into Uchiha eyes. He halted before Yu, and the air between them seemed to thicken with tension. The gaze of the Hyuga clan members bore down upon them, not merely to support Neji, but to witness the momentous confrontation that would affirm the superiority of the Hyuga over the Uchiha. Uchiha offered no further words. He simply raised his chin slightly, his voice calm yet resonant, cutting through the surrounding silence. "When shall we commence? Rest assured, it is a friendly spar, your life is not at stake." Neji's pupils contracted slightly. His youthful mindset could hardly tolerate such provocation. "We can begin now. I shall break your arm." Haha, how eager. With Neji's words, the surrounding Hyuga clan members began to disperse, forming a circle to provide a stage for the impending duel. Although the battle has yet to commence, an atmosphere of palpable tension has rendered the surrounding air heavy. Hyuga Neji, burdened by resentment toward everything around him due to the branch family and the plight of caged birds, stands resolute. Chihayu, fixated on an inevitable demise that he foresees post-October, harbors an intense obsession with augmenting his strength. When these two face off, it is truly a matter of life or death. They will not relent until a conclusive outcome is reached. Neji's Byakugan flares open, veins pulsating at his temples, his pure white eyes resembling a frigid winter lake, clear yet chilling. Uchiha stands silently, his Sharingan's single tomo revolving slowly within his gaze. The silent clarion of battle has sounded. In an instant, Neji's figure vanishes from sight, leaving only an afterimage behind. Uchiha's Sharingan spins rapidly, capturing each of Neji's movements. At the critical moment, his body instinctively evades to the side, as Neji's gust of wind grazes his cheek, sending a sharp sting through him. Neji's assault descends like a torrential storm, each strike accurately targeting Uchiha's chakra points. His gentle fist technique, enhanced by the Byakugan, becomes extraordinarily precise and lethal. Yet, Uchiha's Sharingan is no mere ornament. His body seems to possess a will of its own, consistently responding with the most accurate reflexes at the most perilous junctures. Neji's gentle fist flows like a relentless stream, while Uchiha's techniques appear somewhat conventional, suggesting a lack of practical experience. However, therein lies the crux of the matter. The onlooking members of the Hyuga clan initially believed this to be a foregone conclusion, many wearing expressions of disdain. Yet, as the battle unfolds, their smiles gradually freeze, replaced by shock and disbelief. Uchiha not only holds his ground against Neji, but at times even forces him to retreat in the face of counterattacks. Uchiha's skills evolve throughout the combat. Under immense pressure, his physique begins to awaken. Each of his strikes becomes more precise, each evasion more fluid. It is as if he has discovered his rhythm in the fray, each assault imbued with an indomitable spirit. Such is the power of the Sharingan, the ability to replicate techniques. Even without the Byakugan's capacity to perceive the chakra points within a ninja's body, the inadvertent mimicry yields significant results. As the battle intensifies, Uchiha delivers a powerful punch to Neji's chest. Neji's Byakugan expands instantaneously, his palm intercepting the blow at the last possible moment. However, Uchiha Yu immediately follows up with another strike. This palm bears a striking resemblance to the initiation of the gentle fist. Niji's pupils constrict. How could this be possible? How does this fellow possess boundless strength? Uchiha Yu certainly does not intend to divulge the existence of the first-tier genetic lock. An extraordinary ability, just as his palm is about to connect with Niji's chin. Almost simultaneously, Uchiha Yu's pupils narrow. His movements shift abruptly as he forms a substitute technique. Boom! As the white smoke dissipates, Niji crouches on the ground, gasping heavily. On the opposite side stood Uchiha Yu, his gaze fiercely fixed upon the man before him, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi. The speed at which he formed his hand seals was remarkable. Otherwise, that strike would have surely landed upon him. You merely stand by and watch as they make a ruckus? Hyuga Hizashi said nonchalantly, turning to address several jounin with a chilling tone. Silence, he commanded, his anger palpable as he waved his hand sharply. All of you are to be confined. He then directed his ire toward Niji, including you. After issuing his orders, an incongruous voice broke the tension. Bullying a child is truly unamusing. Hyuga Hizashi frowned and glanced back, asserting, I am the head of the Hyuga clan and also the elder brother of his father. Is it not my duty to discipline him? That's of no concern to me, Uchiha Yu retorted, his eyes narrowing. I am referring to you bullying this child. Had my hand seals not been executed swiftly, my arm might have been broken. Hyuga Hizashi had not anticipated that the Uchiha youth before him would be so troublesome. Yet, as the leader of his clan, he was well versed in verbal sparring. You should be older than Niji if you are indeed bullying a child. At that moment, the entirety of the universe's realms bore witness to this scene, each pondering how they might respond were they in his position. However, Uchiha Yu refrained from answering. Instead, he turned toward Hyuga Hizashi, hands forming seals with precision, and began to chant incantations. Fire style. Great fireball technique. To launch a great fireball at the head of the Hyuga clan? No, it was 6 consecutive great fireballs. The Sharingan consumed a notable amount of chakra. End of chapter. Chapter 17. The unleashed power of Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Yu stood in the clearing of the Hyuga clan's territory, his figure silhouetted in golden hues by the morning sun. His hands moved swiftly through a series of hand seals, and the chakra within him surged like boiling lava, rapidly converging at his mouth. The Sharingan in his eyes spun with intensity, radiating a fierce crimson light that seemed capable of igniting the very air around him. Fire style. Grand fireball jutsu. Uchiha Yu shouted, as a torrent of scorching chakra erupted from the depths of his throat, coalescing into a massive fireball. This fireball resembled a miniature sun, casting a dazzling orange-red glow, causing the temperature to soar and waves of heat to wash over the area. The fireball shot forth with astonishing speed, hurtling towards its target. Without a moment's pause, Uchiha Yu formed another set of hand seals, conjuring and launching yet another fireball. This relentless barrage continued for 6 consecutive times, creating a breathtaking spectacle as 6 enormous fireballs ascended into the sky. Each fireball blazed like a falling meteor, slicing through the air and leaving bright trails of flame in their wake. They traveled at an incredible velocity, accompanied by a thunderous roar, soaring skyward before exploding in a brilliant display, showering the heavens in a sea of fire, painting the sky in vivid crimson. The surrounding Hyuga clan members were momentarily paralyzed by this sudden onslaught, their eyes wide with shock and fear. They had witnessed the grand fireball jutsu before, but never had they seen such a multitude unleashed at once, especially from a young member of the Uchiha clan. Amidst the continuous flames, Hinata Hayashi appeared atop a rooftop, one hand grasping the stunned Hinata Niji, while the other effortlessly shielded them from the fiery assault. A chakra barrier enveloped him, repelling all flames and leaving both him and Niji unscathed. Yet he remained astonished. Hinata Hayashi gazed at Uchiha Yu, unable to comprehend how the young Uchiha could execute 6 consecutive grand fireball jutsus. Such control and expenditure of chakra were exceedingly rare, even among the Uchiha. A flicker of admiration crossed his eyes, tempered by a thread of caution. He recognized that this young Uchiha would prove to be a formidable adversary for the Hyuga clan in the future. Pirate Fong Yu. Wow, that's incredible, my friend. Stephen Fong. I truly couldn't dare to do such a thing. Master Godfong, you have earned my recognition. At that very moment, 3 factions took note of the unfolding events. In a concealed corner of the Hyuga territory, a root ninja witnessed Uchiha use astonishing display. Hidden in the shadows, astonishment flickered in his eyes as he swiftly retrieved a communication scroll. Whispering his report, a member of the Uchiha clan has unleashed 6 consecutive grand fireball jutsus in the Hyuga territory, targeting Hinata Hayashi, yet he effortlessly blocked them. The caster appears to be no older than 12. In a dimly lit room, the communication scroll before Danzo suddenly illuminated. His fingers lightly caressed the scroll, and after absorbing the report, a shadowy glint flashed in his eyes. Has another prodigious ninja emerged from the Uchiha clan? The voice of Danzo was low and grave, as he continued his watchful surveillance, instructing that any unusual occurrences be promptly reported. Inside the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was observing every corner of the hidden leaf village through a crystal ball. When the magnificent fireball technique of Uchiha Sasuke streaked across the sky, his attention was immediately captivated. The trajectory of the flames was vividly discernible within the crystal orb, resembling a celestial meteor shower illuminating the dawn. Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply as he scrutinized Sasuke's performance, his heart swirling with mixed emotions. Uchiha Sasuke? This young scion of the Uchiha clan has surpassed my expectations, he murmured to himself, rifling through the documents submitted by the Ninja Academy. May your power usher peace to Konoha, rather than calamity. Atop the high tower in the Uchiha compound, members of the security team witnessed this awe-inspiring spectacle. They stood at the pinnacle, their gazes sweeping across the distant rooftops, landing on Uchiha Sasuke. The expressions on their faces were etched with astonishment and trepidation. Is that the boy from the ninja tool shop? How could he possess such formidable fire techniques? Exclaimed a purple-haired kunoichi. A browless ninja, irked by Sasuke's earlier mockery, shot him a furious glare, declaring, "It's him. I would recognize that brat even if he turned to ash." A spark ignited in the purple-haired ninja's eyes. He would undoubtedly become a pillar of the Uchiha clan. You must report this to the clan leader. I refuse to do so, then I shall go. Humph, what's so impressive about you going? It's merely a matter of having a bit more chakra. Flames raged around Uchiha Sasuke, his figure flickering amidst the blaze, as if he were one with the fire itself. His Sharingan glimmered more profoundly and mysteriously in the light of the flames, radiating an indomitable spirit. Standing amidst the sea of fire he had conjured, Sasuke's gaze blazed with intensity as he fixed his stare upon Hyuga Hayashi atop the roof. Now tell me, did I bully a child? Sasuke's voice pierced through the roar of the flames and the howling morning breeze, resonating clearly in Hayashi's ears. Each word struck like a hammer, pounding against Hayashi's heart. Hayashi's expression was intricate. He regarded Sasuke with a flicker of surprise and a reassessment of his previous judgments. He had not anticipated that this young Uchiha possessed such audacity and strength, daring to challenge his authority repeatedly within the Hyuga territory. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. What could he do? Would he dare to unleash his power as a Jonin, as clan leader against this child? If so, the Hyuga clan's reputation would surely be tarnished. Standing nearby, Hyuga Niji's complexion was pale, his eyes wide with shock. He had never envisioned that the Uchiha boy he believed he could easily handle would wield such formidable power. A tumult of complex emotions surged within him. If one does not emerge from the blow dealt by Uchiha, then the 12 guardians of Konoha shall be diminished by 1. Humph! Hinata Hizashi found himself at a loss for how to respond to Uchiha's provocation. All he could manage was a disdainful snort before seizing Niji and vanishing in an instant. The remaining members of the Hyuga clan glared fiercely at Uchiha before retreating in dejection. Tsh, why did they flee? Just as Uchiha was about to depart, he stumbled, crashing onto the warm ground with a resounding thud. Still, it felt somewhat forced. Gritting his teeth, he rose and surveyed the surroundings, noting several factions that had not concealed their presence, silently musing. Having demonstrated my potential, it should not be too difficult to demand further benefits. Grateful for the generous donation of 2,000 points from the moniker "The Devil is my alias," I shall endeavor to provide an additional chapter tomorrow. End of this chapter, Chapter 18. The esteemed Kakashi Ninja School. It has been a month since the new students enrolled, and most children have acclimated to the daily routine of attending school. As they stroll along the pathways, laughter fills the air. Compared to the tedium of home, they find greater solace among their peers at school. Yet, exceptions persist. Uchiha leaps between telephone poles and rooftops, spotting a blonde boy being bullied by older students from a distance. Uzumaki Naruto, the last time you encountered Naruto was at the Ichiraku ramen shop. At that moment, you had yet to regain his memories and merely glanced at the disheveled and unpopular boy. In hindsight, it is evident that Naruto, as the protagonist, endures a vastly different fate compared to Sasuke. What a wretched fellow. That fox demon. Get lost. An arrogant upperclassman sneered. You're nothing but a motherless wretch. Ha ha ha. Orphans like you deserve. Before he could finish, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his wrist. When he looked up again, he was astonished to find his hand firmly gripped by another. Loneliness was not a choice. In truth, many are born without ever meeting their parents, forced to survive alone. Uchiha spoke calmly, while Naruto, lying on the ground, suddenly felt a constriction in his pupils. Indeed, becoming an orphan was not my fault. Why must I be bullied? Damn it! Do you know who I am? Release me at once. As his words fell, a ninja of about 16 or 17 leaped forward, urgently interjecting, "Let him go. He is a royal relative of the Land of Fire. Attending the Leaf Ninja Academy is merely a pastime for him. Release him now. Let him apologize first." Uchiha narrowed his eyes, gazing at the apparent bodyguard. "Let me go, you filthy pauper." It seemed our young noble was oblivious to the harsh realities of being a ninja. Uchiha chose not to elaborate further, exerting more force in his grip. "Ah, it hurts. I apologize." With the apology offered, Uchiha did not hesitate to release his hold. However, the moment he did, the boy drew a shuriken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 shurikens flew towards Uchiha's eyes, but in an instant, clang. The shurikens were expertly deflected by 3 other shurikens. Uchiha glanced towards the distant figure of a masked Umbu operative, his eyes narrowing once again. Indeed, an Umbu was tailing him. "Damn it! Where did you come from?" the young noble shouted, pointing at the Umbu. The Umbu ninja responded sternly, "By order of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, no disturbances are permitted near the academy." How infuriating. "You two, just wait." "Humph. Nato go also. Just wait for me." As he watched the young noble and his entourage depart, Uchiha cast a glance at the Umbu before proceeding into the academy. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki leaped up, exclaiming, "Haha, I truly admire you. Join me as my subordinate. I am none other than Naruto Uzumaki. He. Do you know who I am? What do you say? Come along with me." Naruto incessantly repeated, oblivious to the fact that the senior in front of him was rapidly losing patience. Uchiha clenched his fist and decided to let it go. He ignored Naruto and proceeded to walk ahead. What a peculiar person. Naruto scratched his head, only to be captivated by a girl with a broad forehead, dashing towards her. "Ahahaha. Sakura-chan, you won't believe it. I just recruited an exceptionally talented senior as my little brother. He is amazing. I'll introduce you to him someday." Sakura Haruno, visibly annoyed with Naruto, rolled her eyes. I know, just don't block my way." The assessment for the practice class concluded, and many students advanced to the next phase. Uchiha, carrying his new textbooks, arrived at the classroom, only to be astonished to find the entire corridor devoid of any other presence. Where is the teacher? He glanced at the note in his hand, which clearly indicated the classroom number C31, furrowing his brow. As far as he knew, classrooms in Zone C were designated for graduating classes. The graduating classes had already formed their respective teams last month, so it should be unoccupied. After waiting for what felt like an entire lesson, even the patient Uchiha could no longer endure it. He stood up and kicked the classroom door open. Indeed, it was completely empty inside. Just as he was about to leave, a youth with white hair, yawning and appearing lethargic, appeared at the end of the corridor. So early, Kakashi Hatake showed no intention of apologizing, ignoring Uchiha's expression as he slipped into the classroom. He picked up a piece of chalk, yawned once more, and began to write his name on the blackboard. As he wrote, he made a mistake. Instead of he wrote, which, when translated literally, could be interpreted as something akin to field maggot. What an unreliable fellow, Uchiha, muttered. So you're the one teaching this class. Maggot-sensei? What Maggot-sensei? How dare you speak to your esteemed teacher like that? Kakashi retorted angrily, glancing at his name and hastily erasing it. It's Kakashi Hatake. Alright, Kakashi, but where are the other students in this class? For now, it's just you and me. Kakashi yawned again. This is a class recently established by the third Hokage, designed for the village's exceptional talents, and it's an accelerated graduation class. If Uchiha couldn't comprehend that, he might as well donate his brain. Am I graduating already? What else would it be? Kakashi shot a glance at Uchiha, and 9 years old, with the ability to use the Sharingan and perform 6 fireball jutsus. There's little else for you to learn at the Ninja Academy. Then what can you teach me? Uchiha asked, hands on his hips. I have mastered over 1,000 ninjutsu techniques, thus earning the title of copy ninja. As long as the technique you wish to learn is not forbidden, I am more than capable of instructing you. Why not write the type of ninjutsu you desire to learn on this blackboard? I shall take a brief nap in the meantime. The school bell rang. After spending the entire morning fishing, Kakashi Hatake stretched and awoke. The classroom was devoid of any trace of Uchiha Obito. This kid truly lacks patience. Kakashi flipped his mask inside out, wiping away the drool before finally noticing the content on the blackboard. Upon reading it, he nearly choked on his own saliva. He tilted his head and coughed. Cough, cough, cough. Shadow clone, a technique for sealing vision, water release? What on earth does this kid intend to do? End of chapter, chapter 19. I wish to learn water release within the confines of the Hokage's office. Kakashi Hatake reported to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The art of shadow clones, impervious to the Sharingan's gaze, the water release techniques that counter fire techniques, and even a request for a technique to seal one's field of vision. Kakashi smacked his lips, pondering the boy's origins. Was he truly a Uchiha? What compelled him to seek mastery over techniques that would counter his own? Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff from his pipe, releasing a plume of smoke that twisted in the air, akin to writhing maggots upon his weathered face. He mused, if he were to learn the Flying Thunder God technique as well, I might suspect that Lord Tobarama Senju has returned. After another deep inhalation, he contemplated the boy's unusual desires. At this moment, he waved his left hand gently, and an Umbu ninja, masked and silent, appeared in the room. Third Hokage. Sarutobi nodded slightly, inquiring about the Uchiha boy's recent interactions within his clan. The Umbu responded promptly. Indeed, he had a confrontation with Uchiha Nobu, a member of the security team at the ninja tools shop. The specifics of their argument require further investigation. Meanwhile, atop a distant tower, a browless rogue ninja monitoring Konoha sneezed forcefully. Achoo! Uchiha Nobu rubbed his nose, lamenting his unfortunate predicament. Another cold. Upon hearing the report, the third Hokage nodded, understanding the situation. No wonder the child is acting this way. Perhaps Naruto's affairs have clouded my judgment regarding this precocious youth. He reflected, deciding, forget the investigation. Let it be. With a slight furrow of his brow, he directed Kakashi. Since this boy wishes to learn water release, teach him. Water release? Kakashi hesitated, aware that his mastery of lightning release far surpassed that of water release, and that the Uchiha's chakra affinity also included lightning. To forsake lightning for water seemed a misallocation of potential. Water release techniques were not easily mastered. He might soon wish to pursue another discipline. The third Hokage waved him off. Leave it for now. We shall address matters as they arise. Oh, and he interrupted Kakashi's thoughts with a serious expression. The academy instructors have mentioned concerns regarding the boy's character. You must pay particular attention to this, Kakashi. Kakashi, rarely serious, straightened his posture, acknowledging, understood. I shall take care of it. As sunlight danced upon the shimmering surface of the lake, Uchiha followed Kakashi to the tranquil waterside. Kakashi stood by the lake, his silhouette faintly reflected in the clear water, his gaze calm and focused, contemplating how to impart this intricate ninjutsu to his eager pupil. Water release techniques are not merely an exertion of chakra control. They require a communion with the natural elements. Kakashi's voice was steady and authoritative as he began to elucidate the fundamentals of water release. First, you must feel and understand the flow of water. Only then can you hope to command it. Uchiha gazed intently at the lake's surface, his Sharingan slowly revolving, striving to capture the movement of every droplet. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, sharpening his senses as he endeavored to connect with the waters of the lake. Now, focus on gathering your chakra in your palms, envisioning it as an integral part of the water, and feel its ebb and flow. Kakashi guided him, a hint of anticipation evident in his voice. Uchiha, following Kakashi's direction, began to mobilize the chakra within him, gradually concentrating it in his palms, attuning himself to the pulsations of that energy. A faint blue glow began to emanate from his hands, as the connection between the chakra and the water slowly solidified. Excellent. Now release your chakra into the lake. Do not attempt to control it, but allow it to merge with the water, Kakashi continued to instruct. Uchiha slowly extended his palms towards the surface of the lake, his chakra making contact with the water through his skin. He could feel the lake's chill and its currents, as the chakra gradually blended with the water, establishing a delicate equilibrium. Suddenly, ripples began to form on the lake's surface, concentric waves radiating from Uchiha's palms. He had successfully fused his chakra with the water, influencing its flow. A smile crept onto Kakashi's lips as he recognized Uchiha's potential. Indeed, you have taken the first step. The journey to mastering water release ninjutsu is a long one, requiring continuous practice and introspection. Is it impossible to learn in a single day? Kakashi placed a hand on his forehead. What are you thinking? After a day of synchronizing memories, the group convened. Stephen Fong. Kakashi as a teacher? Is he reliable? Main God Fong undertaking missions with Kakashi could present an opportunity. After careful consideration, Pirate Fong expressed his gratitude to Uchiha. Learning water release must be for my benefit, right? Uchiha did not deny it. Regardless of the power structure in the pirate world or the devil fruits, liberating oneself would constitute a significant enhancement for all of us. Moreover, my primary adversaries are adept at fire release, namely Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. Water release is indeed a wise choice. Alright, Pirate Fong acquiesced, synchronizing his memories with the others. Last time, after Pirate Fong utilized the substitution technique to escape from the executioner Hannibal, he found himself in level 2 of Impel Down, the Beast Hell. This level housed numerous ferocious beasts, and prisoners were perpetually at risk of being attacked. There was no secure refuge here. The threat of monstrous assaults loomed constantly. The survival difficulty was significantly higher than in the Red Lotus Hell. The strength of the prisoners was also considerably greater than that in Red Lotus Hell. With no bounty to his name, Pirate Fong stood out among the crowd. Fortunately, in this chaotic world, one's identity is self-defined. He chose the name Twins, Infinite U. It sounded somewhat convoluted, but upon the utterance of the fictitious bounty of 35 million berries, the other prisoners hesitated to challenge this young man. After all, who would have thought that in this advancing city, there would be a fool running from a higher level to a lower one? Isn't that simply absurd? As for the bounty originating from the naval side, it aligns with the Pirate Fong's own interpretation of Hannibal. This individual, known for his propensity to shift blame whenever he gets into trouble, would relish the idea of seeing his colleagues dismissed, reveling in the notion of being the sole commander. It would indeed be surprising if he were to report the escape of a prisoner himself. Thus, after several days, apart from dodging the great animal migration twice daily, the Pirate Fong found his circumstances to be somewhat more favorable than those in the Red Lotus Hell. Upon reviewing the experiences of the Pirate Fong, the others collectively exhaled in relief. Sharing a singular soul, they could not bear to witness any of their companions suffer, nor could they tolerate the threat to their lives. Regrettably, the most perilous among them was currently facing a predicament that the three Fong could scarcely assist with. My apologies, but water escape techniques are proving to be more challenging than I anticipated. Even with the activation of the genetic lock coupled with the Sharingan, I am unable to master the simplest water technique, murmured Uchiha in the space. The main deity Fong immediately gestured reassuringly. Fear not, I shall not perish on this journey. After 10 days of rigorous training, the main deity Fong's combat experience had reached a level of unparalleled expertise. Once he had shared his combat prowess with the others, He felt a sense of ease. Until the next horror film reincarnation emerged, communication would temporarily cease. The penalty for the death of a member is a reward of 1,000 points. At present, I possess none. Therefore, should circumstances permit, I shall reserve some points to exchange for chakra. In the meantime, you all should strive to improve swiftly. With those words, a voice resonated in the main deity Feng Yu's mind. Enter the light column within 1 minute. Transfer target locked. Alien. Contract. End of this chapter. Chapter 20. Seeking support in the dead of night in a state of half-dreaming, Feng Yu reflected upon numerous matters, transitioning to a higher education, seeking employment, facing unemployment, acquiring small loans to learn programming, searching for jobs, and then encountering unemployment once more. This cyclical struggle spanned many years, leaving him unaccomplished as he approached his 30s. He vividly recalled the moment he encountered a system notification while crafting a novel in the stillness of the night, which posed a profound inquiry. Do you wish to truly live? Do you seek to comprehend the essence of life? Alarms blared incessantly, causing a throbbing headache for Feng Yu. In the instant of his awakening, he clasped his hands together, bracing himself for the unforeseen circumstances that lay ahead. All crew members, upon hearing the blaring sirens, were instructed to promptly proceed to the outer chamber. The urgency of the directive left Feng Yu perplexed as he gently pushed open the hatch before him, tensing his body and sitting upright. Once seated, he surveyed his surroundings, discovering that the interior of the chamber was far more intricate and chaotic than he had anticipated. The space was filled with individuals who had just roused from slumber, their expressions clouded with confusion, their eyes reflecting an innate fear and trepidation towards the unfamiliar environment. Most of these faces were unfamiliar to Feng Yu. They donned identical white uniforms, clearly members of the ship's crew. Rows of transparent nutrient solution pods lined the chamber's walls, each containing the submerged forms of human figures. These figures, missing limbs, had evidently been stripped of their autonomy, their presence casting a sinister and eerie pall over the entire chamber. The silhouettes suspended within the nutrient solution appeared as though they were forsaken experimental subjects, their eyes vacant and devoid of awareness, as if they had long since lost their connection to the external world. A chill coursed through Feng Yu as he fathomed the grim reality that these might be the abominable creations of the breeding team, human hybrids. Astonishingly, he found himself immersed in the narrative of Alien, Covenant, where these hybrids had devolved into such wretched beings. It was both rational and lamentable. He rose cautiously, sidestepping the awakening crew members, some of whom had begun to grasp the gravity of their predicament, their faces betraying expressions of horror and anxiety. The urgent alarm echoed throughout the chamber, while the red lights reflected eerily off the nutrient pods, amplifying the urgency of the scene. Was this not merely a single cabin? As Feng Yu scanned the area, he found no trace of the 3 abominable beings, unwittingly releasing a sigh of relief. Confronting those seasoned by at least 4 horror films, his chances of survival seemed to dwindle to naught. He had initially planned to escape using a substitution technique upon awakening, but now it seemed unnecessary. No matter how vast the ship was, it merely comprised a handful of small rooms. Furthermore, he need not fear any aggression from the breeding team trio. Raising his wrist, Feng Yu glanced at the information displayed on the reincarnation watch. Time: Year 2104. Location: the Covenant. You are one of the 35 crew members aboard the Covenant, tasked with transporting 6,000 colonists to a habitable planet. Each crew member's life is worth 100 reward points. Additional rewards are granted based on the number of surviving crew members upon completion. However, the death of any crew member will result in a deduction of existing reward points, and insufficient points upon returning to the plaza will lead to the erasure of that unit. Essential objectives include entering the engineer planet, witnessing the birth of the first alien, protecting the protagonist. Daniels. The original 15 crew members from the film have now expanded to 35, elevating the horror level to an astounding 20-person dungeon. Among the crew, 3 members of the breeding team coldly observed the awakening of the remaining newcomers in another cabin. DeChong spat contemptuously. Damn it, we have to carry this bunch of trash through a horror film? Is there any way we can get rid of them first? Calm down, strong brother. Air Nyo replied through gritted teeth. We are all crew members. We can't act against the newcomers in front of the protagonist. The mission is already complicated enough. 35 of us means 3,500 points. My werewolf lineage could exchange for another skill. All you think about is money. Have you considered how high the difficulty is for a 20-person dungeon? Damn it! Dechong slammed his fist against the seat, lamenting, what happened to the 700 points from the Curse of Kayako? Losing an arm or a leg only costs 10 points. 3,500 points. Plus those 3 tasks, we might even kill 2 aliens. We'll definitely make a fortune from this horror film. Nyo licked his lips, envisioning the rewards. If each of those 20 meat pigs can bring back 3,000 points, how much do we each get? After a period of silence, the alluring yet venomous Meng Yao finally moved. She traced a deep white mark on the transparent protective chamber's glass with her sharp blade, impatiently cursing, "Pig brain. What? Why are you cursing me again?" Nyo retorted, though he seemed somewhat unwilling to argue further. The difficulty of a 20-person team dungeon is exceedingly high. Meng Yao vented her frustration by scratching the glass, the harsh sound quite unpleasant. She raised her gaze and locked eyes with a robust tattooed man who had just awakened beside her, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in her eyes. They needed to find a way to leave this group behind on the engineer planet. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly become vessels for the main god to incubate aliens. Indeed, Dechong exclaimed, truly the sage of our team, quick-witted as always. He leered at Meng Yao's black stockings before quickly averting his gaze. Let us just abandon these newcomers on the engineer planet. Nyo, puzzled, asked, why would we leave them? They're all money. Meng Yao, infuriated, snapped, you pig brain. You truly are a pig brain. High rewards come with high risks. Do you think it's easy to keep so many alive until we clear the dungeon? Last time in Juon we nearly wiped out. We were left with only 4. The team was too large. There was no way to breed them all. Nyo continued to inquire, what reason shall we invoke? Damn it! What does it matter what reason it is? Dechong, in a fit of rage, rose to his feet, aiming his desert eagle at them, daring anyone to step onto the boat. His voice resonated loudly enough to rouse the remaining newcomers who had yet to awaken. The members of the Reincarnators occupied 2 adjacent rooms, and before long, the newcomers had gathered together. The arduous task of counting heads fell to Nyo. Due to the nature of their mission, he could not directly confront the newcomers, so he had to suppress his temper and enforce discipline. 11, 12. As Nyo reached the final count, he paused slightly, taken aback by the man before him who was smiling at him. However, he quickly regained his composure and turned away after completing the count. 13. Having finished tallying the numbers, Nyo reported to Meng Yao. At that moment, Meng Yao was preoccupied with a conversation with the female lead, Danielis, and had not paid any attention to the situation within the team. She waved her hand dismissively, indicating her understanding. Today is my birthday. Oh, I seek your support for the 3rd update. As the month draws to a close, if you have any spare monthly tickets, please bestow one upon me. End of chapter, chapter 21. The reincarnation team in an unexpected turn of events. The typical scenario where new recruits in the reincarnation team vehemently refuse to believe they are in the realm of the main deity, insisting they have been abducted and preparing to create chaos, did not unfold. This might be attributed to the circumstances surrounding them. As a group of newcomers leaned against the window, gazing into the endless expanse of the cosmos, their hearts, once filled with trepidation, ultimately succumbed to despair. They clustered by the window, peering through the reinforced glass at the vast, boundless universe outside. Stars twinkled in the night sky, yet their inner turmoil continued to swell. How is this even possible? A young woman's voice trembled as her hands gripped the window frame tightly, her knuckles turning white with exertion. Look at those stars. How far are we from Earth? A burly man's tone carried a hint of desperation as his gaze drifted across the starry heavens, seemingly searching for the familiar blue planet, yet finding only an alien sea of stars. How are we supposed to return? A middle-aged man's voice was laden with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his eyes betraying a profound fear of the unknown. Shut up. Everyone just shut up. A sharp voice pierced the murmurs within the cabin, as a frail man waved his arms excitedly. We must find a way out. We cannot simply sit here and wait for doom. The atmosphere in the cabin grew increasingly tense, the newcomers' anxiety and panic permeating the air. Some began to curse, venting their inner turmoil and anger. I want to go home. I want to see my family. A woman cried, her voice choked by suppressed panic. Are we dreaming? This must be a nightmare. A young man muttered to himself, his gaze vacant, seemingly unwilling to accept the reality before him. Feng Yu quietly observed the unfolding scene, understanding that these newcomers needed time to grasp this harsh reality. They had been abruptly torn from their familiar world and thrust into an unknown cosmic realm. A transformation so monumental it could induce panic and unrest in anyone. Contrary to expectations, the seasoned members were not leading the group. Niu, De Chong, and Meng Yao, members of the breeding team, appeared indifferent to the newcomers. In an instant, Feng Yu comprehended their intentions. They intended to betray their comrades. The challenges within the realm of the main deity escalated with the increase in member count. Meng Yao and her companions believed their breeding team consisted of 7 members. But in reality, Feng Yu had secretly utilized De Chong's points to restore his body and discreetly opened a door to hide, thus forming an actual team of 8. In the horror film Alien, Covenant, the group was supplemented to 20 members. The main deity was evidently intent on reducing their numbers. This was a punishment for the breeding team. Death must be employed to cleanse the entire squad. The difficulty level was extraordinarily high. It would surely not resemble the trivial skirmishes with a single alien as depicted in the original narrative. It was highly likely that what lay ahead was no. A woman's scream suddenly captured everyone's attention. A short-haired woman gazed in despair at the flaming stasis pod, utterly powerless to intervene. Within the pod lay Jacob, the captain of the vessel Covenant and the beloved of the female protagonist, Danny's. The flames consumed the pod completely, purifying it. As the hatch finally burst open, the onlookers beheld a charred corpse being lifted out and placed upon the ground. The intense stench and the acrid smell caused a profound discomfort both psychologically and physiologically among the crowd. Danny's rushed to the body, weeping uncontrollably. Witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, the newly arrived team, who had previously clung to a glimmer of hope, fell silent. Indeed, there was an uncanny resemblance between Danny's and a boy with yellow hair, dressed like a high school student, who stared at her in a daze, recognizing her face. How could it be that they were in the cosmos, and yet this familiar visage appeared? If it were merely a prank, how could they have enlisted the services of a Hollywood star? It was utterly unreasonable. His words finally jolted the newcomers into awareness. At this moment, their only thoughts revolved around how to survive this horror film. Everything else was inconsequential. I am truly sorry. Danny's, a resolute figure, stepped forward. He was the synthetic human, Walter. As he recounted the situation to the film crew, the members of the reincarnation team perked up, for he was narrating their plight. While I was deploying the solar sails for charging, I encountered a neutrino burst that impacted the ship, which is why the alarm was triggered. The first officer, Ola, had automatically assumed the role of captain. He approached Danny's, intending to comfort her with a pat on the back, only to have her rise and retreat to her quarters, sobbing. The tasks following the incident were swiftly allocated. The assignments given to the rookie reincarnators mostly involved trivial matters, yet many struggled to comprehend even these. Damn it! How could the company have deemed this bunch of novices suitable for colonial crew? Ola muttered under his breath as he resumed his duties. Once the characters from the film began their activities, the newcomer team congregated. We must ensure that these foolish movie characters do not return to Earth. Indeed, we cannot allow them to venture toward that planet inhabited by xenomorphs. As discussions unfolded, a leader emerged. A middle-aged man sporting a goatee named Wan Wei. According to his own claims, he was an executive managing a team of 500, making him a reasonable choice for captain. He stroked his goatee thoughtfully, tapping his fingers on the table in silence. Feng Yu noticed the amused glances from 3 aquaculture team members, finding the situation somewhat ludicrous. It was a rare sight to see seasoned individuals observing while the newcomers deliberated. No, we cannot alter the course. After a lengthy contemplation, Wan Wei voiced his thoughts. What? Are you serious? We cannot change the course? You want us to collectively march to our deaths on that xenomorph planet? Shouted a woman in a red scarf, looking as if she had just disembarked from a tour bus. The volume was overwhelming, the sound piercing. Did you not notice the tasks displayed on our watches? Wan Wei raised his hand, proclaiming that high risks yield high rewards. Now that we have arrived here, we must find ways to elevate ourselves. What are you saying? Are you out of your mind? If you wish to go, then by all means. I shall not accompany you. The auntie, notoriously difficult to deal with, left Ruan Wei at a loss for words. The noise was unbearable. Suddenly, a shadow rushed in. Before anyone could react, the boisterous auntie was sent flying. With a thud. Ah! The auntie clutched her bleeding head, bewildered as she surveyed her surroundings. She felt as if something had flashed before her eyes, and then she found herself thrown to this spot. The newcomers stared in astonishment at the sudden appearance of Dechong, utterly dumbfounded. Only Fong Yu kept his hat pulled low, refusing to look up. Allow me to introduce myself, Dechong said, loosening his cuffs.
Iam da Qiang, assasonet veteran.
As he spoke, his gaze locked onto Ruan Wei, the leader selected by the newcomers. Pausing for a moment, he continued, I am the captain of this team. This declaration rendered Ruan Wei a mere jester in comparison. Dechong relished the attention, the awe-filled gazes of the crowd. Clearing his throat, he added, What I am about to say must not be contradicted, or you shall face a fate akin to that of that poor soul. He suddenly raised his voice, causing pain to resonate through the ears of his listeners. Do you hear me? The newcomers nodded silently, hesitant to speak further. Ruan Wei, despite his inner reluctance, shrank back, straining to listen attentively. Meanwhile, Fong Yu quietly calculated the force behind Dechong's recent punch. End of chapter. Chapter 22. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Duke, a vagrant by circumstance. Greetings to you all. I am Nyo. His voice carries a hint of awkwardness, evidently unaccustomed to this gentle treatment of newcomers. In times past, he was a master of slicing fruit, wielding a knife with such precision that he could reduce newcomers to mere sticks. Now, he finds himself having to patiently explain the intricacies of the reincarnation space to a group of elderly folks and students. For Nyo, this is sheer torment. He rambled on aimlessly, and upon receiving a reward of 100 points, a privilege reserved for seasoned participants, he fell silent, ceasing to speak. Thank goodness. Among the crowd, a girl with green hair meticulously rephrased Nyo's explanation, stating thus, We are to complete the trials of each horror film. The more perilous the situation, the greater the rewards. She glanced at Dechong, who had just demonstrated his strength, adding, In due time we too may become as powerful as him. Enlightenment dawned upon the group. A burly man with an unkempt beard rose, slapping his thigh in excitement. Damn it, I was already tired of living. Now, this is splendid. Such an opportunity is rare indeed. He faltered mid-sentence, and it was Ruan Wei who interjected, Engineer Planet. Yes, Engineer Planet. The burly man rubbed his hands together. Thus, our chances of becoming superhumans and attaining immortality have increased significantly. In the face of mundane lives, each individual present shared a similar sentiment. Even the elderly woman who had just been sent sprawling by Dechong's punch, despite her daily drudgery of caring for grandchildren, found herself weary. One day, while dusting her grandson's computer desk, she stumbled upon a yes-no prompt and clicked it, leading her to the main divine space. Nyo's exaggerated claims misled this group of newcomers into believing that the horror film reincarnation was a simple undertaking. Naturally, for someone like Nyo, a member of the cultivation team, the rewards from a horror film far exceeded those of ordinary reincarnators, yielding 4 to 5 times the profit. His overwhelming power made his descriptions deceptively simple, yet he refrained from revealing the truth. Had he recounted the harrowing events he endured in the Grudge, it is likely that this group would have promptly demanded a return to Earth. From the film Alien Covenant, our greatest adversary appears to be the bioengineer David. The green-haired girl continued, The difficulty is not high. It likely serves as a transitional film for newcomers. Nyo was left bewildered. The task of persuasion entrusted to him by Dechong was flawlessly executed through the articulate words of this clever girl. Meanwhile, Fong Yu, nestled in a corner, smiled silently. With each reincarnation, the team would refresh various professions, roles, and duties, common types such as strength-based, technical, and agile. However, the wise ones were a rarity. Yet, it was evident that this green-haired girl was anything but ordinary. She had never contemplated why the overseer went to such lengths to gather so many individuals into a terrifying cycle of horror. 35 crew members, equipped with modern weaponry, would easily overpower any alien adversary. In truth, the Overseer's realm does not merely test the reincarnation team based on the content depicted in the original films. It often adjusts the difficulty automatically. Even if the film they were in was titled SpongeBob's Great Adventure, the Overseer could transform Squidward into a Cthulhu-like creature. Within the Overseer's domain, there are no horror films that can be passed with mere complacency. Well then, since this so-called Overseer has brought us together, we shall henceforth be teammates. The green-haired, short-haired beauty smiled at everyone and introduced herself. I am Xiao Yi Hui, of Sino-Japanese descent. The chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. So were you speaking in Chinese or Japanese just now? A blonde asked, covering her mouth. In Japanese, Xiao Yi Hui replied, nodding her head, reminiscent of a typical person from Neon. No wonder I always felt like your speech occasionally lagged. It's quite fascinating. I can actually understand you. Ernyo, rarely one to explain, added, in the Overseer's realm, whatever language you speak, even dialects, will automatically be converted into a language everyone can comprehend. How wonderful! Xiao Yi Hui clapped her hands in delight. Now I no longer have to learn Chinese. Observing her radiant smile, Fong Yu's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Dream Yao. Though Dream Yao wore a smile, the underlying murderous intent in her eyes was unmistakable. The Na'vi Xiao Yi Hui had indeed stumbled upon a fortuitous moment. Had the others not been crew members but rather ordinary citizens, she would have likely met her demise upon uttering her second sentence, courtesy of Dream Yao. After showcasing his strength, De Chong seemed to impose no further restrictions on the newcomers. He quietly sat beside Dream Yao, murmuring something under his breath. Fong Yu, curious to listen but wary of exposure, refrained from leaning in. Ruan Wei, eager to regain his former prestige, beckoned Xiao Yi Hui aside for a brief conversation. Before long, Ruan Wei and Xiao Yi Hui returned to the group, using her voice to express his thoughts. Let us all introduce ourselves, including our professions and specialties, so I can assign the most suitable tasks for each of you. Upon hearing this, Dream Yao could no longer contain herself. She blinked at De Chong, realizing that this newcomer intended to take control of the team. What did it matter? Newcomers claiming to be reincarnators were merely ordinary people. They had never handled firearms and were inferior to any interstellar colonists depicted in films. De Chong spat in disdain, thinking that if they were a nuisance, they could simply be eliminated. 1,000 points were inconsequential. Why bother killing? Just sever their legs and let them fend for themselves, Dream Yao whispered, her tone as casual as if discussing whether to dispose of sunflower seed shells in the dry or wet trash bin. Now it's your turn. After Ruan Wei introduced himself as a corporate executive and Xiao Yi Hui as a dancing internet broadcaster, the introductions continued. Xiao Yi Hui's gaze fell upon Fong Yu in the corner. Duke, unemployed at home. Fong Yu offered no further words, responding succinctly with 4 characters. Is that so? Xiao Yi Hui continued to scrutinize Fong Yu, inquiring, what are your specialties? Your strengths? Your interests? Once bound by a 9-to-5 routine, he had since succumbed to the allure of novels. Fong Yu lowered the brim of his hat and answered once more. Understood. Xiao Yi Hui clapped her hands, announcing, now that everyone has introduced themselves. Oh wait, there's one more over there. Previously, De Chong had completed his introduction and Ernyo had spoken as well. Xiao Yi Hui, rather recklessly, shifted her attention to Meng Yao's face. Hey, that girl is calling for you. De Chong wore an expression of amusement, as if watching a performance. Meng Yao appeared unperturbed, offering Xiao Yi Hui a harmless smile as she said, how coincidental. I too am in a profession that serves men, much like you. Unabashed, Xiao Yi Hui seemed rather thrilled to discover a fellow practitioner. She rushed forward, grasping Meng Yao's hand. Sister, are you also a dance streamer? Meng Yao smiled, her laughter chilling. I am indeed, specifically targeting wealthy men over 60. She drew out a knife, pointing it at Xiao Yi Hui's face, and continued, the Black Widow. End of chapter. Chapter 23. Seeking support in the twilight, the second ninjutsu. The technique of Senju Tobarama? Sunlight streamed through the treetops, cascading upon a serene waterfall outside the hidden leaf village, where water splashed and a rainbow arched above, creating a picturesque scene. Uchiha Yu stood beneath the waterfall, allowing the icy water to surge against his body. He was endeavoring to harness his chakra, delving into the foundational principles of water release ninjutsu. Amidst the roaring sound of the waterfall, Uchiha formed hand seals, his eyes shut tightly as he attuned himself to the strength and rhythm of the flowing water. Beneath his closed eyelids, his Sharingan slowly whirled, seemingly mimicking the movement of water. A faint blue light began to emanate from his palms, establishing a connection between his chakra and the water. He attempted to release chakra into the stream, striving to merge his essence with the flow. Not far away, on a sturdy branch of a tree, Kakashi Hatake reclined leisurely. In his hands, he held a book titled Make Out Paradise, occasionally flipping through its pages, engrossed in the world within. His gaze would intermittently drift from the pages to Uchiha beneath the waterfall, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Whenever Uchiha successfully directed the water or stumbled in his attempts, Kakashi would nod slightly or let out a soft sigh. He refrained from intervening immediately, instead allowing Uchiha ample space to explore and learn, only offering guidance at pivotal moments. As time passed, Uchiha gradually grasped the essentials of water release ninjutsu, his control over chakra becoming increasingly adept, and the water he commanded growing ever more powerful. Kakashi closed his copy of Make Out Paradise, nimbly leaping down from the tree, ready to provide Uchiha with further instruction. Indeed, Uchiha, your progress is more rapid than I anticipated, Kakashi remarked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Next, we can attempt some more complex water release techniques. What are they? Uchiha exclaimed with unexpected excitement. This was his second legitimate ninjutsu learned, aside from the body replacement technique. Amidst the clamor of the waterfall, Kakashi stood with hands clasped behind his back, lightly stepping upon the water's surface, as though he were one with nature. His voice was calm and resonant, penetrating the sound of the water, clearly reaching Uchiha's ears. Before you learn, you must first understand a fundamental principle. His gaze pierced through the layers of mist, settling on Uchiha. The water release technique stems from a profound mastery of water affinity chakra. Kakashi's tone turned serious as he continued. It is not merely an offensive ninjutsu. Compared to fire release, it is often employed defensively. Kakashi began to stroll slowly upon the water's surface, the waves gently rippling beneath his feet. Ninjas utilize the manipulation of surrounding moisture to perform water release techniques. With gentle gestures of his hands, he seemed to inscribe invisible seals in the air, as the water molecules around him responded to his summons, forming delicate streams of water. However, Kakashi's voice carried a hint of nostalgia as he spoke of truly exceptional water-style ninjas, who, even in arid lands, could summon the form of water through the sheer force of chakra. Was it the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, the master of water jutsu in a waterless realm? Uchiha posed the question. Yes and no, the second Hokage stands as one of the most renowned representatives, alongside the second and fourth Mizukage. Yet, in a rather shameless manner, Kakashi pointed to himself, proclaiming, I can do it too. Uchiha rolled his eyes in response, conceding, all right, we get it, you're impressive, Kakashi-sensei. So, which technique will you teach me? Watch closely. With Kakashi's command, his figure lightly tapped the surface of the water and leaped backward, creating distance between himself and Uchiha. His hands formed seals with such remarkable speed that they were nearly imperceptible. Before Uchiha could discern the exact number of seals, Kakashi had already completed his jutsu. Upon finishing the hand signs, a powerful chakra erupted from within him, surging toward the water's surface beneath the waterfall. This chakra seemed almost alive, merging swiftly with the flowing water, unleashing an astonishing force. The water's surface began to undulate violently, as if drawn by an unseen power, forming a colossal wall of water. The water wall rose rapidly, resembling a crystalline barrier shooting straight from the lakebed to the heavens, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Its surface sparkled with ripples yet remained remarkably solid, seemingly capable of withstanding any assault. This is it. The water release, water barrier, a B-rank defensive ninjutsu created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities and spectacular visual effects. Uchiha stood awestruck, gazing at the magnificent scene before him. He had not anticipated that Kakashi would teach him such an advanced technique right from the outset. The commotion and visual spectacle of this jutsu far surpassed his expectations, elevating his understanding of water-style ninjutsu to an entirely new level. Is this truly the essence of water-style ninjutsu? Uchihayu's voice trembled slightly, his eyes glimmering with excitement and longing. Kakashi, positioned on the other side of the water barrier, appeared even more enigmatic and powerful against its backdrop. His voice resonated clearly through the barrier, reaching Uchihayu's ears. Indeed, this is the water barrier. It not only defends against physical attacks but can also withstand a portion of ninjutsu attacks. Now, unleash your great fireball technique. Before Kakashi could finish his sentence, Uchihayu swiftly formed hand signs. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The great fireball soared like a blazing comet, slicing through the air with a scorching tail, crashing into the water barrier. The wall rippled under the impact of the fireball, and the collision of flames and water produced a hissing sound, enveloping the area in a veil of mist. Yet, despite the immense power of the great fireball, the water barrier stood firm, unwavering like an impregnable fortress, successfully repelling the attack. The flames of the fireball dissipated against the water wall, transforming into wisps of azure smoke, while the water barrier stood resolute and unyielding. Kakashi, positioned on the opposite side of the water formation, wore a faint smile of satisfaction. This defensive ninjutsu, executed through his mastery of water release, proved formidable even against a ninja from the Uchiha clan, known for their frequent use of the great fireball technique. Moreover, the caster was merely a child. Just as Kakashi prepared to continue his instruction, Uchihayu showed no intention of relenting. His hands swiftly formed seals once more, 3 times in succession, each accompanied by a low incantation, as 3 fireballs relentlessly struck the water barrier. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Each impact intensified the ripples of the water barrier, thickening the steam around it. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, astonished by Uchihayu's control over chakra and the speed of his ninjutsu execution. Under the relentless assault of the 3 fireballs, the water barrier finally reached its limit. With the last powerful strike, the wall collapsed dramatically, scattering countless droplets that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. Uchihayu gazed at the fallen water barrier, a triumphant smile gracing his face. However, before his smile could fully blossom, a figure appeared behind him like a specter. Kakashi swiftly seized Uchihayu, lifting him upside down, his voice tinged with reproach. "Young one, must you strike so fiercely against your teacher?" Hanging upside down, Uchihayu wore an awkward expression but managed to muster a smile. No, Kakashi-sensei. I merely wish to test the extent of this technique's defensive capabilities against the Great Fireball." Defending against the Great Fireball, Kakashi squinted, pondering silently. What had that browless genin done to provoke this exceptionally gifted child? Chapter 24. The Double Tomo. Alright, it's time to rest. You should head back now, Kakashi remarked, observing the exhausted Uchihayu with a resigned shake of his head, muttering to himself, what on earth has that browless Uchiha done to make this boy work so tirelessly? Uchihayu sequentially formed hand seals, yet each time he attempted to complete the sequence, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, unable to fully manifest the required seals. His chakra's connection with water was growing increasingly tenuous. In simpler terms, he was simply fatigued. Let us return for now. We have a mission tomorrow. This statement prompted the stubborn Uchihayu to pause his actions. Where are we going for this mission? He inquired. That's not for you to pry into, Kakashi replied, stretching lazily. See you at the Hokage building tomorrow at 8. With that, he departed, leaving Uchihayu to murmur to himself, understood, we'll meet after lunch at the Hokage building. Upon his return to the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchihayu was about to head home when his body stiffened. He activated his Sharingan and looked up to find a purple-haired ninja squatting on his balcony, staring directly at him. The clan leader is looking for you. Uchihayu had anticipated this. Having learned under the capable hands of Kakashi, a subordinate of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it would be unusual for Uchiha Fugaku to overlook him. 5 minutes later, Uchihayu followed Uchiha Fugaku to a side room for a heart-to-heart discussion. Outside the room, Uchiha Sasuke peered in, eavesdropping. Clan leader, Uchiha Yu slightly bowed. It was difficult to refuse the Hokage's orders, but regardless of how he was nurtured, his surname would always be Uchiha. He straightened, declaring, "Wherever I go, as long as these eyes remain, I will remember my mission, my identity. I am Uchiha Yu, a member of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Fugaku sighed in relief and gestured for Uchiha Yu to take a seat. "Excellent. I did not misjudge you. Always remember your identity." Uchiha Yu bowed once more. Uchiha Fugaku intended to exchange a few more pleasantries, but Uchiha Yu looked at him with eager eyes. "Clan leader, I have mastered the great sword of the windmill. Could you provide me with some guidance on genjutsu?" When genjutsu is mentioned, many immediately think of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui. Next in line would be the so-called masters of illusion, like the Konoha Jonin Yuhi Kurinai, who was defeated by Itachi in an instant. However, in this current timeline, the foremost ninja in genjutsu is neither Itachi nor Kurinai, but rather Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader seated before Uchiha Yu. In Itachi's memories, the one dubbed as the Evil Eye Uchiha Fugaku had once made him break into a cold sweat with his genjutsu. This serves to demonstrate that Fugaku's skills in illusion are formidable, perhaps even surpassing those of Itachi. If it weren't for Fugaku's lack of intent to harm his own son, the massacre of the clan might have devolved into a mere father-son conflict. Seeking guidance on genjutsu from a ninja like Fugaku is undoubtedly a wise move. To be continued. 1-2. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly at Yu's request. "You must always remember that as a member of the Uchiha clan, genjutsu is an essential skill for us." Uchiha Yu, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Fugaku's words, hastily declared his unwavering loyalty to the Uchiha clan. "Very well," Fugaku replied, casting a fleeting glance at Uchiha Yu. The so-called illusion began to take hold. Fugaku's voice, deep and resonant, struck each word like a hammer upon Uchiha Yu's heart. Yet, in that moment of intense focus, Uchiha Yu failed to realize that his consciousness was gradually succumbing to an imperceptible illusion. His vision blurred, and when clarity returned, he found himself standing in a dark, damp cell. In the corner of the cell lay a skeletal figure, ensnared by sea stone, eerily reminiscent of his own form. An inexplicable fear surged within Uchiha Yu. He yearned to flee but found himself unable to move. Suddenly, the skeletal remains began to transform, its face morphing to mirror Uchiha Yu's likeness, the hollow eye sockets seemingly gazing into his very soul. Terrified, Uchiha Yu screamed, finally gaining the ability to move as he stumbled out of the cell. He dashed into the corridor, flanked by countless sealed jars, each containing something that writhed within. Swallowing hard, he mustered the courage to investigate, only to discover that each jar housed his own body, grotesquely transformed into a living corpse, immobile and voiceless. Overcome with horror, Uchiha Yu collapsed to the ground, feeling a searing pain in his hands. To his astonishment, black flames engulfed his hands. Amaterasu, the legendary, unquenchable fire. Looking up, his blood ran cold as he beheld two familiar, terrifying figures, Uchiha Obito, unmasked, and Uchiha Itachi, his Sharingan activated. Their gazes were cold and merciless, as if they were scrutinizing a prey on the brink of demise. Uchiha Yu was engulfed by an unprecedented despair. His body trembled as fear consumed his spirit. At that moment, a sharp snap disrupted his thoughts, and his surroundings shifted abruptly to the bustling streets of New York. Just as he believed he had escaped, he noticed that some of the people around him were turning to dust, their expressions filled with terror and helplessness. A deeper dread enveloped Uchiha Yu as he felt his own body becoming lighter, glancing down to see his feet also beginning to disintegrate into dust. He looked up at the sky, where a colossal fissure had appeared, revealing an abyss of darkness. His body continued to ascend, feeling his strength rapidly deplete. Ultimately, he dissolved into a wisp of dust, vanishing into thin air. Uchiha Yu's consciousness traversed the spectrum of fear, despair, and finally, utter void within the illusion. Struggling to open his eyes, Uchiha Yu's heart raced. To his astonishment, he found himself back in his own bed. By the balcony stood a purple-haired Uchiha Kunoichi. "You have finally awakened," she remarked. "How long have I been asleep?" Uchiha Yu inquired, pressing a hand against his aching forehead. "Awake," He realized that merely 10 minutes had elapsed since he had fallen under the enchantment, returning home. In this moment, Uchiha grasped the vast chasm that lay between his freshly graduated status from the ninja academy and the formidable prowess of shadow-level warriors. As he watched the violet-haired ninja depart, Uchiha clenched his teeth and rose from his bed, making his way to the bathroom. After splashing water on his face, he lifted his gaze to the mirror. Due to overwhelming tension, his Sharingan had yet to revert. The allure of his double Tomo eyes was undeniable. He muttered to himself before returning to his bedroom and lying down upon the bed. But scarcely had he closed his eyes when he found himself propelled off the bed. Racing back to the mirror, he fixated on his own eyes. 2. Double Tomo? End of chapter. Chapter 25. Reduction of personnel. Uchiha stood before the mirror, his eyes reflecting the dual Tomo Sharingan. These two Tomo were far more intricate than the single Tomo, forming a unique pattern around his pupils, resembling two intertwined flames, akin to the twin stars twinkling in the night sky. The Sharingan has long been known to evolve under intense stimuli. For instance, on the night of the Uchiha massacre, Sasuke awakened his single Tomo, and during Team 7's mission in the Land of Waves, upon witnessing Naruto being attacked by Haku, he, in a fit of rage, activated another Tomo. However, Uchiha did not anticipate that merely being subjected to Uchiha Fugaku's Genjutsu could stimulate his eyes to unlock the dual Tomo. It seems my obsession with life is too profound. Even witnessing the demise of countless worlds in a Genjutsu is utterly intolerable. The dual Tomo Sharingan is swifter and more potent than its single counterpart. Moreover, in the realm of ninjutsu replication, the feats achievable with the dual Tomo far surpass those attainable by the single Tomo throughout one's lifetime. Consequently, as he endeavored to learn the B-rank ninjutsu, water release, water barrier, he found the task considerably eased. Synchronize. Uchiha promptly synchronized his enhanced Sharingan with all the counterparts across the cosmos. Within mere seconds, the pirate counterpart excitedly sent a congratulatory message. Brother, this is incredible. Just a few days, and you've evolved from a single to a dual Tomo. Am I on the verge of using Amaterasu? Uchiha smiled without uttering a word, while Stephen Fong chimed in. Every Fong harbored dreams of summoning Susanoo. Then I shall do my utmost. Uchiha replied with a wry smile. After a brief silence, the pirate counterpart murmured, the main god space can sever our connection. I wonder if the synchronization ability will still work. Achoo! On a cerulean planet, the main god Fong Yu, clad in a spacesuit, sneezed. Everyone turned to look at him, and the female lead, Danis, expressed concern. Are you catching a cold? Perhaps it is a bit chilly. I suggest everyone keep their visors on, he replied, resecuring his helmet. Several NPCs from the films nodded in agreement, donning their helmets once more, as the initial excitement of encountering a planet resembling Earth had dissipated significantly. The characters from the original storyline calmed down, while a few new reincarnators excitedly glanced around. I never expected these movie characters would so readily accept our suggestions. They truly possess the courage to venture to such a perilous planet. Little Wild Hui, not knowing where she found a stick, shoved it into her oxygen mask, slurping as she explained while gazing into the distance. A bespectacled male office worker touched the gun nestled in his arms, lamenting, this weapon is somewhat inadequate. Even in planetary colonization, we are still relying on conventional firearms. The bugs in the movie were undeniable. Little Wild Hui bit down on the stick. Let us go see what the legendary aliens truly look like. Fong Yu trailed behind this group of novices, his desire to express his frustrations reaching its zenith. He truly could not fathom the source of their confidence. Perhaps it is the monotonous and repetitive nature of their lives that drives them to seek excitement. Yet, they fail to consider whether their companions, Dechong and Er Nyo, are truly trustworthy. Fong Yu cast a sidelong glance at Er Nyo's suppressed grin, and within his heart, an answer took shape. These two appear to be scheming, waiting for the opportune moment to betray. But what purpose does that wretched woman, Meng Yao, serve by remaining aboard the ship? Beyond the planet, the vessel, Contract, hovered in stillness. Meng Yao, a member of the breeding team, stood in the captain's quarters, while the former vice-captain, who had been automatically promoted, lay in the rescue pod, eyes tightly shut, clinging to the last vestiges of life. Meng Yao exhaled a puff of smoke towards the remaining black girl and an elderly white man, declaring, "You two had better cooperate fully with me, or you will meet the same fate as him." The black girl and the old man nodded vigorously. Their worldviews had crumbled the moment Meng Yao made her move. Was this individual even human? How could one transform an entire arm into a blade? It was akin to a giant humanoid mantis. Poor Vice Captain Ola, along with his sidearm, had been cleaved in twain. How terrifying! Were it not for the hemostatic functions of the rescue pod, the captain would surely have perished. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. Now, a smile graced Meng Yao's lips as she commanded, "Aside from myself and the biohuman, revoke all permissions of the crew aboard this vessel. This contradicts the rules." The black girl stammered, "We lack the authority. We can only decide for ourselves." Of course, the program did not state such. Meng Yao, smiling, produced a black device resembling a USB drive and inserted it into the control panel. "Now, you may operate it as such. Oh, and by the way," Meng Yao flicked her hair, "do not attempt any tricks, or I shall slice your body into morsels the size of Snickers bars." The black girl and the old man swallowed hard, hastily engaging with the system. When the visage on the operating system shifted to Dechong, the black girl, displaying her emotional intelligence, inquired, "The man who was just beside you, darling Meng Yao," she said, tracing her fingertip along the black girl's cheek. "I do not wish to repeat myself. All individuals except for Danis and the biohuman revoke permissions." The black girl felt a wetness on her face and an itch on her shoulder. Looking down, she discovered her cheek was bleeding. Meng Yao tossed her a packet of tissues. "Hurry up and work." The black girl, devoid of any personal thoughts, clutched her wound with one hand while manipulating the system with the other. The old man observed the black girl's injury, deep in contemplation. Time swiftly passed. In the dense forests of the engineer planet, the advanced team's steps were shrouded by the night and a palpable sense of dread. The lights in their hands flickered in the darkness, illuminating only a limited distance ahead. The sound of their breaths and footsteps echoed starkly in the stillness of the forest. Suddenly, a rather unseemly bespectacled man halted. His brow furrowed, a flicker of alertness crossing his eyes. He sensed a subtle disturbance, as if something were trailing him in the underbrush. "Do you ever feel as though something is lurking behind us?" His voice trembled slightly, shattering the silence that enveloped the group. No sooner had he spoken than a shadow surged forth from the jungle with alarming speed, catching everyone off guard. The unfortunate soul barely had time to react before being dragged into the dense thicket, leaving only a fleeting scream and the sound of snapping branches in its wake. Immediately, a chilling notification echoed in the minds of all the reincarnators. Team member Li Shuai has died. Crew reduced. Reward points decreased by 100. This news struck each heart like a heavy blow. The group spun around, their eyes searching the darkness, weapons aimed and firing wildly into the jungle, bullets and energy beams tracing arcs across the night sky. Yet they struck nothing but trees and foliage. The jungle fell once more into a suffocating silence, broken only by the rapid breaths and pounding hearts of the team members. An unsettling anxiety began to seep through the ranks, as they started to comprehend that this planet was far more perilous than they had ever imagined. The newcomers to the reincarnation squad began to slowly grasp the harsh realities of the divine space. "Everyone, remain calm," shouted the female lead, Danis, striving to bolster the morale of the team. "We cannot panic. We must maintain our formation and not let fear take control." However, as her words hung in the air, another death notification resonated in their minds, mercilessly claiming yet another member of the team. "Team member Zoyu has died. Crew reduced. Reward points decreased by 100. The faces of the newcomers reflected fear and despair, the initial composure and excitement having faded away. "Haha!" An incongruous laughter erupted from the crowd. Ernyo, grinning widely, looked at the newcomers. "Why so quiet? Where's that neon girl? Hurry up and come up with a plan. The team still needs your leadership." "Enough, Ernyo." Dechong straightened his back. "Now is not the time for jesting." He turned to the group. "There's a cave up ahead. Let us seek refuge there." At this moment, Fang Yu closed his eyes tightly. Upon reopening them, his blood-red irises revealed two swirling orbs. Gazing at the distant cave, an oppressive chill enveloped him, leaving him profoundly unsettled. The Divine Master had intensified the challenge. End of chapter. Chapter 26. Betrayal. The opportunity has arrived. Within the confined space of the cave, the flickering light of the campfire illuminated the faces of the reincarnated newcomers, each reflecting glimmers of tears and terror. The shadow of death loomed ominously, akin to an invisible hand tightly gripping their throats, rendering their breaths shallow and labored. As ordinary individuals, the newcomers lacked the prowess of the colonists depicted in films, and upon witnessing the death of a companion, they collectively succumbed to despair. Even the astute Xiao Yui and the ambitious Ruan Wei trembled beside the fire, stripped of their initial determination. Suddenly, Walter, the bioengineered sentinel, rose abruptly, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing the darkness at the cave's entrance. Who goes there? Just as he prepared to pull the trigger, a beam of flashlight suddenly pierced the shadows. A figure emerged, walking steadily and confidently. As the light shifted, the face hidden beneath the hood gradually came into view. The expressions of the original NPCs morphed into a blend of shock and hope upon recognizing that visage. It was identical to Walter's. The bioengineered Walter was programmed to serve humanity, unwavering in loyalty. He was deemed an entirely trustworthy entity. However, the members of the reincarnation team were not so naive. Their faces betrayed a mixture of gravity and caution. Xiao Yui, having watched the films, had long since educated them. This sudden appearance of the bioengineer, David, was not that of an ally, but rather the creator of the new generation of xenomorphs, the puppet master behind numerous films in the franchise. A faint smile graced David's lips as his gaze swept over each individual present, as though appraising the vessels, canvases, and foundations of his magnificent creations. My goodness, what have you encountered? Come with me. David's voice resonated with an air of reliability, yet each word pierced the hearts of the reincarnation team like a needle. No, don't follow him. Before the Mediterranean newcomer could finish his warning, he felt a chill at his throat, a blade pressing against his skin. Do not cause trouble. A murderous glint flashed in Erniu's eyes, revealing the plot could jeopardize the entire team. The Mediterranean man gulped, nodding weakly. But there are no buts. Follow him. The mature xenomorphs will not appear until we board the spacecraft. We can confront other threats. All right, fine. The group conceded to Erniu's reasoning, recognizing the trajectory of the plot as depicted in the films they had seen. Yet, Feng Yu, acutely aware of the manipulations of the main deity, maintained a heightened state of vigilance, ever watchful for threats lurking nearby. The main deity had never been merciful in its schemes. Should it desire to ensnare them, even the most drastic alterations of the plot could transpire. This was the realm of the main deity, not a cinematic narrative, where logic held no sway. An alien that once existed in the original storyline could very well multiply into a horde. Upon boarding the spacecraft, I silently awaited the moment when the alien within the crew would burst forth. It was highly probable that we would soon confront a legion of extraterrestrial beings, and everything remained shrouded in uncertainty. Yet, the intricacies of the situation often defy simplicity. Amidst the palpable atmosphere of terror, the bioengineered individual, David, seemed to notice the expressions of distrust among the new members of the reincarnation squad. After arranging a resting area for everyone, this individual took his companion, the bioengineered Walter, to tour his private garden, entirely devoid of the sinister undertones one might expect from a cinematic narrative. Once the protagonist, Denise, and the remaining 11 NPCs succumbed to slumber, the 13 reincarnators convened. As the chapter remains unfinished, turn the page to continue reading. Hui, gradually regaining her initial composure, surveyed her surroundings before speaking. We cannot remain idle. I propose that we seize the initiative now while all the NPCs are asleep. For instance, let us explore this place. A spark of ingenuity lit up Huey's eyes. The incubation of aliens requires time, and as long as they are carbon-based life forms, they fear firearms. Armed with weapons, we can locate the unhatched alien eggs and avert the impending crisis. Ah, you're absolutely right, Nyo exclaimed, clapping his hands in approval. How clever! How did I, a seasoned veteran, not think of that? Nyo's exuberance nearly provoked a smile from Feng Yu, who had been maintaining a serious demeanor. Engaging in acts of thievery is wholly unacceptable under the Master S domain. If we were to eliminate the alien eggs prematurely, it is conceivable that the next moment, lethal black rain would descend from the skies, obliterating all life forms. Those who disregard the rules of the game are most despised by the master. With the endorsement of the experienced Nyo, Hui proceeded to organize the teams. She decided to remain with DeChong, citing the need to protect the sleeping NPCs. The remaining members were divided into two groups, one led by Wan Wei, consisting of 8 members, and the other led by Nyo, comprising 3 individuals. Mr. Nyo, being a seasoned participant, was formidable enough to manage with just 2 aides. As Hui spoke, her gaze swept across the assembly. Her attention first settled upon the university student. Nova, you possess a calm demeanor. You can handle this, Hui stated. However, her words were tinged with subtle exclusion, revealing an undercurrent of female rivalry. There was no denying that Nova's beauty captivated the men in their group, which greatly unsettled the internet personality Hui. Men should focus their attention solely on her. Seeing that the most attractive member, Nova, chose to accompany him, Nyo felt a surge of delight. Yet, he still needed to select another companion. Hui cast her gaze once more upon the group, but was met with averted eyes. Not to mention that Nyo had never showcased his true abilities. Even DeChong's demonstrated strength had merely sent an opponent flying. The woman he had previously dispatched, though now limping and covering her mouth, was still very much alive. How could firearms possibly rival that? In numbers lies strength. Humans are social creatures, preferring to remain within the more substantial 8-member team. Thus, no one dared to meet the gaze of Xiaoya Hui. Very well, I shall make my choice. The members of the team had, to varying degrees, engaged with Xiaoya Hui. Consequently, she swiftly directed her attention towards Fang Yu, who was reluctant to speak. She perceived Fang Yu's silence as a form of disdain directed at her. Elated at the prospect of dismissing 2 individuals who made her uncomfortable, Xiaoya Hui eagerly retrieved a stick of candy once more. It's you. Upon realizing that Xiaoya Hui had singled him out, Fang Yu felt a surge of joy. Such fortune. Just as he was contemplating how to stab them in the back, Xiaoya Hui presented him with an opportunity. Fang Yu promptly nodded in agreement, saying, all right, let us go. The 3 of us. Nyo was already devising a plan to subdue Nova, his impatience palpable. He remained utterly oblivious to the murderous intent emanating from the dark-haired youth trailing behind him. Fang Yu muttered to himself, with a first-level gene lock, fireball, and the 3-body technique, along with the double Sharingan, I refuse to believe I cannot eliminate you. End of chapter. Chapter 27. The hefty and the weak, abundant yet feeble flames, you lead the way. You walk alongside me. As the trio formed their small group, Nyo naturally assumed the role of spokesperson, not only assigning Fang Yu the role of the frontline scout, but also inadvertently revealing his desire for Nova. Nova furrowed her brow, perplexed. Aren't you the strongest among us? Why should he walk ahead alone? Nyo yearned to retort that once this fool perished, he would whisk her away to pleasures untold. Yet, they had scarcely distanced themselves from the group when he feigned seriousness. The companions who fell to the monsters before were ambushed. I suspect these creatures have a penchant for stealthy attacks. Nova nodded thoughtfully, though the confusion in her eyes remained unresolved, and she maintained a cautious distance from Nyo, indicating her lack of trust. The 3 advanced slowly through the dim corridor, the beam of their flashlight sweeping across the damp walls, casting mottled shadows. Their footsteps echoed in the silence of the cavern, each sound a reminder of the unknown perils that lay ahead. Soon they arrived at a vast cavern, its ceiling adorned with sharp stalactites while the ground was carpeted with slick moss. The air was thick with a musty scent, mingled with the earthy aroma of soil and vegetation. The ominous ambience of the cavern sent a shiver down Nova's spine, prompting her to instinctively draw closer to Fang Yu in search of security. However, Nyo trailed closely behind, his gaze greedily lingering on Nova. Suddenly, he proposed, this place is too perilous. We should hold hands as we traverse, just in case. At last, Nova could no longer contain her frustration. She halted, fixing her gaze on Nyo. This is a world akin to a terrifying horror film. Why does the strongest in our group repeatedly seek to impose himself upon me? Her voice was laced with evident dissatisfaction and skepticism. Nyo felt his face flush at her words. He was never one for eloquence, and now he found himself at a loss for words. A glint of cunning flickered in his eyes as he decided to drop the pretense. He turned to Fang Yu, his tone dripping with menace. "Kid, scram. I've got matters to attend to. Be smart and crawl away." Fang Yu came to a halt, his expression icy. He understood Nyo's intentions all too well. He glanced at Nova, then back at Nyo before speaking slowly. "Indeed, this place is dangerous, but as reincarnators, we must unite. If you harbor ulterior motives, I suggest you keep them to yourself." "Ha! Keep them to myself, you say?" Nyo failed to recognize that the person before him was actually the companion who had accompanied him through 4 horror films, and he sought to showcase his prowess. "Get lost." Just as Nyo was about to shove Fang Yu aside, he suddenly turned his gaze elsewhere. Fang Yu's expression tensed instantaneously. His Sharingan detected an unusual movement in the dimly lit cavern. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly pulled Nova into his embrace, yanking her away from the imminent threat. As Ernyu remained in a state of bewilderment, a creature with a razor-sharp tail suddenly lunged from the shadows, its scorpion-like appendage striking with astonishing speed at the very spot where Nova had just stood. The hardened ground was effortlessly pierced, leaving a profound gash. This creature bore a sleek black exoskeleton, from which repulsive acidic blood flowed. Its head was teardrop-shaped, and as its massive jaw unhinged, it revealed sharp inner fangs and an elongated tongue. The creature's eyes were devoid of pupils, appearing cold and merciless. It pressed its body against the ground, its lengthy tail trailing behind, the stinger at its tip dripping with corrosive venom, exuding a lethal threat. Caution advised. Those feeling fearful should cling to Nova. Witnessing a monster from the movies materialize before her, Nova was momentarily paralyzed, her heart racing. Fang Yu swiftly pulled her up, urging her to flee with remarkable speed, as if their escape had been premeditated. At that moment, the one closest to the creature was Ernyu, who had no choice but to align his gaze with this infernal beast. A surge of rage coursed through him, mingled with a fleeting glimmer of terror. He promptly drew his firearm and unleashed a barrage of bullets aimed at the creature's head. The bullets collided with the exoskeleton, producing a metallic clang, some ricocheting off while others successfully penetrated the creature's skin, leaving behind a trail of wounds. Infuriated, the creature emitted an even more deafening roar, its tail poised to deliver a deadly strike against Ernyu. Fang Yu and Nova finally burst out of the narrow passageway into an expansive area. Silence enveloped them, broken only by Nova's labored breathing echoing through the space. Her chest heaved with each breath as she softly expressed her gratitude to Fang Yu. "Thank you, you saved me." Yet, Fang Yu offered no reply. His gaze remained focused and vigilant, meticulously surveying their surroundings. This vast cavern was adorned with peculiar rocks and stalactites, and the central area was littered with numerous shattered containers, their fragments strewn about in a chaotic and desolate manner. In Fang Yu's memory, these containers were utilized by the engineers in the film to house the injured, originally sealed to protect the beings within. However, now, without exception, they lay in ruins. Their insides were barren, and the engineer casualties that should have been present were nowhere to be found. A sense of ominous foreboding welled up within Fang Yu. The shattered containers and the absence of the injured could signify the presence of more than one creature within this cavern. Nova, too, noticed the broken containers, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. She clutched Fang Yu's arm tightly, her voice trembling. What has happened here?" "Something terrible," he replied, handing her the firearm to hold. "Huh?" In a moment of panic, Nova inadvertently lost her firearm. She believed that if she were to take Fang Yu's weapon, it would signify her intent to usurp the hope of survival from the individual before her. "Take it. It holds little significance for me." Fang Yu gestured ahead. "If you proceed in that direction, there may yet be a chance for escape." "And what of you?" Nova gasped in astonishment. "As for me, I must go assist our comrades." Before Nova could fully comprehend the implications of his words, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed from the passageway. From the shadows emerged a colossal figure, racing with astonishing speed, its movements swift and agile, each stride causing the ground to tremble slightly. As this silhouette burst forth from the darkness, Nova's heart raced. It was a werewolf. The creature's body was cloaked in thick fur, its sharp claws and fangs glinting ominously in the dim light. Its eyes radiated a predatory gleam, and a low growl emanated from its throat, sending chills down her spine. Nova stumbled back, startled by this terrifying apparition. Could such mythological beasts exist within the alien realm? She pondered, gripping the firearm Fong Yu had entrusted to her, bracing herself for a potential assault. However, what transpired next was even more astonishing. A massive fireball suddenly materialized. Its brilliance illuminated the entire cavern, the searing heat distorting the very air around it. The fireball, akin to a falling star, hurtled towards the werewolf with remarkable velocity. The creature was caught off guard, unable to react in time as the fireball struck it directly. Fire release. Great fireball technique. End of chapter. Chapter 28. The god continues to exert power. What on earth is happening? Nova gasped, stepping aside, her eyes wide as she beheld the chaos unfolding in the direction of the passage. It would never have occurred to her that the source of the fireball was the unemployed drifter beside her, who had introduced himself as Duke. It was hardly surprising. Her attention had been entirely consumed by the werewolf that had emerged from the corridor. Suddenly, a massive fireball had soared past her, and before she could comprehend the situation, the werewolf was already howling in agony. The flames engulfed the creature, causing it to writhe on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the fire. Meanwhile, Fong Yu's expression darkened, his mind racing with thoughts. A horror film yields thousands in profit, with a guarantee of 4 terrifying installments. Even with a slight deviation in enhancement, this fellow's werewolf lineage should be quite formidable. I have underestimated him. The werewolf, enveloped in flames, rolled about in anguish, leaving charred marks upon the ground until it finally tumbled into a nearby pool. Water splashed violently, accompanied by a hissing sound as the flames were finally extinguished. Nova stared, her heart racing, her grip tightening on her firearm, ever ready for a potential new wave of attack. As the surface of the pool gradually calmed, an arm suddenly emerged from the depths, shattering the tranquility. With instinctive reflex, Nova hesitated not a moment, raising her weapon to fire. The echoes of gunfire reverberated through the cavern, breaking the silence. 2 bullets struck accidentally upon Nyo's hand. Ouch! Fong Yu, with his Sharingan activated, observed the wound. The flesh around it was rapidly regenerating. The urge to rush in and engage dissipated instantly. The gunfire continued unabated, a full magazine emptied in a matter of moments. Then came the sound of furious exclamations, filled with anger and pain. It's me! It's me! Don't shoot! I'm Nyo. Realizing her mistake, Nova hastily ceased fire, her hands trembling, her heartbeat pounding in her ears. She asked, bewildered, why are you a werewolf? Emerging from the pool, Nyo dripped with water, his fur singed in patches, his face contorted with pain and rage. You woman! Damn it! I'll tear you apart! He growled. This is the werewolf ability I exchanged in the goddess space. You idiot! It dawned on Nova that she had misjudged the situation. A hint of embarrassment and regret flickered across her face. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Her voice trailed off, clearly chagrined by her impulsive reaction. Nyo grumbled as he climbed out of the pool, his form beginning to shift as the werewolf visage gradually faded, returning to that of a human. He cursed while inspecting his injuries. This place is not only filled with alien creatures but also traps. What a stroke of bad luck. The god is intent on putting me through hell this time. Nyo shared a sentiment not unlike Nova's. The origin of the fireball was entirely unexpected, emanating from the newcomer, Fong Yu. In the realm of the Master God space, anything could transpire. However, it was utterly inconceivable for a novice to wield magic. Nyo scanned his surroundings, attempting to discern the source of the flames but to no avail. With a furrowed brow, he exclaimed, "That kid, you take the rear." Nova was perplexed, questioning why he was once again assigned to the back. What I say goes, and should you utter another word, I will not hesitate to tear you apart. Nyo could no longer maintain the facade of a skilled warrior. He pointed at Nova, commanding, "You lead the way." Despite his diminutive stature, he momentarily suppressed his lecherous inclinations. After all, in the Master God space, how could one not encounter enchanting beauties? The chapter was not yet concluded. To continue reading, please proceed to the next page. 1-2 Survival was paramount. Upon hearing he was meant to be cannon fodder, Nova approached Fong Yu, declaring, "We will go together. You go on your own." Nyo's eyes glinted with malice, contemplating an act of violence. However, he reconsidered, aware that killing would incur a hefty penalty of 2,000 reward points, and bloodshed might attract the attention of lurking extraterrestrials. His claw-like hand reverted to its human form. "You can perish alongside this fool. You will have your regrets." With that, Nyo strode forward, leaving a parting remark. "What do we do now? Should we retrace our steps?" Nova whispered, tugging at Fang Yu's clothing. "No," Fang Yu replied, casting a glance at the ominous corridor. "This individual must have his reasons for venturing into the unknown." "Well then," Fang Yu surveyed their surroundings and conceded, "let us proceed together." Nova tightened her grip on her rifle, nodding in agreement. After ensuring Nyo had distanced himself, the two quietly followed in his wake. In the depths of the cavern, the bioengineered being, Walter, stood before a gruesome array of remnants. His system encountered a brief malfunction. His gaze flitted between the debris and David, striving to comprehend the surreal scene before him. "As you can see, brother," David, who bore an identical visage to Walter, began with a hint of awkwardness in his smile. His tone was light, as if recounting an inconsequential tale. "I apologize for deceiving you," he continued, gesturing towards the monstrous blueprints nearby, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. "This is Dr. Sean, who accompanied me here decades ago. She was beautiful, yet regrettably, she did not love me and sought to leave." David's voice lowered, tinged with a barely perceptible sorrow. "I had no choice but to transform her into this." His words revealed a twisted affection. "The small life forms you see were conceived within her womb." David pointed to the elliptical eggs, his eyes alight with fervor. "I wish to call her the Holy Mother." His voice surged, imbued with a near-religious reverence. "Do you find it melodious? How sacred." A satisfied smile graced David's face, brimming with pride for the name he had chosen. A chill enveloped Walter, prompting him to instinctively retreat a few steps, while David silently advanced, his movements light and soundless. At that moment, Walter's system rebooted, yet his heart was laden with dread. Suddenly, he felt the ground beneath him give way. His body lost its balance and, with a resounding thud, he plummeted into a deep pit. Struggling to rise, he was astonished to discover he had fallen into a terrifying abyss. As he surveyed his surroundings, a wave of horror washed over him. There, lined up before him, were 34 oval-shaped eggs, reminiscent of those depicted in the schematics. They corresponded to the 34 members of the Colonial Advance Team, excluding him, the bioengineered individual. Feeling the ominous vitality around him, Walter looked up. "Oh, brother," he thought, "though these treasures hold little allure for your mechanical form, I advise against any rash movements." The bioengineered David smiled, his voice tinged with a subtle threat. "You shall remain here. I have matters to attend to, and it would be wise not to provoke misfortune." David's words dripped with an undeniable command. With that, David raised his arm and called out, "Come forth." His voice echoed throughout the cavern. No sooner had he spoken than the facehugger creatures emerged from the alien eggs, as if a terrifying command had been issued. They sprang into action with agility. Their hardened claws echoed like a death knell against the rocky walls, scattering across the depths of the pit. David beamed with satisfaction at his creation, arms wide open, gazing adoringly at these little beings filled with a yearning for life and a thirst for flesh. Go forth, and seek out your suitable hosts. I eagerly anticipate our reunion when you break the soil. I am certain it will be a heartwarming scene. The fruits of the breeding team's labor must now be accounted for by the supreme deity." End of chapter. Chapter 29. Coach, I want to learn. In a stifling gloom, shadows writhed like living entities, as an eerie figure stealthily approached the slumbering Fang Yu. This creature, resembling an octopus in size, glided with astonishing speed, its intentions clear as it targeted Fang Yu's unguarded form. Lying there, Fang Yu breathed steadily, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. With his eyes tightly shut, he remained ensconced in dreams, oblivious to the threats lurking in the world beyond. The creature suddenly pounced, covering Fang Yu's face, its icy touch and oppressive weight causing ripples in his dreamscape. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth and a long, barbed tongue that glinted ominously in the dim light. The barbs grazed Fang Yu's cheek, the cold and piercing sensation finally breaking through the barrier of his dream and rousing him from his slumber. Uchiha Yu abruptly opened his eyes, his heart racing, adrenaline surging through him. In an instinctive reaction, his hand shot out, pushing away the creature pressing against his chest. As he beheld the entity before him, his heartbeat gradually steadied. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he exhaled deeply, his voice trembling slightly. "Thank goodness it's you, little one. If it had been a face-hugging bug, that would have been truly terrifying." San Mao innocently sat nearby, gazing with its curious, emerald eyes at the human who frequently fed it, seemingly bewildered by the rejection of its affection. With the opportunity for a leisurely sleep thwarted, Uchiha Yu stretched, noting the lingering darkness outside, and called out to his brothers in his mind, "Are you all awake?" The primary deity, Fang Yu, remained unresponsive, while Stephen Fang continued to slumber in the attic. After a moment, the voice of pirate Fang Yu echoed back, "Not asleep." The scene synchronized. At the staircase's corner, dark and damp, only a few faint rays of light struggled to penetrate the oppressive shadows. Some individuals clad in tattered prison garb huddled on the moss-covered floor, their bodies trembling in the cold and fear, seeking warmth in one another's presence. Their faces were gaunt, eyes filled with despair. As they fought to sleep amidst exhaustion and hunger, the occasional groans and coughs piercing the silence with haunting clarity. Not far away, a colossal beast occupied the space beneath the stairs, its massive form breathing heavily, producing thunderous snorts. The beast appeared even more terrifying in the dimness, each breath causing the surrounding air to quiver. Its skin reflected a metallic sheen in the faint light, and when it shifted occasionally, the clanking of chains and shackles echoed ominously in the stairwell, sending shivers down the spine. Pirate Fang Yu surveyed the scene, observing the prisoners seeking solace in their despair and glancing at the slumbering giant. He shook his head with a wry smile. "If you can manage to sleep in this environment, you truly are remarkable." Just as Uchiha Yu was about to reply, a fellow prisoner beside Pirate Fang Yu turned his head. "Hey, kid, what are you thinking about if you're not going to sleep?" The prisoner possessed a slender visage and a robust physique, sitting with an astute posture against the wall, starkly contrasting with the other inmates. The pirate Fang Yu had long taken notice of this distinctive individual. It was unavoidable. Compared to the standard prison attire worn by the others, the naval uniform he donned was exceedingly conspicuous. Fang Yu shrugged and jested. "Of course, it's an escape. What else could he be planning here? A new residence? An escape? How audacious to address me. A naval undercover. Ha, which undercover wears a naval uniform?" Fang Yu managed to smile, wishing he could offer a cigarette, but alas, even halamis were consumed 4 days prior. "Consider yourself thoughtful," he remarked. "I am the twin Yu," the prisoner introduced himself. "May I inquire your name, naval brother?" "Twins? Quite an unusual name. Listen well, I am Torrin Fuller. Everyone prefers to call me Ironhead. As you can see, I am a naval officer." How could a naval officer find himself imprisoned in Impel Down? What is so strange about that? Ironhead Torrin Fuller wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. "The charge is inconsequential. What matters is who orchestrated my downfall." "And who might that be?" Fang Yu inquired with curiosity. "My superior, Brigadier Ryan Forbes. I caught him in a compromising situation with my wife's friend in our bedroom, and I confronted him," he recounted. Fang Yu tilted his head. "Ah? You were jailed for catching him red-handed? Is there any logic in that?" "Not quite. To be precise, after I was suspended without pay, I approached my superiors to discuss the matter, escalating it further. Only then did I learn that the man I struck was a steward from a local celestial dragon family." Fang Yu sighed. "I see." Ironhead Torrin Fuller, intrigued, queried, "You appear youthful yet seasoned. How long have you been incarcerated?" 7 years now." 7 years? They imprisoned such a young child? "Why? I know not," Fang Yu replied with a hint of bitterness. Both sighed simultaneously, discovering a semblance of resonance amidst the oppressive atmosphere. However, just as their conversation was drawing to a close, and they sought a fleeting respite from the harsh environment, an unforeseen event transpired. A patrolling viper suddenly altered its course, stealthily slithering into the pant leg of an unsuspecting prisoner. Moments later, with a snap, the serpent's fangs pierced through the fabric, embedding deeply into the prisoner's flesh. Ah! The prisoner jolted awake from his slumber, his scream reverberating through the stairwell, shattering the prior tranquility. This cry was akin to a match igniting the tense atmosphere of this relatively secure locale. The concern did not lie in the scream itself, but rather in their precarious surroundings. Beast hell. This was the domain of ferocious creatures. The inmate's scream pierced the fragile equilibrium like a needle. The mighty beasts were roused by the commotion, unleashing deafening roars that echoed like thunder, sending waves of intense ringing through the ears of all prisoners. They must flee from this place immediately. Run. Run far away. A voice, laced with panic, echoed through the air. The prisoners scattered like startled sheep. Yet their escape seemed utterly futile within the domain of this ferocious beast. A colossal lion wielding a baseball bat relentlessly pursued them, its wrath palpable with every swing, each strike infused with lethal force. One blow sent a prisoner flying. The pirate Fong Yu was also desperately fleeing, acutely aware of the lion drawing nearer behind him. Just as he prepared to conjure a counterattack, a figure suddenly appeared at his back. Kid, run. Before Fong Yu could fully comprehend the situation, the metallic clash of steel resonated in his ears. He turned in astonishment. Ironhead Talon Fuller had bravely absorbed the lion's assault with his head. The bat collided with his skull, producing a sharp, ringing sound. Yet Ironhead Talon Fuller appeared unaffected, a smile gracing his lips. Fellow prisoners, run. The farther, the better. Talon Fuller believed himself a hero, only to be met with an ill-timed voice from his side. Coach, I want to learn iron block. End of chapter. Chapter 30. Comprehensive opening in the dimly lit cavern. Ruan Wei led the procession, his voice echoing through the still air as he endeavored to uplift and unite his comrades. Listen, everyone. Ruan Wei halted his steps and turned to face the others. The environment we find ourselves in is fraught with peril, but trust me, as long as we stand united, there is nothing we cannot overcome. A young team member named Yu Wei, his voice trembling, inquired, "Can we truly survive and make it out of here?" Ruan Wei stepped forward, patting his shoulder with a gentle yet confident tone. "Absolutely. I assure you, you will return to see your fiancée." He continued, "Each of us possesses unique value and abilities. If we support one another, we shall find a way to survive." A female teammate, her eyes glistening with concern, posed the question, "But what if we encounter those monsters?" Ruan Wei took a deep breath and replied resolutely, "With the guns in your hands, aim and pull the trigger without hesitation." His words exuded an undeniable leadership, prompting nods from those around him, their expressions gradually shifting from fear to determination. Zhang Lei banged his thigh, exclaiming, "All right, I will feed every bullet in my rifle to those aliens. Damn it, what is there to fear? I tell you, carbon-based life forms are not invincible." A smile graced Ruan Wei's lips. Xiao Yihui has truly presented herself with a splendid opportunity. With this experience alongside these 7 individuals, how could I fail to win their hearts? Soon I shall return to that so-called sphere of light and gain power. Those 3 veterans will inevitably bow before me. Enough. Ruan Wei waved his hand, signaling everyone to press on. We have no time to waste. Let us continue forward and together seek the path to survival. The newcomers exchanged glances, hope igniting in their eyes as they yearned to live. The team of 8 reincarnators marched resolutely toward the lair of the aliens. As they proceeded, a merciless mechanical sound resonated in their minds, delivering a grim notification. Team member Yue has died. Crew count reduced by 1. All members lose 100 reward points. What? What is happening? This notification struck like a heavy blow to each heart, their expressions morphing from confusion to terror as they turned abruptly. Where is everyone? They frantically searched the dim corridor for any sign of Yue, but only shadows and silence replied. What is going on? Where is Yue? Someone asked in a panic. Wasn't he just here? Another voice trembled. Ruan Wei's complexion paled, struggling to maintain his composure while an inner dread coiled around him like a venomous serpent. Zhang Dong is missing too. Another voice called out. We must go back for him. Someone suggested, although their tone was laden with hesitation. No, we cannot return. Ruan Wei resolutely refused, his voice imbued with a note of finality. We were oblivious to the unfolding events. Retreating would only plunge more individuals into peril. Our foremost priority was to ensure the survival of the 6 of us. Heed my words. We must flee swiftly. The group pressed onward, yet their strides gradually grew erratic. A piercing scream erupted from behind, sending chills through everyone's veins. Turning back, they were met with a sight that froze their blood. Crew member Zhang Dong has perished. All members lose 100 reward points. This chilling notification stirred tumultuous emotions within each heart. They turned towards the source of the agonizing cry and beheld a monstrous creature suspended from the cavern's ceiling. Its form was cloaked in a shell as deep as the night, serving as an impeccable camouflage that initially concealed the lurking danger above. Its claws gripped the body of Zhang Dong, the boisterous individual who had boasted of his connections in reality, while it greedily licked its lips, drool cascading from its maw and sizzling upon the ground. It was famished. Indeed, it was ravenous. Below, the alien Zhang Lei, who had recently displayed bravado, now appeared as if paralyzed by terror. His legs betrayed him, and he involuntarily soaked his trousers. His eyes were wide with dread and despair. The chapter is unfinished. Click the next page to continue reading. 1-2. What a futile outburst. What invincible carbon-based life forms. At this critical juncture, all bravado was utterly forgotten. Not even a single trigger was pulled before the creature lunged forward and severed his head in one swift bite. Crack! Blood gushed forth as a round head rolled toward the crowd. A scene reminiscent of hell itself, plunging everyone into a state of sheer panic. The original plan and valor were wholly supplanted by fear. Crew member Zhang Lei has perished. All members lose 100 reward points. They began to flee for their lives, completely disregarding their earlier bravado. Ruan Wei was among the fleeing crowd, his heart racing wildly. Damn it! My legs! Run! Run! Ruan Wei's legs felt far weaker than when he had coerced the company's newcomers, standing and enduring for an entire night. He struggled to muster any strength. Although he was at the forefront of the group, relatively safe, the terrifying image of the creature lingered relentlessly in his mind. He feared the alien would catch up to him, terrified of becoming the next headless victim. In the midst of his flight, his gaze fell upon the elderly woman, hindered by a punch from De Chong. Initially limping, she seemed to struggle. Yet, as they ran, Ruan Wei was astounded to find he could not outpace her. How could this be possible? A fierce resolve flashed in Ruan Wei's eyes. He swiftly drew his firearm and fired multiple shots at the woman's legs. Bang! 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 His aim was poor, but the sheer number of bullets was overwhelming. Ah! The elderly woman let out a pained shriek and collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ruan Wei accelerated his escape. This action plunged the surrounding crowd into a deeper state of panic. They were oblivious to who would be the next sacrifice. All they knew was that they must run faster and farther to escape this unending dread. In this contest for survival, the darker facets of humanity were ruthlessly exposed. The alien threat loomed like the scythe of death, ready to reap the lives of these worthless newcomers at any moment. The incessant notification sounds echoed in her ears, causing Xiao Yui to press tightly into the embrace of the protagonist, Danny's. Just moments before, Da Qiang had left alone. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yui resolved to stick with the NPCs for safety, especially with Danny's. However, in her naivety, she remained unaware of the true nature of the main deity. What became of the protagonist? Life and death were trivial, as a facehugger leaped onto the slumbering black girl. Within mere minutes, it hatched a newborn alien. This creature swiftly disrupted the formation of the original storyline team. In the ensuing chaos, Xiao Yui followed closely beside Danny's, mistakenly believing herself to be safe. She retrieved a stick from the contract ship, intending to relax with it. Suddenly, a tail thrust itself into Xiao Yui's mouth.
Oui.
End of chapter, chapter 31. Only 2 enemies remain as they traversed the edge of the corridor. Nova, clutching her firearm, instinctively recoiled her neck. Had she just heard a scream? Another life extinguished? Fong Yu raised his hand to tap the timepiece of reincarnation, listening to the prompt. Within their ranks, a total of 11 crew members had perished, including pivotal characters. Under the dim lighting, he activated his Sharingan, scanning the surroundings. We are not far from the scene of the incident. Let us investigate. Nova, visibly anxious, observed Fang Yu's composure. How can you be so calm? Calm? Perhaps. Fang Yu mused that Nova had fortuitously arrived at this moment. Had she endured the first 4 installments of the horror series, experiencing the suffocating constraints of confinement, the obscured vision, the muffled sounds, and the ever-present threat of being cast into the jaws of malevolence, she would likely remain unfazed now. An alien? What could be more terrifying than being thrust before Sadako? As they continued, their path was obstructed by a fork in the corridor. The air here was even more damp and cold. Each breath felt as if moisture were condensing in the lungs. Fang Yu halted, his Sharingan flickering with a dim light, capable of piercing the darkness and revealing what was hidden from ordinary sight. We must part ways here, he stated, his voice calm yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. Nova turned to him, her eyes a tumult of confusion and unease. Why must we separate? Wouldn't it be safer to stick together? Fang Yu's gaze lingered between the 2 passageways, ultimately settling upon the right-hand path. There, faint traces of human passage were discernible. Chaotic footprints and discarded belongings indicated that someone had fled in a frenzy not long ago. I have a matter of grave importance to attend to. Nova bit her lip, understanding that there must be sound reasoning behind Fang Yu's decision, even if she could not fully grasp it. Then be careful, she conceded at last, tightening her grip on her firearm as she ventured down the left corridor leading to the outside world. Without hesitation, Fang Yu pressed onward, driven by the singular focus of vengeance. Even in the formation of a reincarnation squad, he required individuals of exceptional caliber. Those unable to survive alone in a horror scenario? It would be kinder to liberate them sooner rather than later. Tap, tap, tap. Fang Yu moved with remarkable lightness. His body pressed against the damp cavern walls, each step taken with utmost caution to avoid any sound that might draw attention. His heartbeat quickened within his chest. Yet his breathing remained steady, this instinct for survival honed through his deadly encounters with the android Meng Yao. As Fang Yu neared the end of the passage, a low, beastly growl reverberated in his ears. The sound was rife with primal ferocity and anguish, sending his nerves into a taut frenzy. Instantly, he concentrated chakra into his eyes. His Sharingan activated. The tomo within his pupils began to whirl, emitting a faint crimson glow. Through the lens of the Sharingan, everything became startlingly clear. He beheld Ernyo. The wretched creature lay upon the ground in its werewolf form, utilizing a medical spray procured from the realm of the supreme deity. Ernyo's chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath, evidently having just endured a fierce battle. What astonished Fang Yu even more was the sight of 2 xenomorphs lying not far from Ernyo. Their bodies were partially corroded by their own acidic blood, rendering them immobile with vital signs rapidly ebbing away. The exoskeletons of the xenomorphs bore the marks of strong acid burns, emanating a noxious odor. Fang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him for not rashly approaching during Ernyo's initial transformation into a werewolf. Including the first xenomorph encountered, Ernyo had astonishingly dispatched 3 using solely his own strength. The nightmares of cinematic heroes paled in comparison to Ernyo's prowess. Simultaneously confronting 2 xenomorphs, and possessing remarkable healing abilities, Fang Yu surmised, observing the wounds on the xenomorphs' bodies, deducing that Ernyo also wielded claws as sharp as metal. Faced with such formidable adversaries, he refrained from advancing and instead began to form hand seals. Si, Wei, Shen, Hai, Wu, In. As Fang Yu chanted and sealed, a powerful chakra rapidly coalesced within him, subsequently erupting from his mouth in a fierce torrent, manifesting into a colossal fireball. The fireball, akin to a blazing comet, sliced through the air, hurtling towards Ernyo. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The fireball surged forth with blinding speed and searing temperature, distorting the surrounding air. As a werewolf, Ernyo's senses were extraordinarily acute. He immediately detected this sudden threat. His eyes widened in primal terror. Damn it! Not again? Ernyo lifted his leg, preparing to flee. However, despite his swiftness, he could not outpace the ferocity of the fireball. The great fireball technique struck Ernyo directly, engulfing him entirely in roaring flames. The fire enveloped him instantaneously, his fur and garments igniting under the intense heat, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. Nyo emitted a heart-wrenching howl, a sound rife with agony and dread. His skin began to char under the flame's caress, muscles constricted from the heat, with some areas already beginning to carbonize. The werewolf's body convulsed violently within the inferno, his limbs thrashing in unconscious torment. Yet the more he struggled, the tighter the flames ensnared him. When the flames finally extinguished, they revealed Nyo's form, utterly transformed. His once robust physique was reduced to charred remains, limbs contorted, skin blackened, exuding a pungent scent of burning flesh. The two xenomorphs also cried out in piercing shrieks as they met their demise at the hands of Fong Yu's fireball, culminating in the emergence of two notification sounds. 2 xenomorphs killed, earning 1,000 reward points. Upon hearing the notification, Fong Yu sprang into action. He had no intention of seizing the reward points. He sought the life of Ryu. In Fong Yu's hand, a sharp dagger had inexplicably appeared, its blade glinting ominously in the dim light. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged directly at the severely wounded werewolf, Ryu. Although much of Ryu's body had been charred, he was still capable of movement, his strength remarkably intact. Startled by Fong Yu's sudden assault, Ryu, who had just endured the baptism of flames, had yet to comprehend the identity of this unexpected foe. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, swiftly replaced by a fierce resolve. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation. Fong Yu's dagger danced through the air, each swing imbued with lethal brilliance, while Ryu relied on his astonishing strength and the remnants of his werewolf instincts to retaliate. Their battle was intense and brutal, each clash accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing and anguished groans. Naturally, it was Ryu who suffered. No matter how he flailed his claws, he could not inflict a single scratch upon Fong Yu. Fong Yu moved with the grace of a swift feline, toying with the exhausted serpent that was Ryu. Damn it! Ryu gasped for breath, while Fong Yu seemed in no hurry to deliver the final blow, relishing the game of torment. In that fleeting moment, Ryu caught a glimpse of Fong Yu's face, and the glimmering Sharingan in his eyes. You bastard! You're also an advanced player. Ryu could scarcely fathom the origins of this young man, and anxiety surged within him, filling him with dread. Could it be that the main god has set up a team battle without any prompts? Curse the main god! Suddenly, a malevolent glint ignited in Ryu's eyes. He bellowed, I'm waiting for my energy to recover, but what are you waiting for? No sooner had he spoken than he lunged at Fong Yu, mouth agape, intending to use his werewolf's devour-to-heal skill to turn the tide. In Ryu's mind, victory was within reach, a smirk of pride creeping onto his face. This devour-to-heal skill had cost him a significant amount of reward points from 2 horror films to acquire. Who would have thought? However, just as he was about to sink his teeth into Fong Yu, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. With a resounding thud, Ryu's sharp teeth clamped onto a piece of wood covered in moss. His teeth penetrated the wood, producing a dull sound. They became lodged in the timber. His expression froze, the pride in his eyes replaced by shock and disbelief. With a swift thrust, the dagger found its mark, piercing Ryu's nape. His body convulsed in agony, claws flailing wildly in a desperate attempt to dislodge the dagger embedded in his brain. Yet each effort only intensified his suffering. Blood poured from Ryu's wound, coursing down his neck and staining his fur crimson. His struggles gradually waned, and ultimately, the signs of life faded from his body as his breath ceased amidst the torment. Fong Yu stood quietly to the side, his expression inscrutable as he watched Ryu's life ebb away bit by bit. As the body of Nyo finally ceased its movements, the melodious and enchanting voice of the deity resonated. You have slain a team member, resulting in irrevocable severe consequences. A deduction of 1,000 reward points. Fong Yu stepped forward and withdrew the dagger embedded in Nyo's skull. The blade was smeared with blood and brain matter, which Fong Yu wiped off on Nyo's hair. With the demise of Nyo, his form began to shift. The visage of the werewolf gradually faded, reverting to that of a human. Gazing at the lifeless Nyo, sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, Fong Yu summoned every ounce of his strength to roar. So exhilarating. His triumphant cry echoed throughout the passageway. After the exhilaration subsided, Fong Yu regained his composure. His blood-red eyes glinted with renewed determination. Only 2 remain. End of chapter. Chapter 32. In a disordered laboratory. The chaotic scene is almost unbearable to behold. Instruments lie haphazardly strewn across the workbench, while papers and documents are scattered across the floor, suffusing the space with the palpable tension of a post-battle atmosphere. The severed head of the bioengineered being, David, lies carelessly on the ground, his expression frozen in the terror of his final moments, as if narrating the horrific events that had just transpired. On the laboratory floor, 4 grotesque alien corpses lie splayed in disarray, their bodies marred by the imprints of fists. These formidable extraterrestrial creatures, once the source of countless nightmares, are now discarded like refuse, their blood and bodily fluids corroding the ground, releasing a noxious odor. The architect of this devastation stands at the center of the laboratory, his silhouette appearing particularly solitary in the dim light. He is splattered with the blood of the aliens, yet he seems indifferent to his grim attire. Bowing his head, he intently examines the cycle gauge on his wrist, his eyes filled with bewilderment and puzzlement. Nyo-air is dead, strengthened by the werewolf lineage. After investing so many points, he has perished. The sudden demise of Nyo-air leaves Dechong perplexed. Dechong can handle up to 5 aliens simultaneously. Only when faced with 10 or more, or a creature of the alien queen's caliber, does he find himself in peril. Nyo-air's physique is not as formidable as Dechong's. Yet, under the influence of the werewolf lineage, even when surrounded by 5 aliens, Nyo-air could have escaped, relying on his formidable vitality. Could it be that he encountered the alien queen? Could this fool not have fled? What a simpleton. Dechong's fury reaches its zenith, his emotions erupting like a volcano as he strikes the wall with his fist. With a resounding crash, his blow pierces the solid structure, sending fragments of stone and dust flying. To cultivate a teammate in the breeding team, one must endure at least 3 cycles of horror films. For someone like Nyo-air, whose background was well known, he was an invaluable asset to Dechong. To think he perished so easily? What a waste. He should never have been nurtured. If only the points he consumed were given to me, my Yuryu enhancement would be formidable. Nyo-air's demise elicits mixed reactions. Some mourn, while others rejoice. In the captain's quarters of the ship, Meng Yao raises her hand to see the news of Nyo-air's death and, in a fit of joy, plants a kiss on the cheek of the elderly white man beside the black girl. The old man is taken aback. Just moments ago, she resembled a devil, and now she appears bashful? It seems Meng Yao has been activated in some way, whispering a few words into the old man's ear before instructing the black girl. Your mission is to rescue Danny's? Understood? The black girl glances at Captain Ola, who is hanging on by a thread in the medical pod, swallowing hard. Yes, I understand. After ensuring everything is in order, Meng Yao takes the elderly man by the hand and hastens toward the distant ship compartment. You must remind your father when you return today. Recently, schemes involving seducing lonely seniors to marry for green cards have become particularly rampant in the neighboring state. We must remain vigilant. Did everyone hear that? In the community, a white volunteer matron earnestly reiterated her points, while a group of middle-aged individuals engrossed in their smartphones merely nodded indifferently. Stephen Fong, clad in a mask and sun hat, distributed pamphlets while muttering, to continue reading, please click the next page. Occasionally, he mused to himself, if only I were a woman, their status would afford such convenience, unlike my life of evasion. After handing out the pamphlets, Stephen approached the white matron, extending his hand to receive $30. He nodded in gratitude, exclaiming, God bless you. Having earned his $30 fee, Stephen hurriedly made his way to the opposite street. After paying $3 as a queue fee to a disheveled black man, he joined the line. Approximately 10 minutes later, he arrived at several food trucks. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. He greeted everyone, and the Korean volunteers distributing aid meals relished the blessings, serving him considerably more than the others. Holding a generous plate of food, Stephen turned into a nearby alley. He smiled at the scavengers lying there, cheerfully announcing, Mealtime, brothers. A very thin young man of Chinese descent glanced disdainfully at Stephen's plate and remarked, Is this all they're giving today? The Koreans are so stingy. It's not even half of what the white folks provide. Stephen plopped down, took a bite of kimchi with rice, and retorted, "Do you think I want to eat this? It's all that's available today." The thin man scoffed, rummaging through an abandoned refrigerator to produce a bottle of cola. "You're really hungry. Haven't had anything decent. Huh? I remember when I used to feast on the street, grabbing food while eating. There was so much, I couldn't finish it. Even the milk was used for bathing." Stephen spat out a piece of pickled cabbage, lamenting, "I can't keep this up. When will it end? This life is unbearable." The thin man shrugged, "Well, at least there's food and drink. It's just a place without a roof. If you can't handle it, go find a restaurant kitchen and wash dishes." "I'd never do that." "Is that what humans do? You have no idea." As they conversed, a loud bang erupted at the alley's entrance, startling both men. What was that? Following the sound of a car alarm, the two audacious individuals cautiously peeked out of the alley. As they carefully emerged, they were utterly taken aback by the sight before them. A truck lay flattened, with metal debris and shards of glass scattered across the ground. What on earth happened? Stephen, the gold medal lecturer, stared at the wreckage in bewilderment, taking 2 steps back. From the pile of rubble, a figure clad in a red and yellow iron suit slowly rose. The man's physique was encased in an advanced suit of iron armor, its surface shimmering with high-tech radiance. Despite the dints and scratches that marred its exterior, the suit's formidable aura remained unblemished. His movements appeared somewhat clumsy, evidently affected by the recent impact, yet he resolutely stood tall, shielding his head with a metallic glove while assessing his condition. Upon witnessing this man, Stephen Fong's eyes widened in astonishment. He could scarcely believe his gaze. The individual who had obliterated the truck was none other than the Iron Man he had seen countless times on the silver screen. Tony Stark shook his head and murmured to himself, "It seems further research is needed regarding ice formation beyond 85,000 feet. After uttering this, he noticed 2 individuals gazing intently at him. "Gentlemen, please forget all of this." Just as he was about to take flight once more, the esteemed lecturer promptly intercepted Iron Man, exclaiming, "Hey, wait a moment. You owe me for that truck." End of chapter. Chapter 33. Journey to the Land of Rice. Stephen Fong gazed at the golden instructor, who was writhing and clinging to Iron Man's leg, unwilling to let go, and could only muster a singular remark. "You resemble the truth." Compensation. It is imperative that you compensate. You cannot leave. Are you bereft of funds? If such words were uttered to any other superhero, he would find himself at a loss for money. Yet, the one he questioned was none other than Tony Stark. Stark, who could withstand any criticism, could not tolerate the thought of others perceiving him as lacking in wealth. "Pray, I am already soaring through the skies clad in my armor. Do you truly think I would be short of cash for a mere vehicle?" With gritted teeth, Stark demanded, "Card number." "I possess no bank card," the golden instructor replied, arms raised in surrender. "Not to mention a bank card. My identification number is on the verge of being cancelled. I am effectively a missing person. Where would I procure a bank card? Only cash accepted." Stark's frustration mounted. "Where am I to find you cash? It has been ages since I last encountered paper currency." It was not that he was above the mundane. Rather, his daily interactions revolved around digital currency, as cash transactions had become exceedingly rare. It was difficult to envision such a renowned arms dealer resembling a smuggler, traipsing about with a backpack engaging in trades. "That is not my concern. If you cannot procure cash, then remove your clothing. I shall sell it for a few $1,000s. Stark was utterly flabbergasted. He had never encountered such an outrageous character. Truly, misfortune had befallen him. "I shall fly to fetch you the money." "That will not suffice." The golden instructor tightened his grip. "What if you do not return?" "I care not. If you do not provide the funds, you shall not depart." Iron Man's ire flared. "Very well, if you possess the audacity, then cling to my foot. I shall take you to retrieve the money. Then let us go." The instructor, seizing the chance to earn a substantial sum, was willing to endure anything. Just as Iron Man was about to take flight, Stephen Fong, who had been quietly observing, timidly interjected, I have a stake in that vehicle. May I accompany you?" Half an hour later, after enduring the cold that made his teeth chatter, Stephen Fong finally touched down. What? The golden instructor? That individual was unable to hold on to Iron Man's foot due to his insufficient strength. thus leaving the task of extracting funds to Stephen Fong. Before departing, he insisted that they must secure $5,000 with a 30-70 split. The specifics of the money mattered little. Stephen Fong primarily sought to establish a connection with Iron Man. Tony Stark pointed towards a house in the distance. I shall go there to retrieve the money. Do not move. Fear not, Mr. Stark. I trust you. Proceed. As Stark prepared to ascend, he suddenly paused, seemingly taken aback. He removed his helmet, looking as if he had seen a ghost. How did you know it was me? Stephen Fong shrugged. Have you ever heard of divination? Divination. What? Yes, fortune-telling, Stephen replied with a mysterious smile. In truth, I foresaw that you would descend into that alleyway and waited for you there. Tony Stark, with a skeptical nod, inquired, Oh, is that so, oh wizard? What is it that you seek from me? I mean, what do you hope to gain from orchestrating this little spectacle? It is quite simple. Stephen Fong, with a lion's roar, declared. A place to reside, a legitimate identity, the luxury of not having to cook, preferably a daily bath, and the opportunity to indulge in computer games. Observing the nearly tearful wizard, Tony Stark's lips twitched. Very well. Tonight, Stephen Fong, after a long hiatus, savored a refreshing bath. Lying on the clean, soft bed, he felt, for the first time, the exquisite comfort of being alive. Brothers. He promptly shared this delightful news with everyone. Pirate Fong Yu, what's the matter? I have a place to stay. Uchiha Yu. Pirate Fong Yu. Well, congratulations, I suppose. At that moment, Pirate Fong Yu was practicing Iron Block. Hokage Fong Yu was currently on a mission with Kakashi Hatake, having just departed from the village. Meanwhile, the main god Fong Yu was dancing on the edge of a blade. In the Marvel Universe, it is a realm where the impoverished rely on mutations while the affluent depend on technology. The cost, conditions, and requirements for gaining strength are exceedingly high. Although Stephen Fong wished to lend a hand and enhance everyone's abilities, he found himself somewhat powerless. Nevertheless, taking a deep breath, he reassured himself that there had been some progress. He had connected with Iron Man, and once their relationship deepened, who knew what opportunities might arise? Pirate Fong Yu, technology and equipment cannot be shared, right? While the equipment may not be transferable, enhancing physical prowess should be synchronizable. Stephen Fong expressed with anticipation. If I could acquire the super soldier serum injected into Captain America Uchiha Yu, that would indeed be a tremendous aid. The Hokage, though high in attack, is low in defense. A single shuriken can take down a Jonin. What I lack is physical strength. Before Stephen Fong could respond, Pirate Fong Yu quickly replied, Iron Block is more challenging than I anticipated. Once I master it, you needn't worry about physical damage. Uchiha Yu, Iron Block. I recall the time I thought I had mastered it, only to realize I had fallen victim to Itachi's illusion, ending with a shuriken to the head. Pirate Fong Yu. There's nothing to be done unless I consume a devil fruit that counters Itachi. Uchiha Yu. Let us discuss it further once we're out. After closing the mic, Uchiha Yu gulped down the noodle soup in front of him. Don't dawdle. We are at the border between the land of rice and the land of lightning, where hostile ninjas are easily encountered. Stay alert. Uchiha Yu set down the bowl, casting an exasperated glare at Kakashi. Teacher, even in a covert infiltration, you do not forget to don this mask, earning the title of copy ninja throughout the shinobi world. Who cannot see who you truly are? Kakashi stroked his chin, suggesting, then I shall remove it. Upon seeing Kakashi's face beneath the mask, Uchiha Yu was momentarily taken aback. He managed to suppress a laugh with great effort. Forget it, put it back on. After settling the bill, the two donned their hoods and exited the noodle shop. This mission, while described as challenging, was in fact straightforward. The simplicity lay in the task itself, which was merely delivering goods. The difficulty arose from the location of the recipient. Since the founding of the nation, the land of lightning and the land of fire have been embroiled in continuous conflict. Afterwards, a peculiar ninja emerged from the land of fire, a master of wooden clogs who, with a stomp of his foot and hands clasped together, could summon anything he desired. The relationship between the land of lightning and the land of fire had slightly eased. However, following the demise of Senju Hashirama, tensions between the villages began to escalate once more. The compassionate second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, traveled personally to the village hidden in the clouds to sign a treaty of alliance. During the conference, a coup led by the second Reikage resulted in the deaths of both him and Tobarama. From that moment on, the relationship between the two nations became irreparably strained, with the land of rice fields serving as a battleground for their conflicts, leading to the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. Subsequently, events unfolded involving Kakashi and Obito. Kakashi returned to the place of sorrow, burdened by his emotions, while Uchiha Obito appeared remarkably at ease. As long as he remained distant from the Uchiha clan's territory, he was willing to comply with anything, provided he operated alongside a formidable warrior like Kakashi. Otherwise, his Sharingan would become the object of desire for others, such as a certain snake-eyed lady lurking in the distance, fixated on his direction. End of chapter. Chapter 34. The giants have arrived. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, thunder rumbling ominously, and lightning danced through the layers of clouds, instilling a profound sense of unease. Suddenly, a spaceship, akin to a gleaming sword, pierced through the thick storm clouds. The engines of the vessel emitted a deep, resonant roar, shattering the stillness of the heavens. Its destination was unequivocal, aimed directly at a signal beacon on the ground. Beneath this beacon stood several figures, their silhouettes appearing diminutive against the vast terrain. Their gazes were vacant, directed upwards at the descending craft, as if ensnared by an unseen force that rendered them devoid of self-awareness. Their expressions betrayed a deep-seated anxiety and fear. The most distressed among them, a limping elderly woman, trembled to the point of collapse. Ruanwei wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes filled with urgency. Get it together. Don't falter now. What spirit do you speak of? If it weren't for you, if it weren't for you? The elderly woman bit her teeth in frustration. If you hadn't shot at me, could that monster have pursued me? And to have that grotesque thing jammed down my throat. What on earth was that? I thought I was undergoing some sort of acid test. Through her words, the elderly woman revealed the grim reality of survival shared by her and the remaining few. Of the 8-member team, only 4 remained, including herself and Ruanwei, along with a man named Zhang Jie and a woman called Yan Huixian. All 4 had been implanted with alien embryos, and when their fates would be sealed remained an ominous mystery. Zhang Jie trembled as he suggested, "Let us board the Covenant ship first. I've seen movies where the heroine operated on herself to remove an alien egg." Yan Huixian swallowed hard. "Doesn't the ship have any biological scanners? What if they detect the aliens inside us and deny us entry?" Ruanwei fixed his gaze firmly on the slowly descending Covenant. "Then we fight. None of us will survive." Had he uttered these words at the beginning, they might have carried some weight. Unfortunately, the 3 survivors bore witness to how cowardly Ruanwei had betrayed his comrades, even going so far as to fire upon them in a desperate bid to save his own skin. Thus, when he spoke such bravado, no one believed him. The Covenant finally touched down on the ground, and the 4 anxious reincarnators approached the ship. Inside, the original storyline's pilot, a woman of African descent, observed the 4 crew members approaching with wild, frantic blinks, hoping they could decipher her silent plea. Summoning her courage, she mouthed, "Don't come near. There is a mad woman aboard. Stay back." Regrettably, the 4 reincarnators were singularly focused on boarding the ship to eliminate the alien embryos. In their trepidation, they averted their gazes, avoiding eye contact with the pilot, oblivious to the grim fate awaiting them aboard. The reward for eliminating a single alien was 500 points, while the loss of a crew member only garnered a mere 100. No matter how one calculated it, it was a profitable exchange. However, the prerequisite remained. They had to successfully deal with the aliens, and racking up points would not be so simple. Yet, for Meng Yao, a veteran of 7 horror films, the aliens were merely another course in her banquet. For anxious newcomers to the cycle stepped onto the slanted gangway. The thoughts of the black girl were consumed by the image of Meng Yao, and the routine inspection had yet to be completed when several individuals were ushered in. "That woman has gone mad. She has revoked all our permissions." Alas, the concerns of the black girl held no significance for the 4 newcomers eager to undergo the procedure. Anyone harboring an egg that could hatch at any moment would be intolerant of idle chatter from those nearby. In the distance, at the end of a narrow path, the limping Nova emerged from the cave, rifle in hand. Her long legs bore 2 glaring wounds, and the 100 reward points displayed on her wrist cycle panel attested to her having slain 2 facehuggers. In the film Alien, women often have more substantial roles than men. As Nova was nearing the contract ship, a small vehicle approached swiftly from the opposite side. Inside, the female lead, Danis, pressed the accelerator to the floor. Unbeknownst to her, lying beside her was the neon-haired woman, Xiao Yi-Hui Jones, whose proposition for a split team had put the cycle team in such peril. "Prepare the medical room," Danis called out to the bewildered black girl, her intentions aligning with those of the 4 newcomers, to extract the alien egg from Xiao Yi-Hui's body. In the captain's cabin, Meng Yao, smoking a cigarette, watched the crew board the ship without any intention of stopping them. She licked the white residue at the corner of her mouth and murmured, "The difficulty cap of the aliens is quite low. With just these few, is it enough to support a breeding team of 20? Main God, where have you buried the pit?" In contrast to Meng Yao's concerns as the most seasoned veteran, De Chong, exuding an air of invincibility, had nearly cleared the entire alien nest that David had painstakingly cultivated over the years. With nearly 10,000 reward points, De Chong's singular thought was to return to the main God space, back to his warm home, and vigorously create an artificial being modeled after Meng Yao. His eyes filled with desire, De Chong was oblivious to the figure trailing him from a distance. How much has this guy been enhanced? Fong Yu pondered in trepidation as he followed De Chong. All the way, De Chong transformed into a human bulldozer, dispatching one alien after another with a few punches, pushing his way from the old nest to the outside. Not only was his strength impressive, but his defense was also extraordinarily formidable. When alien blood splattered onto him, it merely sizzled and smoked, turning his body a bright red, yet he appeared to suffer little impact. With such physical strength, he would be a formidable warrior among pirates. Does this fellow have no weaknesses? The clouds in the sky grew denser, thunder resonated like war drums in the heavens, and flashes of lightning flickered, seemingly heralding the approach of a tempest. The vessel, designated as the contract number, rests silently upon the ground, akin to a cruise ship poised before the deluge, its cumbersome form awaiting the fate that is destined for it. Within the operating room, the 5 surviving newcomers have just emerged from surgery. In stark contrast to the resilient mentality of the breeding team, these 5 individuals are truly experiencing what it means to be alive. Zhang Jie took 2 deep puffs from the cigarette he procured from the female lead, Danis, his tense emotions gradually easing, as he reflected, "At last, we have survived." Xiao Yi-Hui, once eager to assume the role of the team's sage, has now retreated to a corner, cradling her knees in silence. Among them, the matron was the first to regain her composure. However, her gaze remained fixed on Wan Wei, exuding an unsettling aura, as if she were a ticking time bomb, ready to exact revenge without forethought. Just when everyone believed the cycle had come to an end, the reincarnation watch suddenly emitted a startling sound. It sent a shiver through all present. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. The raider is about to arrive in your star system. Team combat is about to commence. Today's update is a bonus. Thanks for your support. Rebirth, single female lead, daily life, culinary. This is a tale of a culinary mogul's rebirth, a story of wealth through exquisite cuisine. End of this chapter, Chapter 35. The battle commences. An unexpected foe. The watch displayed the status of the impending skirmish. Xiao Yi-Hui meticulously deciphered the information, revealing that eliminating a member without an activated gene lock would yield a reward of 2,000 points and a C-grade side quest. Conversely, slaying a member with an activated gene lock would grant 7,000 points along with a B-grade side quest. Should their team annihilate all opposing members, each individual would receive a C-grade side quest. What purpose could this side quest serve? What could 1,000 reward points procure? Xiao Yi-Hui's gaze fell upon the ship's sole seasoned veteran, Meng Yao. The corners of Meng Yao's mouth twitched. She had not absorbed a word of Xiao Yi-Hui's ramblings. Furrowing her brow, she attempted to take a step but nearly toppled over. The 5 newcomers stared in astonishment. They were not fools. If a seasoned veteran like Meng Yao appeared so rattled, the team battle must be a formidable ordeal. 3 members with activated gene locks were a prerequisite for the battle. Meng Yao muttered to herself, struggling to accept the information displayed on her watch. That useless heir Nyo activated his gene lock just before his demise? How infuriating. I selected that fool to strengthen his werewolf lineage precisely to prevent him from falling into dire straits, yet he activated the gene lock when facing an alien? Why choose this moment to assert himself? In a fit of frustration, Meng Yao yanked out a considerable handful of her long hair. This action startled Zhang Jie, who had been closest to her, prompting him to hastily retreat behind the female lead, Danis. It was evident to all that Meng Yao was in distress, and now was not the time to provoke her. Yet someone dared to do just that. A robust figure suddenly emerged. Upon appearing, he attempted to embrace the increasingly anxious Meng Yao. In an instant, a vivid crimson claw mark erupted upon De Chong's chest. The crowd gasped in shock. Fang Yu, trailing behind De Chong, felt his pupils constrict. This brazen woman is that powerful? Even aliens struggle to breach De Chong's defenses, yet she casually drew forth his blood. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in De Chong's eyes, though he quickly subdued it. Do not fret. The battle is merely against the other reincarnation teams. Without that fool Nyo, it's just the two of us, he murmured. Meng Yao pressed her throbbing forehead, exhausted, and waved her hand dismissively before departing the medical bay. After watching Meng Yao leave, De Chong turned his attention to the gathered newcomers. If you have inquiries, now is the time to ask. But first let me clarify. He flexed his wrist. Survivors are entitled to a C-grade side quest. Currently, the number of surviving crew members, he glanced at his watch, is 17. Xiao Yihui inquired, how can there be 17? Setting aside the 5 pregnant women, Nuawa, the female lead Danis, the black woman, the comfortable elderly white man, and Captain Ola in the medical bay, along with Fang Yu, De Chong, and Meng Yao, simple arithmetic suggests there should only be 13 survivors. Where did the extra 4 come from? Are there 4 survivors outside the spacecraft? A vision of 4 grotesque figures immersed in nutrient solution flashed through De Chong's mind, and he exclaimed, silence. Do not inquire about that. The chapter is not finished. Click the next page to continue reading. Xiao Yihui stuck out her tongue, refraining from further comment. De Chong counted on his fingers, noting the loss of 18 crew members, with a horror film yielding a fixed reward of 1,000 points. His best hope was that the remaining 17 crew members would survive unscathed. Upon returning to the reincarnation space after settlement, the remaining reward points would amount to 900, in addition to a sea-level side quest. All of it must be surrendered to me. As a warrior of the combat nation, Nova, who had also dealt with 2 face-hugging creatures, was the first to voice her dissent. On what grounds? De Chong laughed scornfully. On what grounds? Look at the scars on my chest that are still mending. That is reason enough. Meanwhile, Yan Huiqian pulled Nova aside, making a shushing gesture. Although Nova harbored complaints, she fell silent. De Chong's gaze swept over everyone, declaring, the value of each of your lives is equivalent to a sea-level side quest. If you cause me trouble beyond that, I shall flatten your legs. He slammed his fist against the wall of the spacecraft, causing dust to fall throughout the space. The female lead, Danis, was bewildered. What is happening? I didn't understand from the moment you started speaking. Who are you and what about that woman? Xiao Yihui explained, we are from the main god space. As she began to speak, she quickly covered her mouth, for the reincarnation wristwatch had deducted 10 reward points from her. First, bind all the original characters. De Chong commanded, prompting everyone to spring into action. Danis and the black girl were surrounded and swiftly tied up, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Watching the flurry of activity, De Chong murmured to himself, no wonder the task description was so peculiar. It only mentioned requirements without detailing rewards or penalties. Is this a team battle? After De Chong departed, several newcomers gathered to strategize. Xiao Yihui glanced at Fang Yu, who was crouched in a corner, and waved him over. Hey, come here. Fang Yu shrugged and approached, saying, what is there to discuss? If the sky falls, I'll be the one to hold it up. Fool, if we do not devise a plan to cope with him, we will inevitably become his cash cow. As long as he is here, we can never become supermen. Xiao Yihui slammed the table in anger. Oh, Fang Yu scrutinized Xiao Yihui, whose short green hair caught his attention. This woman was quick-witted. She had discerned De Chong's intentions. Interesting, he thought. As Fang Yu sat down, Xiao Yihui addressed the remaining teammates. I am aware that some of you lied during the self-introduction phase, and now I must ask again. Who has fired a gun before? Who has committed murder? Please report truthfully. This concerns all our lives. The group exchanged hesitant glances, unsure of how to respond. Xiao Yihui locked eyes with Nova. You surely have fired a weapon. Nova raised her hands in surrender, neither confirming nor denying the accusation. Subsequently, Xiao Yihui's gaze shifted towards Fang Yu, who boarded the ship and scathed. You did not speak the truth either, she remarked. Indeed, my name is Fang Yu, not Duke. Faced with such a stubborn individual, Xiao Yihui found herself at a loss. At that moment, an unexpected voice broke the silence. I actually served in the military and I am retired now. You are Zhang Jie, correct? Xiao Yihui inquired, nodding slowly. Very well. Before the battle commences, you must instruct us on firearms handling and defensive strategies. She then directed her attention to Dama and Ruanwei. Moreover, your personal grievances must be set aside until after the team battle concludes. Should I discover anyone undermining our comrades in secret, we shall collectively regard them as an enemy. The two exchanged contemplative glances, their thoughts known only to themselves. All right, let us begin our preparations. Everyone, get moving. The novice team sprang into action, while Fang Yu glanced at his watch, muttering, even if I must perish, I will ensure those two beasts meet their end. The camera panned over the wristwatch, where 7 alarming characters were boldly displayed. Another chapter will follow tonight. End of this chapter, Chapter 36. The Demon Squad. Above the clouds, a spacecraft soared like a silver arrow piercing through the thick mist, hurtling toward the earth below. Inside the vessel, a quartet of individuals bore solemn expressions, their discourse devoid of personal sentiment, entirely devoted to the team's objectives. A Caucasian man clad in a simple white robe adorned with intricate silver patterns, his gaze profound, began to report after a moment of concentration. The psychic scan was successful. The adversaries did not employ mental shielding, and it was deduced that there were no psychic controllers among them. Thus, a battle utilizing Plan B is recommended. The opposing team consists of 15 to 20 members, excluding Danis and the narrative personnel operating the spacecraft. The maximum estimate of team members is 14, with a deviation of no more than 1. Curiously, 4 of them exuded an exceptionally weak aura, their senses obscured. While this could suggest a unique skill, I estimate it is highly likely they belong to a breeding team. Dio Brook, your analysis appears to be accurate. A young girl, seemingly around 14 or 15, adorned in opulent attire with exquisite features and graceful demeanor, her long hair gently secured by a delicate hairpin, spoke softly. Yet, her Adam's apple betrayed her true identity. Zong Ting, gently polishing the glowing energy crystal bracelet on her wrist, murmured, based on the intelligence we currently possess, the only teams we could potentially match against are the Southern Flame Team, the Northern Ice Team, and the Celestial Team. From what we've gathered about the Celestial Team, they have not received any members from the Central Continent Team for quite some time. The other teams have also never engaged in battle with the Central Continent Team. Our team has never replicated personnel from the Central Continent Team. Thus, Zong Ting gently brushed her bangs aside and continued, I can conclude that there are individuals in the Central Continent Team engaged in breeding. A man clad in a black robe, with an ancient long sword at his waist, nodded. Therefore, the Central Continent Team is likely to possess 1 or 2 exceptionally powerful individuals. He turned his gaze to a muscular man dressed in a specially designed combat suit. You should be able to hold off their deputy with your strength. I need you to ride the Green Goblin hoverboard alone to lure them out. Afterward, he fixed his gaze on the psychic controller, Dio Brook. You must swiftly eliminate the remaining combatants from the Central Continent Team. Finally, the man in the black robe focused on the androgynous Zong Ting. The effects of the alien contract's black water technology during city slaughter are remarkable. We must acquire it. Zong Ting paused her makeup, acknowledging, understood. Captain, the man in the black robe caressed the sword at his waist. I shall confront their strongest force. Now, let us purify the Central Continent Team, this malignant tumor. Indeed, the engineer planet resembles Earth remarkably, teeming with vegetation, minerals, and water sources. Alas, since the bioengineer David returned the spacecraft, originally intended to execute an attack on Earth, to the engineer planet and irrigated it with black water. The spores of the entire planet have become infused with a virus that, upon inhalation, generates monstrous eggs within the host. Consequently, all life on this planet has vanished. Until Meng Yao gazed upon the 6,000 frozen Earth colonizers aboard the Covenant, her unease finally began to dissipate. Has David been repaired? Not yet. Still in the process of restoration, the liberated Jones, trembling, responded. It's all right, Meng Yao said, her eyes fixed on the screen's progress. In 20 minutes, I shall command an alien army. Suddenly, the hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Panting, Ruanwei reported obsequiously, Captain, the Covenant has detected a high-speed moving object resembling a small drone approaching from the northwest. What should we do? With a cold snort, Meng Yao pointed to the walkie-talkie at her waist. I do not wish to see you, understand? Yes. Ruanwei chuckled awkwardly and quickly exited the room. Pressing the walkie-talkie, Meng Yao blinked. The advance team has arrived. It is likely a bait for you to investigate. Understood. The engine of the Green Goblin hoverboard emitted a deep rumble, merging with the sound of the wind. Clad in a specially designed combat suit, Arno's muscular contours became even more pronounced under the vibrations of the hoverboard. He focused his gaze below, searching for potential hiding spots of the central contingent. Suddenly, Arno's peripheral vision caught sight of a rapidly moving target on the ground. He adjusted the hoverboard, stabilizing it above Daqiang. His voice resonated through the hoverboard speaker. Hey down there, shall we have a proper discussion? Daqiang looked up, a provocative smile spreading across his face. Rather than responding, he abruptly halted and struck a nearby large tree with a mighty blow. The sheer force of his strike severed the tree, which fell with a thunderous crash. Daqiang hoisted the fallen tree and, with a fierce shout, hurled it towards Arno like a javelin. The tree spiraled through the air, slicing through the atmosphere towards Arno. His pupils constricted. He reacted instantly. The Green Goblin hoverboard surged upward under his command, narrowly evading the tree's assault. The tree soared past beneath him, crashing heavily to the ground and sending up a cloud of dust. Standing firm on the ground, Daqiang's breathing was steady, his eyes ablaze with the fire of battle. He looked up at Arno in the sky, a taunting smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Is flying all you can do? All that muscle for nothing? Daqiang's taunt echoed across the vast plain, his figure appearing proud and formidable upon the earth. Before his words faded, Arno had leaped swiftly from the Green Goblin, descending like a meteor, propelled by astonishing speed and power, charging directly at Daqiang. With a thunderous crash, Arno's feet struck the very spot where Daqiang stood, the ground shattering under the immense impact and sending dust swirling, forming a colossal crater. Dust swirled around, momentarily obscuring vision, yet everyone could sense the overwhelming power. As the dust gradually settled, a shocking scene unfolded before all eyes. The muscular figure of Daqiang, with immense strength, was astonishingly holding up Arnold's feet with both hands, enduring the devastating blow that had descended from above without faltering. His legs were deeply embedded in the ground, yet his body remained upright, standing tall like an unyielding mountain. This spectacle left the newcomers of the Reincarnation team utterly speechless. They were witnessing firsthand the terrifying prowess of the seasoned warriors. Xiaoye Hui covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief, as she gasped in astonishment, her voice trembling slightly. Is this really still humanity? End of chapter 37. The serpent. The atmosphere was damp and dim, infused with the unpleasant odor of a soiled cloth, baked upon a heating unit. Zhang Jie pinched his nose, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Were we too audacious to return here? What if we encountered an alien creature? Just the two of us? Fang Yu glanced ahead at the Pathfinder, Danis, and shot Zhang Jie a disapproving look. Wasn't there the formidable warrior, Danis, with us? Zhang Jie, puzzled, remarked, Isn't our mission to protect Danis? Yet they require us to take risks alongside her to find Blackwater technology. Aren't they concerned that the so-called Demon Squad will discover us? You still do not grasp the essence of team combat, Fang Yu replied, tapping the glass of his reincarnation wristwatch. Eliminating members of the opposing team is paramount. The protection of the heroine does not even yield specific rewards. It's far more advantageous to capture and kill. As for safeguarding the heroine, Fang Yu narrowed his eyes. Both sides are aware that wherever the heroine is positioned, her safety is a priority, and she could become a liability. Therefore, it is wiser to utilize her for our objectives, rather than deploying forces solely for her protection. After all, no one would dare to harm her. Zhang Jie released a sigh of relief. So, are we, in fact, the safest now? Not necessarily. Do you still remember those NPCs? They might have already transformed into alien beings. When the time comes, it will depend on your marksmanship. Zhang Jie swallowed hard, gripping the infinite bullet Desert Eagle that Dechang had entrusted to him. I've never used this weapon. However, judging by its caliber after firing 3 shots, whether I can still hold it remains uncertain. Could be fatal. Then let it be. Fang Yu shrugged indifferently. I don't understand why you value your life so much. The moment you entered the reincarnation space, it was merely a matter of dying sooner or later. Don't cling too deeply to such obsessions. They serve no purpose. A flicker of memory crossed Zhang Jie's eyes. Niu mentioned that one could conjure a person from their memories in the light sphere. I wish to see her. Fang Yu, fully aware of Zhang Jie's disposition, opted not to dissuade him further. Very well, then strive hard to survive this team battle. As soon as he finished speaking, the heroine, Danis, suddenly exclaimed, Hurry, come quickly. Is this the engineer's combat suit? Do we truly have to wear this for the mission? Uchiha Yu gazed into the mirror at his reflection, transformed into a geisha by Kakashi. He yearned to ask him in a vengeful tone, is Rin's touch smooth? Is it slippery after being thrust in? Is Obito's gaze muddled? How is Father's body faring? Kakashi's expression was grave. As a ninja, one must comply with mission directives. They stipulated that the scroll containing the mission items must be delivered to Miss Kiku at the brothel dormitory without anyone being the wiser. You must obey the order. Why don't you go instead? Kakashi pointed at his mask. No geisha would wear this. Then can't you take it off? Just as Kakashi was about to remove the mask, Uchiha Yu hurriedly gestured. Forget it. I will go. Very well, I entrust this to you. After watching Uchiha Yu depart, Kakashi could no longer contain his laughter, erupting into a hearty guffaw. A mere chuckle had barely escaped when the door to the room swung open, revealing Uchiha Obito with his Sharingan fixed intently on Kakashi. Did you just laugh? He queried. You must have misheard, Kakashi replied, his expression grave. I am a person who seldom finds humor in anything. The relentless warfare had left many families shattered, extinguishing the hope of survival. Nestled between the borders of Konoha and the Hidden Cloud, the land of rice fields often served as a battleground buffer, where the entertainment industry thrived remarkably. Whenever they had a few coins to spare, people chose to indulge, for none could predict whether tomorrow would bring peace or conflict. The task at hand required delivery to a prominent brothel situated in the heart of the entertainment district. As Uchiha Obito strolled down the street, several scruffy older men whistled at him. It was undeniable. His appearance, coupled with his youthful age, stirred a sense of unfulfilled desire among many disillusioned elders. Hey, little girl, come drink with us. Ignoring the passers-by, Uchiha Obito deftly maneuvered past them, heading straight for the dormitory behind the brothel. This mission was classified as C-rank, involving a shipment of valuable jewelry. The risk was minimal, primarily due to the intricate delivery location. With Kakashi, a stalwart of Konoha, by his side, the task was virtually guaranteed success. With the mission fee secured, Uchiha Obito could scrape by for another month. Arriving at the dormitory entrance, he rolled his eyes and formed hand signs. Boom! As the smoke cleared, a lifelike clone materialized. Grabbing a stone, he hurled it towards the guard at the entrance. Thud! Ouch! What was that? The guard clutched his face, scanning the vicinity before spotting a small child nearby. Was it you who threw that? The clone, of course, remained silent, merely staring blankly at the guard. Get lost. This isn't a place for you. Thud. Another stone was thrown. Damn brat. The guard charged forward, ready to seize the unadorned clone of Uchiha Obito. Swiftly, Uchiha Obito executed a move, delivering a sharp strike to the guard's neck, dragging him into the nearby bushes. Straightening his attire, he pushed open the dormitory door. The geisha dormitory bore little distinction from an ordinary girl's dormitory, filled with chattering voices. Upon seeing Uchiha Obito, the older geishas expressed their astonishment. Is there really such a young child in this profession? Business is becoming increasingly challenging. With our aging faces, how can we compete with the youth? Then we must rely on our skills to make up for it. Oh dear, how shameless. Blushing, Uchiha Obito lowered his gaze, eager to complete the mission and return to the village. He approached a room with the lights off, halting at the door. Pushing it open, he inquired of the figure lying on the bed. Miss Kiko. Yes, please place the item beside my pillow, came the weak reply, momentarily startling Uchiha Obito. However, he hesitated not, producing a scroll to perform the summoning technique. As the smoke dissipated, an inconspicuous black box materialized in the hands of Uchiha Yu. He stepped forward and gently placed the box down. Miss Coco, my task is complete. Farewell. With that, Uchiha Yu turned to leave the perfume chamber. Yet, at that moment, his pupils dilated sharply, and an inexplicable force awakened deep within him, rousing a dormant power. His heart raced violently. In an instant, the darkness in his pupils was swiftly supplanted by a vivid red hue, adorned with two swirling tomo, granting him extraordinary reflexes and discernment. He reacted almost instinctively, his hands forming seals with remarkable speed. Just as he completed the seals, Miss Coco stirred on the bed, her neck elongated in a grotesque manner, striking like a venomous serpent, mouth agape to reveal sharp fangs, lunging directly at Uchiha Yu's shoulder. Bang! With a dull thud, the spot where Uchiha Yu had stood mere moments before was left vacant, a splintered piece of wood remaining in the wake of her bite. As the smoke cleared, Uchiha Yu's figure emerged in a corner of the room, his gaze icy and fixed upon the creature before him. Its body twisted grotesquely, an evil smile etched upon its face, eyes gleaming with a hunger for power. Its skin, pallid and sickly, was complemented by long, greasy hair, and its serpentine pupils betrayed its true nature. Before him stood none other than the infamous rogue ninja of the shinobi world, Orochimaru. To think a child could see through my disguise, Orochimaru rasped, slowly rising from the bed. His garments slipped away with his movements, revealing a serpentine body covered in scales beneath. I did not see through Uchiha Yu. A drop of cold sweat trickled down my forehead. I merely reacted swiftly. As one of the legendary three, what brings you here? Orochimaru licked his lips, a glimmer of amusement in his gaze. Me? I am merely in search of intriguing test subjects. And you have piqued my interest. I apologize for leading you out of the village in such a manner. Orochimaru's serpentine tongue flicked through the air. Of course, I have paid a considerable price for this. I dispatched 13 missions to Konoha, and it was my mentor's lack of manpower that forced him to send Kakashi. A wistful expression crossed Orochimaru's face. It is fortunate I did not become Hokage. Financial issues can be quite vexing indeed. With his genetic locks engaged, Uchiha Yu's double Tomo Sharingan fixed upon Orochimaru, his hands pressed together. I am grateful for your attention, Lord Orochimaru. Allow me to express my gratitude in this manner. Fire style, great fireball technique. End of chapter, chapter 38. The Sound Ninja 5 versus Kakashi Hatake in the realm of Naruto. Who is the most overrated ninja? I dare not speak, lest I face the wrath of the internet. However, the most underestimated ninja is undoubtedly Orochimaru. During the Chunin exams, Sasuke seemed to engage in a stalemate with Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, even managing to elicit a comical expression from him. Sasuke toyed with him while Itachi dispatched him in an instant. In comparison to the prowess displayed by Jiraiya and Tsunade, the other two of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru appears somewhat unworthy of the title. Yet, to dismiss Orochimaru as merely a source of amusement based on the anime would be akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom, an exercise in futility. Uchiha Yu is no fool. He unleashed 2 fireballs in quick succession, not with the intent to eliminate Orochimaru, but rather to signal Kakashi. This was their only glimmer of hope, albeit a faint one. At the moment you expelled the fireball, his Sharingan spun rapidly, emitting a fierce crimson light. The room erupted as his powerful assault created a gaping hole, smoke and flames pouring forth to illuminate the night sky. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the cover of the fireball and swiftly leaped from the room, his figure darting across the rooftops. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He sensed a dangerous presence locking onto him. Wind release. Great breakthrough. There was no time for contemplation. Acting on instinct, he rolled to the side. Almost simultaneously, a fierce gust of wind sliced through the very spot he had just occupied, carrying with it a destructive force that cleaved through everything in its path. Buzz! The entire rooftop was torn away in the wake of this wind, with splintering and tiles scattering, creating utter chaos. Uchiha Yu narrowly evaded the direct assault, his heart racing wildly within his chest, acutely aware that he had just brushed against death. Orochimaru stood firm, maintaining the motion of his breath, a glint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Without hesitation, he leaped gracefully behind Uchiha Yu. As his neck elongated, his gaze fixated intently on Yu. His mouth opened, revealing sharp fangs as he lunged forward. However, the anticipated sensation never materialized. A look of admiration flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he realized he had merely bitten into Yu's shadow clone. With the smoke dissipating, Uchiha Yu's clone vanished, while he capitalized on this moment to leap onto a nearby rooftop. Orochimaru retracted his elongated neck, flicking his tongue in the air, his voice low and raspy. The genius of the Uchiha clan truly impresses me once again. Though not on par with that individual, you are sufficient for now. Breathing heavily, Uchiha Yu, who had no desire to be a pawn in this cat-and-mouse game, joined his hands together once more. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Orochimaru's pupils constricted. More chakra. The prodigious child was met with a horrifying scene as the fireball erupted, inciting terrified screams from the surrounding geishas and patrons. However, Orochimaru appeared devoid of any inclination to resist, standing motionless in place. At the very moment the blazing fireball collided with his form, flames engulfed his silhouette, a conflagration reaching skyward, a scorching wave sweeping across the expanse of the heavens. Yet, as the flames and smoke gradually dissipated, a shocking tableau emerged. Orochimaru stood unscathed, having torn away a layer of charred skin from his hand. A triumphant smile graced his face, as if the fiery onslaught had merely been a warm bath to him. Uchiha's child, your flames are ineffectual against me. His raspy voice pierced the air, resonating in Uchiha's ears. Submit to becoming my vessel, for only then will your body reach its utmost potential. Consider it an honor. Haunavi. Uchiha drew forth his shuriken, proclaiming that the genius Uchiha, the second son of the esteemed Fugaku, was worthy of such privilege. With that, he launched 2 shurikens toward Orochimaru. Effortlessly, Orochimaru twisted his neck to evade the projectiles, chuckling, "Is this your limit, little one? It appears you are indeed out of chakra." Yet, to Uchiha's astonishment, a glimmer of pride flickered in his eyes. He swiftly manipulated the threads, unleashing a concealed third, colossal shuriken that surged toward Orochimaru with astonishing speed from an alternate direction. Orochimaru's expression shifted as he sensed the lethal threat emanating from the massive shuriken, his body contorting at an uncanny angle in an attempt to evade the sudden onslaught. However, Uchiha's Sharingan had already foreseen his evasive maneuver. He adjusted the threads accordingly, altering the trajectory of the enormous shuriken to trail Orochimaru's movements. Ultimately, the gigantic shuriken grazed Orochimaru's shoulder, failing to inflict a fatal wound, yet carving a deep gash into his flesh. A look of astonishment flickered across Orochimaru's face, swiftly giving way to fervor. "It is you. Yes, it is you," he hissed, twisting his body with a sinister grin as his serpent-like skin began to shed. With the emergence of new skin, the wound inflicted by Uchiha's windmill blade moments ago vanished as if it had never existed. A fanatical gleam gleamed in Orochimaru's eyes, reminiscent of a zealot, fixating intently on Uchiha. "I have changed my mind, little one." Orochimaru's voice dripped with a chilling excitement. "You must grow. You are not yet sufficient. I cannot consider you a vessel at this early stage. Still lacking, still lacking." Uchiha gazed at the perverse Orochimaru before him, a wave of profound dread washing over him. Drawing a deep breath, Uchiha's voice trembled with despair and fury. "Kakashi, if you do not come out now, I shall perish here." The preceding battle had been so intense that Uchiha could scarcely believe that Kakashi had not noticed the turmoil unfolding here. As his words lingered in the air, his gaze drifted into the distance. In the gaze of Uchiha Yu, The distant skyline was dominated by a scene of profound shock. Countless sharp bone spikes erupted from the earth, piercing through rooftops and forming a colossal lotus-like structure of bone. The blossoming of this grotesque formation not only obliterated half a street's worth of buildings, but also left a harrowing scar across the night sky. Amid this sudden calamity, a figure danced atop the myriad of bone spikes, as if performing a ballet upon the edges of blades. His movements were both agile and graceful, each leap evading the sharp protrusions, showcasing extraordinary skill and an acute awareness of peril. Uchiha-Yu's pupils constricted. He instantly recognized that silhouette. In this place, under such an assault, who else could it be but Kakashi Hatake? Kakashi maneuvered through the bone spikes, his ever-present book, Ika Paradise, now forsaken. His demeanor bore no trace of the usual nonchalance. Instead, seriousness and vigilance filled his gaze. Meanwhile, 5 figures were simultaneously attacking Kakashi. Their movements were swift and lethal, each strike imbued with the power to annihilate. Among these assailants, the most agile was a figure entirely composed of white bones, Kimimaro. They were the Sound Five, their forms weaving through the night sky, collaborating in concert to catch Kakashi off guard. This was dire. Although the group could not slay Kakashi, their abilities to inflict annoyance were plentiful. In this short time, Kakashi would be hard-pressed not only to save himself but also to ensure his own survival. Uchiha-Yu momentarily lost focus, the uncertainty in his heart causing him to lower his guard. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air. Uchiha-Yu's pupils constricted as he swiftly turned around. Like a specter, Orochimaru extended his neck and lunged toward him. Uchiha-Yu attempted to form hand seals, but found himself utterly incapable of raising his hands. His heart seized. In an instant, he realized he had unknowingly fallen victim to Orochimaru's genjutsu. Just as Orochimaru's fangs were about to graze Uchiha-Yu's neck, a thunderous voice erupted in his mind. Synchronize ability. Use the Iron Block now. Chapter 39. The strongest illusion, Iron Block. At a critical moment, Uchiha-Yu's thoughts stirred. His muscles tensed instantaneously. His skin became as unyielding as steel, and his entire body seemed to be enveloped in an invisible armor. He swiftly transitioned into the Iron Block state. As Orochimaru's sharp fangs lunged towards Uchiha-Yu's neck, a resounding metallic clash echoed as the teeth collided with his flesh. Orochimaru's lips twitched in disbelief. The neck he had bitten into was not the tender flesh he had anticipated, but rather, it was as hard as iron. This unexpected turn of events caught Orochimaru off guard. His teeth, typically a conduit for his cursed seal, were not intended for direct assault, and their hardness, though superior to that of an ordinary ninja, was far from that of iron. The power of the cursed seal he attempted to imbue within Uchiha-Yu failed to penetrate, instilling an unprecedented sense of frustration within Orochimaru. It was too hard. Orochimaru felt a dull ache in his jaw, and his teeth began to loosen. Undeterred, he intensified his grip and bit down once more, attempting to use his formidable strength and the power of the cursed seal to breach Uchiha-Yu's defenses. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Uchiha-Yu's neck was as unyielding as iron, and Orochimaru's assault inflicted no tangible harm. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. He had never encountered such a situation. Was it earth release? No, there was no sign of chakra flowing. What then could it be? Could it be that I have fallen victim to an illusion? Orochimaru clasped his hands together and shouted, "Release!" 3 seconds elapsed. A gentle breeze tousled Orochimaru's long hair as he gazed perplexed at Uchiha-Yu, ensnared by the binding technique, still unable to comprehend why this young man's skin was as hard as steel. With no other option, Orochimaru struck the ground with one hand. Summoning technique. Boom! A white cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing a long sword in Orochimaru's grasp. The legendary Kusanagi sword. This was a weapon formidable enough to inflict pain. Renowned as the indestructible sword of the summoning beast, the ape demon. Brandishing the sword, Orochimaru swiftly drew 2 lines across Uchiha-Yu's neck. As the blade withdrew, 2 crimson marks appeared on Uchiha-Yu's skin. Stephen Fong exclaimed, "This is truly the strongest illusion. Iron Block. There's no way to defend against it." Pirate Fong Yu remarked, "The Iron Block merely enhances physical defense. It is not an invincible technique." Crack. In the midst of their conversation, Orochimaru's teeth finally penetrated through the bloodied marks on Uchiha-Yu's neck. At that moment, Uchiha-Yu experienced an unprecedented agony. It was a pain that pierced to the very marrow, as if countless burning needles were impaling his flesh. His nerves screamed in torment, the pain crashing over him like a tidal wave, nearly robbing him of breath. To be continued. At the wound, Orochimaru's fangs not only inflicted physical trauma but also injected a cursed seal's power, a cold and malevolent force that rampaged within him, instilling a sense of corrosive dread. Uchiha-Yu felt himself transported back to that stormy day. He recalled his mother returning home from work, finding him lying in bed with a high fever, cradling him as they rushed to the hospital, both collapsing in the rain. Suddenly, Uchiha-Yu's vision darkened, and he fell from the rooftop. Kakashi, witnessing this from afar, felt a surge of urgency in his eyes. With determination, Kakashi forcefully broke free from the myriad of genjutsu cast by the Sound Ninja S5, kicking one aside as he swiftly formed the hand seal for the lightning clone technique. Before the lightning clone could be pierced by Kimimaro, it dashed towards Jirobo, who stood in its path. As he ran, Kakashi gathered irregular, radiant chakra currents in his hand. A bolt of blue lightning danced at his fingertips, propelling his body like a flash towards Jirobo, who wielded the Earth Release, Earth-style wall. Raikiri, Kakashi shouted, surging towards Jirobo with explosive speed. Jirobo had never encountered Raikiri, a technique that could enhance speed. The lightning pierced through his body, wreaking havoc within, sending him flying. Kakashi, having dispatched his opponent, hesitated not a moment and immediately employed the body flicker technique. His figure left behind an afterimage, and the next instant he stood before Uchiha-Yu once more. Once again, he concentrated Raikiri in his hand, the blue lightning flickering at his fingertips, his gaze resolute and unyielding. Orochimaru. Kakashi's voice brimmed with fury, laden with a warning. Even gods can falter. Orochimaru regarded Kakashi with a glint of amusement in his eyes. The copy ninja Kakashi, he smirked. You are not worthy to engage me. Cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead, the brightness of Raikiri intensifying in his grasp. With his chakra perpetually depleted, Kakashi found himself somewhat overwhelmed after a prolonged confrontation with the five. Even in his prime, he could not claim to best his teacher's contemporaries. Just as Kakashi prepared for a desperate gambit, Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed, Kakashi, I have taken an interest in this lad. He will come to me on his own. The confidence in Orochimaru's voice was hard to dismiss. Kakashi was uncertain of Orochimaru's intentions, but he understood that maintaining Raikiri would soon drain his chakra completely. Time was of the essence. Kakashi's Sharingan locked onto Orochimaru as he lowered his stance, ready to strike. Orochimaru wore a smile, and just as Kakashi was about to attack, he formed a one-handed seal and vanished into the night, leaving chaos in his wake. Meanwhile, the remaining Sound ninjas hurriedly carried the near-death Jirobo away from the scene. Kakashi exhaled heavily, taking a moment to collect himself. This can be described as the most perilous situation Kakashi has encountered since emerging from the shadows and standing beneath the sun. Yet, he had no time for contemplation. He swiftly lifted Uchiha-Yu and began to sprint. It was unwise to underestimate their adversary. Even if Orochimaru had truly departed, one could not dismiss the possibility of a change of heart. Hold on, you. Kakashi's Sharingan scanned the 3 black tomo-shaped curse seals on Uchiha-Yu's neck. We will soon receive aid, just hold on. As Uchiha-Yu lay in a deep slumber, 2 discordant voices echoed within his mind. Pirate Fong Yu. This is wonderful. It's the heavenly cursed seal. Stephen Fong. We are saved. End of chapter. Chapter 40. The epic enhancement of the supreme god Fong Yu in the embrace of Kakashi. Uchiha-Yu felt as though his head was on the verge of exploding. The pain surged within him like a raging inferno, originating from the wound on his neck and radiating throughout his entire being, as if countless needles were incessantly piercing his nerves. His muscles were taut, and beads of sweat mingled with blood cascaded down his forehead, his lips trembling in agony. This torment reminded him of the first time Itachi nearly took his life, the visceral fear of death and pain enveloping him once more. His body convulsed involuntarily. Each breath felt like inhaling flames, and every heartbeat was accompanied by excruciating pain. He sensed that he was about to burst, waves of suffering crashing over him, nearly unbearable. In the throes of such extreme agony, Uchiha Yu's vision began to blur, his consciousness gradually fading. Deep within his soul, the figure of the pirate Fang Yu emerged. He and Stephen Fang stood before Uchiha Yu, watching helplessly as he writhed on the ground, wishing to assist yet feeling powerless. Can he endure? Stephen Fang's expression was fraught with urgency. The pirate Fang Yu wiped his brow, uncertain. Only Red Bean and Sasuke had withstood Orochimaru's curse mark, but I believe we can prevail. Fang Yu's current form could be likened to a bastion of resilience. The pirate Fang Yu had endured torment in Impel Down for 7 years. Marvel Fang Yu had toiled in the shadows for 14 years. Supreme God Fang Yu had experienced the horrors of 4 terrifying films while in a human puppet state. Naruto Fang Yu had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Itachi, and Yakushi no Nai Yu had faced a near-death experience, along with the illusions of Nakafuyama, yet he remained vibrant and alive. Had he been someone unable to endure, prone to explosive outbursts, he would have succumbed long ago. It was precisely due to their extraordinary resilience that the 4 manifestations of Fang Yu, who could be described as the last bastion of survival, had managed to cling to existence until now. Cough. In Kakashi's embrace, Uchiha Yu's torment intensified. It felt as if a dark force was rampaging within him. Suddenly, he violently expelled a pool of black blood. The curse mark on his neck began to spread rapidly, as if it were a living entity, gradually enveloping his face and staining his skin with darkness. Kakashi, witnessing the alarming situation, realized there was no time to delay. He swiftly placed Uchiha Yu against the trunk of a large tree and scattered several kunai around him. His fingers moved with astonishing speed, forming a series of intricate hand seals. Sealing technique, Kakashi shouted, gripping his wrist with one hand while the other revealed intricate black patterns, aimed at Uchiha Yu's back, attempting to seal away this malevolent power. However, at that moment, Kakashi abruptly leapt back, narrowly evading Uchiha Yu's sudden attack. He gazed in astonishment at Uchiha Yu, whose eyes flickered ominously, half of his face marred by grotesque black patterns, his heart tightening. You cannot wield this power. It will turn you into Orochimaru's puppet. Yet Uchiha Yu responded to Kakashi with a faint smile curving at the corner of his lips. His gaze no longer reflected the clarity of yesteryears. Instead, it was replaced by a peculiar fervor. With his hands clasped together, he swiftly formed seals, his movements so rapid they left one bewildered. Observing this, Kakashi immediately dodged to evade the impending assault. In quick succession, 4 columns of water materialized around Uchiha Yu, encircling him. Water style, water barrier. Kakashi squinted, utterly unprepared for the revelation that, upon activating the first stage of the heavenly curse mark, Uchiha Yu would manage to unravel the water-style ninjutsu that had long eluded him. You, this power will lead you astray. Wake up, Kakashi implored, his voice laden with urgency. He could not bear to witness the first student he earnestly mentored veering onto a path of no return. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. 1-2, embarking on a route that starkly opposed Konoha. Just then, a remarkably calm voice resonated from behind the water barrier. Rest assured, this meager power is insufficient to lead me astray. As the water dissipated, Uchiha Yu's eyes sparkled with clarity as he flashed a genuine smile at Kakashi. Though he had not employed any mind-reading techniques, Kakashi could ascertain that this smile emanated from the depths of his heart. As they traversed the damp underground passage, Fang Yu suddenly froze. Zhang Jie, startled, held his sand eagle at the ready, exclaiming, What's wrong?" Fang Yu remained silent, seemingly unperturbed, gesturing to move forward. Yet within his mind, 3 newly synchronized abilities had emerged. Iron Block. One of the 6 forms, it endows the body, honed through rigorous training, with iron-like hardness, capable of withstanding ordinary bullets and blades. The principle involves accelerating blood flow, hastening muscle movement, thereby enhancing the body's defensive capabilities. While utilizing Iron Block, free movement is impeded. Water Style, water barrier, creates a vertical or horizontal water wall to obstruct enemy attacks, protecting the caster and their allies from harm. The solidity and duration of the water barrier depend on the caster's chakra control and the amount of chakra available. First stage, Heavenly Curse Mark. Those bestowed with the Heavenly Curse Mark gain extraordinary strength and chakra. However, this power continuously depletes upon release, ultimately eroding the user's body, while allowing for the detection of minimal natural energy. Hey, come look. With Denise's call, Fang Yu and Zhang Jie, their thoughts interrupted, hurried to the edge of a deep pit. Peering into the abyss, they were taken aback by the sight before them. It was an immense underground relic, its grandeur surpassing their wildest imaginations. The interior of the relic was riddled with intricate passages and chambers, but what captured their attention most were the glass jars scattered throughout. These jars varied in shape and size, each containing a different form of aberration. Some of these anomalies writhed slowly, while others remained motionless, as if in slumber. The forms of these aberrations were bizarre, ranging from juvenile to mature, each exuding an aura of danger. At the center of the relic stood a colossal purple-black screen, emanating a dim glow that starkly contrasted with the surrounding environment. Danis instantly recognized their target, Blackwater Technology. Zhang Jie exclaimed with delight. This is splendid. That so-called demon team is in for a surprise. Fang Yu shook his head slightly. You are overestimating the situation. This device may suffice against ordinary individuals. Then why are we here to acquire it? Zhang Jie inquired. I suppose it could be exchanged for money? Fang Yu raised an eyebrow. Speaking of which, would you be willing to tell a little white lie? Just as Zhang Jie was about to respond, a sudden gust of wind captured the attention of the trio. A young woman clad in luxurious attire, enveloped by the tempest, made her entrance. As she spoke, her voice, incongruous with her appearance, echoed throughout the cavern. Ha ha ha, truly fitting for a breeding team. This kind of intrigue brings back fond memories. Danis was taken aback by the absurdity of the scene. Zhang Jie reacted swiftly, raising his firearm. Bang! The shot missed its mark, and Zhang Jie prepared to fire again. Fang Yu snatched the infinite ammo Desert Eagle from him. What are you doing? Before Zhang Jie could process the situation, Fang Yu deftly elbowed him aside and looked up at the demon team's Zhang Ting. Hey, before you eliminate us, I would like to relay some intelligence about our captain, alright?
Zhang Ting responded, Hey.
End of chapter, chapter 41. The Supreme Deity Fang Yu versus the Wind Fruit user beside a glass chamber containing an alien experiment. The protagonist, Danis, lay in a deep slumber. Fang Yu recounted his harrowing experiences upon entering the first horror film, his voice punctuated by gasps and laughter, revealing everything without the slightest reservation. Naturally, he omitted any mention of his own transmigration, hastily explaining that he had unlocked his genetic potential, which had granted him his current form. Zhang Jie, who had just steadied himself against the wall, was drenched in cold sweat. The gruesome details of severed limbs and gouged eyes filled him with dread. It was as if he had danced on the precipice of death. The sheer improbability of their continued existence was striking. Without the initial mission, Zhang Jie knew that he would not have retained all his limbs. As the mission neared completion and the team battle commenced, it became clear that their survival was merely a consequence of annihilating the opposing team, allowing each surviving reincarnator to earn a sea-level side quest, rather than any moral awakening from Meng Yao or De Chong. Had it not been for this reward, they would have long been dismembered and left to the mercies of the alien. While awaiting their return to the reincarnation space, they were reminded of the fate that awaited these newcomers, transformation into human puppets, abandoned at the moment of difficulty. Zhang Ting listened patiently. Such a scene was exceedingly rare, as it was uncommon for formidable members of the demon squad to lend an ear to the ramblings of lesser team members. With a smile, Fang Yu continued, After hearing my tale, I hope you will heed the information I have gathered about Meng Yao. Firstly, she is a seasoned veteran, having endured over 7 horror films, with a specialization in enhancement. Fang Yu recalled the moment when Meng Yao had overcome De Chong, as well as her emotionally unstable nature, leading him to deduce that she was likely enhanced by parasitic creatures. Much like the protagonist in a comic, her left hand was the embodiment of a parasite. She could manifest incredibly sharp blades, capable of easily penetrating the fortified defenses characteristic of the likes of Kudoyu. Though he had not witnessed her in action often, The focus of her parasitic enhancement was evidently her arms. Having accrued over 5,000 reward points from each of the 7 horror films she had faced, her side quests were scarce, and she had never participated in a team battle. Thus, the quantity of B-level side quests she had secured was likely minimal, necessitating your estimations for her enhancement limits. Additionally, she possessed a cautious disposition and a strong will to survive. Her relationship with De Chong was fraught. Fang Yu recalled overhearing De Chong vociferously berating Meng Yao during his second horror film, a point you might exploit. Zhang Ting, adorned in lavish attire, nodded in acknowledgement, lifting the hem of her skirt in a slight bow. Thank you for your intelligence. It will greatly aid us. However, her tone shifted abruptly as a terrifying aura erupted from her being. Regrettably, I must eliminate you. In the realm of reincarnation, only interests prevailed. At this juncture, your sole purpose was to transform into 7,000 reward points and a B-level side quest. Your attempts to ingratiate yourself are futile. Upon hearing this twist, Zhang Jie hurriedly reached for the infinite bullets Desert Eagle that Fang Yu had carelessly discarded on the ground. A gust of wind swept through, lifting the Desert Eagle into the air and casting it far away. Damn it! Is this guy really intent on killing us? Zhang Jie seethed with frustration, powerless against the seasoned members of the demon squad. He was but a mere mortal. How could he possibly contend with such formidable foes? What Zhang Ting had just demonstrated was merely an appetizer. With her palm facing upward, a miniature tornado swirled and coalesced in her hand, a display of her wind manipulation abilities. Ha! How amusing it is to encounter such self-importance, she thought. Suddenly, a burst of laughter interrupted Zhang Ting's concentration, prompting her to glance at Fang Yu. What is so funny? She inquired. I believe you may be somewhat mistaken, Fang Yu replied, his eyes reddening as beads of sweat evaporated rapidly after the activation of his genetic lock, creating wisps of steam. This scene startled Zhang Ting, who was typically composed and unflappable. I share my experiences solely to allow you to assess the credibility of my words and the accuracy of the intelligence, enabling you to eliminate Meng Yao. As for any notion of flattery, if I were to kill you, I would still have to continue pleasing your teammates, which would be quite bothersome. Yet, I am not one to shy away from inconvenience. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Fang Yu seized the initiative, launching a fireball that engulfed half the cave towards Zhang Ting. The intensity of the flames caused Zhang Ting's expression to shift momentarily. She struggled to comprehend the implications of Fang Yu's previous statements. Were they truthful or false? If they bore even a shred of truth, it was utterly ludicrous. Who could possibly grow to such an extent in the span of a single horror film? With a great fireball coupled with the Sharingan and a first-tier genetic lock, it would not be an exaggeration to consider him a veteran of 4 horror films. If that were the case, could it be that there was no replica of this boy within the demon squad? Without dwelling further on her thoughts, Zhang Ting gently waved her hands, channeling the power of the wind fruit to create a powerful whirlwind around her. The howling winds surged toward the fireball, causing the flames to writhe in struggle. Fang Yu's chakra faltered, and the great fireball ultimately dissipated into scattered embers in the air. Humph! So this must be your most formidable technique. Zhang Ting scoffed, gathering the hurricane in her palm. Wind blade. A visibly green whirlwind surged toward Fang Yu at an astonishing speed, akin to a kunai infused with chakra. Let us see how you evade this. Zhang Ting crossed her arms, poised to heed the divine prompts in her ear. However, in the very moment the wind blade was about to make contact, Fang Yu's figure was abruptly replaced by a wooden object with a resounding thud. Given that Fang Yu's enhancements were oriented towards the world of Naruto, Zhang Ting was naturally prepared for such tactics. Her eyes scanned the dim surroundings. Aside from the astonished Zhang Jie lurking at a distance and the unconscious Danny sprawled on the ground, she detected no other presence. Had he fled? Which ninjutsu was at play? Over here. Zhang Ting suddenly turned, summoning a tempest that enveloped her. The fierce winds sliced like daggers, causing even Zhang Jie, far away, to feel a sting upon his face. Fang Yu's silhouette materialized behind Zhang Ting like a specter, without a hint of hesitation. He swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed water release. Water barrier. A colossal wall of water surged from the ground, forming an impenetrable barrier that thwarted Zhang Ting's counterattack. With a cold smirk, Zhang Ting suddenly vanished from her original position, only to reappear above the water barrier moments later. She clasped her hands together, unleashing the power of her wind fruit once more. Sharp blades of wind encircled her, slicing through the water wall with the precision of a razor. Fang Yu understood all too well that the water barrier could not withstand Zhang Ting's relentless assault. A flicker of determination crossed his eyes as he promptly formed a seal. In his hands appeared 2 kunai and a boomerang, all spinning rapidly in the air, creating a deadly windmill aimed directly at Zhang Ting. Yet, Zhang Ting remained composed in the face of this lethal onslaught. Her body transformed into a whirlwind, the power of her wind fruit rendering her as elusive as the air itself, effortlessly evading Fang Yu's strikes. Her figure flickered in and out of visibility amidst the gusts, each appearance accompanied by lethal wind blades that sliced through Fang Yu's defenses. Fang Yu's Sharingan spun rapidly, perceiving every movement Zhang Ting made. He moved across the battlefield like a phantom, each evasion exuding an artistic grace. Zhang Ting felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness against Fang Yu's dual Tomo Sharingan, as if she were facing a form of observation hockey. Even the intangible wind seemed to be evaded by this young man. After a prolonged confrontation, neither side had gained the upper hand. Thank you all for your monthly votes and support. As the month draws to a close, remember that your votes will refresh. Starting tomorrow, I will begin to increase the updates. Please continue to support me with your votes. End of chapter. Chapter 42. Equipment lost. Zhang Jie toiled for an extended period, finally managing to carry the unconscious Danis to a place of safety. Casting a glance back at the battlefield, he swallowed hard. Was this truly a conflict between humans? He trembled in shock, finding a modicum of solace in the infinite bullets of the Desert Eagle he had retrieved. Having witnessed the fierce battle of seasoned warriors, he felt fortunate indeed. The howling winds whipped through the air, the wind fruit's power lifting various debris inside the laboratory into a chaotic dance. Yet, amidst this tumult, Fang Yu remained unscathed. Each member of the demon squad specialized in different tactics. Zhang Ting had always excelled in large-scale battles, not this one-on-one skirmish which did not suit her style. Gradually, Fang Yu began to gain the upper hand. With a swift motion, he invoked the wind manipulation. Great Blade of the Third. This time, he feigned an attack with a massive shuriken, while his true lethal move lay concealed in 2 hidden kunai. The enormous shuriken soared towards Zhang Ting, who squinted her eyes and raised her hand to conjure a hurricane. The colossal shuriken was blown deep into the cave, embedding itself into the wall with a resounding thud. Attempting to disrupt Fang Yu's composure with her words, Zhang Ting was caught off guard when a kunai grazed her cheek the next moment. The invisible threads slipped past her line of sight, as Fang Yu held onto 2 strands with his left hand and teeth, aiming one at her face and the other at her arm. With precision, the kunai embedded itself into Zhang Ting's left arm, adorned with a glowing wristband, causing her to wince in pain and disrupt the swirling winds around her. Seizing the moment, Fang Yu rapidly formed hand seals. Si Wei Shen, Hai Wu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. The flames surged forth like a raging dragon, engulfing Zhang Ting entirely. Zhang Jie's eyes were fixed on the inferno, silently praying for Fang Yu to vanquish the demon squad member in one fell swoop. Nevertheless, Fang Yu remained vigilant. His gaze remained sharp, and the shurikens continued to rain down upon the flames. Under the watchful eye of his Sharingan, he understood that Zhang Ting had not succumbed. Amidst the blaze, Zhang Ting, though surrounded by fire, maintained an astonishing level of defense. Fury ignited within her, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. She raised her arm, forcefully yanking out the kunai embedded in her flesh, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. Zhang Jie watched in alarm, his eyelids twitching. The intense heat of the great fireball technique charred Zhang Ting's garments to tatters, her hair and body scorched by the flames. Although the injury was minor, the humiliation was profound for someone so concerned with appearances as she was. Anger radiated from her face. A tempest swirled around her, the power of the wind fruit amplifying her wrath. I have comprehended all your ninjutsu. Zhang Ting's voice echoed through the winds, her form entwined with the gusts, as if she had become one with the tempest. Her gaze shimmered with a chilling brilliance, and in an instant, her form vanished from sight. only to reappear before Fang Yu moments later. No, it was not mere disappearance. It was an acceleration so swift that even under the scrutiny of the Sharingan, it felt as though frames were being skipped. Fang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him, Zhang Ting's veins bulged, clearly indicating that she had activated her genetic lock. Simultaneously, the winds that had previously swirled around her as a shield transformed into the very source of her speed and power. Harnessing the abilities of the wind fruit, Zhang Ting unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades at an astonishing velocity, aimed directly at Fang Yu's left shoulder. These wind blades were akin to invisible daggers, swift and lethal. Despite Fang Yu's quick reflexes, he was unable to evade them entirely. Boom! Fang Yu's body was hurled through the air by the force of the wind blades, blood trailing his flight as he crashed heavily against a distant wall. Zhang Ting watched this scene unfold, a victorious smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Her eyes radiated confidence and pride. This is the prowess of the Demon Squad. I must thank you for the intelligence. As a member of the breeding team, your strength is commendable. Perhaps your captain could even contend with ours. There was a hint of mockery in Zhang Ting's voice as she approached the fallen Fang Yu, her hurricane energy coalescing once more, preparing to deliver the final blow. Farewell, B-level side quest. Zhang Ting declared coldly, as the wind blades surged towards Fang Yu in tandem with her words. Yet, in the split second before the blades could reach him, a kunai suddenly embedded itself in Zhang Ting's lower back. The pain surged through her. A clone. Another clone. When did this happen? Alarmed, Zhang Ting quickly scanned her surroundings, searching for Fang Yu's true self. She realized she had perhaps underestimated his strength and cunning. In that moment of distraction, the real Fang Yu emerged from the shadows. When Zhang Ting beheld Fang Yu's visage, she was taken aback by his transformation. The power of the heavenly curse seal awakened within him, dark spots spreading like a virus to cover half of his face, a depthless darkness that seemed poised to consume his very humanity. The red glow of his Sharingan contrasted starkly with the black spots of the curse, rendering him even more formidable and terrifying. Fang Yu's body, enhanced by the genetic lock, reached an unprecedented level of speed and strength. His movements were as swift as lightning. Before Zhang Ting could comprehend the situation, he thrust a kunai toward her left chest. This strike was imbued with lethal force, intent on extinguishing his opponent's life. Although Zhang Ting was momentarily stunned by Fang Yu's transformation, she did not relinquish her resolve to fight back. Swiftly, she summoned the power of the wind fruit, gathering winds at her chest to form a formidable barrier. When Fang Yu's kunai met this gusty shield, he felt an immense resistance, as if countless invisible hands were thwarting his attack. Fang Yu's Sharingan nearly bulged with intensity as he declared, "You cannot kill me, and you certainly cannot kill that wretched woman, Meng Yao." His teeth ground together with a resonant crunch. Since vengeance was beyond his reach, let him become the stepping stone to my growth. I shall break through. Zhang Ting vowed she had never encountered such a ferocious adversary in her life. She even felt a twinge of regret, pondering whether she should have retreated upon receiving the intelligence. Why had it come to such a dire state? Nevertheless, while the destructive power of the wind fruit was not formidable, its self-preservation capabilities were unparalleled. As a replica of the Demon Squad, Zhang Ting inherited her master's fear of death, fully equipped with defensive skills and items. Even the relentless onslaught of Fang Yu could not breach her defenses for the time being. At the height of their tense standoff, Zhang Jie finally seized an opportunity. He crawled out from beneath the glass cover, brandishing an infinite bullet Desert Eagle, and aimed at Zhang Ting's back, pulling the trigger. The gunfire resonated through the air, and the bullet struck true, piercing Zhang Ting's back. The impact forced Zhang Ting's body to lurch forward, creating a momentary imbalance that exposed a flaw in her wind barrier. Fang Yu seized the moment, exerting all his strength to thrust a kunai into Zhang Ting's body. Blood gushed from her wound, and a fleeting expression of agony crossed her face. Fang Yu yanked the kunai embedded in Zhang Ting's left chest with all his might. A horizontal cut devastated her insides. Zhang Ting's face turned pale, and blood spewed from her mouth. Suddenly, the energy bracelet on her wrist erupted in blinding brilliance, nearly blinding Fang Yu. In the distance, Zhang Jie hurriedly shielded his eyes, A small black box inadvertently fell to the ground as Fang Yu attempted to escape. You think you can flee? Fang Yu forcibly reopened his eyes, and under the intense stimulation of the light, his Sharingan manifested two Tomo, locking onto Zhang Ting's silhouette with agonizing precision. Wind manipulation. Great blade of the third. Two kunai sealed her escape route, while a massive shuriken aimed to cleave her in two. Zhang Ting spun around abruptly, raising her hands to defend. Crack. The sound echoed. Her left arm, along with the glowing bracelet adorning it, was severed by the colossal shuriken. Ah! Zhang Ting's piercing scream filled the air, her voice now a coarse rasp. With her arms severed, how could she possibly contain her voice? Fang Yu was about to pursue when, suddenly, an overwhelming sense of unease surged within him, compelling him to form hand seals. Water release, water barrier, iron block. In the forest, the two brawny men, Arno and Dechong, exchanged blows with brute force, devoid of any technique, merely battling through sheer physical strength. Thunderous sounds echoed as a small mushroom cloud in the distance captured their attention. Arno's pupils constricted. This was bad. Zhang Ting was in trouble. End of chapter. Chapter 43. Resurrection. Zhang Jie's consciousness wavered amidst the shockwave of the explosion, his world engulfed in chaos and cacophony. As his vision gradually cleared, he found himself trapped beneath a heap of rubble, heavy stones pressing against his body, rendering him nearly breathless. He felt as if death was imminent, with excruciating pain radiating from every part of his being, particularly his legs, which throbbed with a severity he had never before encountered. Yet, on the brink of life and death, a fervent obsession burned within him like a flame, fueling his resolve. He had to survive. He must reach that place once more, to behold that face again. This fervor for life awakened Zhang Jie, and suddenly, an inexplicable strength surged through him. This newfound power tensed his muscles, enabling him to unleash an extraordinary force, pushing aside the debris that pinned him down. Gasping for breath, he finally emerged from the pile of rubble and glanced back at his mangled foot. Surprisingly, it did not hurt as much as he had anticipated. Struggling to crawl out from the wreckage, he cast his gaze toward the distant pit, his heart sinking. Fang Yu, at the epicenter of the explosion, was unlikely to have survived. A torrent of complex emotions surged within Zhang Jie. Having once served in the military, he had come to regard Fang Yu, this brief comrade, as a partner. He understood all too well that even if he survived, upon returning to the main god space, he would inevitably face a fate worse than death. Would he never have the chance to see her one last time, or even to embrace her greedily? Suddenly, a thought struck him. He hurriedly raised his wrist to glance at his reincarnation watch. As he beheld the number 17 displayed on the watch, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. The number of crew members before the team battle had been 17, and now it remained 17, which indicated that, including Fang Yu and the heroine, the recent explosion had not resulted in any casualties. Zhang Jie scanned his surroundings and found a pair of eyes that fortuitously met his own. It was Danis. Zhang Jie exclaimed with joy, "Are you all right?" Danis gritted her teeth. I am pinned down, and I believe my arm is broken. Do not move for now. I cannot shift such heavy stones." Zhang Jie, dragging his injured body, struggled toward the pit. With each inch he moved, it felt as though he expended every ounce of his strength. When he finally reached the edge of the pit, the sight before him would be etched in his memory for eternity. Fang Yu lay there, his body a canvas of wounds, his clothing tattered and torn by the explosion. His skin was marred by irregular, black cloud-like tattoos, the marks of the heavenly curse. Half of his body submerged in water. He appeared profoundly forlorn. His eyes had rolled back, consciousness lost, yet his hands remained in a prayer-like position, even in oblivion, his body holding onto its final stance. This scene stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Zhang Jie. He suddenly pondered, if he were to endure the tribulations that Fang Yu had faced, would he possess such a fierce will to survive? Perhaps he would have crumbled long ago, succumbing to despair. Suddenly, Zhang Jie was captivated by an object radiating a faint luminescence. Turning his gaze, he discovered that the source of the light emanated from a corner of the deep pit. With great effort, he crawled over, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his legs, and retrieved the glowing item. It was a bracelet emitting a purple hue, bizarrely adorned with remnants of human skin. Could this be the very bracelet worn by the woman from the demon squad? The object glimmered. Surely it could not simply be a decorative piece. A thought flashed through Zhang Jie's mind, prompting him to leap headlong into the pit where Fang Yu was situated. Splash! As Fang Yu had conjured a water barrier, Zhang Jie found himself gasping for breath after inhaling a mouthful of water. Nevertheless, he quickly managed to hop on one foot, assisting Fang Yu at the edge of the pit, and slipped the bracelet onto Fang Yu's wrist. As moments slipped by, Zhang Jie's condition deteriorated further. He had attempted to call out to Fang Yu, but to no avail. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of Fang Yu's chest and the unchanging numbers on the reincarnation display indicating he was still alive, Zhang Jie would have felt as though he was merely awaiting the resurrection of a lifeless body. What was that sound? Zhang Jie suddenly looked up, a glance, and his blood ran cold. A facehugger, the creature, which had just escaped confinement after the explosion from its nutrient solution, had awakened. One of them, drawn by the scent, had arrived here. The previously bound infinite bullet desert eagle had long been lost to the chaos of the explosion, and Zhang Jie, powerless and unable to stand, was left utterly stunned. In his panic, he searched for a suitable stone to fend off the facehugger. The next moment, his heart nearly stopped. Another facehugger appeared above the pit. The two creatures seemed to have coordinated, launching themselves towards Zhang Jie and the recovering Fang Yu. No way, Yanzu, can you do this too? Zhang Jie's heart raced wildly in his chest as he watched the shadow first leap onto Fang Yu. He had no time to think, for almost instantaneously, a facehugger lunged at him as well. Despair filled his heart. Yet, in this life-and-death moment, a fierce instinct for survival erupted from deep within him. He clutched the facehugger's body with all his might, straining to shake it off. The creature's appendages danced perilously close to Zhang Jie's nose, the threat of death looming ever nearer. He could feel the cold, slick tendrils of the facehugger brushing against his skin, sending shivers down his spine. A brief stalemate ensued between Zhang Jie and the facehugger. However, it was not long before dizziness overtook him, a powerful wave of vertigo engulfing his mind. The aftereffects of the first-level gene lock were beyond the endurance of an average person. Zhang Jie's consciousness began to blur, strength draining from his fingertips. Seizing the opportunity, the facehugger thrust its appendage into Zhang Jie's mouth. He could feel the icy sensation penetrating his throat, an indescribable wave of dread and nausea surging within him. Having watched the film, Zhang Jie understood that within his searing stomach lay an alien egg implanted by a facehugger. He was oblivious to how much time had passed before the creature would inevitably eviscerate him. The agony of awaiting death was far more tormenting than death itself. Gradually, Zhang Jie surrendered to the grip of the facehugger. In the next moment, a violent explosion of scalding green liquid erupted on his face. The sensation felt akin to having sulfuric acid corrode his flesh, rendering him in a state worse than death. He hastily swatted away the lifeless facehugger clinging to him, tearing off his clothing to frantically wipe away the corrosive fluid that had assaulted his skin. Disfigurement was preferable to being eviscerated. A hoarse voice broke through the haze. It was Fang Yu. With great effort, Zhang Jie opened his eyes. He first beheld two facehuggers on the ground, their heads pierced by shurikens. Then he spotted Fang Yu, the sole savior of their team. Thank heavens, he exclaimed. However, Fang Yu raised a hand to interrupt Zhang Jie's sentiment. The facehugger has implanted an alien egg. Cough cough. And the connection with the host must be forcibly severed. Fang Yu rubbed his uncomfortable throat. The incubation period of the alien egg would likely span several hours. We are faced with only two choices. 1. Wait for death, or 2. Fang Yu toyed with the bracelet adorning his wrist. Return to the ship and extricate this damn thing. Are we truly returning like this? Meng Yao and DeChong will undoubtedly learn that you've killed a seasoned veteran. She will dismember you and seize the reward points. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes. No. She will be too preoccupied to concern herself with me. End of chapter. Chapter 44. Meng Yao's schemes. The wind howled as Dio Brook hurriedly made his way to the captain's quarters aboard the Marauder. Fu Ming, Zhang Ting, the man in the black cloak, lightly tapped his temple with his left index finger, seemingly unfazed. He opened his eyes, fully aware of Zhang Ting's enhanced path, which had amassed approximately 10,000 reward points, with 3 B-level side quests left unreported. Dio Brook scratched his head. Are you saying he exchanged for the Rebirth Cross? A smile adorned Fu Ming's face. Indeed. Given my understanding of his character, in such circumstances, he would seek stability. His soul has undoubtedly returned to the plaza, awaiting our return. What a pity, Dio Brook lamented, rubbing his temples. The Hogwarts Radiant Bracelet was a piece of equipment we had labored tirelessly to afford during the biohazard crisis, capable of restoring internal energy, magical power, chakra, and various other energies. With him gone, such a precious piece of gear would surely fall into the hands of the Central Continent team. Fu Ming drew forth an unassuming black, ancient longsword, proclaiming, what is lost can be regained. The light in my hand shall illuminate the lost, guiding them back to their rightful masters. Dio Brook found the complexity of his words perplexing and could only nod vigorously. Captain, Dio Brook glanced towards the forest battlefield. The Blackwater technology has been seized by the Central Continent team. What shall we do now? Patience, Fu Ming replied confidently as he slowly rose. A mature breeding team cannot cultivate 3 excessively powerful experts. They must avoid engaging in a battle. It was evident that the one who had pushed Zhang Ting to such extremes was likely the captain of the Central Continent team. Fu Ming closed his eyes, feeling the wind blowing into the ship. Let us begin. Search for all members of the Central Continent team. I shall personally confront the captain of the breeding team. With that, Fu Ming leaped from the ship's door. Dio Brook, however, remained unfazed, as if he knew his captain would not meet a fatal end, quietly activating his mental scan. In the sky, the marauder resembled a drone spraying pesticides. Dio Brook's mental scan was fully engaged, determined to search every inch of the engineer planet thoroughly. He was resolute in his intent to eliminate every member of the Central Continent team. Even those bred for slaughter could not escape their grim fate. In the forest, the brawl between Arno and De Chong raged on. A camera emerged from the ground, capturing the ferocious duel. Deep underground, the outsiders, including Yuan Wei, watched the earth-shattering confrontation, their initial fervor having dissipated. Xiaoya Hui huddled in a corner, choosing resignation, her ambitions of showcasing intellect extinguished. She realized that no amount of scheming could compensate for the disparity in combat strength. How could an ordinary person possibly engage in such a battle? Would they not be crushed by the flying debris from 10 meters away? In the corridor, the sound of high heels echoed. Meng Yao appeared, holding a vessel of black liquid. Upon her arrival, tension filled the air. Do not be afraid, she said, shaking the pot of dark liquid. You may choose to drink this or you may choose not to. Having watched the film, the astute Xiaoya Hui had long since disseminated knowledge about this ominous black liquid to the masses. Consuming this water would lead to the incubation of an alien creature within one's body. Unlike the implantation of alien eggs by facehuggers, this process begins without pain or discomfort. However, it still culminates in a grisly fate. The elderly woman swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Then I shall not drink it." No sooner had she uttered these words than she felt a sharp pain in her elbow. Before the crowd could react, a spray of crimson splattered across Xiaoya Hui's face. Ah! The elderly woman had yet to utter a sound, but Xiaoya Hui, now drenched in blood, let out a wail of horror. She had revealed her weakness. Hemophobia. You. The elderly woman's pain was almost overwhelming, causing her to nearly faint. Dream Yao stepped forward and delivered a swift kick, rendering the elderly woman unconscious. She then retrieved a spray canister and gently misted the wound. Miraculously, the severed joint stopped bleeding. Yuan Wei swallowed nervously, looking at Dream Yao. What is it that you wish for me to do? It's rather simple, Dream Yao replied, pointing to the black water on the table. She produced 4 small capsules, instructing him to consume them with the black water, disregarding any other concerns. Even the dimmest intellect would grasp the implications of inaction and the dire consequences that would ensue. Yuan Wei, clearly a pragmatic individual, understood that survival, even temporarily, was preferable to immediate death. He accepted the capsules, grimacing as he raised the black water jug and swallowed the capsules with the liquid, his expression akin to one who had ingested something foul. Cough, cough. After completing the act, Ruan Wei was drenched in cold sweat. Now, may I inquire what it is that I have ingested? Of course, my dear. Given your compliance. Dream Yao replied with an uncharacteristic politeness. You are undoubtedly aware that the water can nurture an alien life form. The incubation period is approximately 5 hours. As for the capsules, Dream Yao could not suppress a smile. They are miniature bombs. Ruan Wei, alarmed, hastily tried to induce vomiting. However, at a mere glance from Dream Yao, he halted his actions. Rest assured, such diminutive explosives will merely result in your demise without causing a catastrophic uproar akin to that of the engineer's traps. Through her words, Dream Yao attributed Zhang Ting's death to traps hidden in unexplored territories of the engineer's planet. But what is the rationale behind this? Consuming the water still leads to death by the aliens, does it not? Ruan Wei dared to inquire. Not quite. The bombs are intended to ensure you die with dignity. As for the black water, Dream Yao bit her lip, cautiously chewing on it. The Master God, in his punitive wrath, would not orchestrate such a minor disturbance. The original plot of the film should not be regarded as a reference. The bioengineer David did not speak the truth. I suspect there lies a far more extensive alien nest beneath the surface, perhaps even a queen alien. What you are required to do is quite straightforward. Utilizing the unique characteristic of being with child, approach the nest and accurately inform me whether this situation exists before being bombarded or eviscerated by the alien. Meng Yao stated, gesturing towards the walkie-talkie hanging from her, indicating that she could communicate with me directly. The spark returned to Xiaoya's eyes as she inquired, what is your reasoning behind this? Could you enlighten me? Perhaps I could offer suggestions, such as whether the alien queen could contend with the demon squad. I certainly cannot confront them. Meng Yao regarded Xiaoya with a look of incredulity, asserting, all you need to do is inform me of the situation. Anything beyond that is not your concern. With that, Xiaoya dared not press Meng Yao further. At that moment, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Aliens have hatched. What should I do next? Am I allowed to leave? Meng Yao pressed the talk button. You have performed admirably, but I regret to inform you that your mission is to sacrifice yourself. That is not what you said. You did not stipulate this in the contract. Contract. Open the hatch for me. Contract. Squad member Yen Huixian has perished. Crew count reduced by 1. All members lose 100 reward points. End of chapter 45. An urgent plea for monthly votes in the realm of the main god space. Zhang Jie, limping and clutching a triangular metallic object, followed closely behind Danis and Fang Yu as they advanced through the forest. Upon noticing the fluctuations in his wristwatch, Fang Yu sighed. Has the attrition finally begun? What? Yen Huixian, Zhang Jie exclaimed, astonished. Has the demon team discovered our hidden contract number in the underground currents? Not quite, Fang Yu replied, drawing from his knowledge of Meng Yao. This woman is cunning. She never puts all her eggs in one basket. The reasons behind Yen Huixian's demise are likely more complex. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a single piece of information. Though she did not grasp the full context of their conversation, the female protagonist, Danis, wore a somber expression. I can't shake the feeling that we are doomed. Don't lose heart. I'm about to make my move. Fang Yu reassured her, patting Danis on the back. You are the goddess of war. You cannot falter. I'm glad you regard me so highly, but I feel I've been of little help. No, you are our beacon of hope for survival. Please ensure that you utilize this object well. Fang Yu turned to Zhang Jie, eyeing the metallic triangle in his grasp. I can only activate this clumsily. It is uncontrollable. I will guarantee your safety. You will not be harmed. All right, fine. Suddenly, Zhang Jie shouted, what is that? His voice reverberated with alarm as he looked up, filled with dread. Above the forest, a colossal sword, carrying a figure, sliced through the sky at an astonishing speed. The blade emanated a chilling radiance, and the silhouette upon it appeared strikingly aloof under the sunlight. Quick, hide, Fang Yu urged in a hushed tone. His reflexes were swift as he pulled Danis and Zhang Jie down, and the three crouched behind a nearby tree. The man on the flying sword clearly had a purpose. Heading straight for the engineer's ruins they had just departed. Who is that? Danis's voice quivered. She had never witnessed such a supernatural spectacle. I cannot divulge that information, or I risk losing my reward points, Fang Yu answered quietly, his gaze fixated on the figure atop the flying sword, rapidly devising a strategy. Is he flying on a sword? Zhang Jie swallowed hard, contemplating the demon team's prowess. He promptly sealed his lips, aware that discussing such matters near Danis could cost him 10 reward points. The fundamental condition for sword flight is the golden core stage. Realizing this, a glimmer of hope illuminated Fang Yu's expression. A member of the demon team at the golden core stage. Ha ha ha. Zhang Jie was left bewildered. Are you out of your mind? The golden core stage. Fang Yu patted Zhang Jie on the back. No matter how vile Meng Yao is, can she contend with someone at the golden core stage? She's doomed. While that may be true, Zhang Jie tightened his grasp on the triangular metal. Isn't our fate merely to be slaughtered? Well, you should strive to survive. As for me, if I can ascertain that Meng Yao will fall to the golden core, I will die without regrets. Zhang Jie nodded, his lips twitching. He thought to himself, I must not offend Fang Yu. Meanwhile, on the other side of the sky, the speed of the predator gradually decreased. The mental energy controller, Dio Brook, crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze fixed on the ground below. How astute! The hiding place was right beneath the battlefield where Arno was engaged. The turbulence of the fight would severely disrupt my mental energy scanning. He adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses. But surely one could not imagine that someone would enhance their mental scanning to a B level, could they? With a mere thought, the ship's autopilot system was activated, and it descended smoothly to the ground. The trees of the forest swayed gently as the metallic shell of the predator reflected a cold brilliance under the sun. With his mental scanning fully operational, Dio Brook's abilities reached their zenith at that moment. His mental energy spread like an invisible net, enveloping a vast area, capturing every faint life signal. His target was clear, quickly locking onto the entrance of the dark river not far from the battlefield of Arno and Dachang. He leaped from the ship, swiftly maneuvering through the forest. Before long, he spotted the massive ship hidden within the valley. This vessel lay quietly, its immense size and peculiar shape giving rise to its name, the Covenant. The Covenant was positioned in the midst of the dark current, and behind it, several faint life signals could be detected. Just as Dio Brook prepared to approach, a frown crossed his brow. Under the influence of his mental scanning, he sensed multiple powerful life forms. The energy fluctuations emanating from these beings were extraordinarily potent, distinctly different from that of humans. Xenomorphs? A twinge of caution flickered in Dio Brook's mind. Through his mental scanning, he observed these xenomorphs moving rapidly within the Covenant. This seemingly indicated that there were no living humans aboard. To pursue the remaining members of the Zhongzhou team, he would have to find a way to navigate through this obstacle presented by the Covenant. A clever approach would be to utilize the xenomorphs to intercept, driving the newcomers to a safer area. However, to reap the rewards for eliminating the newcomers, he would need to contend with such a vast number of xenomorphs. Dio Brook pondered, without the xenomorph queen to employ mind control, it would be quite challenging for me to handle so many xenomorphs alone. I need to call the captain to reap the reward points. Not far from there, the battle between Dachang and Arno reached a fever pitch. As the fight progressed, Dachang began to feel overwhelmed. Each of Arno's strikes landed with the force of a hammer, making his defenses increasingly arduous. At that moment, Arno suddenly unleashed an even greater power, his muscles swelling, every blow accompanied by a sound that pierced the air. Do you feel it? This is the power of the second-tier gene lock. Arno taunted, his eyes radiating absolute confidence in his strength. You, who can only exchange reward points for advanced abilities, will never comprehend the true essence of life. Dachang's breath grew rapid, his body marred with numerous scars, yet his tongue remained as fierce as ever. He spat defiantly, cursing, "You should be grateful you are a foreigner. If your true form appeared among the Zhongzhou team, I would surely gouge out your eyes and snap your neck." Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Dachang. His innate abilities pushed to their limits in this dire moment. His speed and strength underwent a transformative leap, each strike becoming increasingly precise and lethal. He initiated an offensive, determined to breach Arno's defenses. Arno, with a cold sneer, stood firm, enhanced by the second-tier gene lock, far surpassing the limits of human capability. He effortlessly countered Dachang's assaults while retaliating with even greater ferocity, proclaiming, Your strength is merely child's play before me. Just as Da Qiang prepared to charge once more, a flicker of realization sparked in his mind. Suddenly, he lunged forward, enduring 5 punishing blows, and gritted his teeth to embrace Arno tightly. Arno's pupils constricted. With the calculations afforded by the second-tier gene lock, his mental acuity peaked, yet he could not fathom his opponent's intentions. A struggle? Wouldn't he that rapidly deplete one's stamina? Quick! I've got him! Da Qiang shouted, prompting Arno to realize he must escape the hold immediately, lest he face peril. But Da Qiang clung to him as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline, refusing to relent. Thud, 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 thud. Arno felt his heartbeat quicken, the instinctual dread invoked by the gene lock raising the hairs on his body. Summoning all his strength, he finally broke free from Da Qiang's grasp. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, desperate to comprehend the reasons behind Da Qiang's actions. In the next moment, sharp, blade-like weapons began to slice through Arno's flesh. Initially, he attempted to shield himself with his arms, but gradually he became still. As the flurry of blades ceased, Meng Yao, in her high heels, halted her assault. A soft thud echoed as remnants of flesh fell away. In mere moments, countless tiny morsels of meat littered the ground. Arno's visage was utterly transformed, his face reduced to mere remnants of bone. His innards spilled forth from the gaping wound in his abdomen, marking him irrevocably deceased. Meng Yao's high-heeled shoe pressed upon Arno's head, her eyes gleaming with disdain. They are accustomed to wielding power and privilege. Who dares to challenge me in battle? Aside from that sword treader, I could slay anyone. Da Qiang said nothing, lowering his gaze slightly. He had no doubt that had he not evaded swiftly, he too would have fallen victim to that tempestuous onslaught. End of chapter. Chapter 46. Danger, danger, danger. Golden Core Stage. Dio Brook, the mental controller of the Demon Squad, was rendered speechless upon receiving the information displayed on the reincarnation watch. Dead. Arno. How could this be? He was well aware of Arno's formidable strength. With the enhancement of the C-class muscle fruit, Arno's physical defense had reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. Coupled with the second-tier gene lock, he would typically serve as a tank to draw aggro in horror films. How could such a purely defensive figure be slain? By that seemingly brainless fool from the Central Continent team? Did Yujiu possess such devastating skills? How could this be possible? Dio Brook hastily activated the mind link to connect with the vision of Captain Fu Ming. Captain, I miscalculated. The enemy must have a semblance of duplication ability, having killed both Arno and Zhang Ting in a single strike. Listening to Fu Ming's indifferent tone in his mind, Dio felt anxious yet helpless. For Captain Fu Ming, anyone could perish, for the focal point of the Demon Squad had always been Fu Ming, the Golden Core Stage swordsman. Amidst the battlefield strewn with shattered flesh, Meng Yao collected the fallen demon skateboard. Beside her, Da Qiang, who had exerted himself tirelessly, felt as though blood would drip from his eyes. This woman is inhuman. I fought relentlessly, exhausted to the bone, and she, taking advantage of that sharp-headed fool's oversight, snatched a windfall. Not only did she claim 7,000 reward points and a B-class side quest, but she also directly appropriated the opponent's green demon skateboard. Clenching his fists, Da Qiang swore silently, "Once I enhance Yujiu to A-class, I will strangle you barehanded." Arno's demise sent ripples through the 3 factions, prompting adjustments in response to his death. In the forest, Fang Yu and his companions had arrived at the Engineer's Square. Once vibrant and bustling, the place was now a scene of desolation, transformed by the actions of the bioengineer David. A deluge of black water had left a carpet of bones in its wake. No one had survived. Decades passed, and these remains were left unattended, for on this entire planet, aside from plants, there existed no other life forms. Zhang Jie lamented, "The Covenant is truly a godsend. While David frets over where to find containers to breed the xenomorphs, we have delivered ourselves to his doorstep." "You didn't pay close attention to the film," Fang Yu replied, turning his back to the female lead, Danis. "The company behind the Covenant has a stipulation that these colonizers must drop everything to investigate whenever they detect signals of life. In essence, this entire scenario is a trap. David's creator originally intended to breed xenomorphs. He simply could not send 6,000 Earth colonizers directly to feed the facehuggers. How terrifying! Zhang Jie wiped the cold sweat from his brow. If these xenomorphs were sentient beings capable of piloting spacecraft, would any life exist in the universe? You think too much? Fang Yu pointed to the sky. The heavens are invincible, and the cosmos is far grander than you can imagine. Have you ever heard of the Alien versus Predator saga? Only when we find ourselves in the realm of the Predator film will you truly grasp the essence of terror. After all, the Alien series predominantly features a female protagonist engaging in fierce confrontations with the extraterrestrial creatures. The Predator, however, epitomizes the dread that the strongest among humanity, such as Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, must confront. Fang Yu glanced at the intrepid Denise, who was diligently probing ahead, and continued in a hushed tone. She has managed to slay 2 aliens. As long as you conquer your fear, this creature is not unlike a wild boar, perhaps even less formidable. Zhang Jie could not contain himself, a spray of saliva escaping his lips. You certainly know how to lighten the mood. Indeed, if your mindset is not composed, when faced with the onslaught of dark waters, I fear you may become a hindrance. Zhang Jie. We've made contact. Denise's exclamation captured their attention. After a flurry of activity on a device akin to a tablet, a distant roar filled the air as a rectangular spacecraft approached. This was the precursor vessel they had initially used to land on the engineer planet. After encountering an unknown monstrosity, the precursor ship had been marooned in the forest, yet now it unexpectedly became the lifeline for the trio. Are we to perform surgery on that ship? Zhang Jie's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. No, Denise clarified. There is no medical bay aboard. What are we to do then? Stop asking questions and follow my lead. In the sky, the engines of the precursor vessel roared to life, preparing to gently descend onto the expansive grounds of the engineer plaza. Zhang Jie and Denise watched anxiously, yearning for this ship to offer them a sliver of salvation. However, at that moment, a blinding golden light descended from the heavens like divine retribution, striking the hull of the precursor vessel. The metallic exterior screeched under the impact of the golden beam. The entire structure shuddered violently, then spiraled out of control, plummeting towards Fang Yu and the others. Fang Yu reacted swiftly, shoving Zhang Jie aside while racing towards Denise, lifting her with fervor as they sprinted towards safety. Zhang Jie, realizing the imminent threat as he was pushed, quickly rolled away to evade danger. Bang! The ear-piercing screech was agonizing. The precursor vessel, though resilient, skidded along the ground after the horrific assault, miraculously avoiding an explosion. Fang Yu, Zhang Jie, and Denise narrowly escaped with their lives, gazing upward to witness an unforgettable scene. The man who had previously soared on a flying sword now loomed above them, his gaze dripping with disdain, as if regarding mere refuse. This instilled a sense of dread in Zhang Jie, rendering him unable to meet his eyes. That was the look of Fu Ming. But Fang Yu was undeterred. He fixed his gaze upon Fu Ming, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit. Confronted by the captain of the demon squad, any semblance of fear or retreat proves futile. Only by facing the challenge head-on can one hope to find a chance for survival. Su Ming's movements were swift and resolute. As he raised his hand, the flying sword traced a golden trajectory through the air, aimed directly at Fang Yu. Though the blade had yet to arrive, the sword's aura had already pierced the air, carrying with it a fierce intent to kill. This was the oppressive presence of the Golden Core stage, emanating from the strongest member of the demon squad, Su Ming. In Fang Yu's eyes, the tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly, releasing a profound and mysterious glow. The activation of the first-tier gene lock instantaneously enhanced his physical attributes, elevating his reaction speed and combat intuition to an entirely new echelon. The power of the heavenly curse seal surged within him, bestowing extraordinary strength and endurance. Without a moment's hesitation, as Fang Yu began to run, he unleashed both the shadow clone technique and the body replacement technique. The shadow clone technique left a blurred image in his stead, yet under the influence of the sword's aura, that image lasted less than 1/10 of a second before dissipating in a puff of white smoke. Fortunately, the body replacement technique proved effective, delaying the pursuit of the golden sword aura for a brief moment. Fang Yu needed not to glance back to know that the terrifying golden light was still pursuing him. It was close, very close. Though the blade had not yet reached him, the sword's aura grazed Fang Yu's back, leaving behind a deep wound. Water release, water barrier, steel block, clang. The golden light struck Fang Yu's back. He felt a searing pain radiate through him, causing him to grit his teeth and endure the agony as he plunged into the dimly lit main hall. There are still 2 chapters to follow. End of this chapter. Chapter 47. The Alien Queen's Lair. An unexpected survival. Fang Yu. A silent scream resonated within the hearts of Zhang Jie and Danis. They possessed vocal cords, yet fear rendered them momentarily speechless, unsure of how to vocalize their terror. Faced with the celestial figure of Fu Ming, Zhang Jie felt his legs weaken. He was already at the brink of exhaustion, and now any courage to resist had evaporated. Let it end. Death would be preferable to the gruesome fate of being gutted by an alien. Reflecting on this, Zhang Jie found a dark amusement in the absurdity of his situation. Honestly, who could have foreseen that just a day prior, he would meet his demise at the hands of a celestial swordsman? Such a death might not be too bad, he thought, closing his eyes slowly, awaiting the inevitable. Tat tat tat. Footsteps approached. Zhang Jie had no time to open his eyes before he was knocked to the ground. He felt warmth in front of him and hastily opened his eyes. This, Danis? What are you doing? Without a word, Danis looked up at the sky, where Fu Ming prepared to strike once more. A flicker of surprise crossed Fu Ming's face. A rare expression indeed. Did you inform her of the mission? Zhang Jie's mind raced, reaching an almost impossible conclusion. Had they inadvertently revealed to Danis that she was a pivotal character in this narrative, crucial to the mission itself? Danis, characterized in this tale as a bona fide PhD, possessed intellect surpassing that of her companions. In an instant, she recognized her significance, tackling the incapacitated Zhang Jie and catching Fu Ming off guard. The hesitation of Fu Ming confirmed Danis's assessment. She could not be eliminated. Interesting, Fu Ming remarked coolly, producing an object and casting it from the heights. Danis, unafraid, raised her hand to catch a canister. It was a medical spray. Fu Ming paused and continued. I have never encountered such a clever and courageous character before. Without activating the gene lock, you hold little value. However, considering your bravery, I shall spare this reincarnator's life, for now. With that, Fu Ming turned and departed, hands clasped behind his back. He just left like that? Zhang Jie muttered in confusion, while Danis swiftly applied the medical spray to his leg. No, save it. Let us first see how he fares. My wristwatch hasn't indicated any casualties yet. Along the banks of the clear underground stream, Ruan Wei, Xiao Yihui, Nova, the one-armed matron, along with the original characters, the elderly white man Bellows Zoke and the black woman Jones, walked slowly. Their faces were etched with unease, eyes glimmering with anxiety. Anyone aware that their destination was the lair of the alien queen would be far from calm. A tense atmosphere enveloped them, as if a storm was about to erupt at any moment. Ruan Wei could no longer contain himself and spoke up, his voice tinged with unmistakable dissatisfaction. This is all your team's fault. If it weren't for you, how could we have fallen to this state? Xiao Yi Hui's expression darkened as she retorted. Ruan Wei, your words are misguided. Meng Yao and Dechang were always intent on seizing our reward points. They never regarded us as human. No matter my actions, this day was inevitable. Ruan Wei's face grew even more sullen, his anger boiling over as he exclaimed, Do you not understand the strength in numbers? Without a team, how would she dare to confront all of us? Xiao Yihui, you are merely a foolish pig feigning intelligence, and it is all due to your foolishness. With a mocking scoff, Xiao Yihui crossed her arms. Do you really believe that without a team, Meng Yao would hesitate to show her true colors? You overestimate yourself. I may overestimate myself, but that's far better than your incessant pretense of wisdom. She shot back, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Ruan Wei, you are but a self-important individual lacking leadership skills. I once thought your cowardice was your worst trait, but it appears that it is merely the least reprehensible aspect of your despicable character. Ruan Wei, incensed, demanded, What did you say? Xiao Yihui regarded him with the disdainful gaze that women often reserve for men. What's the matter? Do you dare to strike me? Completely enraged, Ruan Wei lunged forward, gripping Xiao Yihui by the throat. Wretched woman, Wretched woman. Ruan Wei's bewilderment, having transitioned from the initial chaos of entering the realm of alien contract, to briefly leading the squad with fervor, and then being pursued by aliens and implanted with alien eggs, culminated in all his grievances being transferred to Xiao Yihui's neck. He appeared ready to choke the life out of her. Yet, as a woman, Xiao Yihui lacked the physical strength of a man. With Ruan Wei's upper body pinning her down, her eyes bulged as she neared suffocation. At that moment, the silent woman with a severed arm suddenly intervened. She picked up a stone and struck Ruan Wei forcefully on the back of the head. With a pained cry, Ruan Wei released Xiao Yihui and turned around, incredulous as he regarded the one-armed woman. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. She had finally seized this opportunity to retaliate against Ruan Wei for his previous unprovoked attacks. "You old hag!" Ruan Wei bellowed, attempting to retaliate, but the one-armed woman had already stepped back, her gaze revealing both wariness and triumph. "I warn you, do not dawdle," she declared, one hand on her hip, clearly accustomed to her condition. "I am not afraid of you. No matter how terrifying you are, do you have that giant scorpion inside you? No? If you delay any longer, the giant scorpion within me will emerge and take your life. You." Ruan Wei realized the truth in her words as he scanned the crowd, noticing their disapproving glances. His reputation was utterly tarnished. Seizing the moment, Xiao Yihui retreated to the sidelines, her heart a tumult of emotions as she observed the scene unfold. The internal conflicts of this team had escalated to an irreconcilable degree. For such a squad to survive on this perilous planet was nothing short of a miracle. With her hands tightly gripping the firearm, Nova chose not to squander time with the few individuals around her. She moved swiftly, meticulously exploring the subterranean currents. As she scanned the depths, the beam of her flashlight proved insufficient to illuminate the entirety of the shadowy abyss, leaving her unaware of what lay at the end. A creeping sensation of dread enveloped her. Suddenly, an unusual sound emanated from the depths of the underground flow. Nova's nerves instantly tightened. Without a moment's hesitation, she placed her weapon on the shore, took a deep breath, and plunged into the frigid water. The river was clear, yet due to its subterranean nature, the light was dim, rendering visibility poor. Nova widened her eyes, striving to acclimatize to the murky underwater environment as she descended into the depths. At that moment, she spotted a creature of monstrous proportions gliding past the shore. Its skin was smooth and moist, glinting with a metallic sheen. Its tail was long and agile, while its head bore a menacing structure, filled with sharp teeth and translucent mandibles. Nova's heart raced. Was this a creature akin to a worker drone? A wave of terror washed over her as she realized that Meng Yao's words might hold a grim truth. If there truly existed a queen alien in this vicinity, the peril they faced would far exceed their expectations. This planet might be far more treacherous than they had imagined, with the number and range of aliens possibly surpassing their wildest fears. As the footsteps of the worker drone grew distant, Nova surfaced, her complexion pale from the ordeal. Gasping for air, she paused momentarily before pressing the communicator on her shoulder. "There is a hive." As the message was relayed, Meng Yao's voice returned. "Excellent, darling. I knew you were the only one in this team capable of handling this. Go take a look. If you encounter an unusually large alien, report back to me." As if anticipating Meng Yao's shift in demeanor, Nova replied calmly, "I can search, but you must grant me a glimmer of hope and explain why it is imperative to locate the alien queen." Meng Yao fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. "Have you ever watched a neon anime called Parasite? Another chapter will follow before midnight." End of this chapter, chapter 48. In the depths of night, we seek hope amidst pain. Fong Yu's consciousness gradually emerged from a haze, as an icy chill permeated his entire being. "Hey, wake up!" A harsh voice echoed in his ear, followed by the sensation of cold water pouring over his head, jolting him into full awareness. As his eyes slowly opened, his vision transitioned from blurred to clear. He found himself ensconced in a dim and frigid prison cell, surrounded by cold stone walls, the air heavy with dampness and mildew. Shaking his head to rid himself of the droplets, he focused on the figure before him. A dark-skinned jailer wielding an iron rod, a malicious grin etched upon his face. "Clarify. What did Ironhead Torrin Fuller tell you?" The jailer's voice dripped with menace as he rapped the iron rod against the prison bars, the sound resonating ominously. Fong Yu flicked the water from his face, regarding the jailer with a cold gaze. His tone steady yet imbued with unyielding resolve. And if I refuse? The jailer sneered, a cruel glint sparking in his eyes. Oh, you will wish you hadn't tea. He brandished the iron rod menacingly, relishing the unrestrained power to inflict pain. I have nothing to confess, Fong Yu replied, his voice calm and unwavering, meeting the jailer's stare without a hint of fear. He would never betray the words shared with him by the benefactor who had taught him resilience. The jailer's expression darkened, taken aback by the prisoner's unexpected defiance. His demeanor grew more sinister as he resolved to teach Fong Yu a lesson. Raising the iron rod high, he swung it down with all his might toward Fong Yu's head. Yet, the anticipated sound of shattering bone did not resonate. Instead, the rod struck Fong Yu's head with a dull metallic thud, akin to striking a solid block of iron. You dare to use iron? Truly, you are courting death. The jailer bellowed in fury. Realizing he could not subdue Fong Yu alone, he summoned his colleagues. Together, they brought a bucket of ice water and unhesitatingly doused Fong Yu's head. Though the iron provided protection from the blows, it could not fend off the biting cold. The icy water streamed down Fong Yu's hair, enveloping him in a shroud of chill. He trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering, yet he clenched his jaw, suppressing any sound of distress. Seeing his stoicism, the jailers decided to escalate their torment. They activated the prison's air conditioning, setting the temperature to its lowest. A frigid wind howled from the vents, and Fong Yu felt an excruciating cold, as though his very blood were at risk of freezing. His breath quickened, and his body shook with intensified tremors. The jailers, witnessing Fong Yu's suffering, wore sadistic grins. Let us see how long you can endure this, you insolent brat. With a creaking sound, the cell door closed. Voices echoed in Fong Yu's mind. Stephen Fong. I cannot accept this. I cannot endure it. I cannot bear to witness this. Let us fight back. To slay one is not a loss. To slay two is a gain. The pirate Fong Yu gradually opened his eyes, realizing that he had yet to grasp the intricacies of the six forms technique. Since the one who taught me the six forms, the iron-head Torin Fuller, has been confined to the scorching hell, I must master the technique. If I fail to synchronize with you all, I would be betraying Torin Fuller and letting you down as well. Trembling, he continued observation hockey, armament hockey, the six forms, and the devil fruits. This world is rife with opportunities that can significantly enhance our chances of survival. I cannot be greedy for immediate gains and seize your hopes. I am willing to endure, even if it means retreating like a tortoise. In the private room of the gambling house, Uchiha Yu, bare-chested, suddenly found himself brimming with tears. The medical ninja before him frowned. Kid, bear with it. If you can't endure this little pain, what do you think a ninja is? Lady Tsunade, Uchiha Yu nodded slightly. I can endure, I can endure. With a sharp clap, Tsunade struck Yu's back, causing him to spit out a pool of black blood. Kakashi Hitaki rushed in. Tsunade began to tidy her instruments. Orochimaru's curse mark is quite complex. I cannot dispel it in a short time, but at least I can assure you that this child is not in mortal danger. Kakashi bowed slightly. Thank you for your efforts. He then playfully thumped Uchiha Yu on the head. You should thank Lady Tsunade. If we hadn't encountered her by chance, your life might have been forfeit. Reluctantly, Uchiha Yu bowed, handing over a large sum of money that Kakashi had lent him. Thank you. In the corner, Shizune, clutching a piglet, accepted the money without counting it and placed it into her bag. This is Tsunade's survival strategy after leaving Konoha for over a decade. What earns her the title of a cash cow? It is neither her lineage as the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, nor her substantial family wealth, nor even her reputation as one of the legendary Sannin. It is her mastery of medical ninjutsu. Healing others is indeed a lucrative endeavor. Uchiha Yu even suspected that the financial deficit of Hiruzen Sarutobi was filled with milk from Tsunade's return. Farewell. Watching the medical ninja depart, Uchiha Yu glared at Kakashi. You harbor too much prejudice against Orochimaru. I felt invigorated at that time. There was nothing wrong with it. Why should she seal my powers? Kakashi delivered a light smack to Uchiha Yu's head. The heavenly curse mark will turn you into a soulless monster. You would become a mindless killing machine. Did you not see the state of those 5 kids? How dreadful they were. Humph. I only care about becoming stronger. The rest is inconsequential. Orochimaru is a rogue ninja. Kakashi looked at Uchiha with rare seriousness. If you allow power to blind your judgment and tread a path you should not, I will personally put an end to you. Uchiha straightened his body and saluted Kakashi. Teacher, as long as I can grow stronger, I will cherish every inch of Konoha. Let the flames of my will burn brightly. Could you impart to me new techniques? I yearn to master the aggressive art of water release. I implore you. Is his condition truly normal? I am uncertain. First, let us apply some of this medicinal spray on him. In the corridor of the Engineering Master Hall, Zhang Jie and Denise gazed in horror at the grotesque mass of flesh protruding from the 30-centimeter gash on Feng Yu's back, feeling both disgusted and unsettled. This predicament is evidently unrelated to Fu Ming. It is clearly an affliction of Feng Yu himself. Furthermore, the faintly visible spots resembling tattoos only reinforce their suspicion that Feng Yu is possessed by a malevolent spirit. I will compile a list of monthly votes with gratitude. It is once again the 3rd watch of the night, and I appreciate everyone's support. I extend my heartfelt thanks to my operations officer, Yugui Tianqing, for the generous donation of 600 coins. I am also grateful to the passerby, Pai Xin, for contributing 500 coins to the main deity, Feng Yu, and to the Heavenly Master Ling Bao Tianzun for the donation of 700 coins. Lastly, I thank Lao Gui 13 for their contribution of 100 coins. End of chapter. Chapter 49. A new ability. The second curse. In the sky, the Green Goblin skateboard sliced through the air, while a figure observed from above. He was Dio Brook, the mental manipulator of the Demon Squad. The deaths of Arno and Zhang Ting compelled him to alter his strategy. The composure he once possessed, reminiscent of a character from a horror film, had vanished. He had to locate the captain, or he would face peril himself. Suddenly, he sensed an ominous presence. Glancing downward, he saw a rocket-propelled grenade hurtling towards him. His mental scanning swiftly identified the target on the ground. Behind a large tree, he spotted a robust figure, Dechong, who was hefting an RPG. I love flying. Dechong bellowed. This is a homing rocket launcher. In the air, you're a target. However, Dio Brook's expression only shifted slightly. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, the rapidly approaching missile had inexplicably slowed down and redirected itself towards Dechong. Dechong's eyes widened in disbelief. While he had considered that the RPG might not be capable of killing members of the Demon Squad, he had never anticipated that the adversary could redirect the missile back at him. It could only be said that the abilities available for exchange at the main god's domain were far too diverse and complex to be judged by conventional logic. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, but the missile's speed was too swift. His body had yet to react. With a thunderous explosion, Dechong was sent flying, leaving the forest in utter chaos. The shockwave uprooted surrounding trees, while flames and smoke spread throughout the woodland. Dio Brook hovered in the air, the radiance of the Green Goblin skateboard standing out vividly against the backdrop of the explosion. His expression remained calm, as if all of this had been anticipated. The real threat never stemmed from this muscle-bound, enhanced brute, but rather from the elusive captain of the central contingent. Dio Brook unleashed the full extent of his mental powers and simultaneously informed the spirit chain. I am under attack. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a powerful gust of wind behind him, startling him. That sound was all too familiar. The gliding noise of the Green Goblin skateboard. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. His mental scanning should have detected any approaching object. How had the adversary approached him so silently? Had it not been for his acute hearing, he would have been caught completely off guard. Mental shielding. A wave of dread washed over him as he realized he might have fallen into their trap. The central contingent had mental manipulators. When the Demon Squad had made their entrance, it was evident that the opponent had intentionally disclosed information to lower their guard. Without a moment's hesitation, Dio Brook swiftly produced a transparent blue shield. He quickly turned and raised the shield. Instantly, a magnified projection of a transparent shield materialized in front of him. At that moment, a woman on a Green Goblin skateboard came into Dio Brook's line of sight. Meng Yao's hands had transformed into elongated, flesh-like appendages, with two sharp blades at their tips. Clang, clang, clang. Her dagger struck the projection of the energy shield, producing a jarring sound of friction. The relentless barrage of impacts caused Dio Brook's brow to furrow with agitation. He could distinctly observe the fissures on the shield enlarging. The shield, worth a staggering 7,000 reward points, was an energy defense barrier of a sea-level side quest. How could it sustain cracks so swiftly under the opponent's assault? A more terrifying thought took root within him. Could this woman have reached the third tier of the gene lock, enhanced by a parasitic beast of B-level or higher? And did she also possess mental shielding abilities, making her a controller of mental forces? How could this be possible? He hastily transmitted the scene from his side to Fu Ming via the MindLink skill. Yet, this transmission was fleeting. Dio Brook had to concentrate fully on employing his most costly skill for survival. With a sharp sound akin to shattering glass, the energy defense shield before Dio Brook finally succumbed to Meng Yao's torrential onslaught, the cracks rapidly spreading until the entire shield erupted like broken glass. At that moment, Dio Brook appeared momentarily paralyzed, his expression frozen, a flicker of terror flashing in his eyes. However, just then, Meng Yao's actions abruptly halted. A hint of confusion flickered in her gaze, soon replaced by a steely resolve. She pivoted, maneuvering the green goblin skateboard towards the ground where De Chong stood, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. De Chong instantly realized the capability of this demon squad member. Mental control. The Meng Yao, now under mental domination, transformed into a machine devoid of emotion, driven solely by the urge to kill. Yet, knowing the opponent's ability was one thing, devising a response was another. De Chong had no time to ponder. His body instinctively reacted, sprinting towards the concealed underground river where the contract vessel lay hidden. Team member Tian Liangkai has died. Crew count reduced by 1. All members lose 100 reward points. Team member Nan Zihan has died. Crew count reduced by 1. All members lose 100 reward points. Team member Lai Yu. Team member Fong Min. The series of notification sounds jolted Fong Yu awake. He realized that these 4 team members were companions who had shared experiences with him in the wine barrel, whether in one adventure or several. It seemed that matters had escalated to the point where Meng Yao was no longer merely coveting those trivial sea-level side quests. He opened his eyes with determination, only to hear a scream nearby. Ah! Denise, startled, plopped down onto the ground, pointing at Fong Yu. Your eyes. Beside her, Zhang Jie observed Fong Yu's dual Tomo Sharingan and quickly explained. This is a mutation. It's nothing, just a bit redder than usual. He really isn't a demon, is he? Danis fixed her gaze upon the grotesque mass protruding from Fong Yu's back, a matter she had long contemplated addressing. An aberrant lump jutted conspicuously from his spine, its presence a blatant affront to the natural form of the human body. The mass exuded a nauseating stench, reminiscent of decaying flesh abandoned in a dank corner, having absorbed filth and decay over the years. Its hue was a disquieting dark brown, the surface coated in a viscous, greasy sheen that rendered it particularly repulsive in the dim light. Scattered across the surface were numerous coarse green hairs, growing haphazardly like weeds forcefully thrust from decayed soil, imparting an aura of wildness and uncleanliness. Even more unsettling were the myriad folds that covered the mass, layered upon one another like the creases left by carelessly crumpled old leather. Within the crevices, tiny holes were faintly visible, from which a pale yellow pus occasionally seeped, suggesting that this grotesque growth concealed some source of corruption within. As Fong Yu moved, the lump appeared to possess a life of its own, subtly undulating as if it were breathing. Yet, rather than feeling discomfort from the unsightly growth on his back, Fong Yu radiated joy, inwardly exclaiming, Synchronization ability. Chapter 50. The iconic scene of Iron Man at the moment when abilities synchronized, Fong Yu from the realms of Marvel One Piece, and Naruto felt an immediate urge to find a suitable place to experiment with the powers of the Cursed Mark Second Stage. In the original narrative, when Sasuke activated his Cursed Mark Second form, he sprouted a pair of flesh wings capable of low-altitude flight. In the vast ninja world, such a flying ability is exceedingly rare. Bound by iron chains, Fong Yu's eyes shimmered with a fervent desire for freedom. The foremost challenge in escaping from Impel Down was not merely how to break free, but rather how to navigate the seemingly endless calm belt that lay beyond. This was also the reason why it was so difficult for pirates to attempt a prison break at Impel Down. Without wind, ships could not approach, and without wind, traditional vessels could not depart. The only chance for temporary freedom lay in seizing a warship that did not rely on wind as its primary means of propulsion. Yet, this would immediately lead to the threat of being besieged by 10 naval warships. The second challenge involved the waters surrounding Impel Down, teeming with countless sea kings. Swimming, that would merely serve as bait for the fish. However, if one possessed a pair of wings, both challenges could be effortlessly resolved. Fang Yu exerted his strength, adjusting the distance between himself and the wall, while inwardly summoning his darker side. He could feel a surge of power emanating from the depths of his being, coursing across half of his face. This was the state of the first cursed mark. He urged himself to proceed. The darkness within him, coupled with the 3 black tomo on the back of his neck, gradually spread the black markings across his back. A smile of anticipation graced Fang Yu's face as he envisioned powerful flesh wings unfurling behind him, soaring through the skies. Yet, as time passed, his smile began to solidify. The peculiar sensation on his back was far from what he had envisioned. There was no lightness of wings, no outline of feathers, but rather a mass of wet, heavy flesh coalescing on his back. His initial joy was swiftly replaced by confusion and unease. Unable to contain himself, he turned to behold the reality of the situation. What he saw left him utterly aghast. The appendage sprouting from his back was nothing like the wings he had anticipated. It was a grotesque, monstrous lump. Its color was dull, its surface coated in a repulsive slime, adorned with irregular protrusions and folds. Fang Yu was overwhelmed with shock and terror. This grotesque mass bore no resemblance to the wings he had envisioned. It appeared more akin to a fragment of some abominable creature than an organ capable of granting him the gift of flight. A wave of nausea washed over him, nearly inducing a fit of retching. Simultaneously, in the chat channel, Stephen Fong sent a message of dismay.
Heavens, I am utterly revolted.
What on earth is this thing? Uchihayu, taking advantage of Kakashi's momentary slumber, hid behind a large tree and activated the second stage of his cursed mark. He touched the grotesque mass on his back, suppressing his discomfort. Indeed, the shape is undeniably unappealing, but I can sense that the amount of chakra within my body has reached unprecedented heights, almost double what I usually experience. If combined with the genetic seal, Uchihayu pressed his lips together, contemplating that even if he unleashed a large-scale ninjutsu akin to water release, great waterfall, his current chakra reserves would suffice. Alas, I cannot sustain this state for long. Kakashi entrusted Tsunade to prepare a sealing technique for me. This chapter is not yet complete. Continue reading on the next page. As he spoke, his flesh gradually retracted back into his body. However, as long as it does not affect you, it is acceptable. Stephen Fong nodded, acknowledging that while he could not soar like Sasuke, it was indeed a regret. Nevertheless, one must remember that the Heaven's Curse mark, prior to the onset of the Wind Arc, could rival Naruto's chakra reserves in his one-tail form. Let us not be ungrateful for the advantages we have. What does it matter if we appear unsightly? Having finished his sentiments, he noticed the absence of replies and brazenly continued to send messages. Why is no one responding? Are you all ignoring me? Pirate Fong Yu replied. I was pondering, given such a form, does this object merely augment chakra? Surely it possesses its own unique effects, akin to the Sound Ninja's 5-man team, with independent abilities. Uchihayu recalled. When Kadamaru activated his Curse Mark Level 2, an extra eye sprouted from his forehead. Kimimaro grew a tail, and Jirobo manifested demonic horns while unlocking over a dozen genjutsu. This foul-smelling flesh cannot merely exist to disgust others. We must further explore the capabilities of this flesh. Both Stephen Fong and Pirate Fong Yu sighed in unison. Pirate Fong Yu remarked, well then, it falls to you, Hokage Fong Yu. Only you can locate the enemy. One of us is confined in a cell while the other lies in bed. Ah yes, though he is free, he is still bound by the law, making it exceedingly difficult for him to find a suitable opponent. Just as he uttered this, Pirate Fong Yu fell silent. Typically, his way of alleviating boredom was to watch the live broadcasts on Stephen Fong's television. At that moment, an urgent notification on the screen perfectly contradicted Pirate Fong Yu's previous statement. The television flickered with dazzling light, revealing a colossal mech rampaging through the factory grounds. The area bore an enormous logo, Stark Industries, the family enterprise of Iron Man Tony Stark. The metallic shell of the Iron Tyrant mech reflected a blinding sheen in the flames, rendering the surroundings small and fragile under its imposing presence. Each of its movements was accompanied by a thunderous roar, as if proclaiming its might and invincibility. Not far off, a reckless host and cameraman transmitted everything back to the studio through their lenses. The host's voice resonated with clarity amidst the tense atmosphere. How did Stark Industries provoke this iron behemoth? At this rate, Stark Industries will be dismantled. Or perhaps, that red mech warrior could devise a solution? In one corner of the screen, a warrior clad in red and yellow armor was valiantly attempting to obstruct the Iron Tyrant. Its movements were agile and swift, attempting to combat the colossal figure with an array of weapons and tactics. Who else could it be but Iron Man? Regrettably, the disparity in strength between the two was insurmountable. The power of Mr. KE3 and the Iron Tyrant was profoundly imbalanced, with their defenses vastly divergent. In a bid to prevent the Iron Tyrant from continuing its destruction, Iron Man attempted to intervene, only to be sent flying over 10 meters by a colossal swing of the Iron Tyrant's mighty hammer. Witnessing this spectacle, Stephen Fong exclaimed with exhilaration, "Has the climactic battle of Iron Man begun?" Rarely did the pirate Fong Yu miss an opportunity for humor. No matter who faces off against the Iron Tyrant, I, Fong Yu, shall come to the aid. At this moment, Stephen Fong felt a surge of excitement surpassing that of winning a $5 million lottery. Originally an ordinary immigrant, even after acquiring superpowers, he had always restrained his demeanor. After all, the realm he inhabited was governed by laws, monitored by relevant authorities, and threatened by malevolent forces, any of which could lead to him being captured for experimentation. Today, with the Iron Tyrant demolishing buildings in the streets, his intervention was a true act of valor. Most importantly, he could finally unleash his abilities without restraint, just like Uchiha Yu and the deity Fong Yu. Thank you all for your monthly votes. Another chapter will follow shortly. Gratitude extends to the fleeting patron, the skin deity, for the additional 500-point donation. Thank you. Appreciation also goes to the heavenly punishment for the 100-point donation. End of this chapter, Chapter 51. In the spacious hall of Stark Industries, a fierce battle between two mechas had reached its zenith. Although the Ironmonger possessed immense strength and formidable defenses, the agility of the Mark III was unmatched by such a brute force. A decisive victor had yet to emerge. After narrowly evading a crushing blow from the Ironmonger, Tony Stark, encased within the Mark III, felt a surge of anxiety. His attention was drawn to a figure nestled in the corner of the office. Through the visor of the suit, he was horrified to discover his beloved Pepper Potts curled beneath a desk, evidently caught off guard by the sudden turmoil. The Ironmonger had also noticed Pepper's presence, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. With all his might, he delivered a powerful strike that sent Iron Man hurtling through the air. Iron Man tumbled and crashed heavily to the ground, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds. Seizing the opportunity, the Ironmonger charged toward Pepper's location. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Pepper knew she could not remain idle. She sprang from her hiding place, her high heels echoing a frantic rhythm against the floor as she raced down 3 flights of stairs, almost in a desperate race against death. Just as she believed she had found temporary safety and was about to catch her breath, a violent shaking reverberated above her. Bang! 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 The Ironmonger had utilized his colossal weight and strength to smash through 3 floors, landing directly in front of Pepper and blocking her escape route. Her heart raced as she stared in terror at the massive mecha, resembling an insurmountable mountain that obstructed her path to safety. Obadiah Stane lifted the Ironmonger's cockpit, revealing his bald head. "Ah, is that not the esteemed Virginia Pepper Potts? What brings you to the office at such a late hour?" Pepper mustered a strained smile. "Mr. Stane, your attire is rather unique today. Is there a party nearby?" "Indeed, my lady. May I invite you to be my dance partner? Should you be otherwise occupied? Should you decline?" Obadiah snapped the cockpit shut with a resounding clang, causing Pepper to flinch. A deep mechanical voice echoed, "I shall turn you into meat sauce for pasta." Faced with such a dire threat, Pepper, despite her fear, had no choice but to step forward. Just as she prepared to be captured by the ironmonger, several missiles suddenly whistled through the air, striking the ironmonger's back with pinpoint accuracy. The explosion and shockwave caused the ironmonger to stagger, momentarily halting his advance. Seizing the moment, Iron Man descended rapidly from the sky, and as the ironmonger faltered, he swooped in to reach Pepper, extending his mechanical arm to rescue her from peril. However, the ironmonger's reflexes exceeded Iron Man's expectations. The ironmonger merged his fists, delivering a staggering blow that sent Iron Man crashing to the ground as if swatting a fly. The resounding impact reverberated through the air, causing a violent collision between Iron Man's armor and the earth below. This overwhelming force transmitted directly to the interior of the Mark III suit, leaving Tony Stark momentarily dazed, suffering from a significant concussion. Darkness blurred his vision, and a persistent ringing filled his ears. By the time Tony regained his senses, Ironmonger had seized Pepper Potts by the waist. Obadiah Stane resumed his facade of a benevolent father figure, expressing his reluctance to reach this point. Just hand over the arc reactor and that Halloween suit you're wearing, and I might spare one of your lives, he continued, his tone dripping with menace. He lifted his gaze to the Stark Industries logo, proclaiming, I regard this company as my finest creation. Under my stewardship, it will flourish and become the most formidable military-industrial enterprise in the world. Tony Stark removed his battered helmet, devoid of energy, and retorted, Then you might as well kill me now. During his harrowing captivity by the Ten Rings, Stark had witnessed the devastation wrought by war, and he refused to be a mere blacksmith supplying weapons to butchers. Do you think your death would prevent me from acquiring Stark Industries? Obadiah scoffed, raising a stone to hurl at the resigned Tony Stark. Closing his eyes, Stark awaited his fate. Suddenly, a sharp crack reverberated throughout the arena. Stark opened his eyes, astonished to find himself still alive. Before him was a scene he would never forget. A young Asian man with black hair gracefully arcing through the air, delivering a kick to Ironmonger's head. This young man executed a signature flying kick reminiscent of Tony Stark's idol, Bruce Lee. The force of the kick was astonishing, momentarily staggering the colossal Ironmonger, disrupting his balance. Tony Stark's eyes widened in disbelief. This kick was akin to witnessing Bruce Lee's iconic flying kicks in the movies, but the reality was far more profound. The shock was magnified 100-fold. Obadiah Stane, however, was the most astonished of all. No one understood the weight and power of Ironmonger better than he. How is this possible? He murmured, fixating on the unexpected adversary, attempting to discern any clues. The appearance of Stephen Strange shattered the three men's perceptions, leaving their minds momentarily incapable of processing the situation. Two individuals, having just achieved a modicum of success in piloting their mechs, suddenly realized that a single kick from this newcomer could send a car flying. The impact on them was nothing short of monumental. As Obadiah stood momentarily stunned within the Ironmonger suit, Stephen Strange swiftly lifted Pepper Potts and dashed into the distance. Don't run, Obadiah commanded, maneuvering the Ironmonger to seize a stone, targeting the escape route of the two with malicious intent. Tony Stark sought to intervene but found the energy reserves of Mark III insufficient, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. A victorious grin began to form on Obadiah's face. He believed the stone was lethal enough to obliterate any carbon-based life form. Just as the stone was about to descend upon them, an astonishing wall of water erupted into the sky. The emergence of this aqueous barrier was so unexpected that no one could have foreseen it. Towering and thick, the wall stood as a formidable shield behind Stephen and Pepper. The impact was tremendous. Upon contact, the stone shattered into fragments that scattered across the ground. The two mech pilots were left dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? In their moment of astonishment, Stephen had successfully placed Pepper to safety. Upon reappearing, his body was adorned with cloud-like patterns of the celestial mark, his physique augmented by the energy coursing through him, proving he had unlocked the first tier of the genetic lock. He grasped a cement slab 3 times larger than the stone previously hurled by Obadiah and charged towards the Ironmonger's face with accelerated fervor. The Sharingan spun rapidly, allowing him to deftly evade the oncoming fist of the Ironmonger. Leaping into the air, a flash of lightning cleaved through the sky at that very moment. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the 3 spectators, Stephen summoned every ounce of strength, channeling the grievances accumulated over the past 14 years into his wrist. He roared, "Let me smash!" End of the chapter. Chapter 52. Seeking continued reading, Meng Yao vs. Iron Titan Bang. The collision between the cement slab and the Iron Titan's armored exterior produced a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the Stark Industries hall, causing it to shudder. The Iron Titan's shell, under such immense impact, was not merely dented. It exhibited visible cracks and deformation. The force of the impact sent the Iron Titan sliding across the floor until it collided with the wall of the hall, where it finally came to a halt. Inside, Obadiah experienced devastating harm. He was jolted by the sudden, colossal force, as if his very insides were being tossed about, leaving him feeling as though he might be torn apart. His head suffered violent shaking, plunging him into darkness, accompanied by a cacophony of roaring sounds. His bones and muscles endured varying degrees of damage from the high-intensity collision. His ribs might have fractured, and internal bleeding was a distinct possibility. Under Stephen Fong's explosive onslaught, the Iron Titan's once impenetrable shell began to show signs of succumbing to the relentless blows, each strike resonating like a hammer against iron, producing ear-splitting sounds. Obadiah, within the Iron Titan, was left dazed and disoriented by the continuous barrage. His thoughts dulled as he flailed his mechanical arms instinctively, hoping to strike the enemy before him. However, Stephen Fong's Sharingan granted him extraordinary dynamic vision. With the aid of the Sharingan, the Iron Titan's previously swift movements appeared slow and clumsy, akin to a film played in slow motion. He elegantly swayed his body, effortlessly avoiding all of the Iron Titan's attacks. Each evasion was executed with pinpoint precision, the Titan's fists narrowly missing him by mere inches, the dull thuds echoing as all strikes merely landed futilely against the Titan's own exterior. The clanging sounds reverberated through the Stark Industries hall as Stephen Fong dominated the Iron Titan. Tony Stark and Pepper Potts, witnessing this spectacle, were rendered speechless, pondering how humanity had evolved to such a degree and why no one had forewarned them. As Stephen Fong's assault intensified, each punch brimmed with power and every kick was infused with rage. Behind him, the cloud-like markings of the heavenly curse surged and roiled, providing him with a seemingly inexhaustible source of strength. His muscles writhed beneath his hoodie, seemingly contributing to the force of his strikes. Thanks to his pirate physique, his fists were as hard as iron. Furthermore, the gene lock amplified his strength exponentially. The Iron Titan began to wobble under Stephen Fong's relentless barrage, its exterior riddled with pockmarked dents, angry imprints left by Stephen's fury. Obadiah's erratic flailing grew increasingly feeble. His mechanical arms became heavier, and the Titan's movements slowed considerably. He was left yearning to inquire, "Where have I wronged you? Can I offer an apology to put this matter to rest?" At last, under the forceful uppercut delivered by Stephen Fong, the head armor of the Iron Tyrant emitted a sharp crack, causing the entire mech to topple backward, crashing heavily onto the ground of Stark Industries and stirring up a cloud of dust. Obadiah was utterly defeated, his ambitions and schemes dissolving into nothingness beneath the iron fist of Stephen Fong. With both hands gripping the cockpit of the Iron Tyrant, the harsh sound of metal grinding reverberated before a dazed bald head came into view. With a swift motion, he yanked Obadiah out and tossed him onto the ground, striding towards Tony Stark and Pepper Potts. "The cleaning duty is yours now," Stephen Fong declared, removing his hood to ensure Tony Stark could see his face clearly, proclaiming loudly, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am not only an enigmatic oracle from the East, but have also trained in Kung Fu for 2 months." While the Iron Tyrant suffered at the hands of Stephen Fong, Dechong was being pursued by Meng Yao like a stray dog. With his first-level gene lock fully activated and enhanced by the powers of the notorious Yu Yu Hakusho, he concentrated all the muscle from his upper body into his legs, completely abandoning any form of defense. He dared not resist Meng Yao's onslaught for even a second. During Dechong's first venture into the main god space, experiencing the horror of Resident Evil 1, he had witnessed Meng Yao's prowess as she faced off against the vengeful evil god. After each cycle, Meng Yao would prioritize her own enhancements with the reward points and side storylines, leaving only scraps for Dechong and the already perished heir Nyo. No one understood Meng Yao's combat abilities better than Dechong. Indeed, upon seeing the arrival of the demon team, he felt an unusual confidence, stemming from his belief that Meng Yao was invincible. Following her through the horrors of physical realms seemed devoid of peril. Yet now, with Meng Yao under mental control, she manifested as De Chong's greatest nightmare. As he ran, De Chong felt as though he might shatter his molars in anxiety. Run! Run faster, you dead leg! His breaths came in quick gasps, his heart pounding violently against his chest. His steps faltered momentarily on the slick banks of the underground river. Before him loomed the massive Covenant ship, silently blocking the entrance to the dark river, akin to a great beast lurking in the shadows, waiting for its prey. De Chong swallowed hard, cold sweat beating on his forehead, his mind rife with conflict and struggle. Before him lay two choices: to charge into the alien nest, gambling for a slim chance of survival, or to turn and confront Meng Yao head-on, a futile endeavor akin to throwing an egg against a rock. Under Meng Yao's influence, the 6,000 frozen colonizers had transformed into a formidable army of bioengineered warriors, resembling a bountiful harvest of cabbages. The number of aliens that had already hatched was likely beyond anyone's imagination. In the cinematic world, logic may prevail, but in the realm of the main god space, anything was possible. It was entirely plausible that hundreds of aliens had already emerged within the confines of the ship. They were not mere frail zombies. Damn it! It was time to fight. De Chong suddenly dashed forward, but the sound that erupted behind him deflated his spirit instantly. Why run? Turning back, he saw Meng Yao, who had already regained consciousness, and he plopped down onto the ground in sheer fright. He was truly terrified. Meng Yao, witnessing De Chong's disheveled state, couldn't help but smile. If you were this fearful of me all the time. Meng Yao twirled a strand of her bangs around her finger. Oh, I see. You believe I wouldn't harm you, correct? De Chong swallowed hard, too afraid to speak, fearing that he might truly anger this demoness. Let us take a break, Meng Yao said as she picked at the dirt beneath her nails. Even if I don't pursue you, you still need to get past this place. Huh? Why? De Chong's facial muscles quivered as he spoke. I need you to confirm the location of the alien queen. The alien queen? What do we need her for? Can she contend with the demon squad? Meng Yao patiently continued, pointing to the sky. Oh, she cannot. So you should deal with that one up there who is stepping on the sword. De Chong fell silent, scrambling towards the contract ship. Meanwhile, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens. The battle was on the verge of erupting. 2 more chapters to come. Chapter 53. A glimmer of hope in the sky. A radiant beam of golden light descended with an unparalleled force, akin to divine retribution. Just moments ago, the imperious Meng Yao found herself in a state of disarray before this brilliant light. She sprinted desperately away from the direction of the contract ship, striving to evade the relentless pursuit of the golden glow. Yet, as if possessed of its own sentience, the light pursued her unerringly. Its speed was astonishing. Even Feng Yu, having unlocked the first tier of his genetic lock and endowed with the celestial curse seal, could not outrun it, and Meng Yao was no better off. She had scarcely taken a few steps before it was nearly upon her. Just as the golden light was about to strike Meng Yao, her body underwent a peculiar transformation. Her arms elongated rapidly, splitting into robust, fleshy appendages. At the tips of these disconcerting limbs were sharp blades exuding a chilling aura. These grotesque limbs seemed to possess a will of their own, flailing wildly in the air. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks erupted as the blades collided with the golden light, each contact producing a resonant metallic ring that reverberated painfully in the ears. In the sky, Ming felt his eyelids twitch involuntarily. He had initially believed that, with his golden core cultivation and swordsmanship, victory would be easily within his grasp. However, the anomalous abilities displayed by the captain of the Central Continent team forced him to reassess his opponent. He regained his haughty demeanor, muttering, "What was the ability of the parasitic beast again?" On one side of the valley, Dio Brook, having exhausted a significant portion of his mental energy, appeared dazed. He acutely realized that he had just skirted the edge of death. To think he could clash blades with the captain. How many horror films had this woman survived? Just as he pondered this, Dio Brook's expression turned to one of sheer terror as he suddenly glanced back at the distant horizon. Upon witnessing the familiar ship take flight, he comprehended the situation in an instant. Filled with regret, Dio Brooks slapped his thigh. Oh no, the ship has been stolen. The plunderer. In the operating room, Zhang Jie lay sprawled on the medical table, the effects of the anesthetic just beginning to wane. He gazed at the neatly stitched wound on his abdomen and the basketball-sized grotesque creature on the table, still impaled by a shuriken. He understood that he had, for the time being, survived. You're awake? You are the least competent among those who came this time. Fang Yu's voice prompted Zhang Jie to turn his head in surprise at Fang Yu's seemingly nonchalant demeanor, followed by confusion. What do you mean, the least competent? Am I being impolite? Fang Yu patted Zhang Jie on the shoulder. It's all right, just a joke. You can still joke at a time like this? Zhang Jie said, wiping the cold sweat from his face. You're incredibly bold. How did you even think of stealing the Devil Team's ship? Zhang Jie continued, filled with trepidation. What if there are people aboard? Wouldn't we be walking into a trap? You see, you never considered that I could steal their ship. So why would they think of it? Fang Yu shrugged, his reasoning appearing quite sound. As the two conversed, Denise, armed, approached. My privileges still apply aboard this vessel. It seems the villain corporation merely revoked my rights on the contract. It was not the corporation that took them. Fang Yu pointed at himself, but rather that woman who is with us. Denise appeared perplexed. Why would she do such a thing? Fang Yu shrugged. Perhaps due to her tragic childhood. An orphan with no kin, bereft of neighbors crushed by a passing vehicle. After listening for a while, Denise grasped the essence. This was a curse, not an introduction. She quickly interjected, then we must leave at once. This planet is perilous, and it is already a miracle that the three of us have survived. Denise contemplated abandoning the remaining crew and the 6,000 frozen colonists. This decision seemed somewhat at odds with her character from the films. However, the circumstances dictated such a choice. The Denise from the movies faced far fewer dangers than we do now, Fang Yu remarked, shedding his earlier jesting demeanor. You cannot depart, at least not now. You must wait for us. Out of camaraderie in adversity, wait for us. Why can't we leave? Zhang Jie was the first to crack. Fang Yu shook his head helplessly and gestured towards the dial of the reincarnation watch. The sound of his fingernail tapping on the surface echoed crisply. Zhang Jie, puzzled, glanced at it. Before long, he was left in a state of despair, devoid of vitality. What on earth is happening? Denise queried, bewildered. Very well, let us proceed. Fang Yu hastened his speech. Because we have yet to complete our mission. The tasks displayed on the reincarnation watch had initially appeared simple and straightforward when the Zhongzhou team first emerged. Enter engineer planet. Witness the birth of the alien. Protect Denise. These three essential tasks bore no rewards or penalties, a fact Fang Yu attributed to the farming team's unpopularity with the main deity. Moreover, a seemingly insignificant rule now stood out glaringly. Transport 6,000 colonists to a habitable planet. Survive with 35 crew members. One survivor earns 100 reward points. Each death deducts 1's existing 100 reward points, with Meng Yao, De Chong, and Air Nyo present. The notion of a horror film where physical attacks were the norm implied a high survival rate, akin to a reward-laden scenario. However, now, each crew member's demise weighed heavily on the shoulders of the Zhongzhou team. By the time Fang Yu entered the alien realm, his reward points had already been exhausted. After seizing 2 aliens from Air Nyo, he gained 1,000 points, only to lose them again upon the unfortunate death of Air Nyo. In the best-case scenario, only De Chong, Meng Yao, Fang Yu, Zhang Jie, and Denise would survive. Completing a horror film would yield 1,000 points, yet the deductions would amount to 2,000. Fang Yu could absorb the loss, but Zhang Jie could not. Even though Fang Yu assisted Zhang Jie through the crisis, their colonial mission remained unfulfilled, leaving them unable to return to the realm of the main god. Alternatively, the complete annihilation of the demon squad was a thought neither dared to entertain. The sole means by which they could escape this horror narrative was to transport the 6,000 colonists to a habitable planet. Fortunately, Fang Yu's audacious strategy of a surprise raid caught the demon squad off guard. With the acquisition of the demon squad spaceship, they had gained a measure of control. After elucidating his plan using 30 reward points, Fang Yu turned to Danny's and inquired, "Have you checked how many colonists are aboard this vessel?" Danny's, her worldview profoundly shaken, sighed in response, 4,700. That leaves us a deficit of 1,300. Zhang Jie exclaimed, suddenly sitting upright. Where are we supposed to find over 1,000 people? Fang Yu proposed an answer that bordered on the impossible. Contract. Thank you all for your monthly votes. There will be another chapter soon. End of this chapter. Chapter 54. A battle of wits. The deadlock for Meng Yao. The contract ship? How is that possible? Keep your voice down. Fang Yu cast a glance at Zhang Jie, hoping that after enduring a few more horror films, his temperament would return to a state of calm. Zhang Jie, agitated, retorted, "How can I remain calm? Did you not see Meng Yao attempting to repair the bioengineer David before we left the contract ship? She must be using colonizers to incubate aliens. After all this time, could there still be any survivors?" Truly, Zhang Jie had considered everything. Fang Yu admired him and continued, "Firstly, I refuse to believe Meng Yao would leave herself without an escape route. She values her life immensely. Secondly, with 6,000 colonizers, it would take days for the facehuggers to incubate, wouldn't it? The main god has already matched us with a demon team possessing golden core members to apprehend us. Is it really possible that it offers no chance of survival for us pitiful souls?" As a traveler, Fang Yu possessed a unique understanding of the main god. This luminous orb, its every action essentially coerced individuals to unlock their genetic locks and advance to the 4th tier. 3. Never mind, you wouldn't understand. If I do not understand, then how are we to evacuate the 6,000 colonizers from this planet? While speaking, Fang Yu activated his genetic lock. His mind raced, and a glimmer of intelligence shone in his eyes as he uttered 2 words. Cooperation. Cooperation. Zhang Jie laughed as though he had heard the most absurd joke. Who would cooperate with us? Everyone. Just as Zhang Jie was about to press for further clarification, Fang Yu waved him off and stepped aside. He refrained from explaining further and directly pressed the communication button on the intercom previously issued by Dechang. Regardless of what you are currently engaged in, cease the work of incubating aliens at once. After a long pause, the voice on the other end responded urgently. Reason? I have stolen a Demon Team S spaceship, and I currently have a shortage of 1,300 colonizers. Regardless of your previous escape routes, I deem none as secure as this one. After a prolonged silence, Meng Yao finally replied, What is your name? Is it important? My name is Duke. On the other end, Meng Yao, who was desperately evading, felt a surge of joy. How long had she waited for this moment? Finally, a sage had arrived. Suspended in the air, Fu Ming's gaze was sharp, filled with rage. Dare to be distracted while facing me? He waved his hand. With a swift motion, a golden light struck Meng Yao's shoulder. Her body lurched and blood gushed forth. The blood sprayed over 1/2 meter high, an astonishing amount. Even Fu Ming felt a twinge of discomfort. He could only attribute this peculiarity to the enhancement from the parasitic beast. Meng Yao clutched her shoulder and continued her escape, her voice urgent. How do I send these colonizers to you? No need to send them. We will leave in 2 spaceships. Are you dreaming? Fang Yu chuckled. Tell that cultivator before him that he has 2 choices. I will pilot their spaceship to flee. Even if he were to eliminate all the Zhongzhou team members on the ground, he would still be unable to kill me. As long as the team battle does not conclude and the colonization mission remains unfulfilled, he will waste his time here. What of his golden core stage? Can he play hide and seek with me in the cosmos? After a prolonged silence, Meng Yao finally responded. 2 of their team members have perished. The implication was clear. This could only end in mutual destruction. Upon hearing that Meng Yao had believed his fabricated tale, Fang Yu hastily added, I have a solution. He gazed at the illuminated screen on the control panel. Once the contract number reached a complete 1,000, the remaining individuals could serve as alien vessels awaiting incubation. Before the demon team lay a bounty of countless alien reward points. Meng Yao's face brightened with a smile, secretly cursing. What a reckless young man. Did he not comprehend how the Lord God would punish such a vile points-grabbing scheme? Nevertheless, Meng Yao expressed her concerns, remarking that the arrogant individual would not necessarily cooperate, even if it meant inviting trouble upon himself. Fang Yu cast a glance at Danis and whispered in the corridor, Do not forget, Danis is still with me. If it comes to it, we can perish together. I have but one worthless life. But then, Fang Yu shifted his tone. You mentioned earlier that the base reward after a horror film concludes is 1,000 points. The additional reward for this horror film is 100 points for each surviving crew member, and 100 deducted for each death. Negative points must be eradicated. Thus, I must negotiate with you. As a seasoned participant, you shall bear the deficit for all us newcomers. Ha ha ha. Meng Yao swore this was the most amusing joke she had ever heard in her life. Reward points for newcomers? Truly, the sun must have risen in the west. Do not laugh just yet. Fang Yu interrupted Meng Yao's laughter. Those unshod fear not the shod. From the moment I arrived in this world, I considered myself dead. I could merely enter the spacecraft and activate cryogenic mode, perhaps even sleep for 30 years. And what of you? How long can you endure before the might of the demon team? All right. Meng Yao repeated thrice, surprisingly not angered, but instead gently replied, your reasoning is quite sound. Let us proceed as you suggest. She activated the gene lock, forcibly obstructing Fu Ming's flying sword, and shouted into the air, wait. She then expeditiously conveyed the stakes as discussed by Fang Yu. In the sky, Fu Ming coldly regarded Meng Yao, the woman of the cultivation team. Do you think this will compel me to spare you? Meng Yao stood her ground, asserting, you cannot kill me so easily. I have ways to ensure you pay a painful price before you can take my life. Fu Ming was taken aback by encountering such a formidable opponent and hesitated momentarily. Dio Brook urgently urged Fu Ming, Captain, her words are not without merit. He spoke while exchanging glances with Fu Ming, evidently harboring his own thoughts. Humph. Fu Ming scoffed and flew towards Dio Brook. Day and night transitioned. The survivors on the engineer planet busied themselves. Eliminating the aliens from the contract number proved to be a formidable task. Fortunately, there exists a formidable individual named De Chong, who has drawn a horde of alien entities, effortlessly gliding away on a green-hued skateboard, carrying off 90% of them. The remaining few have met their demise under Meng Yao's merciless slaughter, transforming into points of reward. Navigating through the ship has become quite arduous, as many areas are inundated with blood, reeking of a foul stench, an accumulation of the lifeblood of thousands of colonizers. Fortunately, Meng Yao has sealed all necessary hatches and revoked the access privileges of the bioengineer David. Within the cryogenic chamber, there are still 4,500 colonizers remaining. The surviving newcomers from the Zhongzhou team, under the vigilant watch of Dio Brook, have expelled the alien embryos from their bodies. Upon observing through X-ray that some explosive capsules remain affixed to their respiratory tracts, difficult to remove without causing detonation, Dio Brook narrowed his eyes, contemplating the implications. When dealing with the breeding team, one must not apply conventional logic. The survivors, having faced the horrors of the main god's domain, now bear expressions devoid of vitality, their eyes reflecting a profound despair for the future. They have endured a gruesome ordeal, ultimately relying on the reward points of seasoned allies to secure their lives. What good would it do for them to return to the main god's plaza, utterly penniless? Without reward points to enhance their capabilities, they remain ordinary individuals. Dio Brook connected with Fu Ming. Captain, I have completed my task here. On the other end, Fu Ming and Meng Yao were at an impasse, both unable to fully trust one another. However, they were coerced into this temporary course of action. Meng Yao raised her head and instructed her team to disembark from the Covenant ship, indicating that the time for this horror show to conclude was nigh. Fu Ming's sword trembled beneath his feet. Oh, and if you flee? Meng Yao laughed heartily. Do you not understand that I am the captain of the breeding team? I would never sacrifice my own interests. Fear not, I have made arrangements. They possess bombs within them that will act according to my commands, ensuring this cycle ends swiftly. Moreover, I shall remain here with my strategists, awaiting our return. Should I fail to execute this, then let battle commence. Fu Ming fell silent, but Meng Yao recognized this as tacit agreement. Dio Brook, swiftly gliding on his green skateboard, awaited the arrival of a nearby vehicle. Before long, a conveyance approached, driven by Zhang Jie with Fang Yu in the passenger seat. Upon seeing the two, Fu Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Jie honked the horn twice, dropped off Fang Yu, and waved goodbye. As time ticked away, the Covenant ship, carrying the remnants of the Zhongzhou team, ascended into the sky, gradually vanishing into the clouds, leaving Fu Ming unable to pursue even on his sword. Thus, the transaction was only half fulfilled. At that moment, Both Dio Brooks and Meng Yao's walkie-talkies suddenly crackled to life. "Hey, Demon Team, the terms of our transaction have changed, but do not be hasty. Allow me to explain. If you eliminate our captain, I shall fulfill my task punctually and return to the main goddess domain without delay." Upon hearing this voice, Meng Yao's countenance changed dramatically. She gazed towards Fang Yu, who had been sent by Zhang Jie, and noticed that he held no walkie-talkie in his hand. Where did that voice emanate from? Was it pre-recorded? How absurd. In the midst of Meng Yao's bewildered stare, Fang Yu's body suddenly exploded into a cloud of white smoke, vanishing without a trace. This left Meng Yao utterly dumbfounded, as if she had encountered a ghost. Meanwhile, Fu Ming looked on with astonishment, as if to convey, "Could it be that you, the captain of the breeding team, are unaware that your team members are enhanced in the direction of ninjas?" End of the third update. Thank you all for your monthly votes. Please continue to support, especially during this new book's peak release period. End of this chapter. Chapter 55. Meng Yao, farewell in an instant. Meng Yao unleashed every curse she could muster in her life. Just moments ago, she had reveled in her triumph. Nyo was dead, a sage had appeared, and she had secured a B-level side quest. It was a perfect day. Yet, the sage had ensnared her in a fatal trap. The question loomed. How had that young man accomplished such a feat? Was it a technique of shadow duplication?
Impossible.
Meng Yao felt her teeth nearly shatter as she ground them together, spitting out two words through clenched jaws. Dechong. The only plausible explanation her mind could conjure was that this intricate scheme was devised by the seasoned Dechong. Otherwise, it would imply the existence of ninja techniques in reality, which was utterly absurd. Ha ha ha! Realizing she had been outwitted, Su Ming erupted into laughter. Did you truly not see it coming? Woman, your farming endeavors lack public support. The heavens shall have their reckoning. As he spoke, a golden light erupted. In the sky, Su Ming's figure appeared to merge with the flying sword. The golden core stage cultivator, now enraged after being toyed with, unleashed his fury. At the tip of his sword, brilliant golden radiance coalesced into tangible sword energy, swirling and dancing in the air like sentient beings, before launching ferociously at Meng Yao. Faced with such an onslaught, Meng Yao felt an overwhelming weight upon her. Despite her formidable strength under the genetic lock, she was utterly helpless against Su Ming's swordsmanship at the golden core stage. The only chance she had was to drag Su Ming down from the sky to fight back. But for now, she could only endure the relentless assault. Her mutated limbs flailed desperately, attempting to fend off the seemingly sentient sword energies. Yet, each strike sent waves of immense force coursing through her, rendering her arms numb. Su Ming's attacks grew increasingly ferocious. His swordplay embodied the mastery of a golden core cultivator over the forces of nature. Each stroke summoned surrounding spiritual energy, forming golden whirlwinds that ensnared Meng Yao, preventing her mutated limbs from exerting their true power. Meng Yao darted within the whirlwinds, her sharp blades clashing against the golden torrents. With every collision, she felt an overwhelming suction, as if her very strength was being siphoned away. If she did not swiftly discover a way to counter this, she would be completely consumed by the golden whirlwinds. Her eyes darted around, seeking any environmental factors she could exploit. The underground dark river. That was her only hope. Summoning all her strength, Meng Yao launched a frenzied assault against the perimeter of the golden whirlwinds. In an instant, flames erupted. In the distance, Dio Brook observed the battle, his eyelids twitching in response to the deafening sounds of impact. This level of confrontation was beyond his capacity to intervene. During a brief respite in Su Ming's onslaught, Meng Yao clung to her last shred of hope and pressed the intercom button. Her voice trembled with urgency. Dechong, can you hear me? We can talk. However, the intercom crackled with an ominous silence, devoid of any response. Meng Yao's heart sank. She quickly glanced down to discover that the channel had been severed. Her complexion turned pale as she realized she had been utterly isolated, devoid of any external assistance. The golden light surged forth, and the attacks from Fu Ming cascaded towards Meng Yao like an unstoppable tide. Fu Ming was determined to eliminate this woman swiftly, for if the Central Continent team were to change their minds, he might still be able to pursue her on his flying sword. Damn it! A flicker of hesitation flashed in Meng Yao's eyes. She understood that if she did not reveal her trump card soon, she would truly perish here. In despair, Meng Yao made a resolute decision, her body lunging forward recklessly into the vortex formed by the golden sword light. Her figure flickered amidst the golden radiance, each slash of the sword inflicting severe damage upon her. Even with the activation of her genetic lock, her body could not withstand the full force of Fu Ming, a golden core stage powerhouse, and was left shattered and broken. This exemplified the terrifying strength of a golden core cultivator, capable of tearing apart any resistance. A victorious smile appeared on Fu Ming's face, as if he could already foresee the outcome of the battle. Yet, at that moment, Dio Brook's shout shattered his confidence. "Captain, look!" Dio Brook's voice carried a hint of urgency. Fu Ming squinted, following the direction indicated by Dio Brook. He discovered that not far from Meng Yao's mutilated form, a flesh-colored, one-eyed creature was sprinting at an astounding speed. The creature's velocity was so swift that it was nearly impossible to trace its path. A flicker of confusion crossed Fu Ming's mind. He could not comprehend what this creature was, but he knew it had to be eliminated. In an instant, the creature had dashed over 100 meters. Utilizing the complex terrain and its own physical advantages, it evaded Fu Ming's gaze, even from his elevated position. Observing this, Dio Brook unleashed his mental scanning with all his might. A second later, terror flickered in his eyes. "Oh no, Captain, I forgot about her mental shielding. Let us pursue together." On the Predator, Fang Yu, who was monitoring the battlefield with detection equipment, slammed his fist onto the chair in frustration. She got away. Furrowing his brows in contemplation, he wondered if her true form was a parasitic beast, with Meng Yao merely a vessel. "It doesn't matter. Danis!" Fang Yu shouted urgently. "Are we going to use that?" Danis's expression wavered slightly. She knew that once the black water was unleashed, it would be akin to opening Pandora's box. Use it. In the distant sky, the Predator, like a specter in the night, silently deployed a metallic triangle. This metallic triangle floated steadily in midair, its surface shimmering with a faint glow, as if it were gathering some form of power. Suddenly, it activated, emitting a deep, resonant hum. As the sound reverberated, a vast quantity of black dust was released from the metallic triangle, rapidly spreading through the air as if it possessed a life of its own, intertwining and coalescing into a bizarre black mist. The black water swirled through the air like millions of mosquitoes, their sheer numbers instilling a sense of dread. A portion of this ominous liquid drifted toward the direction of the Predator, while another segment soared towards the distant battlefield, where the fierce clash between Fu Ming and Meng Yao unfolded. Zhang Jie gazed in awe at Fang Yu's impassioned silhouette, marveling at his brilliance. This elaborate scheme had truly ensnared Meng Yao in a dire predicament. Not only had it forced her into a corner, but it also compelled her to distribute a staggering 1,400 reward points to each of the newcomers. Even the seasoned Fang Yu had cunningly swindled an additional 1,400 from her. Little did Meng Yao anticipate that fate would conspire against her so gravely. Aboard the contract, De Chong, holding the walkie-talkie, surveyed the vast expanse of black water with a tumultuous heart. When he sensed that something was amiss, he feigned concern and reached for the walkie-talkie to utter a few words. Whether to turn back and rescue Meng Yao was a separate matter altogether. Yet, upon witnessing the encroaching black water, all lingering hesitation vanished. A friend's demise does not hinder one's survival. Meng Yao, fare thee well. End of chapter. Chapter 56. The parasitic alien queen before the mirror, Fang Yu leisurely shaved his beard. A week had swiftly elapsed, and he occasionally raised his wrist to glance at the information displayed on the reincarnation watch. Yet, no matter how often he looked, he awaited in vain for that prompt. Fang Yu! Fang Yu! A knock sounded at the door behind him. Wiping his face, Fang Yu opened the door. "What is it?" Zhang Jie stood there holding a walkie-talkie. "The contract number wants to contact us." Taking the walkie-talkie, Fang Yu snorted, "What's going on?" "Hey kid." The voice of De Chong came through. "How long are we supposed to wait? When will this reincarnation end? Why the rush? What do you want to do?" Fang Yu's tone dripped with sarcasm. "Are you planning to rescue the captain again after betraying him? Do you have a death wish?" De Chong slammed his fist against the spaceship's hull. "You think you can just sit there?" Feigning indifference, Fang Yu retorted. I only know that if I return now, I will surely meet my demise. Do you think she would spare me? Or perhaps you would like to summon the contract number to finish me off. You, Dechang, with 2 fingers, crushed the long-range communication walkie-talkie worth 100 reward points. Seeing Dechang's fury, Ruan Wei, Xiao Yihui, and the others dared not approach, keeping their distance. Damn it! Dechang cursed vehemently. Yet, he had to concede that Fang Yu was correct. Upon returning, Meng Yao would undoubtedly not greet him with kindness. No. She would certainly seek to end his life. 2 more days passed. Fang Yu lay in bed, contemplating the gap in strength between himself and Dechang, and how he might successfully eliminate him. Knock, knock, knock. A sound at the door interrupted his thoughts. Fang Yu opened it. Danis? What's the matter? Danis wore a troubled expression as she pulled Fang Yu toward the operations room. According to Villain Company policy, we must explore any planet exhibiting signs of life. Otherwise, it could lead to significant complications. We could even lose control of the ship. It may automatically navigate back or wait for a greeting from other company vessels. Fang Yu nodded, understanding that they must explore the planet, and if there were no threats. He refrained from finishing the thought, for continuing would lead to penalties. Danis, being astute, grasped his implication and promptly nodded. Yes, so the decision lies with you. Fang Yu furrowed his brow. Does this ship carry any weapons? I mean, ones suitable for dealing with other ships? Just as Danis was about to respond, her gaze flicked toward the watch on Fang Yu's wrist. Following her line of sight, Fang Yu perceived something extraordinary. After confirming it multiple times, he swept Danis into a bear hug. Dead. Finally dead. Zhongzhou Team Meng Yao has perished. Crew count reduced by 1, deducting 100 reward points. Inside the underground mother nest, a scene of devastation greeted the eye. The ground was strewn with grotesque remnants. Shattered limbs intermingled with dark crimson blood and viscous fluids, emanating a nauseating stench. The forms of the alien corpses varied dramatically. Some remained poised in aggressive stances, while others were curled up, evidently succumbing to excruciating agony in their final moments. Amidst this carnage, an extraordinarily large alien corpse stood out prominently. This creature was several times the size of an ordinary alien, its body contorted, a clear testament to having been vanquished in a fierce battle. The shell was marred with deep gashes, with certain areas completely torn apart, exposing internal organs and bones. Fu Ming gasped for breath, his body a canvas of battle scars, his clothing tattered and his face and arms marked with visible wounds. His eyes betrayed a profound weariness and a barely perceptible hint of fear. The broken sword in his hand provided him with a semblance of security. Beside him lay Dio Brook, pallid and weakened, with a shield in his grasp that had been rendered unrecognizable, evidently having sustained immense impact while defending Fu Ming. Both men were in a dire state, yet a flicker of relief at their survival shone in their eyes. Before them loomed the alien queen, now parasitized by Meng Yao. This queen's massive form displayed mutations that rendered her even more grotesque and terrifying. Given the chance for a do-over, neither Fu Ming nor Dio Brook would willingly confront the queen transformed by the parasitic creature. Their space for survival was increasingly constricted by the encroaching black water. When Dio Brook realized that Meng Yao had parasitized the queen and was using her to spawn alien hordes, their options were limited. They could only seize a few frozen colonizers to divert the black water away. With a surge of determination, they plunged into the nest, aiming to eliminate the queen before Meng Yao could amass an alien army. Having experienced the terror of the queen, Fu Ming indeed paid the harrowing price. As Meng Yao had foretold, deprived of his aerial advantage, he narrowly escaped being slain by Meng Yao, and had it not been for Dio Brook's effective mental interference, the outcome could have been uncertain. 3 days later, 2 members of the demon squad heard the long-awaited mechanical voice of the main deity. 30 seconds until return to the main deity space. On the Covenant, the nascent team, having sworn an oath of allegiance to Dechang as their leader, received 100 reward points from him, awaiting their return. Nova gazed disdainfully at Ruan Wei, who had been reduced to a mere shadow of himself. She had no need to grovel before Dechang, for she had slain the facehugger. Thus, the deduction of 100 reward points posed no issue for her. For Zhang Jie, the 30 seconds felt like an eternity. He was finally able to return to that place, to see once more, even greedily embrace, the woman of his memories. Meanwhile, Danis watched as the light enveloped Fang Yu and Zhang Jie, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. This experience is indelibly etched in the memories of all. Fang Yu, with a relaxed demeanor, waved goodbye to Danis. Farewell, comrade. In a flash of blinding light, the Zhongzhou team returned. The once empty square now bore witness to everyone sprawled on the ground in disarray. The newcomers gazed around, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Would they finally transform into superheroes? No, that was not the case. They still had to endure another horror before they could secure their initial funding. Just as everyone was about to inquire with Dechang about how to obtain their own quarters, a thunderous roar erupted nearby, reverberating like a clap of thunder. You bastard! When Ruan Wei saw the shuriken in Fang Yu's hand hurtling towards him, he hastily attempted to hide behind Dechang. However, he soon realized that Fang Yu was not focused on him but rather on Dechang behind him. Has this fellow lost his mind? End of chapter. Chapter 57. Meng Yao is dead as Fang Yu suddenly dashed towards him. Dechang was somewhat perplexed. While he was indeed swift, was his intellect not quite up to par? Was he unaware of his own capabilities? Dechang chuckled and rose to his feet, yet Fang Yu's body abruptly shifted direction. The speed was astonishing. Fang Yu hurled his kunai at Dechang, who hurriedly raised his arm to shield his face. With a sharp smack, the kunai embedded itself in Dechang's arm, but it did not draw blood. The enhancement from Hu Yul allowed Dechang's physique to contend with the extraordinary. Even with considerable force, an ordinary kunai could not inflict significant harm on him. While his body remained unscathed, Dechang's mental realm began to unravel. How did you accomplish this? You opted for enhancement? So swiftly? Where did you acquire those reward points? Dechang's exclamations reverberated across the plaza, his eyes fixed intently on Fang Yu, filled with disbelief. In his eyes, Fang Yu was merely a novice, a fledgling who had just traversed a horror film. How could he possibly possess such formidable power and enhance himself in such a brief period? The crowd was equally bewildered, especially Nova. It was only now that she realized it was Fang Yu who had attacked Niu in the passageway. In response to Dechang's skepticism, Fang Yu offered no explanations. His gaze was calm and resolute. The power of the first-tier genetic lock surged within him, enveloping his body in an overwhelming energy. He inhaled deeply, clasped his hands together, and his cheeks puffed out. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fang Yu shouted, and a colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Dechang. The great fireball? Dechang jumped up as if he had seen a ghost. What on earth was happening? If Meng Yao were present, she might discern Fang Yu's identity and background. However, Dechang, with his muscle-bound intellect, was increasingly baffled, and a flicker of anger crossed his eyes. He believed that, as a seasoned individual, his status was beyond challenge. With Meng Yao deceased, he was the sovereign of Zhongzhou. Prior to their return, both Dechang and Fang Yu had undergone a 2-week period of intense training, reaching their peak condition. Facing the great fireball, Dechang showed no inclination to evade. In his view, Fang Yu, enhanced by a horror film, posed no significant threat. Yet, when the great fireball struck him, he realized his grave misjudgment. The searing flames engulfed Dechang, and he experienced unprecedented pain and shock. In the blaze, Dechang flailed about. His CPU was about to overheat. How could such intense flames, such a powerful technique, possibly be wielded by a novice? Fang Yu maintained the act of blowing, continuously channeling his chakra into the great fireball, sustaining its high temperature and stability. However, despite his lack of intellect, Dechang's enhancement made him extraordinarily resilient. Enveloped by the flames, his muscles erupted with formidable strength, propelling him out of the fireball's attacking range with a sudden leap. Dechang's body rolled several times on the ground, extinguishing the flames that engulfed him. He stood up, his clothes tattered and his skin marred by burns. His hair had been completely singed off, leaving him in a pitiable state. The newcomers who had followed Dechang aboard the contract were left utterly dumbfounded. How could this fellow named Duke, who was also a novice, engage in combat with a seasoned warrior and dominate him? Dechang rubbed his stinging eyes, muttering, "You little brat, I don't know how you've managed it, but your end is near." The chapter is not yet finished. Click the next page to continue reading. Fong Yu lazily lifted his eyelids, activating his Sharingan. He had no intention of conversing further with Dechang. His sole objective was to eliminate him as swiftly as possible, leaving no survivors. Upon seeing Fong Yu's eyes, Dechang felt a numbing dread wash over him. He recalled that the exchange for a single Tomo Sharingan was roughly 2,000, which also included a C-grade side quest. But Fong Yu possessed a double Tomo. How is this possible? Fong Yu would not grant Dechang the luxury of contemplation. He summoned 3 ninja tools, altering his battle strategy. Observing Fong Yu's new maneuvers, Dechang let out an enraged roar and propelled himself forward, his speed so formidable that he seemed to leave an afterimage in the air, enhanced by the power of the Kagaya clan. His body had become extraordinarily formidable, and as he engaged his muscles, his close combat abilities reached an alarming level. As Dechang charged towards him, Fong Yu's figure swiftly moved across the plaza. However, in his single-minded pursuit, Dechang failed to notice the transparent threads in Fong Yu's hands. Get down! Dechang aimed a mighty punch at Fong Yu's back. Fong Yu's double Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly. Biting the threads, he formed a hand seal with both hands. With a resounding thud, Dechang struck a wooden post. Fong Yu appeared behind him, and Dechang abruptly turned, swinging his fist wildly at empty air. Fong Yu's body surged forward, the threads dancing in rhythm with his movements, as the 3 ninja tools carved deadly arcs through the air as if imbued with life. Now was the moment. Dechang's pupils constricted sharply. He sensed a looming danger. Instinctively, his body reacted, raising his arms to shield his chest. However, Fong Yu's attack was far swifter than he anticipated. 1 ninja tool sliced through the air, targeting Dechang's flank. Just as Dechang shifted, another kunai struck from another direction. Fong Yu's hands moved with remarkable speed, guiding the threads that coiled around Dechang like a serpent. With a furious roar, Dechang gathered immense power in his fist and aimed a punch at the approaching kunai. Yet, at that very moment, a third enormous shuriken lunged from behind, striking directly at Dechang's lower back. His body jolted violently as he felt an intense pain. Windmill, triple blade. Fong Yu's voice echoed through the plaza as he yanked the chakra-infused threads tightly around Dechang, binding him securely. Dechang found himself ensnared. No matter how great his strength, he could not break free from the thread's grasp. Damn it, you little brat! Though unaware of your origins, do you truly believe you can bring about my demise in such a manner? How Navi? Fong Yu uttered not a word more, raising his hand to strike directly at Dechang's eye socket. With a sickening sound, Dechang, in a frenzy, violently broke free from the restraints of the threads. He lunged towards Fong Yu, only to be met with a formidable iron fist. With a resounding thud, Dechang was sent sprawling across the ground. Struggling to rise, he beheld a grotesque figure, adorned with fleshy protrusions and a visage marred by irregular black cloud-like tattoos, smiling back at him. Dechang swallowed hard. For reasons unknown, he perceived within Fong Yu's gaze a reflection of the same ominous presence he had once glimpsed in Meng Yao's eyes, an unmistakable intent to kill. Chapter 58. The god space is rocky in the square. Flames erupted in a dazzling display. A group of newcomers huddled together, fearful of being caught in the chaos. The battle had been raging for approximately a day. Dechang's emotions had shifted from initial shock to anger, then to fury, and now to fear, panic, and resignation. His spirit to resist had all but vanished. He was solely focused on escape, utterly exhausted. Those who have watched boxing know well that by the 3rd round, it is a test of endurance, physical strength, and willpower. In all 3 aspects, Dechang was inferior to Fong Yu. Both were at the first stage of the gene lock. Yet Fong Yu benefited from the continuous restoration of his stamina and chakra through the 2nd phase of the heavenly curse seal. The bracelet on his wrist, gifted by Zhang Ting, also played a significant role. The harrowing experience of becoming a human puppet had fortified Fong Yu's willpower to unprecedented levels. In stark contrast, Dechang's clothing had long since turned to ash beneath the scorching flames, leaving him utterly bare, devoid of a single hair. Even the mere act of lifting his arm felt torturous. He was utterly spent. Had it not been for the occasional plea for the goddess healing, he would likely have succumbed to Fang Yu's relentless assault. However, while injuries could be mended, stamina could not be restored. His mental state had crumbled entirely. Since joining the breeding team and being selected by Meng Yao, Dachang had scarcely faced any real danger. He had been nurtured as a seasoned veteran. Even with a first-stage gene lock, he had activated it using the T-virus serum from Resident Evil. Though shadows from the grudge haunted him, Meng Yao's support had shielded him from fear. Now, confronting a true life-and-death crisis for the first time, he felt genuine terror. Yu Dachang limped away, unable to articulate a complete curse. Behind him, Fang Yu's state was equally dire, yet the fierce determination etched on his face compelled Dachang to keep moving. Dachang had attempted to open the door to his room but found that, in his current state, the mere intention of reaching for the doorknob would result in a painful kunai piercing his most vulnerable spot. If he were to disregard the defenses and force the door open, a kunai would assuredly impale his heart. Desperation had driven Dachang to fight, yet under the gaze of Fang Yu's Sharingan, landing a blow was no simple task. Not to mention Fang Yu's defensive skills, such as the substitution technique, water barrier, and iron block. Wait! Dachang's voice rasped as he shouted, "You can't kill me, and I can't kill you. Why not just stop?" "Stop?" Fang Yu glared fiercely at Dachang, declaring, "Even if we fought for 10 days, until the next horror film begins, I will not cease." A dangerous smile curled at the corners of Fang Yu's mouth, his chest heaving rapidly, the cursed marks on his back quivering in tandem. "I eagerly anticipate entering the next horror chapter. Without the goddess restoration, you will inevitably perish at my hands." Upon hearing those words, Dachang's legs weakened in terror, nearly causing him to tumble headlong. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, overwhelmed by the sheer horror of the situation. How utterly terrifying! How utterly mad! Was this young man possessed by madness? The game of cat and mouse had persisted for 15 grueling hours. Dachang's condition had deteriorated significantly. With drooping eyes and a weary body, he trudged toward his room. Embedded in his back were 6 shurikens and 3 throwing stars, the wounds from which emitted a faint, ethereal glow, an indication that the main deity was mending his injuries. Yet, Dachang lacked the strength to remove the ninja tools. At this moment, Fang Yu was not in a much better state. Blood and tears mingled at the corners of his eyes. His arm dislocated, and he limped painfully, his face a tapestry of bruises. Finally, Dachang staggered to the threshold of his room, an imposing Chinese door flanked by majestic stone lions. Trembling, he placed his hand on the cold doorknob, a tide of complex emotions surging within him. Who could have foreseen that he would one day be pursued and battered like a wounded dog? At last he thought he could finally rest. However, just as he prepared to push the door open, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his lower back. Struggling to turn, he saw Fang Yu clutching a shuriken, his eyes sparkling with indomitable spirit. Unfortunately, Fang Yu was nearly at his limit, and the shuriken could not pierce Dachang's body, reinforced through rigorous training, only causing him discomfort. A faint smile graced Dachang's face. He believed he was on the verge of escaping this relentless pursuit. He twisted the doorknob and the door creaked open, revealing the warm light beyond. But in that instant, a sharp pain reverberated in his ears. With an unexpected surge of strength, Fang Yu lunged at him, sinking his teeth into Dachang's ear. This bite was fueled by all of Fang Yu's fury and desperation, his teeth embedding deeply into Dachang's flesh. Dachang cried out in agony, instinctively reaching for his ear in an attempt to push Fang Yu away. Yet, Fang Yu clung on like a frenzied beast, refusing to relent despite Dachang's struggles. The onlookers were struck with dread at this scene. They had never anticipated that a battle could be so brutal and protracted. Fang Yu's madness was laid bare at that moment. Dachang's strength had reached its limits. His struggles grew increasingly feeble, while Fang Yu's bite only sank deeper. Helpless, Dachang could only crawl toward the interior of the room. With a guttural roar, Dachang collapsed within the confines of his chamber. Clutching his ear, he frantically commanded, "Master! Master deity! No one is permitted to enter my room." As he issued this decree, Fang Yu felt an irresistible force propel him backwards. With a thud, Fang Yu fell. A smile etched upon his bloodied face. Though his body was drenched in crimson, the glimmer of victory shone brightly in his eyes. He exerted his last ounce of strength and expelled the contents from his mouth, his ears ringing with the horror of the situation. Xiaoye Hui instinctively covered her mouth, while only Zhang Jie comprehended the underlying cause of it all. Although this battle did not yield a definitive victor, everyone understood that this was merely the commencement of something far greater. Zhang Jie and Nova assisted Fang Yu to the threshold of his designated room. After Fang Yu elucidated the methods for creating artificial beings, selecting rooms, and enhancing their capabilities, he entered his own chamber. He collapsed into slumber, which lasted 3 days. Whispers of discussion enveloped him. When the Master God, Fang Yu, finally roused from his sleep, his heart momentarily ceased. In a flash, he drew a shuriken and thrust it into the chest of the woman before him. Contrary to his expectations of scathing rebukes and assaults, the figure merely stood there motionless. Upon realizing that the apparition before him was merely an artificial being of his own creation, Fang Yu exhaled in relief. After 3 days trapped in a nightmare, he found it challenging to distinguish between reality and the dreamscape. After allocating 5 points to repair the artificial being, Fang Yu continued, from now on, should you enter that room and I do not permit you to exit, you shall remain inside forever. Understood. The artificial being, Meng Yao, nodded and made her way deeper into the room. End of chapter. Chapter 59. The strengthening path of the supreme god Fang Yu. Has he truly become a monster? The vendetta has been avenged by 2/3. The supreme god Fang Yu finally found the time to connect with the screens of his comrades. The environment surrounding Stephen Fang was quite chaotic. Crowds surged, and cameras were aimed at the well-dressed man beside him. This was the scene of a press conference, Tony Stark announcing that his true identity was, in fact, Iron Man. Since that day when the Iron Overlord nearly killed Pepper Potts and Tony Stark, only to be rescued by Stephen Fang, Tony Stark had specially employed Stephen Fang at Stark Industries as his personal bodyguard. Among the crowd, Stephen Fang appeared the most carefree. The situation of Pirate Fang Yu could be summarized as eternally unchanging. A damp cell, the occasional bucket of ice water, and the guards' brutal beatings. Hope for the future seemed almost non-existent. In contrast, Uchiha Yu's circumstances had improved significantly. Although he bore the debuff of the impending doom of his clan's annihilation for 9 months, training under Kakashi Hatake had endowed him with the most optimistic mindset among his peers. The supreme god Fang Yu confirmed that all of his avatars were still alive. Letting out a sigh of relief, I have slain Nyo. Meng Yao was killed by the hands of the demon team. Only De Chong remains. It won't be long now. With a shared cognitive wavelength, the various Fang Yes wasted no time in getting to the point. Uchiha Yu remarked, Kakashi is currently teaching me the Shadow Clone technique and Water Dragon Jutsu. They are rather difficult to master, especially the latter, which requires 44 hand seals, far more than the 3 needed for the 1,000 hands technique. However, it is easier to learn and far more practical than the Great Fireball. Stephen Fang replied, once I finish this segment and have some funds, I shall see if I can tap into the Kamatage connection. The super soldier serum is still somewhat elusive for me. Pirate Fang Yu sighed, the cold air in the prison cell causing mist to form. After the Navy officer known as Ironhead taught me the iron block technique, I only had the chance to witness a brief demonstration of the shave. The supreme god Fang Yu nodded, indicating he had grasped the situation. Uchiha Yu, have you contemplated how to enhance your abilities? The supreme god Fang Yu checked his divine wristwatch, recalling that in the film Alien, he had acquired 2 aliens from Nyo, yielding a reward of 1,000 points. He had killed them to offset that. 2 facehuggers awarded him 100 points, while Zhang Ting provided 7,000, alongside a B-level side quest. The treacherous woman had left him with a deficit of 1,004, but the basic rewards combined with the survival bonuses of his crew mitigated the penalties. Due to the woman's demise, he needed to allocate an additional 100 points, and he had borrowed another 100 from Zhang Jie. Additionally, after the fierce battle with De Chong, he had a remaining balance of 6,700 points and a B-level side quest. As he spoke, the supreme god Fang Yu exited his room. In the square, only Zhang Jie, Nova, and a woman unknown to Fang Yu were present. The others were inside, relishing the last fleeting moments of their cherished memories. Only the 2 members of Fang Yu's team were contemplating how to continue their existence. Ah, you have arrived. Upon encountering Fang Yu, Zhang Jie was filled with excitement, for their shared experiences of life and death were ever present. Zhang Jie embraced the classical beauty at his side and introduced her. "This is my beloved, Nar." He continued, "You, please take good care of Zhang Jie." Nar bowed deeply to Feng Yu. "It's quite all right, please rise," Feng Yu replied, lacking any intention of social pleasantries. His gaze shifted toward the radiant sphere, silently synchronizing his thoughts with those of the others. In the realm of the main deity's space, a myriad of items were available for exchange. Standing beneath the luminous orb, even a span of 10 days would not suffice to explore its entirety. Fortunately, the former captain of the Zhongzhou team had unlocked access, allowing everyone to utilize the search function. Feng Yu swiftly stumbled upon a rather revolting enhancement option. Intermediate Parasite, originating from Parasite, requires 5,000 reward points, includes 1 sea-level side plot, rated 76, suitable for the majority of horror films, capable of causing bodily mutations, allows selection of the parasitic organ. Advanced Parasite, originating from Parasite, requires 18,000 reward points, includes 1 B-level side plot and 2 C-level side plots, rated 89. An upgraded version of the Intermediate Parasite, when combined with psychic skills, can seize the will of the parasite, transferring the essence into the parasite's form. The parasite can attach to any physical embodiment, xenomorphs, predators, zombies, etc. Note: abandoning the original body is irreversible, necessitating the purchase of a resurrection cross or employing alternative methods for bodily revival to restore access within the space. Creatures that have been parasitized cannot return to the plaza and will revert to their parasitic form. After reviewing the enhancements that Meng Yao had acquired, Feng Yu gritted his teeth in anger. Thankfully, the demon team had an anomaly like Fu Ming, coupled with favorable circumstances, which ultimately led to Meng Yao's demise. Had any component been absent, this woman might have survived. If she were to return to the main deity's space, it would spell endless trouble. Intermediate HTAR's enhancement, originating from Yu Yu Hakusho, requires 4,000 reward points, includes 1 B-level side plot, allows 80 control over muscle function and 80 muscle power utilization, suitable for most horror films. The formidable enhancement of HTAR posed no particular concerns. Its melee statistics were monstrous. With Feng Yu unlocking the second stage of the genetic lock and the heavenly curse seal, coupled with the assistance of the Sharingan, the melee prowess of Daqiang became his disadvantage, resulting in a complete rout. Feng Yu rubbed the bracelet on his wrist and conducted another search. Hogwarts Radiant Bracelet, requires 7,000 reward points, includes 2 C-level side plots, continuously restores internal energy, magical power, chakra, and bloodline energy, reserves a dazzling spell to blind enemies, can modify the stored magic of the same tier by expending 1,000 reward points, and B-level side plot magic can be upgraded, usable only once per horror film. Upon discovering that this item was valued at 7,000 reward points along with 2 precious C-level side plots, a rare smile graced Feng Yu's face. The last time he smiled so was upon receiving the news of Meng Yao's death. At present, we have 2 most efficient means of enhancement. First, the enhancement of chakra quantity is paramount. In the world of Naruto, possessing chakra equates to possessing everything. Naruto's remarkable brilliance in the early stages is largely attributed to the inexhaustible supply of chakra provided by the Nine Tails. The deity Feng Yu pondered that utilizing reward points and precious side quest narratives to exchange for these ninjutsu might be somewhat imprudent. After all, with the copy ninja Kakashi around, one can acquire most techniques without cost except for forbidden jutsu. Stephen Feng gently stroked his chin and remarked, "Indeed, the quantity of chakra can be partially exchanged, yet I believe that exchanging for bloodlines may prove to be more advantageous. Isn't that what Zheng Jia did?" The deity Feng Yu nodded, acknowledging, "I do have a notion and would like to hear your thoughts." As he spoke, he directed his gaze toward the luminous sphere, and everyone beheld the information. One-Eyed Ghoul SSS level, originating from Tokyo Ghoul, requiring 6,000 reward points and 1 B-level side quest. A hybrid born from the union of human and ghoul. Upon exchange, it will generate predatory organs known as kakuja. Each ghoul possesses distinct kakuja, and the SSS level inherently comes with 2 kakuja, capable of evolving into a more powerful form through the consumption of its kind. End of chapter, Chapter 60. Our Unprecedented Might, Pirate Feng Yu Ghoul? Is this bloodline truly worth such a fortune? What compels you to desire this exchange? Uchiha Yu, I too feel that its effects may be rather mediocre. The main god Fong Yu calmly waved his hand. That is merely one aspect. It requires this, in addition to our inherent specialty. Sowing, originating from World of Warcraft, the sowing monster requires 3,000 reward points and is a C-rank side quest. One can sow similar entities together, combining up to 5. Note, the greater the disparity among individuals, the more likely they are to become uncontrollable monsters devoid of self-awareness. However, the more compatible the sown entities are, the greater the power obtained. Skills of separation and fission can be utilized to disentangle the sown entities. Upon glimpsing the skill description, the eyes of the three Fong Yes sparkled with intrigue. The main god Fong Yu spoke with composure. Acquire the he bag, enhancing the sowing process. He paused momentarily before continuing. I ponder whether, should we continue to manifest our counterparts from other worlds, we could leverage this to attain infinite strength. At the very least, we need only sow together 2 of our counterparts from other realms. I refer to versions of ourselves from worlds akin to Conan, where the enhancement of power is minimal. 2 of me could yield the fortification of strength and he users, amalgamating the fragments of our existence across myriad worlds. With 6,000 reward points and 1 B-rank side quest, one could become a he user. Conversely, for other reincarnators to achieve the same, they would need to encounter 2 fellow reincarnators who have also chosen ghoul augmentation, an exceedingly rare condition yet quite straightforward for us. We could engage in shared consumption, sewing ourselves together to acquire RC cells, thereby elevating the concentration of RC cells within our bodies and augmenting our combat prowess. Naturally, the method to traverse other worlds requires further exploration, and this is what I currently envision. As he spoke, he touched the bite mark on his neck. The heavenly curse seal, capable of resurrecting Orochimaru. We share the heavenly curse seal, which implies a means to reach our respective worlds. Of course, there exists a more straightforward method. After all, Orochimaru must be deceased for summoning to occur. If we can vanquish Orochimaru, many matters would resolve effortlessly. We might also consider negotiating with Orochimaru for the possibility of acquiring similar abilities. Additionally, there is a location that may hold potential. Stephen Fong interjected. Kamartaj, Dr. Strange, the multiverse. By the heavens, I believe I have stumbled upon a remarkable path. The main god Fong Yu interrupted the flow of thoughts. Furthermore, he proceeded to activate the second phase of the heavenly curse seal. The mass of flesh behind him swelled, causing Zhang Jie and Nova to retreat 2 paces in alarm. I wonder if an SSS class one-eyed ghoul, endowed with 2 he users, could induce a mutation in the heavenly curse seal, much like Xingjia's aberrant bloodline. So, we could unlock capabilities within our heavenly curse seal that are currently incomplete, such as wings for flight akin to Sasuke's, or perhaps the formidable fists reminiscent of Heavy Wu. The mutation of the heavenly curse seal, coupled with the predatory organs of the 4 types of Heki, Yuha, Jaha, Linha, and Wiha, suggests that we may evolve to an extraordinarily powerful state in a short span of time. This mutation holds significant priority for me in both the realms of pirates and ninjas. Of course, there is also the evolutionary path of the wheelchair, yet I am currently concerned that even if Meng Yao has perished, the main god's punishment for the breeding team may not have concluded. If it has not, and Zhang Jie has already unlocked the genetic lock, combined with the conditions met by De Chong and myself, we may initiate a group battle. The next horror film could potentially face the demon team again, or other formidable teams, including the heavenly god team. I urgently require a lineage that can immediately enhance my strength. Preserving myself is essential for infinite possibilities. Accumulating wealth is no easy feat, unless I delve into breeding, but that would only hasten my demise. The main god's design is to have reincarnators tread carefully. If I do not swiftly strengthen myself, it is uncertain whether I can return smoothly. Naturally, I will certainly eliminate De Chong first. In the chilling confines of the prison, Pirate Fong Yu forcefully twisted his wrist, which was subsequently marked with red imprints due to the friction against the cold, diamond-hard sea-floor stone chains. He exhaled a cloud of white mist and spoke. The enhancements from the main god are countless. I believe there must be something more suitable for us, yet we cannot afford to wait. Your estimations are not misplaced. After a moment of contemplation, He continued, although we currently lack a captain and cannot inquire about the next horror film, according to my memory of Zhang Jie, the first horror film he experienced was A Nightmare on Elm Street, where Freddy kills in dreams. Ghouls possess a unique ability, which is imagination. Through imagination, they can alter the form of their heki. I am uncertain whether we will acquire the imagination ability when we obtain ghoul powers in their normalized state. However, in dreams controlled by Freddy, there have been instances where protagonists believe themselves to be powerful enough to drive Freddy away. In other words, Fang Yu remarked, twisting his stiff neck, if the next horror film involves a group battle, then ghouls would be the optimal solution. Should we encounter Zhang Jie's A Nightmare on Elm Street, ghouls could also utilize imagination for defense or offense. Moreover, there exists a long-term evolutionary path centered on self-consumption. I share your thoughts. Main God Fang Yu, Uchiha Yu, I have no objections. After all, I have already been bitten by Orochimaru, and any form of heki that manifests in my body is entirely normal and reasonable. The others turned their gazes towards Stephen Fang. What are you waiting for? We share a single mind. Is it expected that I would conjure alternate strategies? No sooner had he spoken than main god Fang Yu received a notification. You have exchanged for the One-Eyed Ghoul SSS class. With the exchange of lineage, his heartbeat quickened, and the RC cells within him began to surge violently. A sharp pain coursed through his back, as if something were rapidly growing beneath his skin. In an instant, two distinct forms of Hezi unfurled gracefully from his back, composed of RC cells and shimmering with a unique luster. The first Hezi manifested as a pair of blood-red feathered wings, extending from the back of the main deity, Fang Yu. Adorned with crimson plumage, these wings were both light and razor-sharp. They gently flapped in the air, creating a soft breeze, granting Fang Yu the ability to soar at low altitudes with gliding finesse. The second Hezi appeared as a tail, extending from the base of Fang Yu's vertebrae, resembling a flexible and powerful appendage. The surface of this tail was encased in hard scales, with a tip as sharp as a dagger. The tail not only enhanced Fang Yu's balance but also bestowed upon him an additional means of attack, reminiscent of an alien entity. As Fang Yu sensed the might of these two Hezi, his body gradually acclimated to this newfound transformation. He endeavored to control these manifestations. The feathers of the wings fluttered gently, while the tail carved swift afterimages through the air, unmistakably revealing the immense power Fang Yu had acquired. Zhang Jie and Nova stood there, utterly astonished. Yet this was merely the beginning. With his hands pressed together, Fang Yu invoked, Heaven's Curse Seal. Release. End of chapter. Chapter 61. The brothers can now cosplay as Jinchuriki with the dissolution of Fang Yu's seal. The heavenly curse mark within him was activated. His body began to undergo a more intense transformation. In the state of a ghoul, the power of the heavenly curse mark resonated mysteriously with the RC cells, triggering bizarre alterations in his physique. Dark patterns adorned his body, resembling enigmatic totems, spreading across his skin and enveloping his entire form. As Fang Yu further unlocked the second form of the heavenly curse mark, the mutations intensified. The mass of flesh behind him, once a reservoir of the curse mark's energy, began to twist and morph, merging seamlessly with his kakuja. His kakuja elongated and expanded, growing from a mere 30 centimeters to an imposing 1 meter. The color shifted from a translucent blood red to a solid, deep black. These appendages transformed from delicate feathers into formidable and razor-sharp weapons, akin to rows of black kunai. His tail, now more robust, surged from 1 meter to nearly 2, resembling a colossal black serpent coiling behind him. The hard scales tightly covered the surface of his tail, gleaming with a metallic luster, increasing its diameter from 10 to 15 centimeters. At the tip of the tail, the sharp bone spines now extended to 30 centimeters, exuding a lethal sharpness. The amplification of his strength left Fang Yu astounded. He could sense that a single strike from this tail could shatter rock. Indeed, the tail might become his ultimate weapon. To the casual observer, Fang Yu appeared to have transformed into a demon from the abyss, radiating an unsettling aura. The black patterns on his skin resembled demonic runes, snaking across his muscles, as if they possessed a life of their own, bestowing upon him an air of mysterious terror. His physique became more defined, with muscles appearing even more robust against the backdrop of the intricate patterns. Yet, neither the wings nor the tail were the most striking features of Fang Yu. The most captivating aspect was his right Sharingan. After becoming a one-eyed ghoul, his Sharingan underwent a remarkable transformation. The original double tomo now appeared even more unique, with scorpion-like hooks adorning both tomo of his right eye. These hooks appeared particularly menacing against the backdrop of his crimson iris. Though he did not unleash any genjutsu, merely locking eyes with Zhang Jie felt akin to plummeting into a freezing abyss of -30 degrees. The danger emanating from it was palpable. Meanwhile, Nova had already retreated to the threshold of her room, apprehensive that Fang Yu, in this state, might lose control and instantly bring about her demise. Fang Yu clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power coursing within him. His gaze settled upon the kakuja protruding from his back. With a focused thought, he concentrated and directed his attention toward the distance. Whoosh! A feather detached from Fang Yu's kakuja, soaring forth like an arrow released from a bow. A feather struck the ground of the plaza with a crisp impact, creating a small dent approximately 5 centimeters deep in the hard surface. Subsequently, the feather sprang away, producing a clattering sound before finally settling on the ground. The surface of the main divine space was not composed of dirt. This feather was now equivalent to the deadly kunai he had previously thrown. A satisfied smile crept onto Fang Yu's lips. He felt an absolute mastery over the newly grown appendages. To confirm this, he summoned the RC cells within him, searching for the location of the feather that had just been lost. Before long, a new feather sprouted in the spot that had been previously bare on his back, seamlessly integrating into his existing plumage. Fang Yu picked up the feather and toyed with it, filled with the joy of a child who has just received a new toy. As this chapter neared its end, he turned to face Zhang Jie and Nova, who were gazing at him with expressions of sheer terror. Without uttering a word, Fang Yu opened his door and vanished from their sight, retreating to his room. What has happened to him? Zhang Jie shook his head, uncertain. Perhaps he has exchanged for some extraordinary ability. I cannot say for sure. Upon entering his room, Fang Yu called upon the main deity. Transform my room into a training ground. As his words fell, the room began to metamorphose, becoming the training arena that Fang Yu had envisioned in his mind. Flight is a dream that every human harbors. He intended to first test the flying capabilities of his plumage. Taking a deep breath, he began to accelerate, vigorously flapping the black feathers on his back. The powerful thrust gradually lifted him off the ground. He had successfully taken flight. In the expansive space of the training ground, Fang Yu skillfully maneuvered his plumage, soaring at low altitudes. During the flight test, utilizing the instruments within the room, he recorded his precise flying data, achieving an astonishing speed of 410 kilometers per hour. This meant he could save 500 reward points and bypass a B-grade side quest, eliminating the need to accumulate funds for a green goblin skateboard. Yet, flight was merely one function of his plumage. With a mere thought, he conjured forth 40 targets ahead of him. With the assistance of the double Tomo Sharingan, Fang Yu's vision sharpened immensely, allowing him to accurately perceive the necessary adjustments in trajectory and force for each target. Simultaneously, the activation of his gene lock elevated his reaction speed and computational ability to unprecedented levels. He inhaled deeply, and with a sudden vigorous flap of his plumage, he began to glide. Following his command, the 40 feathers, as hard as kunai, shed from his plumage and darted forth like arrows, aiming directly at the targets ahead. These 40 feathers, resembling bolts of black lightning, struck their respective targets with unerring precision. As the feathers lodged themselves into the bullseye, Fang Yu approached, exerting a bit of effort to extract one of the feathers. Upon closer inspection, one can discern that the feather sides bear inconspicuous, blood-red, serrated barbs. Should an ordinary Nin face such a vast and targeted assault, evasion would be nearly impossible, leading to inevitable demise. Stephen Fong exclaimed, "Absolutely stunning." Uchiha Obito remarked, "Take a look at the tail?" As the primary deity Fang Yu willed it, a solid stone resembling Mount Tai manifested upon the training ground. Fang Yu adjusted his stance, attuning himself to the power of his tail. With a resounding hum, he whipped his tail with tremendous force, akin to a colossal black python, the sound of air being cleaved as it struck the stone with great ferocity. A thunderous clap echoed as a significant crater was formed upon the stone's surface, shards scattering in all directions, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The impact's potency surpassed all of Feng Yu's expectations. Subsequently, Feng Yu conjured a robust iron door, positioning it at the opposite end of the training area. Focusing intently, he summoned the spikes from his tail, slightly crouching before launching himself forward in a swift sprint. During this surge, his tail elongated like a spear, aiming directly at the iron door. The moment the spikes made contact with the door, a crisp metallic clang resonated through the air. Not only did Feng Yu's tail not falter, but it also pierced the iron door, leaving behind a perfectly round hole. Stephen Feng exclaimed, "What is happening? Are we not akin to aliens now? No, this is even more formidable. If I were to encounter Iron Tyrant again, I could pierce him through entirely. My strength is now terrifying. I urgently require a worthy opponent." Pirate Feng Yu added, "With this tale, my brothers and I could cosplay as Jinch Ricky." End of chapter. Chapter 62. Unleash the Shark. Beneath the luminous sphere, Feng Yu meticulously perused his selections. The categories of technology, magical legends, and assistance had consumed a considerable amount of his time. During this period, the newcomers ventured about, but Feng Yu paid them no heed. Although Ruan Wei and Xiao Yihui were inclined to befriend Feng Yu, they refrained from approaching him due to his excessively volatile demeanor on that day. Zhang Jie, squatting beneath the glowing orb, also engaged in study for an extended period. Alas, devoid of funds, he could only observe without the luxury of touch. After receiving a poignant hint from Feng Yu, finding that sensation of near-death you experienced is superior to anything else, Zhang Jie retreated to his quarters to explore further. Once he finished examining the 3 primary categories, Feng Yu finally directed his attention towards the entertainment sector. This category was paramount for the other reincarnators, as every additional second of enjoyment within the reincarnation space was invaluable. Culinary delights never savored in a past life, services yet to be enjoyed, and wines never tasted could all be fulfilled here. However, for the legendary pressure-resistant Feng Yu, such indulgences seemed less pressing. A man who could endure 7 years in the city without faltering found little value in unnecessary expenditures. After skimming through the material with remarkable speed, Feng Yu discovered just what he sought. Return to the previous horror film world for 24 hours, receiving 10 reward points. He expended 35 reward points to acquire 10 pounds of premium instant coffee, an oversized backpack, a case of mineral water, a solar water heater, a headlamp, and gold bars. Considering the unpredictable nature of returning to the alien universe, where he could potentially be airdropped into the unknown void of outer space, he wisely spent 200 reward points on a high-quality spacesuit complete with an oxygen supply. Donned in the spacesuit and prepared for all contingencies, he faced the luminous orb and activated the teleportation. Cost: 50 points, exchanging for return to the previous horror film time. Teleportation will activate in 30 seconds. Destination: Alien, Covenant. Duration: 5 days. The fleeting 30 seconds evaporated in an instant. Under Nova's celestial gaze, a beam of light enveloped Feng Yu, and he vanished from the Master God Square. Beep, beep, beep. Once the blinding light receded, Feng Yu, clad in his spacesuit and burdened with a hefty pack, opened his eyes. The moment he regained sight, he formed a substitution seal to guard against potential ambushes. In his ears, the blaring of horns persisted. Bewildered, he surveyed the cacophony of vehicles and towering edifices around him, smiting his thigh in frustration. What on earth? How did I end up on Earth? Before him, a Caucasian child clutching a coin was startled by his sudden appearance, causing the coin to slip from his grasp. It rolled away until it tumbled into a nearby drain. Clang, clang, clang. In a damp, shadowy underground cell, 2 guards, one stout and the other lean, swung open the prison door. Is this brat really refusing to speak? The lean guard exclaimed, fanning the flames of agitation. Indeed, Captain, he is impervious to persuasion. He would rather starve than utter a word. Truly a tough nut to crack. Captain, I am certain this fellow will not yield. If he refuses, send him out to face the beasts and let them teach him a lesson. I shall interrogate him. Take notes. The portly jailer declared, resting a steel rod upon the prisoner's shoulder. Speak, what did Ironhead tell you? Does he possess knowledge regarding the celestial dragons? What brings you from the inferno of Crimson Lotus to the beast hell? How much do you know about your captain's affairs? Speak! Feeling the weight of the steel rod on his shoulder, the pirate Fong Yu slowly raised his head. With a downcast gaze, he avoided making eye contact with the jailer and chuckled softly. To bombard me with so many questions at once, even a CT4 listening test wouldn't do it this way. Upon hearing the prisoner dare to mock him, the portly jailer lifted the steel rod and struck it directly against Fong Yu's head. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the corridor. Fong Yu's expression turned serious, the smile fading from his face. The blow came without warning. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. Lad, you seem fond of uttering nonsense. The portly jailer swung the steel rod again, aiming for Fong Yu's face. Clang! It struck with the same resonant sound as before. The thin jailer beside him quickly whispered a warning. Ironhead taught him about iron blocks. Such strikes are ineffective. Use your words. The jailer's face darkened at this, and he raised the steel rod, swinging it with all his might towards Fong Yu. Clang! The result was the same. The rod met resistance as if striking iron, while Fong Yu maintained a faint smile. I refuse to believe I cannot break you. Clang! 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 The portly jailer began to hammer in the cell. One might mistake him for paying homage to the scene of Iron Man's Mark I suit creation. After a while, the jailer grew weary. Although Fong Yu possessed commendable resilience, after such relentless blows, his head buzzed, and he chose to close his eyes. Seeing the prisoner dare to sleep before him, the portly jailer could no longer contain himself. Fetch me a bucket of ice water. Splash! The icy water cascaded repeatedly over Fong Yu's head, sending shivers through his body. The prolonged torment rendered him incapable of focusing. The iron block strikes varied in effectiveness, and soon blood trickled from his head. The excruciating pain from the steel rod left him nearly unconscious. Moreover, the scalding branding iron that the jailer pressed against his face became the final straw. Fong Yu felt the skin on his face sear, the pain unbearable. Inside, he struggled fiercely, weighing whether a full-throttle escape could lead him to the third tier of Impel Down, the hunger hell. If successful, he would be one step closer to the 5 tier, the transgender paradise, and to freedom itself. Yet, should he fail, he would face even harsher torment, stricter oversight, and a dimmer chance of escape. However, as the portly jailer pressed the branding iron against his face once more, Fong Yu could no longer endure. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. He spoke softly. Come here, Captain of the Guards. Let me discreetly share with you what Ironhead confided in me. Upon hearing Fong Yu's words, the corpulent guard paused his actions, a hint of smugness gleaming in his gaze. He believed Fong Yu had finally succumbed, and slowly approached him, leaning in closer to hear his whispered secret. Come a bit closer, even closer. Fong Yu's voice was low and hoarse, as if he was on the verge of revealing something of great significance. The stout guard, believing in the ruse, leaned in yet further. At that moment, a glimmer of cold ferocity sparked in Fong Yu's eyes. He suddenly opened his mouth, summoning all his strength to bite into the guard's neck with fervor. This bite was infused with the raw power of anger and despair, his teeth sinking deep into the guard's flesh. The guard cried out in pain, instinctively pushing Fong Yu away, yet Fong Yu clung on with unwavering tenacity, his eyes alight with a bloodthirsty gleam. This gleam was akin to that of a beast struggling for survival in the face of absolute despair. The slender guard, witnessing this scene, was struck with terror by Fong Yu's primal gaze, recoiling 2 steps back. His face turned pale, and the steel rod in his hand nearly slipped from his grasp. He had never witnessed such a frenzied act and could hardly fathom that a prisoner would dare to retaliate under such dire circumstances. The stout guard's struggles gradually weakened, his strength ebbing away with the loss of blood. At last, Fong Yu released his grip, and the stout guard's body crumpled to the ground, blood pouring from his neck, staining the floor of the cell. It was only then that the slender guard snapped back to reality. Realizing he must act immediately, he dropped the steel rod and, trembling, exclaimed to Fong Yu, "You madman! Help! Help! Murder! Murder!" As he spoke, he reached for the alarm button in the room. But at that moment, a flash of black lightning shot towards him. With a sickening thud, A barbed tail pierced through the slender guard's throat. Clang, clang, the corpse fell, and a glimmering object caught Fong Yu's attention. It was a set of keys. End of chapter, chapter 63. The warden of the Hell of Beasts in the dim corridors of Impel Down as Hell of Beasts, 2 guards, 1 tall and 1 short, patrolled along the damp walls, their footsteps echoing in the silence as they engaged in conversation about the latest rumors. Have you heard? That sea warrior, Jinbei, has actually joined the Shichibukai. He carries a bounty of 250 million, exclaimed the taller guard, a hint of astonishment in his voice. The shorter guard nodded, his expression equally complex. Indeed, I also heard that as part of the deal Arlong was released. Arlong, the fishman who was once part of the Sun Pirates? The taller guard furrowed his brow, clearly familiar with the name. Yes, that's him. Released from Impel Down, much to the envy of these inmates. The shorter guard continued. But I heard he parted ways with Jinbei due to differing ideologies and formed the Arlong Pirates. That's a good thing. These pirates, whether they join the Shichibukai or not, are our enemies. The more chaos they create, the better it is for us. The tall guard waved his fist. The shorter guard smiled wryly. I don't really care. I'm just hoping to be reassigned soon. I feel like I'm going mad in this place. Their conversation echoed through the dark corridor. Not far from them, Fong Yu concealed himself in the shadows, his gaze sharp, ears straining to catch every word. He waited quietly for the guards to walk away before stepping out from the shadows. Jinbei had just become a Shichibukai, which meant that it would be a decade before Luffy set sail and the story truly began. He glanced back at the cold cells, shaking his head. He could hardly wait. He wished to escape this life. He did not want to endure another day in this place. As he walked through the corridor, he carefully avoided the patrolling guards. His location was at the junction of the Hell of Beasts and the Hell of Red Lotus. During the construction of this level, the workers had intentionally carved out several corridors and 2 rows of cells for the prisoners. Individuals like Fong Yu, with special circumstances, were occasionally granted extra care in their confinement. Once he behaved, he would be returned to the Hell of Beasts. Of course, life in the Hell of Beasts was hardly pleasant. Even though most prisoners banded together, a moment of carelessness could result in an attack from the beasts, each confinement holding its own horrors. Fong Yu wandered aimlessly for quite some time, his toes covered in the unique moss of this level. Suddenly, the alarm of the Hell of Beasts blared. Red lights flashed in front of the cell doors lining the corridor, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Fong Yu, the pirate, mused, have they finally realized? Following the sound of the alarm, he approached a cell where stood a 3-meter-tall giant. He wielded a trident, his expression grave, resembling a fearsome demon. He is none other than Hannibal, the opportunist poised to succeed the position of Director Magellan. At this moment, Hannibal shields his eyes, peering through his fingers to glimpse the grim scene within the cell. The sight inside the cell is chilling to the bone. The lifeless bodies of 2 guards lie sprawled on the cold ground, their deaths grotesque, reminiscent of a horror film set. The corpulent guard's corpse bears an expression of sheer terror, his eyes bulging, tongue grotesquely protruding, and his face ashen, as if all blood had been drained from it. A gaping wound, the size of a bowl, mars his neck, from which blood seems to have flowed profusely, the edges of the wound curling in a horrifying manner. The second guard's demise is equally brutal, a 15-centimeter penetrating injury to his throat, evidently a fatal blow. Blood gushed from the wound, staining the surrounding walls and floor a deep crimson. Not far from the 2 guards' bodies, a set of C-prism stone handcuffs hangs on the wall, specially designed to restrain those with abilities. This indicates that the inmate in this cell possesses powers or strength not documented in the files. The coroner meticulously examines the fatal wounds, carefully recording his observations in a notebook. Suddenly, 2 incongruous bursts of laughter startle the coroner. Hannibal, hands on his hips, laughs exuberantly, voicing his inner thoughts. Killing a guard is a grave sin. Escaping prison is an even graver crime. The director cannot evade responsibility. Once I capture this inmate, I shall earn my accolades. With increasing merits, I will ascend to the position of director and become the new overseer of Impel Down. Ha ha ha! As Hannibal revels in his triumph, he suddenly notices the incredulous gazes of those around him. He quickly covers his mouth, realizing his blunder. He has unwittingly revealed his thoughts. Just then, a formidable presence compels Hannibal to turn around. He holds his breath, listening intently to the footsteps echoing in the corridor. The footsteps are heavy and slow, each step weighing upon the heart, instilling an indescribable sense of oppression. Hannibal's triumphant smile freezes instantly, his body stiffening as he slowly turns to face the newcomer. Upon seeing the figure, he stands at attention, his earlier pride replaced by a facade of reverence. The silhouette of the newcomer looms large in the dim light. A cigar hangs from his lips, smoke swirling around him, adding an air of mystery and danger. Clad in a black military uniform, a sharp sword dangles from his waist, the intricate patterns on its scabbard hinting at its illustrious origin. It is none other than Shiryu, the warden of Impel Down, infamous for his bloodlust and ruthlessness. Shiryu's gaze is icy as it sweeps over Hannibal and the coroner before finally resting upon the gruesome scene within the cell. The corners of his mouth curled slightly upward, revealing a cruel smile, as if he derived a certain satisfaction from the blood-soaked scene before him. "Hannibal, what are you doing here?" Hilyu's voice was low and hoarse, each word seeming to emerge from the depths of his throat, imbued with an undeniable authority. Hannibal swallowed hard, his voice trembling with tension as he stammered, "Reporting to the warden, I am inspecting the site of the escaped convict." Hilyu's gaze was sharp as a blade, lingering on Hannibal for a moment before shifting to the coroner. "What are the findings?" The coroner nervously jotted down notes, his voice quivering, reporting to the warden. The fatal wounds of the 2 prison guards were a severed carotid artery and a pierced throat. Both perished due to excessive blood loss. Hilyu nodded, his eyes sweeping over the scene once more, finally resting on the sea-stone handcuffs hanging on the wall. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in his gaze. This convict was extraordinary, capable of breaking free from sea-stone handcuffs and killing 2 guards. Excellent. Excellent. Beside him, Hannibal swallowed again, his eyes cast downward, not daring to utter a sound. "Shut down all alarms in Hell's Beast," Hilyu suddenly shouted, orchestrating the chaos. "The murder of guards and escape is unforgivable. I will personally administer justice. No need to inform the director. Do you hear me? Listen. End of chapter. Chapter 64. Sensei, I wish to learn the art of illusion. Rebound sunlight cascaded gently upon Kakashi Hitaki's face, drying the moisture from his mask that had accumulated from his breath. With a yawn, Kakashi surveyed his surroundings while perched atop a tree. Alas, where had that boy gone? Before Kakashi could summon his ninja dog, Pakin, a figure emerged in the distance. Upon seeing Uchiha carrying 2 bento boxes, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. "Let us eat, Kakashi-sensei," you called out. "All right," Kakashi replied, as the 2 settled onto the ground. Quickly, Kakashi adjusted his mask to reveal his mouth, preparing for the meal. Uchiha placed a piece of radish into his mouth, only to grimace as if he had ingested something foul, promptly spitting it out. "Kakashi-sensei, how much do you know about illusion techniques?" "Illusions?" Kakashi mused, taking a bite of his fish slice. "Illusions are my Achilles heel. With those eyes, aren't you adept at illusions?" "Not entirely," Kakashi replied, setting down his bento box. "I am somewhat familiar with certain illusion techniques, such as the D-rank technique Narakujin, or dispelling illusions, though I don't employ them frequently." Throughout the entirety of Naruto, it appears Kakashi has only utilized the Narakujin technique, and that was primarily against a young Sakura. However, in reality, this so-called copy ninja's prowess lies significantly in the ocular techniques inherent to his eyes. Some ninjutsu he could perform without needing to copy, merely for the purpose of intimidating his opponents, feigning to copy their techniques only to exploit the fear instilled in them, making them believe they were forming seals, but unable to match the speed of the copy ninja, thereby disrupting their mental state. Ultimately, enemies would fall victim to their own techniques, a tactic Kakashi employed frequently, eerily effective. One could imagine the scenario where Naruto, in a darkened state, unleashes a Rasengan against Kakashi. Kakashi, pretending to copy, would actually be capable of performing it without the need for shadow clones. The imagery of such a moment is far too splendid to fathom. Kakashi elaborated with seriousness, stating that non-eye-based illusions require one to recognize they are under an illusion during its execution, thus disrupting their chakra flow to dispel it. However, You are an Uchiha, possessing the two Tomo. If successfully released, your opponent can only dispel the ocular illusion through chakra infused by their teammates. Factors such as strength, mental state, and chakra manipulation all influence the efficacy of illusions. In simpler terms, should one encounter an adversary of equal prowess, the effectiveness of illusions diminishes considerably. Nevertheless, most illusions serve primarily to momentarily distract the opponent. It is during this interval that seizing the opponent's vulnerabilities is the hallmark of effective illusion technique. I understand, you replied. Against equals, it's ineffective. Against inferiors, it's a swift victory. Kakashi nodded, noting that the majority of ninjas are quite fragile. A single kunai is sufficient to slay most. Do you wish to learn illusions? One could say so, but what I yearn to master most is the technique of illusion rebound. Illusion rebound? Kakashi pondered, a thought flashing through his mind. Indeed, no matter how this lad grows, his thoughts remain fixated on restraining the techniques of the Uchiha clan. Lord Second Hokage, your ideology profoundly influences this Uchiha youth. I have heard of the rebound genjutsu, but that is a closely guarded secret of the Uchiha clan. Alright, young one, let's first master the water dragon jutsu, progressing step by step. Uchiha closed the lid of his bento box, expressing his eagerness to learn ocular techniques if his teacher was willing to teach. Is that so? Very well. With a substantial chakra reserve as his foundation, and having awakened the two Tomo at such a young age, Uchiha, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards his clan, was a key focus of training entrusted to Kakashi by the third Hokage. It could be said that as long as it wasn't a forbidden technique, Kakashi could teach it, and as long as Uchiha could grasp it, that was sufficient. Are you ready? Kakashi suddenly fixed his gaze upon Uchiha. The Sharingan in his eyes gradually activated, and the three Tomo began to spin rapidly. Uchiha felt a wave of dizziness as the world before him abruptly transformed. He found himself standing in a dense forest, surrounded by shuriken, seemingly after enduring a high-intensity training session. In the distance, two familiar figures stood atop a large tree trunk, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi. Damn you, Kakashi! How could you summon the Grim Reapers? No, these two should not be here. This is an illusion. Just a moment ago, Uchiha had realized he was trapped in a genjutsu. As he saw the two raise their hands, he instinctively recoiled, his body trembling, unable to summon strength, yearning to awaken from this nightmare, yet finding himself utterly powerless. Release it. Set me free. In his struggle, his Sharingan involuntarily activated, the two Tomo swirling in his eyes. Kakashi observed Uchiha's reactions from outside the genjutsu. Upon seeing the appearance of the two Tomo, Kakashi nodded with satisfaction. Obito was still in diapers at Uchiha's age. Wasn't he? Kakashi mused with a hint of mischief. Suddenly, Kakashi's pupils constricted. He noticed that after the Tomo had fully congealed in Uchiha's right eye, two red, scorpion-like hooks had appeared at the tips of his Tomo. This mutated Sharingan was something Kakashi had never witnessed before. Confused, he glanced at the cursed seal on Uchiha's shoulder, involuntarily associating it with Orochimaru. Memories of Orochimaru flashed through his mind, stirring a myriad of recollections. Suddenly, a glimmer of alertness crossed Kakashi's gaze, and his body instinctively dodged to the side. Just where he had been standing, a tail pierced through like a blade, leaving a deep gash in the ground. Indeed, Uchiha had sprouted a tail while lost in the illusion. Kakashi's expression grew grave. It was indeed the work of Orochimaru. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals. As he completed his seals, three shadow clones materialized, all rushing towards Uchiha. Bang! 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 The clash between the three shadow clones and the tail produced a series of resonant sounds, each clone subsequently vanishing. As the shadow clones successfully diverted the tail's attention, Kakashi seized the opportunity to stealthily approach Uchiha Obito. He swiftly struck Obito's forehead. Within the realm of illusion, Uchiha Obito watched as Kakashi and Itachi approached him step by step. He yearned to resist, to form seals, yet he discovered his arms beginning to dissolve, plunging him into an unprecedented despair. However, as Kakashi infused his chakra, Obito opened his eyes in bewilderment. The moment he awoke, Uchiha Obito sensed an ominous turn of events. To his horror, he realized that his tail had emerged from his body, coiling around him. This indicated that Kakashi had witnessed his monstrous form. What was to be done? In his moment of helplessness, Kakashi sighed. Do not fret. The village will do everything it can to help lift the cursed seal. Uchiha Obito responded. Huh? End of chapter. Chapter 65. Orochimaru. Indeed, it was all my doing. Your previous state was unmistakable. It must be the result of the heavenly curse mark altering your very flesh. A predicament of my own making. I should not have employed genjutsu on you. As Kakashi voiced his apologies, he meticulously examined the bite marks left by Orochimaru on Uchiha Yu. Could it be that even Tsunade's sealing techniques are incapable of fully sealing the curse mark? Kakashi pondered silently, and Uchiha Yu discerned the thoughts brewing within Kakashi's mind. This was not a matter of Tsunade's sealing techniques failing. His very lineage was being altered. Clearly, this was entirely unrelated to the heavenly curse mark. Kakashi gently patted Uchiha Yu on the shoulder, reassuring him not to fret. As long as he could master this newfound power, he could still serve the village. A vow of unwavering loyalty to Konoha, Yunhidden Village, one of the 5 great nations, resides within the Land of Lightning. The villagers are predominantly of dark skin and muscular build, embracing a vibrant black culture. To summarize in one phrase, this is the community in the shinobi world with the fewest lunatics. Konoha, Suna, Kiri, Iwa, each of the other 4 great shinobi villages has provided the Akatsuki organization with formidable rogue ninjas as combatants. Only Yunhidden has remained devoid of such traitors. This is because, while the Jinchuriki like Naruto Uzumaki and Gaara were still regarded as freaks by their villages, the 8-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, was performing at concerts, and the 2-Tails Jinchuriki, Yuzuki, had already ascended to the village's upper echelons. In Yunhidden Village, strength is the sole criterion of worth. The reasons behind one's strength are of no concern. The treatment of the powerful in other shinobi villages pales in comparison to that in Yunhidden. Even rebellious figures like Kin and Jin, once in power, fervently upheld the principle that might makes right, and the villagers unanimously agreed to follow the strongest, harboring no dissent. Amidst the peaks, 2 figures, one large and one small, ambled along. Uchiha Yu, walking in tandem with Kakashi, cast his lunchbox into the unfathomable depths of the cliff. Kakashi, puzzled, inquired, "What is the matter?" "I don't know. I simply cannot eat. I feel as though I am on the brink of starvation, yet I cannot stomach a morsel. My mind is consumed with thoughts of coffee, and the mere idea of the food in my lunchbox makes me nauseous." "Is that so?" Kakashi felt a pang of guilt. Had he been strong enough to prevent Orochimaru from implanting the curse mark, you would not have transformed into a creature unable to eat, sporting a tail. With this thought, Kakashi gazed towards the walls of the Land of Lightning, where the finest coffee beans in the world could be found. He resolved to procure some to take back. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei." Uchiha Yu bowed in gratitude. Sunlight filtered through the crevices of the mountains, casting their shadows upon the rocks, creating a mosaic of light and shade. Dressed in casual attire and devoid of headbands, the two soon beheld the grand gates of the Land of Lightning. This unique nation is characterized by its towering peaks, interlinked by suspension bridges, forming a natural fortress. These bridges serve not only as conduits between the mountains, but also as the primary routes for entry and exit from the Land of Lightning. Uchiha Yu and Kakashi chose a narrow path, gracefully leaping onto a suspension bridge, joining a caravan of merchants as they ventured into the Land of Lightning. Upon reaching an isolated rooftop, Kakashi donned a new mask and turned to Uchiha Yu, stating, "If we are being followed, they should exercise caution upon reaching this point." As a former member of the Umbu, Kakashi approached tasks with great prudence. After encountering an attack from Orochimaru, he refrained from escorting Uchiha Yu directly back to the village and instead continued eastward. It was along this path that they stumbled upon Tsunade, recently expelled from a casino. Now, the two found themselves at the Hidden Cloud stronghold, prompting Uchiha Yu to marvel at Kakashi's cunning strategy of driving the tiger from its lair and then consuming the wolf, a tactic both brilliant and perilous. With two of them possessing 3 Sharingan, one misstep could lead to disaster. The inhabitants of Konoha were notoriously audacious. Later, when the 7th Squad was formed, Kakashi led the last remaining pair of Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, accompanied by the formidable Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, as they undertook missions outside the village without fear of attracting undue attention. Arriving at a market-like summit, Uchiha followed the enticing aroma and discovered a hunchbacked old lady selling wares. At her stall stood 3 large baskets filled with brown granules. "Grandma, how much for the coffee beans?" he inquired. The old woman nonchalantly gestured a 5, seemingly distracted. Unsure whether the price was reasonable, Uchiha glanced back at Kakashi, who nodded in affirmation, suggesting that given the scarcity at home, he should procure more. "Shall we take them all?" Uchiha asked. Kakashi, beads of sweat forming on his brow, considered it feasible. The two purchased 3 baskets of coffee beans, with Kakashi carrying 2 and Uchiha shouldering 1, resembling merchants more than travelers. After their acquisition, they found a modest inn to temporarily settle in. Though the room was small, it was impeccably clean, and the view of the distant, mist-cloaked peaks imparted a tranquil ambience. Uchiha carefully placed the 3 baskets of coffee beans on the floor, scooping out a bowl while entrusting the remainder to Kakashi for storage via sealing scrolls. Holding a coffee bean to his nose, he inhaled deeply twice, reveling in the satisfaction it brought. Observing Uchiha's delight, Kakashi recalled a certain drug devised by Orochimaru that could control ninjas. As the coffee beans were ground into powder and brewed, a rich aroma permeated the room, prompting Kakashi to inhale deeply, marveling at the fragrance. Uchiha lifted the pot, blowing gently on the steaming brew before drinking heartily, savoring it as if it were an exquisite elixir. "Ah!" Uchiha set down the cup, utterly content, though this sense of fulfillment proved fleeting. As the effects of the coffee waned, a profound emptiness spread across his face, as if the earlier satisfaction had been but a mirage. Kakashi observed Uchiha with concern and inquired, How do you feel?" Uchiha shook his head and sighed. "It is not as palatable as I had envisioned. However, the fact that I did not retch is a notable achievement in itself." He attempted to muster a smile, albeit one tinged with a hint of bitterness. Kakashi gently patted Uchiha's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "We shall discover a solution." "Kakashi-sensei, I must confess something," he said. "What is it?" "I seem to have developed an overwhelming desire for humanity," he admitted. Kakashi displayed no signs of shock. Instead, he nodded with understanding and said, "That scoundrel Orochimaru is truly ruthless. He must be attempting to manipulate you with such thoughts. Rest assured, as long as you do not harm the villagers of Konoha, I shall not intervene." Noticing Uchiha's silence, Kakashi inquired, "Why the quietude?" After a brief moment of reflection, Uchiha replied, "Kakashi-sensei, you are far more devoid of principles than I had anticipated." End of chapter. Chapter 66 Encounter with the Akatsuki duo. After a night of rest, Kakashi led Uchiha to circumvent the main gate of the Land of Lightning, opting for the western exit of the village. After a half-day journey over mountains and through forests, the two finally reached the boundary where the towering peaks met the woodlands. Uchiha, chewing on coffee beans, wielded a kunai to clear the tall grass that loomed above him. This journey proved arduous, and he had not anticipated an encounter with Orochimaru. Kakashi yawned, appearing somewhat lethargic. Orochimaru's obsession with the Sharingan surpassed even the village's judgment of him, indicating that Uchiha ninjas who awakened their eyes would need to exercise greater caution during missions. Reflecting on this, Uchiha felt compelled to voice his thoughts. The reason Orochimaru acted in such a manner was fundamentally linked to Itachi. Their first meeting did not occur within the Akatsuki. Rather, during his time in the Umbu, Itachi's display of genius had captured Orochimaru's attention, considering everything he had experienced. Uchiha realized that it was inextricably tied to that very individual, Itachi. "Kakashi-sensei, I have developed a few personal insights regarding genjutsu. When I concentrate my chakra into my eyes, I feel." Before Uchiha could complete his sentence, Kakashi's expression abruptly shifted to one of alarm. He turned his gaze toward the distant grass, swiftly throwing 2 shurikens. Clang! Flames flickered. Indeed, there were others concealed within the underbrush. With that sound, a rugged man wielding a large sword emerged from the thicket. A mere glance exchanged between Kakashi and Uchiha sent them into a state of panic. A black cloak and a fiery cloud. Could this be a member of the notorious Akatsuki? However, Uchiha Yu frowned in confusion. He did not recognize this individual. Was there such a character in the over 700 episodes of Naruto? Then, another figure appeared, prompting Uchiha Yu to swiftly activate his Sharingan. With green eyes, a wrapped head, and the forehead protector of a rogue ninja from Takigakure, he donned a mask similar to Kakashi's. This newcomer was none other than Kakuzu, the Akatsuki's treasurer, known as the living fossil of the ninja world. Kakuzu. Uchiha Yu immediately formed hand seals, ready for a substitution jutsu. He had not taken the anecdote about Kakuzu throwing a shuriken at Hashirama Senju from 800 miles away as a mere joke. At this juncture, Kakuzu's strength, among the elite of Konoha, was only rivaled by Guy. The rest were merely inadequate. During the Shippuden era, Kakashi was already capable of wielding a Beto SI to unleash Kamui. Yet even with the combined efforts of the Ino Shikacho trio, they failed to subdue Kakuzu. Had it not been for Yamato, who brought along Naruto, recently having learned Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken, and the new Team 7 comprising Sakura and Sai, Kakashi and the Inoshika duo would likely have fallen prey to Kakuzu's heart extraction. It was truly unexpected to encounter the famed copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi, in this location. The rugged man beside Kakuzu boomed, tossing his sword onto his shoulder. He pointed a finger at Kakashi, demanding, "Hey, Leaf Ninja, what are you two doing here? Hand over your intel and the whereabouts of the Ninetales." Uchiha Yu's eyelids twitched, as he finally recognized who this man was. In the original work, there was a minor character, whose name remains unknown, a member of Akatsuki, who was brutally slain by Kakuzu. The appearance of these two individuals near the Land of Lightning can be attributed to two potential reasons. Either Kakuzu is engaged in a bounty mission, or the capture of tailed beasts has commenced. Regardless of the scenario, it poses grave peril for Uchiha Obito and Kakashi. "Hey, Obito," Kakashi's voice resonated beside Uchiha Obito. "Run with all your might. If these two pursue us and we cannot shake them off, you deal with the one wearing the mask and remaining silent." Uchiha Obito's expression froze as he pointed at his own face. "Huh? Who are you referring to?" "Me. Handle him?" Before Obito could finish his protest, the rugged man charged forward, shouting, "Kakashi's head is worth a bounty, and that kid is an Uchiha. Let us take them both down." With a thud, the large blade sent Uchiha Obito and Kakashi flying. Without hesitation, Kakashi began forming hand seals, while Obito opted for flight. He had barely sprinted 2 steps when he suddenly sensed a rush of wind behind him, his nerves on high alert as his Sharingan activated. Under the influence of the Sharingan, his vision sharpened dramatically, time seemingly decelerating, allowing him to precisely track the trajectories of several shurikens hurtling towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew several shurikens from his ninja tool pouch, flicking his wrist to send them soaring forth. These shurikens flew like arrows, directly targeting the shurikens that Kakuzu had hurled. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the forest, a cacophony of sparks igniting the air. Uchiha Obito's shurikens met Kakuzu's in mid-air, colliding with pinpoint accuracy and altering their respective paths. The shurikens ultimately embedded themselves into a nearby tree trunk and the earth, some deeply penetrating the wood while others lodged halfway into the ground. Kakuzu, taken aback by his inability to dispatch a mere child instantly, felt his anger flare. He began forming hand seals and directed a fiery attack at Uchiha Obito, exhaling, "Fire Release," head-hardening technique. This technique's lethality surpassed that of the Great Fireball, and Kakuzu had no intention of using excessive force on a trivial target. The area of effect would encompass not only Uchiha Obito but also Kakashi and the rugged man, all caught in the fiery onslaught. A smile crept across Kakuzu's face. Kakashi's head was valuable, but the rugged man's bounty was equally significant, differing only in where one could exchange the reward. As the devastating flames of the head-hardening technique surged forth, Uchiha Obito's Sharingan spun rapidly, instinctively prompting his body to react. "Water Release, Water Barrier Technique," Uchiha Obito shouted, quickly gathering his chakra as moisture from the surrounding air coalesced into 4 massive water columns. These columns rose around him, forming a sturdy barrier that enclosed him tightly. The flames of the head-hardening technique surged like a monstrous wave, crashing forth, the intense heat nearly igniting the very air surrounding them. However, when these flames made contact with Uchiha Yu's water barrier, the water quickly evaporated, emitting a hissing sound as a thick veil of steam enveloped the area, forming a dense white mist. The water barrier successfully withstood the searing heat, shielding Uchiha Yu from the flame's wrath. In stark contrast, the burly man on the opposite side was far less fortunate. He had not anticipated an attack from his comrades behind him, and in an instant, he was engulfed by the flames, writhing in agony and screaming in excruciating pain. Almost simultaneously with Kakashi's release of the fire technique, he swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a water barrier to counter the flames. "You, run. I'll hold them off." Realizing that the masked figure behind him posed a formidable threat, Kakashi did not hesitate and urgently urged Uchiha Yu to flee. "Run?" A fleeting moment of hesitation crossed Uchiha Yu's face, but this indecision was severed the instant his wings unfurled, bursting forth from his body. "You shall never abandon my comrades to survive." Fire style, great fireball technique. End of chapter. Chapter 67. Kakashi versus Kakuzu. As the great fireball surged towards Kakuzu, a flicker of pride illuminated Kakashi's eyes. Upon receiving the commission from Sarutobi Hiruzen to provide private instruction to Uchiha Yu, he had been discreetly observing the young ninja's character, assessing whether he was worthy of cultivation as a Konoha shinobi. It now appeared that everything aligned with his expectations. This was indeed a ninja deserving of his utmost dedication. Even the prospect of teaching forbidden techniques did not deter Kakashi. Kakuzu, confronted by the oncoming fireball, displayed a hint of disdain in his gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, he formed hand seals and unleashed wind release, pressure damage. The formidable force of the wind materialized from his mouth, akin to a tempest, effortlessly dispersing the fireball, scattering flames without inflicting a scratch upon him. Furthermore, Kakuzu adeptly redirected the wind's trajectory, ensnaring Kakashi within the gust's grasp. Although Kakashi was quick to react, the wind's influence restricted his movements, making it difficult for him to stabilize his form. Seizing this opportunity, Kakuzu lunged forward, intent on eliminating Kakashi first. Meanwhile, the rough man finally extinguished the flames engulfing him, revealing multiple burns that tormented him with relentless pain. His heart brimmed with animosity towards both Kakuzu and Kakashi, yet his immediate priority was to confront his adversary. He cast a glance towards the distant Uchiha Yu, ready to unleash his fury upon the young boy. However, upon observing the tail and wings sprouting from Uchiha Yu's form, a wave of confusion washed over him. What manner of creature was this? Was this even normal? What mysterious technique could have caused such an anomaly? Although he remained uncertain, he knew that under the blade he wielded, regardless of the technique, the outcome would only be death. The rough man brandished his great sword and lunged towards Uchiha Yu, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Though his speed paled in comparison to Kakuzu's, his strength and presence were formidable. The blade carved through the air, glinting ominously as it aimed directly for Uchiha Yu's neck. With the aid of the Sharingan, Uchiha Yu's dynamic vision and reaction speed surged to new heights. The rough man's strikes, though swift, became predictable and avoidable in Uchiha Yu's eyes. He danced through the arcs of the blade as if a butterfly twirling amidst the rain, deftly evading the lethal downpour. Concurrently, the feathers from Uchiha Yu's wings shot forth like black lightning, targeting the rough man's vital points. As a member of the Akatsuki organization, the rough man's prowess was not to be underestimated. Facing the onslaught of feathers, he relied on his extensive combat experience and keen reflexes, raising his great sword to deflect the incoming projectiles with astonishing speed. The metallic clangs resonated through the forest, sparks flying in all directions. Yet, just as the rough man focused intently on the frontal feather assault, one solitary feather approached silently from an unobserved angle. Like a specter, it evaded his line of sight and defenses, piercing precisely into his shoulder. Pain surged through his entire body, causing him to freeze momentarily. However, every member of the Exian Shao organization possessed strength no less than that of a high-ranking ninja. Gripping his hefty blade, he struck towards the sky in the direction of Uchiha Yu. A sense of dread washed over Uchiha Yu as his pupils constricted. He sensed a powerful gust of energy hurtling towards him, With his feathers yet to regrow, his speed was significantly hampered, making evasion exceedingly difficult. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Yu halted mid-air. Clang! The moment the air wave from the great sword struck Uchiha Yu, it emitted a sound akin to a heavy object colliding with a solid surface, momentarily leaving the rugged man in shock. An iron block. Uchiha Yu's heart raced, feeling discomfort in his internal organs. That previous blow, withstanding it as if it were an iron block, had been quite a strain. How did you manage to block that, little brat? What is that tail of yours? A tailed beast? How many tails do you have? Uchiha Yu formed a hand seal with the technique of the vanishing art, channeling chakra to his throat, aimed at the rugged man to unleash a great fireball. Boom! The flames of the great fireball were intensely hot. The rugged man clearly feared fire techniques, slamming his hand down onto the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. A towering wall sprang up from the ground, as the flames collided with the earthen barrier, producing a deafening roar. Heat waves and dust erupted, creating a scene of utter chaos. The rugged man stood behind the earth flow wall, his mind racing with uncertainty. How could such a small child possess such immense chakra? Was it a tailed beast not documented in the intelligence reports? Before he could ponder further, he caught a glimpse of Uchiha Yu's figure darting above the earth flow wall. Reacting swiftly, the rugged man leapt forward. Bang! The great sword slammed down onto the earthen wall, sending dust flying. Realizing that it was merely a basic clone, barely even a shadow clone, lacking substance and offensive power, he felt foolish for being toyed with by a child. The rugged man struck down upon the earth flow wall once more. At that moment, Uchiha Yu's true self stealthily appeared beside Kakashi. Without granting Kakuzu a moment's respite, he unleashed 3 consecutive great fireballs, engulfing Kakuzu in flames. Even Kakuzu, a shadow-level powerhouse, found himself preoccupied with the intense heat of the 3 fireballs, unable to divert his attention elsewhere. Seizing the opportunity while Kakuzu was distracted by the flames, Uchiha Yu swiftly conveyed vital information to Kakashi. This guy has 5 hearts. Do not underestimate him. He cannot be killed in one strike. His voice was low and urgent, every word laden with a sense of urgency. A flicker of seriousness crossed Kakashi's eyes. Though he was unaware of the source of this intelligence, he had no choice but to trust Uchiha Yu's assertions. He nodded lightly, his mind rapidly formulating new strategies. Flames soared skyward, waves of heat radiating, as Kakuzu's figure suddenly expanded within the inferno, becoming monstrous and terrifying. His size increased several-fold, nearly dominating the battlefield. Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly, reflecting the bizarre figure of Kakuzu, clearly taken aback by the transformation of his ominous mode. In the ninja world, the legendary copy ninja Hitaki Kakashi, known for having replicated 1,000 jutsu, had never encountered such an eerie technique. Kakuzu's body was enveloped in black tendrils, which danced in the air as if they possessed a life of their own. His shoulders were fused with 2 colossal mask-like monsters, embodying the incarnations of fire and wind release, rendering Kakuzu even more fearsome and formidable. This was precisely why Uchiha Obito refrained from directly deploying the heavenly curse mark to assist Kakashi in their escape. Kakuzu himself had the ability to fly. In the shared scene, Pirate Fong Yu and Stephen Fong held their breath in trepidation. Faced with Kakuzu, they could only rely on Kakashi, who had previously been one of the 12 young ninjas, as their primary combat force, making it difficult for them to conceive a strategy to save Uchiha Obito, unless he could awaken the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. The dilemma was that with only a Tutomo Sharingan, how could one possibly achieve that? Was this truly the end of the line? End of the 3rd update. In light of the new book's release, I kindly request monthly votes. Thank you all. End of this chapter, Chapter 68. Uchiha Yu vs. Kakuzu today. I shall not indulge in idle tales. I implore you to continue reading. Fire, wind, earth, water. Apart from lightning release, this adversary unleashed 4 types of chakra attributes upon me, and the sheer volume of chakra he possesses is astonishing. If what you say is true, and he indeed has 5 hearts, this situation is rather precarious. Kakashi and Uchiha Yu conspired quietly, while Kakuzu appeared unperturbed, exuding an air of confidence as if victory was already assured. No, Kakashi-sensei, Uchiha Yu interjected, his eyes fixated on the opponent. Under the scrutiny of my gaze, I discern a transformation of lightning release chakra within him. No, this is incorrect. His lightning release is the most formidable. Uchiha Yu attributed all his intelligence to the mesmerizing double Tomo Sharingan that bore a scorpion's tail. Kakashi had no reason to doubt him. Rather, a sense of guilt washed over him. He cast a glance at Uchiha Yu's dark, scaly tail, his heart heavy with regret. In Kakashi's eyes, all of this was the doing of Orochimaru, whose negligence had forced Uchiha Yu to confront the legendary Sannin alone, resulting in his monstrous transformation. With a sigh, Kakashi pondered, this child possesses extraordinary talent, yet due to the burden of the heavenly curse seal, he is likely to meet an untimely demise. It is all my fault. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, Uchiha Yu interrupted his thoughts. Do not hold back your chakra. Use the shadow clone technique. We must split up and escape. We must find a way back to the land of lightning. Reaching the land of lightning may not necessarily be a blessing, Kakashi replied anxiously. A diplomatic incident is preferable to being directly eliminated by Akatsuki. Do not hesitate. Our only option is to flee. As he spoke, Uchiha Yu spread his wings, soaring towards the sky. Seeing this, Kakashi's expression changed. Had Uchiha Yu taken flight immediately, he would have surely escaped. Yet, he turned back to utter these words. Was it merely for the sake of his teacher's life? Kakashi could no longer afford to hesitate. He pulled up his mask and clasped his hands together. Shadow clone technique. Kakashi's chakra was nowhere near as abundant as Naruto Uzumaki's. Thus, he managed to conjure only a little over 30 clones. Fortunately, these clones exhibited remarkable speed, leaping into the air and dispersing in all directions. In the sky, as Uchiha Yu observed Kakashi's clones beginning their retreat, he breathed a sigh of relief. Given Kakashi's strength, acquiring detailed information about Kakuzu should significantly increase their chances of survival, provided they avoided a direct confrontation. This mission had indeed been fraught with misfortune, each encounter more formidable than the last. Just as Uchiha Yu thought he was on the verge of escaping peril, his pupils constricted, and his heartbeat halted. Deep within the forest, a swift, black, line-like monstrosity hurtled towards him. This was the creature birthed from Kakuzu's body in the Earth Grudge Fear mode. Its form was fluid and eerie, the mask upon its face cruel and merciless, while the wings behind it created afterimages, moving with the speed of a specter from a horror film. With the aid of his Sharingan, Uchiha Yu discerned the color of the creature's mask. Blue. This signified the wind release of the Earth Grudge Fear creature. The earthbound creature, infused with the power of the wind, moved with astonishing speed, swiftly catching up to the airborne Uchiha Yu. Although Uchiha Yu was aware of the creature's ability to fly, he was unprepared for its remarkable velocity. Sensing a tempestuous force approaching from behind, he instinctively attempted to form seals, yet his movements were a fraction too slow. The creature, a manifestation of the earthbound malice, required no seals. It unleashed a gust of wind with a mere breath. In an instant, the violent wind swept through, disrupting Uchiha Yu's form and sending him plummeting toward the ground. As he neared the earth's surface, Uchiha Yu forcefully adjusted his posture, quickly forming seals with his hands. Water release, water barrier. A column of water enveloped him, mitigating the impact of his fall. Rising to his feet, he took a deep breath and aimed at the creature above, unleashing a fireball. Fire release, great fireball technique. A blazing orb of flame coalesced under Uchiha Yu's control. However, at that very moment, the creature in the sky opened its mouth and expelled a powerful gust of wind. This force was formidable enough to scatter the forming fireball, the flames dancing wildly and losing their cohesive shape. It is often said that wind can aid fire, but in this instance, the wind's might was overwhelming. The flames of the great fireball technique could not concentrate amidst the tempest, let alone strike a target. It was akin to attempting to light a cigarette in a gale without any protection for the lighter. Uchiha Yu, quick to adapt, sought a new method of attack. The feathers adorning his attire shimmered with a chilling brilliance, and with the aid of his Sharingan, he aimed directly upward. The black feathers sliced through the air, glistening with a sharp, cold light under the sun, resembling a volley of ebony arrows directed at the creature above. The howling wind roared, Yet the feathered assault was swifter and far more potent than the expansive fire technique. Some of the feathers pierced through the turbulent winds and struck the creature's form, creating momentary punctures. However, the structure of this earthbound creature was extraordinarily peculiar. It was composed of countless black lines that swiftly rewove themselves, mending the damage inflicted by the feathers. Within seconds, the punctures were filled, and the creature's form restored, as if it had never been harmed. In the distance, a booming sound echoed as the fire release. Firestorm engulfed an entire forest. The creature, adorned with a red mask, leaped atop the treetops, searching for Kakashi's presence. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha felt a surge of urgency. If Kakuzu could manifest 5 distinct chakra-based creatures, and this one alone proved so formidable, the arrival of another would spell certain doom for him. He needed to swiftly bring down the flying wind creature. You may be a monster, but I am no ordinary adversary. Uchiha-U's entire body was enveloped by the second stage of the heavenly curse mark, the ominous red markings shimmering upon his skin, as if flames were igniting within his veins. Both tail and wing airs underwent mutations under the activation of the second curse mark. And with the unlocking of the genetic lock, Uchiha reached the pinnacle of his internal combat prowess. The wind-release earthbound envy monster sensed Uchiha-U's threat. Emitting a sharp shriek, its black lines on its body thrashing wildly, and the power of the wind release intensified. It attempted to blow Uchiha-U away with a fierce gust, but Uchiha-U's speed was too great. The force of the wind could only flutter the edges of his garments. Accelerating once more, he charged directly before the wind-release earthbound envy monster, gathering all his strength into his fist, which struck the beast with tremendous force. This blow was powerful enough to shatter boulders, causing the monster's body to indent, yet it astonishingly recovered at an incredible speed. Uchiha did not relent. His attacks grew fiercer, feathers from his wing air raining down like a deluge upon the wind-release earthbound envy monster. Whoosh, 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 the feathers pierced through the creature's body. Yet, akin to darts striking a waterfall, in the blink of an eye, the monster's form was restored once again. Uchiha narrowed his eyes at the blue wind-release mask of the earthbound envy, gritting his teeth as he lunged forward, unleashing the sharp hooks from his tail air with all his might. If only he could shatter the mask. Suddenly, a powerful pull from his tail ensnared him, akin to a hydrogen balloon tethered by the wind. He was unable to fling the tail hook, nearly losing his tail air. Whipping around abruptly, he met the unyielding gaze of a masked humanoid creature with green eyes. The newcomer was none other than the Akatsuki member, Kakuzu of the Northern Dunes. Remarkable little brat. At such a young age, you nearly extinguished a heart of the earthbound envy. If you were to grow a few more years, you would surely become a formidable threat. Yet, Kakuzu's gaze shifted to the tail air he stood upon, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Just then, the tail aimed for Kakuzu's eyes and lunged forward. The tail had inexplicably elongated by 3 centimeters. Clang! The tip of the tail air struck Kakuzu's arm, which he had raised to block the attack. The metallic clang sent a jolt through Uchiha-U's body. This was Kakuzu's primary technique, skin hardening. Its resilience surpassed that of iron, capable of withstanding even explosive tags. High offense, high defense, remarkable agility, and 5 lives. Even among the Akatsuki, Kakuzu ranked among the elite, a formidable shadow-level powerhouse. In certain circumstances, he could even touch the realm beyond shadows. Though Uchiha felt a sense of despair while pinned beneath Kakuzu's weight, he did not resign to fate. His hands flew to form hand seals with incredible speed. Serpent, horse, monkey. Just as he completed the 3 seals, Kakuzu's steel-like grip suddenly yanked him back, interrupting the formation. A smirk adorned Kakuzu's lips as he reached for Uchiha-U's heart. Suddenly, Kakuzu's expression darkened, clutching his chest with both hands, and stumbled backward. In the distance, a piercing cry illuminated half the sky. This sound was the renowned technique of Konoha's foremost technician, Reikage. Kakuzu was drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding with dread. The Jonin he had underestimated had actually countered his water release technique, the Earth Grudge Fear. Just then, Kakuzu steadied himself and shouted, "You wield water release? Then let it serve as a substitute for this heart." On the dim battlefield, Kakuzu's figure loomed like a colossal mountain, steady and menacing. To ensure his safety, he absorbed the wind release mask into his body, manifesting the mask of earth grudge fear on his left shoulder, with black lines flowing across him, creating a terrifying and fierce visage. Tentacle punch. Kakuzu growled, his fist launching towards Uchiha, propelled by the power of earth grudge fear, bearing down upon him with relentless force. That punch struck like a beast, infused with immense chakra, causing the very air to tremble with its might. With the aid of his Sharingan, Uchiha swiftly discerned the trajectory of Kakuzu's assault. His body reacted instantaneously, desperately dodging to the side with agility. In that moment, his tail also came into play, the sturdy appendage acting as a formidable pillar to meet Kakuzu's fist. With a tremendous crash, Uchiha's tail collided with Kakuzu's tentacle punch, the overwhelming force sending vibrations through him, nearly pushing him back. Yet he did not falter. He quickly adjusted his stance, striving to deflect the tentacle punch. However, the assault was far from over. Kakuzu's ability rendered his fist akin to a homing missile, the black lines weaving through the air, rapidly ensnaring Uchiha's body. Uchiha felt a wave of suffocation as he became entangled by earth grudge fear. Immobilized. Damn it! Uchiha cursed inwardly, as the gene lock unleashed the bloodthirsty persona buried deep within him, compelling him to bite down on the black lines of earth grudge fear. His teeth tore at the strands, his tongue straining with effort. In that moment, Uchiha's will to survive surged to its zenith. He sought to consume earth grudge fear, believing this would free him from his bonds. Kakuzu observed Uchiha's desperate struggle, feeling a twinge of absurdity. He had never seen someone so fervently cling to life, attempting to sever the black lines with mere teeth. Yet the resilience of earth grudge fear was formidable far beyond what teeth could destroy. Kakuzu approached the ensnared Uchiha, each step steady and deliberate, demonstrating his absolute control over the situation. The black lines of earth grudge fear coiled around Uchiha like living creatures, binding him until he could no longer move. Amidst the constriction of the black lines, Kakuzu skillfully opened a gap, revealing the location of Uchiha's heart. In Kakuzu's eyes, there was no compassion, only an unwavering focus on the heart he was about to acquire. Uchiha's heartbeat raced within his chest. He understood he was on the brink of life and death. His Sharingan spun rapidly, searching for any possible avenue of escape. Though his body was bound, his spirit remained unyielded. Within him burned an ardent desire for life and an unwavering yearning for freedom. Kakuzu extended his hand, poised to seize Uchiha's heart, a satisfied expression dawning upon his face as he anticipated success. Yet, just as his fingers were about to graze Uchiha's chest, a formidable surge of chakra erupted from Uchiha's being. What is this? Kakuzu suddenly realized that the threads of earth grudge fear tethered to him were being inexorably drawn away. Turning his gaze to Uchiha, ensnared by the dark threads, he was astonished to witness him gradually extricating himself from the bindings. The areas where the black threads penetrated caused Kakuzu's pupils to constrict in terror, as if he had encountered a specter. Uchiha, wielding a sharp shuriken, swiftly pierced his own chest, deftly stitching the black threads of earth grudge fear into his own flesh. Kakuzu sensed impending doom and forcefully severed the threads, delivering a powerful kick that sent Uchiha hurtling away. With a resounding crash, Uchiha collided with a mighty tree. A cloud of dust enveloped him, rendering Kakuzu nearly unable to discern Uchiha's silhouette. Coughing violently, Uchiha spat out blood, prompting a sigh of relief from Kakuzu. The harrowing experience he had just endured left Kakuzu in a state of contemplation. It must be noted that earth grudge fear was the very foundation of Kakuzu's strength. Should it be wrested from him? At that moment, as the dust settled, Kakuzu was taken aback. Uchiha rapidly formed the hand seals for a great fireball technique. Yet the jutsu he invoked sent cold sweat cascading down Kakuzu's brow. Composite Ninjutsu, Flame Wind Chaos Wave. Chapter 69. A new ability. No more coffee needed. In the main god square, the main god Fong Yu let out a heavy sigh of relief. Have you resolved the troubles you wish to address?
Nova inquiret midli.
Fong Yu could not help but embrace Nova, exclaiming, "Indeed, you have been immensely helpful. Without your side quest, The main god exchanged for the return time of the alien contract, which, in Nova's eyes, seemed to occur in an instant. One moment Fong Yu was clad in a spacesuit. The next, he appeared in a disheveled state, battered and missing an arm. Upon his return to the square, he anxiously examined the items in the main goddess orb, which perplexed Nova greatly. Seeing Fong Yu anxiously pacing and lamenting, Nova could not resist asking what had transpired. The main god Fong Yu had returned to Earth as the designated location for the alien contract. At that time, Earth had yet to witness the peculiarities of aliens, making it challenging to earn reward points. Initially, he intended to treat it as a vacation, merely resting for a few days. However, he then spotted on television that the Villandertangu company was preparing to launch a new spaceship. The new vessel, named Enlightenment, boasted a speed exceeding that of the contract by 5-fold. Without hesitation, Fong Yu boldly stormed the Villander company and successfully commandeered the spaceship. Upon boarding, he contacted the female lead, Danny's, and after reminiscing, Fong Yu acquired the coordinates of the engineer planet, heading towards the point for earning scores. Upon arriving at the engineer planet, less than 6 hours remained until the return time. Fortunately, the engineer square was highly conspicuous, and the previous frenzy of dream yaos hatching had long since turned this place into a gathering ground for aliens. The new generation of aliens was considerably stronger than when Fong Yu first encountered them. The aliens here were evolving. Furthermore, each alien, upon death, would fiercely thrust out its tail spike. The corrosive effects of alien blood and saliva had also intensified. In a harrowing yet fortunate turn of events, albeit missing an arm and depleted of chakra, Fong Yu managed to score 6,000 points and returned to the main god square. In a synchronized scene, he found himself facing off against Kakuzu, which chilled him to the bone. They could only synchronize bloodlines, ninjutsu, and skills, but not items. With only reward points and no side quest to guide him, Fong Yu was at a loss on how to salvage such a predicament. At that moment, Nova discerned his distress, prompting Fong Yu to express his needs. Without hesitation, Nova traded for a sea-level side quest. Fong Yu, too preoccupied to inquire how Nova had obtained the sea-level side quest, exchanged for the stitching ability he had desired. Stitching, derived from World of Warcraft, a stitching monster, requires 3,000 reward points sea-level side quest. Upon witnessing the Hokage, Fong Yu stitched the Earth Grudge Fear onto himself, acquiring the Wind Release, Earth Grudge Fear ability. The main god Fong Yu finally found the opportunity to converse with Nova. Thank you for your generosity. How did you acquire your side quest? Blushing, Nova found herself inadvertently wandering into a small chamber while traversing the corridor. Upon entering, she discovered a pile of unfamiliar metallic triangles on a table, and thinking they might prove useful, she collected them all. Eventually, she forgot about this incident until she arrived at her current location, where she heard the main deity announce that it had acquired the gene modification technology of engineers, thus unlocking a sea-level side quest. Fong Yu hastily inspected the relevant entries, and indeed, among the orbs related to the xenomorphs, there was a technology entry that had been unlocked. Engineer Biological Armor Crafting Manual, originating from Alien, Covenant and Alien, Prometheus. This manual was densely packed with a plethora of required materials, and Fong Yu, disinterested in studying it further, turned off the orb and sincerely thanked Nova. No matter what, in the next film I will protect you. As a token of my gratitude, I shall offer you interest. It's no trouble at all, Nova quickly waved her hand. You saved me. I owe this to you. I have no idea what to do with these items, but I am delighted to assist you. With the conversation reaching this point, Fong Yu generously spent 1,000 reward points to help Nova exchange for 2 talisman of the 3 purities. In addition to giving her 1,500 reward points, Talisman of the 3 purities requires 500 reward points, supportive type, capable of healing all but fatal injuries. Take this. Furthermore, I recommend you exchange the 1,500 points for spiritual energy. If the next horror film involves supernatural elements, it may be challenging for me to protect you. Having spiritual power might prove beneficial. Thank you. I never expected such generosity to come so swiftly. Nova was astonished. She initially had only a side quest, and without reward points, she could hardly purchase anything. Gaining the friendship of a formidable ally, alongside immediate benefits, was undeniably advantageous in her eyes. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. In the ninja world, Kakuzu was utterly taken aback by the compound ninja technique. Gale wind riptide. He leapt between the trees, fixated on the target that was about to escape his sight. His head steaming with frustration as his footing slipped beneath him. He had never imagined that one day he would be so stealthily deprived of his abilities. Without the assistance of wind release, Kakuzu could only watch as Uchiha Obito vanished from his line of sight, until he was entirely gone. "Hey, Beidou, where is he?" A rugged man wielding a large blade rushed over, equally empty-handed. Kakashi was fleeing through the forest, akin to a rabbit, and the rugged man gained nothing from the encounter. Noticing the absence of others around, the rugged man patted Kakuzu's shoulder. "Never mind, if he runs, he runs. There are plenty of bounty targets. The immediate priority is to check the tailed beast intel." It is said the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Suddenly, with a squelch, the rugged man looked down to see his heart ensnared by a tendril's fist. His eyes filled with shock. He could never have anticipated being so treacherously ambushed by someone from within the organization. With a thud, the corpse collapsed to the ground. Before the waterfall, water splashes majestically as a young man of ebony skin, brimming with rhythm, simultaneously grills fish and wraps. "Yo, check it out, here I am before the waterfall, grilling fish, living a simple and carefree life. The fish dance upon the fire, smoke swirling around. Much like my dreams, soaring freely, with dark skin and grand aspirations. I narrate my tale through rap. In this natural realm, I discover my paradise, akin to the water of the waterfall, flowing eternally. Oh, that line is splendid. Must jot it down," he exclaims as he pulls out a notebook to scribble. Suddenly, Karabi pauses, gazing skyward. A figure resembling a headless fly crashes directly onto the rocks of the waterfall. The sound of the fall shatters the tranquility of the place. Karabi leaps back, transforming into his seven-sword form, bewildered as he observes the entity that has plunged into the water. It resembles a youthful being, adorned with a tail and wings, distinctly unusual. A blue mask-like feature rests upon its left shoulder, while a gaping hole in its chest reveals black, writhing threads within. What manner of creature is this? Oyo. An extraterrestrial, indeed extraordinary. He watches the water's surface with vigilance, gripping his blade tightly, prepared to confront potential danger. The creature struggles to rise from the water, its gaze sweeping over Karabi for a fleeting moment of surprise. Yet soon, its attention is firmly captivated by the fragrant grilled fish nearby. The corners of its mouth twitch involuntarily, as if it has not tasted food in ages. With swift and decisive movements, the creature reaches forth, seizing the fish still sizzling over the coals. Its actions are rough and urgent, as it bites down hungrily, as if it has not eaten in years, devouring half the fish in one gulp. The flesh shows no sign of being chewed. It is swallowed whole. Next, it pulls at its tailbone, gently tugging, and effortlessly extracts a complete fish skeleton. The meat is stripped away cleanly, leaving only a bare framework of bones. Karabi is utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide in disbelief, a surge of inexplicable anger welling up within him. Suddenly he reacts, shouting, You stole my fish." The black veins of the earth grievance pulse subtly at the corner of Uchiha's mouth, tears welling in his eyes as he exclaims, At last, I have a warm meal." End of the chapter. Chapter 70. Death sentence. What on earth are you? Karabi gazed seriously at the creature before him, adorned with a tail and having pilfered his grilled fish, momentarily bewildered. Could this thing possibly be a product of the land of lightning? Karabi called upon the Eight Tails within. "Do you recognize this?" Yet, despite the vast experience of the Eight Tails, it had never encountered such a creature and could not identify it. Definitely not a tailed beast. "What is that?" Noticing Karabi in a daze, Uchiha apologetically scratched his head, wrapping the tail behind him around his waist. "I'm just so hungry." "A spy from an enemy nation?" Karabi muttered to himself. "Oh, a spy stealing my fish. Fish are born in rivers, quite reasonable. Where's the reason in that? It doesn't even rhyme." Upon hearing this, Karabi reacted as if he had been subjected to the most vicious insult. His eyes widening, "Oh, you unknowing little brat. My rapping is the most formidable, utterly reasonable. Are you playing some sort of game devoid of rhyme? It feels as if you've ingested an anti-rhyme potion. You, You! Just as Karabi was about to erupt in fury, a sudden light shone in his eyes. An anti-rhyme potion? What a brilliant stroke. Write it down. Write it down. Observing Karabi genuinely pulling out a notebook to jot down notes, Uchiha couldn't help but recall the scene of Sasuke's team forming the Hawk to capture Karabi in the hidden Cloud Village, unaware of the consequences. Karabi was indeed a character of such eccentricity. Yet, it must be said, he had the credentials to be eccentric. Even the formidable Sasuke had been struck by Karabi's 7 blades. Were it not for Karen's timely assistance, the Hokage would have met his end on the spot. Once Karabi finished writing down his words, he turned to Uchiha. Where did this rude little monster come from? Stealing my fish and then claiming I lack creativity? Oh, indeed. Check it out. Finally, unable to endure Karabi's torturous wordplay any longer, Uchiha spoke up, rendering Karabi utterly embarrassed. I could write 3 pounds of such nonsense in a single day. Karabi initially leaned forward, processing this new information, then pulled out his notebook, licking his lips in anticipation of the aggressive vocabulary. Write it down. Write it down. Having finished, Karabi looked up, ready to retaliate, but Uchiha launched a decisive move. I'll freestyle while you frantically jot it down. What? Karabi instantly resembled a withered eggplant. His notebook and pen falling into the river. His legs giving way. You win. At the river's edge, fish as thick as arms began to leap out in succession, quickly filling the small stream. Uchiha aimed at the water's surface, took a deep breath, and unleashed the fire release. Great fireball technique. Under the scorching heat of the fireball, a powerful vapor rose from the river before the waterfall. The fireball, akin to a miniature sun, instantly cooked the fish within the water. The flesh tightened under the high temperature, gleaming a golden hue and emanating an irresistible aroma. Karabi beheld the spectacle, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration. He swiftly grabbed a grilled fish, sprinkled it with some seasoning from the land of lightning, and began to devour it voraciously. The exquisite flavor of the fish and the tantalizing aroma of the roasted meat elicited an involuntary exclamation from him. What a magnificent fish, what an enticing fire! The black threads of the earth grievance, as spoken by Uchiha, continuously drew the roasted fish from the ground into his mouth. He managed to murmur, thanks to your lightning release. Meanwhile, Killer Bee, savoring the roasted fish, rapped, lightning fish, fire-roasted fish. We are professional chefs, born partners in fishing. By the way, I haven't asked yet, why does the little brat from the Uchiha clan find himself in my territory? This defies reason, this is illogical. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. 1-2. This training ground belongs solely to me, a private VIP space. You cannot regard me as insignificant. Faced with any other ninja from different villages, Uchiha would not speak the truth. But this was Killer Bee, a rather eccentric ninja. Have you heard of the Akatsuki organization? Akatsuki? The two exchanged words, and Killer Bee, glancing at Uchiha's tail, reached a conclusion. So those 2 members of the Akatsuki regard you as a Jinchuriki? That's quite amusing, yet it does make sense. There are beavers in the river and gifts in the box. Well, something like that. Uchiha had no intention of clarifying everything. At the very least, he confirmed that Killer Bee bore him no hostility, which simplified matters considerably. Killer Bee pointed at the waterfall. This is the Cloud Thunder Gorge within the land of lightning. Our circumstances feel like an unexpected encounter. That line rhymes decently. Huh! Killer Bee exclaimed with excitement. Really? That line is quite rhythmic. Encounter, circumstance, they rhyme. You could even rhyme early pregnancy. Uchiha rubbed his face and said, All right, I must take my leave. Remember to inform the village. The Akatsuki is capturing tailed beasts, so the Jinchuriki should exercise caution. Wait, what is it? Killer Bee's movements were somewhat awkward. Could you engage in a rap battle with me? It was rare for Killer Bee to meet someone with whom he could share a common language, and he was eager to showcase the lyrics he had crafted over the years. There's no time for that. Uchiha spread his wings, preparing to take flight, but paused. If I win against you, will you teach me a trick or two? In the damp entrance of a sewer, the air was thick with darkness and decay. Suddenly, a fireball pierced the gloom, racing toward them and illuminating the corner. Upon landing, the fireball did not explode but gradually contracted into a warm glow, brightening the surrounding environment. An enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted from the warmth, rich and mouth-watering, permeating every crevice of the sewer and awakening creatures hidden in the shadows. A mouse, drawn by the scent, cautiously peered out, its small eyes glimmering with curiosity and caution as it surveyed the unexpected source of light and fragrance. Illuminated by the firelight, the figure of pirate Fong Yu emerged, seated beside the glow, devouring the freshly roasted meat of a prison guard beast. His manner of eating was bold and direct, as if he were partaking in a grand feast. Yet, how delightful could roasted meat be without any seasoning? Upon encountering the pitiful mouse, the pirate Fong Yu paused in his actions, a pang of compassion welling up within him. He tore a piece of chicken from the nearby jailer's meal and tossed it towards the mouse. "Feast, feast," echoed Fong Yu's voice through the dim sewer, imbued with a touch of sympathy. "In this forsaken hell, your existence is no less grim than mine. We are both mere rats in this abyss." Initially hesitant in the face of the nearby morsel, the mouse, driven by hunger, ultimately overcame its fear and rushed towards the meat, indulging in a hearty meal. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. Accompanying the footsteps was an overpowering stench of cigars. A tall man in a military coat wielding a saber appeared, his gaze landing on the roasted meat beside Fong Yu, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Killing a jailer adds to your crimes. Multiple offenses warrant cumulative punishment." With that, he sprang into action. The swiftness of his movement compelled Fong Yu to activate the second stage of the Celestial Seal, unleashing his genetic locks and entering full combat mode. The blade of Reinji Shilio slashed towards Fong Yu as the cigar-clenching mouth pronounced, "Death sentence." End of chapter. Chapter 71. A new technique. I await the grand move. What do you await? In this confined space, Fong Yu braced himself against the deadly strike of Yu Shilio, his robust tail bracing against the blade. The clash of his tail and the glimmering sword light echoed through the dimly lit sewer, producing a cacophony of metallic friction and sparks. Yu Shilio wielded the renowned sword, Thunderstorm, its golden blade shimmering with a chilling light amid the shadows, while its striking red hilt stood out prominently. The initial confrontation brought an effulgent smile to Shilio's face, revealing his fervor for battle and an exhilarating thirst for bloodshed. Fong Yu felt as though his tail had collided with a speeding freight truck. The overwhelming impact forced him to stumble backward. Yu Shilio's prowess ranked among the elite in the pirate world. Even without employing his haki, the casual slash he unleashed was enough to leave Fong Yu reeling. A glance at his tail revealed cracks forming in its scales, even with the iron block defense in place, sending a jolt of alarm through Fong Yu. The strength of Yu Shilio surpassed his expectations. According to the cross-dressing king, Emporio Ivankov, Yu Shilio and the Poison Man Magellan were regarded as the impregnable wall of Impel Down, their strengths on par with one another. Magellan, unable to tolerate Shilio's bloodthirsty nature, engaged him in a fierce battle for several days before ultimately emerging as the victor, earning the title of Warden of Impel Down. Magellan himself was said to possess strength comparable to that of a Marine admiral. Thus, Fong Yu found himself facing an adversary of considerably formidable caliber, akin to a lower-tier admiral. As Yu Shilio gazed at Fong Yu, his smirk grew more arrogant. He reveled in his overwhelming advantage in strength. His swordsmanship lacked any finesse or subtlety, being purely a manifestation of raw power and speed, as he aimed his blade directly at his target's head. However, the stationary target offered little resistance. Having finally found an intriguing plaything, Shilio was in no hurry to exert his full strength. Akin to a mischievous child who has caught a grasshopper, observing it jump for a while before ultimately deciding to break its legs and crush it underfoot. Seizing the opportunity provided by Shilio, Fong Yu was not idle. His shoulder tensed, the feathers on his back drawn taut like a bowstring, and in an instant, he unleashed his power. 20 feathers shot forth like arrows released from a bow, whistling through the air with all their might, aimed directly at Yu Shilio. The feathers moved with astonishing speed, slicing through the air and emitting a sharp shriek, targeting Shilio's vital points. Upon impact, brilliant sparks erupted. As the feathers collided with the renowned sword, Thunderstorm, flames blossomed like smoke. Demonstrating remarkable swordsmanship and reflexes, Yuji Shiryo's observation haki granted him a precognitive ability akin to the 3-tomo Sharingan, allowing him to deflect each of the 20 feather assaults with ease. His gaze fell upon the feathers embedded in the ground, a glimmer of astonishment flickering across his face. The sharpness and hardness of these feathers exceeded his expectations, and such a method of attack was indeed peculiar. What kind of devil fruit is this? However, Feng Yu, having created some distance, did not respond. His gaze was resolute as his hands swiftly formed seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. He expelled a massive fireball that surged towards Yuji Shiryo. The temperature of the fireball was exceedingly high, the heat creating a distortion in the surrounding air. A flicker of excitement flashed in Yuji Shiryo's eyes. He relished this direct and intense confrontation. Rather than retreating, he charged towards the fireball. The famed sword, Thunderstorm, danced in his hand, producing a golden arc of light as it sliced through the fireball. Boom! Flames erupted, and Yuji Shiryo's renowned blade cleaved the great fireball in two, the flames swiftly dissipating into the air. This display left Feng Yu utterly astonished. The manifestation of the earth grudge fear on his shoulder was unmistakable, and the motion of his hands forming seals faltered momentarily. Feng Yu was acutely aware that even if Yuji Shiryo stood still and took his upcoming ninjutsu head-on, he would find it nearly impossible to break through. The strength of Yuji Shiryo was overwhelmingly formidable, far beyond his current capabilities. In such circumstances, engaging in a direct confrontation would be akin to courting death. What other means were at his disposal? The sinister smile of Shiryo was chilling. Feng Yu took a deep breath, and the blue wind release mask of earth grudge fear on his shoulder inhaled alongside him. Composite ninjutsu, flame wind turbulence. At this moment, the scientific principle of wind aiding fire was exemplified to its fullest. Just moments ago, the image of Shiryo slicing the great fireball was still vivid. Yet now, as he struck again, he felt a searing sensation on his face. He immediately leaped back 3 steps. A small step for Shiryo, yet a significant leap for Feng Yu. Seizing the opportunity while Yuji Shiryo was momentarily defenseless, Feng Yu's hands moved with unprecedented speed. His expression was anxious, albeit tinged with unfamiliarity, clearly attempting something he was not well versed in. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, yet his hands did not falter, each seal executed with precision and swiftness. At that moment, Uchiha, through their shared vision, synchronized with the unfolding scene, holding his breath in fear that any sound might disrupt Feng Yu's seals. This was a ninjutsu requiring the formation of 44 seals, a complexity that even a copy ninja like Kakashi could not complete instantaneously. It demanded meticulous, sequential completion. The power and range of this technique were exceedingly terrifying, its name evoking dread throughout the world of ninjas. The death of Zabuza Momochi and Uchiha Izuna was significantly linked to this technique. Chakra coalesced around Feng Yu, perspiration trickling down the corner of his eye as he remained utterly focused, swiftly forming seals. Monkey, snake, rabbit, pig, rooster, ox, horse, snake, rat, tiger, dog, tiger, snake, ox, goat, snake, pig, goat, rat, water, monkey, rooster, dragon, rooster, ox, horse, goat, tiger, snake, rat, monkey, rabbit, dragon, goat, rat, ox, monkey, rooster. In the year of the water rat, as the pirate Feng Yu formed his seals, Uchiha Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, bearing witness to a breathtaking spectacle. Behind the pirate Feng Yu, a colossal water dragon emerged with a sudden ferocity. Its majestic head reached towards the ceiling, its vast form eliciting sheer awe. This was not merely due to the dragon's size. Rather, it was the confined space of the sewer that limited its grandeur. Nevertheless, the water dragon remained an awe-inspiring sight, its immense body nearly filling the entirety of the sewer's confines. The dragon spanned an impressive 8 meters in length, its scales shimmering with a moist luster under the dim light, coiling elegantly as torrents of water cascaded over its form, as if it could erupt into a cataclysmic wave at any moment. Its eyes glinted with a fierce golden light, exuding an aura of ferocity. At last, the final seal was completed, culminating in the mastery of the formidable 44 seal technique. What is this? Yu of Rain gripped his famed blade, Thunderstorm, leaping forward to strike at the dragon's head. Meanwhile, Fang Yu infused his entire chakra, shouting fervently, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Chapter 72. The Black Widow nearly becomes the White Tiger. How swift! A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of Yuji Shilio, for he had not anticipated the remarkable agility of the water dragon's head. In the instant he swung his blade toward the water dragon. The head lunged forward with astonishing speed, its massive maw opening wide to engulf Yuji Shilio entirely. At the moment of being consumed by the water dragon, Yuji Shilio experienced little pain. However, he was immediately enveloped by a ferocious torrent of water. The force of this current was immense, propelling his body outward with great urgency. Within the confines of the water dragon, Yuji Shilio was tossed about, and he had to exert every ounce of his strength to maintain his consciousness against the chaotic flow. In this tumultuous predicament, Yuji Shilio felt a twinge of relief. He was not a devil fruit user and thus remained unaffected by the sea. Had he consumed a devil fruit, he would undoubtedly have succumbed to suffocation beneath such a deluge, unable to draw breath. With a wealth of combat experience, Yuji Shilio swiftly recalibrated his state. His famed blade, Thunderstorm, gripped firmly in hand as he thrust it forcefully into the wall. The blade emitted a piercing shriek upon striking the wall, and Yuji Shilio leveraged the knife's power to stabilize himself, clinging to the wall. He successfully broke free from the subsequent onslaught of the water dragon. What an intriguing ability! Yuji Shilio unsheathed his sword and leaped down, approaching the bewildered prisoner across from him with deliberate, heavy steps. You've soaked my cigar. Fang Yu stood motionless, seemingly dazed, without uttering a word or making a move, as if he had resigned himself to his fate. Yuji Shilio's lips curved into a smile as he swung his blade downward. At long last he could kill again, yet his desires were thwarted. In the very moment the blade was about to strike Fang Yu, a resounding thud echoed. White smoke billowed forth, and the blow missed entirely. Bang! 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 In the boxing ring, the luminescent Tony Stark unleashed a barrage of punches upon his driver and former bodyguard, Happy Hogan. Happy staggered to the side, breathless after receiving 2 solid hits to the abdomen. What kind of punch is that? It's against the rules. This is a technique from Mr. Stephen Fong. He could dismantle Obadiah's mech with his bare hands. Far superior to the boxing you taught me. Happy was clearly unconvinced, glancing at Stephen Fong, who sat in the audience. His hands crossed as he appeared to be studying something intently. In a hushed tone, he remarked to Tony Stark, Tony, what kind of potion did that guy give you? He seems like a fraud. What is all this about divination? Does he even have muscles? Just as Tony Stark was about to defend his savior, a mischievous glint flashed in his eyes. How about this? You have a sparring match with my new bodyguard. What do you think? All right. I've been wanting to try this for a while, Happy declared, preparing to remove his protective gear, but Stark quickly waved him off. It's better if you keep it on. That's hardly fair. At the very least, he should don some gear too. As Happy called for Stephen Fong to step into the ring, the doors to the hall swung open. A stunning woman with flowing waves of hair entered, clutching a stack of documents, drawing the gaze of all the men present. Naturally, Tony Stark and Happy were captivated by her beauty, while Stephen Strange was intrigued by her identity. She was none other than Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Stark watched as the beauty approached Pepper Potts, his tone teasing. Hey, Potts, aren't you going to introduce us? From the Department of Justice, Pepper Potts replied, well aware of Stark's intentions but feeling helpless. She took the documents and signed her name, passing them back. The Black Widow's role at Stark Industries was that of a legal advisor, and her first task was to facilitate the transition of Tony Stark's responsibilities as the company's boss to Pepper. Stark pressed his lips together and turned to Pepper, imploring, you know I'm in need of a personal assistant. Without a moment's hesitation, Pepper firmly responded, not a chance. Come on, let us discuss it, he urged. Not happening, she reiterated. Happy, noticing Stark's futile attempts, waved to the Black Widow, hey miss, care to step up? I'll give you a free boxing lesson. Natasha shrugged and stepped onto the boxing ring, I'm not very good at boxing. Of course, if you were, how could I teach you? Happy replied leisurely, throwing a punch. When a villain strikes like this, before he could finish, Natasha Romanoff swiftly seized his wrist, executing a precise and effective arm lock that sent Happy crashing to the ground. Thud. Happy landed heavily on the mat. Ah! Pepper gasped at the sight. Stark applauded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. See, she is a fighter, perfect for the role of personal assistant. Pepper immediately turned to Stephen Strange, her tone resolute. You already have one, Mr. Strange. I don't see the necessity. Releasing Happy, Natasha stood, tossing her hair back. If the compensation for the personal assistant role were higher, I wouldn't mind reshaping my career. I think that's a splendid idea, Stark implored Pepper once more. With a glint in her eye, Pepper suggested, how about Mr. Strange and our lovely legal advisor engage in a friendly spar? She paused before adding, whoever wins gets to stay. Isn't that a bit unfair to a child? Stark frowned, fully aware of the extent of Stephen's abilities. I'm more than willing to give it a try, Natasha asserted, turning to Stephen. Come on, sir, let us have a go. Are you sure? Absolutely, she replied confidently. Happy chimed in, clapping his hands, eager to regain his dignity. Go. Don't be afraid of her. I just tripped over my own feet. Stephen, with a resigned shake of his head, approached the boxing ring. Madam, I would recommend that you don protective gear. Oh, you are the most gentlemanly Asian I have ever encountered. Yet such precautions are unnecessary. Black Widow, activate your wrist. Let us commence. With that, she launched a punch towards Stephen Fong's abdomen. Thud. A dull sound reverberated through the training room. Black Widow momentarily froze, feeling as though her fist had struck not flesh, but iron. Not only was there a lack of feedback from the impact, but her hand ached considerably as well. Realizing her punch had proven ineffective, Black Widow swiftly coiled her legs around Stephen Fong's neck, attempting to execute a joint lock to bring him down. Despite her efforts, Black Widow found herself unable to topple him. Inhaling the scent emanating from her thigh, Stephen Fong quipped in the group chat. Foreigners certainly have a strong aroma. With her locking technique failing once more, Black Widow was at a loss, ultimately opting to leap back and create distance between them. Is your turn concluded? Stephen Fong tilted his head towards Black Widow. Now it is my turn? Fire release. Great fireball technique. Witnessing Stephen Fong's movement, Pepper Potts and Tony Stark were left utterly speechless. Wait. Pepper hurriedly dashed beneath the boxing ring, beads of sweat on her forehead, nervously exclaiming. That's enough, Mr. Stephen. Let it end here. You have won. Black Widow gazed at Stephen Fong, who was inhaling yet abruptly halted, unaware that she had narrowly escaped being roasted alive. Angel Xiaonan. Codename White Tiger. End of chapter. Chapter 73. The Terror of Reincarnation. What did you say your name was, Zhang? Stark's headquarters is situated in the prime area of Manhattan, an epitome of valuable real estate. Within the building, a lavish four-story lounge has been specifically designed to entertain guests, complete with a swimming pool, parties, a grand stallion, and a presidential suite, everything one could desire. Stephen Fong pushed open the door to the presidential suite and promptly removed his suit jacket. The Black Widow followed closely behind, making a beeline for the waterbed as soon as she entered. She gently seated herself on the waterbed, legs crossed, her body reclined slightly, showcasing her curves. Her fingers languidly glided through her long hair before caressing her neck, her movements exuding an air of casual seduction. Noticing that Stephen Fong remained unperturbed, Natasha subtly adjusted her posture, leaning forward slightly, her fingers delicately tracing the surface of the waterbed, creating gentle ripples. However, Stephen Fong observed for a moment, displaying a look of aesthetic fatigue, and remarked, What exactly do you want, madam? His tone bore no hint of emotion, tinged with a trace of impatience. The Black Widow's movements momentarily stilled, a flicker of surprise crossing her gaze, clearly unprepared for Stephen Fong's formidable demeanor. She was aware that this tactic had succeeded with countless men before. Quickly regaining her composure, she said, Very well, Mr. Fong. I actually have a few questions for you. Where are you from? What is your place of origin? Stephen Fong shot her a glance, urging her to get to the point without any preamble. Oh, the Black Widow adopted a more serious demeanor. What is your reason for approaching Tony Stark? Why should you care? Stephen Fong replied curtly, taken aback by his defiant attitude. The Black Widow hesitated before stating, "Yet this defies logic. An illegal immigrant who crossed the ocean, after 14 years of living clandestinely, suddenly transforms into Tony Stark's personal bodyguard. Can you provide a rationale?" Stephen Fong rolled his eyes. "Can you explain why a stunning legal advisor, fluent in numerous languages and skilled in combat, exists?" Without a moment's pause, the Black Widow retorted, "It's my hobby, sir." "Well, so is mine." Stephen Fong mirrored her sentiment perfectly. The Black Widow scrutinized him, seemingly uncovering the reason for her unpopularity. After a brief silence, she remarked, "You should be aware of Tony Stark's true identity." Stephen Fong shrugged. "While I may not have a television at home, the free market has one. So you know he is Iron Man. Yet you still wish to approach him and become his bodyguard, believing you can protect Iron Man?" Stephen Fong finally lost his patience. "I can not only protect Iron Man, but I can also dismantle S.H.I.E.L.D. The Black Widow's pupils constricted, as if she had just heard something extraordinary. Under the light orb, the members of the Central State Team, excluding the formidable Chong, gathered. Ruan Wei sat beside the luminous orb, his expression ashen, accompanied by a female celebrity. Zhang Jie, upon observing the woman's appearance, could not suppress his laughter, finding amusement in the scene. He playfully remarked, "Look at Ruan Wei, so disheartened, creating an artificial person that resembles teacher Jing Kong. What a sight to behold!" Fong Yu shot Zhang Jie a disapproving glance, reluctant to engage in his teasing. It was one thing to be named Zhang Jie. It was quite another for the artificial person to be named Nar. It was difficult not to draw parallels between their duo and the famous singer-host couple. The artificial person created by Nova was somewhat unexpected. While others generated the opposite sex, she had produced a woman strikingly similar to herself. Presumably, it was her twin sister or younger sibling. The two women stood silently, engaged in their final farewells. Xiao Yi Hui's artificial person resembled Kimura Takuya. Before departing, they shared a kiss that was somewhat unsettling, yet it felt inappropriate to interrupt. After all, they were on the brink of facing the dire consequences of the breeding team, the impending retribution from the main deity, leaving them with no further chances for such embraces. The woman who had previously clashed with Ruan Wei now sat on the steps beneath the orb, accompanied by an elderly man with white hair, who was peeling an apple for her. Their hunched figures evoked a sense of poignancy. Zhang Jie glanced around and turned to Fong Yu, inquiring curiously, "What about your artificial person?" "Forget it. If I call her out, I fear it might frighten you," Fong Yu replied, casting a glance toward his room and then at the tightly shut door of DeChong's room. "We wouldn't want to scare that guy to death. I still wish to deal with him myself." Zhang Jie scratched his head, pondering the mystery. "Is it really that ominous? Never mind." Fong Yu patted Zhang Jie on the back, his steps measured as he approached DeChong's door. Zhang Jie immediately recognized Fong Yu's intent. "This is terrifying," he murmured to himself, realizing that crossing paths with Fong Yu rarely ended well. Just then, the voice of the main deity resonated in their ears. "Teleportation will commence in 30 seconds. Target lock established. Commencing teleportation to Nightmare on Elm Street 1. Upon confirming the film's title, Fong Yu activated his Sharingan, fixating intently on DeChong's doorknob, gathering his strength. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. "Ah, brothers, we must all survive." A burst of white light enveloped them. Fong Yu found himself plunged into a state reminiscent of sleep paralysis, a half-awake, half-dreaming sensation. After a few seconds, sounds began to fill his ears. "Hey, hey, hey, parents! Why are you all asleep? Wake up! This is outrageous. I have taught for 30 years and have never encountered such negligent parents." Fong Yu's eyes flew open. Glancing around, he realized DeChong was nowhere to be seen and sprinted toward the classroom door. "Hey, parent of the student, where are you going? The parent-teacher meeting hasn't concluded yet." As Fong Yu forcefully pulled the door, he discovered it would not budge. Raising his hand to glance at the reincarnation watch, he noted the countdown indicating 45 minutes remained until the onset of the narrative. Turning to observe his slumbering team members, Fong Yu exhaled in relief. The absence of Zhang Jie, Xiao Yihui, and Ruanwei suggested they had encountered a situation akin to that of Alien Covenant, resulting in the initial team being dispersed across different cabins. He scrutinized the faces of several newcomers still asleep, and after a brief count, swallowed hard. Including himself, the number of drowsy newcomers had reached a staggering 15, adding Zhang Jie, Xiao Yihui, Ruanwei, and Dechang that made 19. Fang Yu certainly did not believe the main god would show such benevolence as to provide him with one less teammate. The difficulty of this haunted street was undoubtedly equivalent to a 20-person team dungeon. Could it be yet another team battle without any warning? As this thought crossed his mind, one of the newcomers, a middle-aged male office worker, finally opened his eyes. The office worker scanned the surroundings, his expression one of bewilderment. Noticing a foreigner beside him, he anxiously inquired in English, "Where is this place? Who are you? What do you want?" Fang Yu furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Seeing no response from the man before him, the office worker turned his gaze to the teacher at the front, who was speaking incessantly, scratching his head in confusion. After a while, the newcomers gradually began to awaken. Fang Yu did not dawdle. He wished to conserve precious time rather than engage in futile arguments with the newcomers or demonstrate his authority by eliminating a bewildered fool. "Hey, look at me! Look at me!" Fang Yu shouted, and all 14 newcomers turned their attention towards him. Simultaneously, the teacher at the front pounded on the podium, but no one paid heed. The newcomers were more curious about what this Asian face had to say. Clearing his throat, he began, "Firstly, if you suffer a heart attack, do not blame me. Secondly, I too am not fond of the women's startled screams." He continued, now, as his tail and wings erupted from his body, transforming into a monstrous humanoid figure. Witnessing a human sprout a tail and wings nearly caused the hearts of the crowd to leap from their throats. "Oh!" A white woman, positioned close to Fang Yu, uncontrollably began to scream, prompting Fang Yu to swiftly deliver a chop with his hand. Smack! The woman fell unconscious, and the men and women in the classroom hastily covered their mouths, striving to suppress any further sounds. Fang Yu nodded in satisfaction, retracting his powers. Meanwhile, the white elderly teacher seemed oblivious to the chaos, continuing to scribble on the blackboard, muttering curses. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Fang Yu, and I am the veteran of this team. Congratulations, by unwittingly clicking yes. You have luckily arrived here to experience countless horror films until death ensues. Now, without further ado, raise your hand if you have seen A Nightmare on Elm Street." No sooner had he finished speaking than the middle-aged office worker who had awakened first raised his hand. "Sir, I have seen it." Fang Yu nodded in satisfaction. "All right, you are? What is your name?" The office worker hesitated for a moment but finally spoke. "Zhang Jia, sir." "Oh, please provide a brief overview of the film's plot, particularly focusing on Freddy's abilities and the dream-related aspects." "Wait a moment," Fang Yu suddenly realized. "What did you say your name was? If the book is launched tomorrow and achieves over 1,000 subscriptions, I shall commence a 5 updates per day, 10,000-word update mode. With collective effort, we can reach this goal. I hope everyone can exhaust me with their support. Below is a list of acknowledgements. I extend my gratitude to my editor, Lu Ming. I appreciate my operations officer, Yuguo Zhou Tianqing. I am thankful to my discipline assistant, Oyi Jin Tianming. Additionally, I would like to thank the authors of the recommended works below, all of whom have achieved significant subscriptions and are esteemed writers. I am grateful to the author of Fairy Tale, I Don't Want to Be the President, Xiang Qi Bing Bang. Thanks to the author of Harry Returns from the Legacy of Hogwarts, Yao Ren Ganlan. I appreciate the author of Myth, The Heavenly Emperor is Off Work Today, Sisan Ri. Thanks to the author of The Star Only Wants to Make Money, Jian Xing Jian Yuan. I am grateful to the author of How Did I, A Genie Wei, Become a Power Minister, Zan Jiao Lu Kulu. I thank the author of Tianjin People Never Drop San, Chuang Bian Jizhu. Thanks to the author of 1978 Synthesis System Literary Master, Hao Xiang Qi Shirpian. I appreciate the author of Abnormal Containment, I Am the Lucky One in the Cage, Zhen Chu Su. I thank the author of After Rebirth, What to Do When a Rich Woman Pursues Me, Feng Niu de Kuang Zi. I extend my gratitude to the Chidian writer group, the Kola family. Thanks to SY. To enhance everyone's reading experience, I will display the rewards and monthly ticket list as images. Thank you all for your companionship during this new book period. Thank you. See you in tomorrow's update. End of chapter. Chapter 74. Why did Zhengjia arrive so early? Thus, we should strive to remain awake. As long as we do not succumb to slumber, it will be exceedingly difficult for Freddy to claim our lives. Among the newcomers, Zhengjia was elucidating the worldview of a nightmare on Elm Street. However, Fang Yu absorbed not a single word. Took him a full 2 minutes to process the fact that Zhengjia had joined his team Zhongzhou. This was indeed a positive development. Zhengjia was a key player for Zhongzhou and also the illustrious Zhang Pangu. With his presence, the team's chances of survival would undoubtedly improve. Yet, the fact that their debut was within the realm of such a horror film, coupled with the challenges of the breeding team and the daunting task of 20 participants, left Fang Yu anxious. What if Zhengjia were to meet his demise right at the outset? Amidst the crowd, Zhengjia spoke at length, until a bespectacled, demure young woman stood up, asserting, "I have watched A Nightmare on Elm Street numerous times. May I add a few details?" She directed her gaze towards the initially prominent Fang Yu. "Of course, madam." Fang Yu gestured for her to continue. Clearing her throat, she began, "The origin of Freddy is tragic. His mother was a devout nun who, during a visitation, was confined in a psychiatric ward for an entire week. During this harrowing period, she endured inhumane treatment. Not long after, her abdomen swelled, and she became pregnant. Thus, Freddy was born. From the moment he entered this world, he crawled with a large head, labeled a monstrosity by the doctors. Following Freddy's birth, his mother, Amanda, perished after refusing to eat. Even as a child, Freddy exhibited a cruel disposition, reveling in the torment of small animals. As he matured, he sought employment as a gardener in a kindergarten to facilitate his sadistic tendencies towards children. Gradually, the residents of the town became aware of Freddy's aberrant behavior and brought him to trial. Freddy, however, bribed the judge with his entire fortune and was acquitted on the spot. In a fit of rage, the townsfolk gathered outside his home that night, setting it ablaze and burning him alive. This is why Freddy is perpetually depicted with burn scars. After his death, he was chosen by a demon, who bestowed upon him the ability to kill within dreams. Any harm inflicted in the dream world would manifest as pain in reality once the dream concluded. Moreover, he relished psychologically tormenting the weak, waiting until their minds shattered before he would strike. This is a point we must take seriously. Additionally, if Freddy is pulled from the dream into reality, we can inflict damage upon him, as his power in the real world is significantly diminished compared to that of an adult male. Clap, clap, clap. Fang Yu led the applause, remarking, "Well articulated. Beyond the backstory, you also shared your personal insights. You were quite talented. What is your name?" "Zhanlan," she replied. "I work as a novelist, which gives me a solid understanding of film structure and framework." Zhanlan's name elicited a slight twitch at the corner of Fang Yu's mouth as he scanned the crowd. "Is there anyone here with the surname Chu?" Seeing the newcomers' blank expressions, Fang Yu sighed in relief. The situation was such that they had yet to even encounter the essence of Resident Evil 1, while the stalwarts of Team Zhongzhou were nearly assembled. A realization struck Fang Yu's mind. During a previous idle conversation with Niu, De Chong had mentioned that his first encounter with Meng Yao was amidst the horrors of Resident Evil. This indicated that Resident Evil was a terrifying film Team Zhongzhou had already experienced. Barring a complete annihilation of the team, a reset would not occur. Zhengjia and Zhanlan had thus boarded this perilous final carriage. Having deciphered everything, Fang Yu ceased to dwell on the matter further. He addressed the group. "You all possess the Reincarnation Watch, which will update us on our fundamental circumstances." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and the tasks on the watch refreshed. Parents must protect their children for 13 days. If the child survives until the return, a solo reward of C-grade side story X1 will be granted. If deceased, a deduction of 3,000 reward points will ensue. Freddy will appear nightly in the homes of one or more reincarnators. Killing Freddy's dream avatar will reward the entire team with B-grade side story X1 and 5,000 reward points. The remaining townsfolk may also fall victim to Freddy, with slain residents being cast into reality, becoming his dream slaves who relentlessly attack reincarnation team members both day and night. Each dream slave killed grants 100 reward points. Reincarnation members must return to their homes by 7:30 each day, Failure to do so will result in immediate pursuit by Freddy. Team death notifications will not be broadcast. Confirmation must occur at dawn. Upon reviewing the tasks, the newcomers were somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, Nova and the elderly woman, having endured a horror film, appeared ashen, rendered speechless. Freddy's ability to invade dreams was already grotesque, compounded by the task of returning home daily to assume the role of a child's parent. With no chance to group together, only Fong Yu and DeChong possessed any semblance of self-preservation. What difference was there to awaiting death? However, after perusing the tasks, Fong Yu's expression lightened. In the original narrative, when Team Zhongzhou ventured into the plot of Ghost Street 3, it boasted key players such as Zhang Heng, the Overlord, 0. Wang Xia, Zhan Lan, Zhang Jia, Zhao Yingkong, and Cheng Xiao, alongside the wise council of Xiao Honglu and Chu Xian. Such a formidable lineup. Yet here he was, surrounded by what could only be described as a ragtag assembly. It was a rare occurrence to have three pillars of Team Zhongzhou present. Yet Zheng Jia had only recently joined, and Zhan Lan was merely an aspiring author lacking self-defense capabilities. Zhang Jie was somewhat capable, having unlocked the first-tier gene lock, but his abilities were limited. The only two in the team who could contribute were Fong Yu's nemesis, DeChong, who must be eliminated in this narrative. Thus, Fong Yu resolved to take action. Why struggle further? Let Zheng Jia handle that. The remaining reincarnators had but one task: to survive. The difficulty was akin to scaling the heavens. Yet Fong Yu's task was remarkably straightforward. He had but one objective: to slay DeChong. On the other side, Zhang Jie, Xiao Yihui, Ruan Wei, DeChong, and a newcomer resembling a petite, flat-chested girl of about 1.5 meters in height stared blankly at the content on their watches. Their mission differed from that of Fong Yu. You are the night patrol officers of Yushu Street, unable to act during the day, free only at night. With the onset of darkness, you must patrol the homes in the town in sequence and protect the targets at risk of Freddy's harm. Turning a blind eye will lead to obliteration. Before 5:45 a.m., you must return to the police station, or you will face Freddy's pursuit throughout the day until nightfall. The rewards include C-level side story X2, with 3,000 reward points, and for defeating Freddy's doppelganger, a B-level side story X1, granting 5,000 reward points. What the hell is this? Facing Freddy every night? If the master wants me dead, just say it outright. DeChong slammed his fist against the file cabinet, crazily hurling the 3-meter-wide cabinet aside, nearly striking Xiao Yihui on the head. Wait, don't panic. Xiao Yihui quickly sought to calm DeChong's emotions. This task is not without solutions. Let me think. Think what? All I have to do is patrol at night and keep an eye out for that lunatic's ambush. Each time DeChong recalled Fong Yu's face, a dull ache echoed in his ears, even though the master had long since restored his lost ear. Zhang Jie, privy to the inside story, remained silent. If he were in Fong Yu's position, he would feel the same. The vengeance of the human puppet must be avenged at all costs. At that moment, the flat newcomer spoke up. Which of you is the strongest among us? Today there are 4 more chapters. End of this chapter, Chapter 75. The central contingent gathers. DeChong turned to the little girl who had posed the question, and finally found an outlet for his pent-up frustration. Striding toward her, he began to remove his trousers, challenging her with a defiant spirit. Zhang Jie, observing the scene, furrowed his brow and contemplated intervening. However, Xiao Yihui displayed an expression of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by DeChong's behavior. Ruan Wei's gaze was fixated on the girl's face, his eyes glimmering with primal desire. Just as DeChong was about to approach the young girl, his movements abruptly halted. A crimson line appeared on the back of his hand, the result of a sudden pain. He raised his hand to inspect the injury, astonished to find a clear mark left by the dagger wielded by the little girl. How could you cut through my reinforced muscles? Dakion Belovid. Disbelief saturating his voice. His body, strengthened to be as hard as iron, was typically impervious to ordinary blades. Yet, the dagger in the girl's hand had effortlessly inflicted a wound upon him. In the face of DeChong's furious outburst, the little girl remained remarkably composed. There was no hint of fear in her gaze. Instead, it radiated a chilling intent to kill. The dagger glinted ominously in the sunlight, indicating that she was no ordinary adversary. Zhang Jie stepped forward decisively, positioning himself between Dechang and the girl. With a grave expression, he urged, Dechang, calm yourself. Until we breathe our last, there remains a flicker of hope for survival. We cannot afford to turn against one another. Though he spoke with authority, Zhang Jie was also contemplating how to leverage Dechang's strength to enhance his own chances of survival, motivated by a protective instinct towards the newcomer. Xiao Yihui advanced a step, her gaze darting between the girl and Dechang, seemingly pondering something. Ruan Wei took a step back, momentarily subdued by the girl's unexpected counterattack, his desires quelled for the time being. The little girl sheathed her dagger, her expression tinged with disdain. Coldly, she regarded Dechang and stated, I do not care what your so-called enhancement entails, but here, do not underestimate me.
The youngest countenance darkened.
He had not anticipated being wounded by a mere child. Yet Zhang Jie's words held merit. What if there was a sliver of hope? Survival meant everything. With a sardonic chuckle, Dechang suppressed his fury for the moment, his mind already scheming how to overpower the little girl before him. Seeing that Dechang had finally calmed down, Xiao Yihui approached him. Allow me to introduce you. This is the reincarnation space. We must survive through each horror film's trials. You have seen the tasks. Upon completion, returning to this space will unlock infinite possibilities. The girl appeared quite curious about these revelations, nodding in acknowledgement but remaining silent. Zhang Jie found the girl somewhat enigmatic. To enhance his chances of survival, he took the initiative to introduce himself. Greetings, I am Zhang Jie, a former soldier who has endured a terrifying cycle of horror, much like the others here. The muscular man seems to be the strongest among us. Zhang Jie scrutinized the petite and attractive girl, noting the dagger in her hand. Do you possess combat skills? The girl glanced at Zhang Jie, her icy gaze devoid of any emotion, before introducing herself. Zhao Yingkong, assassin. In the classroom, Fang Yu confirmed once more that, aside from Zheng Jia and the future mind controller, Zhan Lan, there were no other familiar faces among the newcomers. He quietly awaited the countdown on the reincarnation watch. Once the countdown concluded, he would charge forth to eliminate Dechang. As for everything else, he would take it step by step. The newcomers exchanged glances, uncertain how to confront the impending situation. They were to face Freddy, the undead demon of nightmares. If it were a team effort with everyone gathered together, there might be a semblance of reassurance. However, the thought of returning to their respective homes to confront this monster alongside the children assigned to them by the deity filled the newcomers with dread, devoid of any will to survive. This reaction was typical for ordinary individuals thrust into the space of the deity. Not everyone could remain unfazed upon learning they were in the realm of horror films, easily adapting to the circumstances. Some boasted about their bravery, claiming they could start accumulating points in the deity's space, unlocking genetic locks, and becoming saints. Yet the reality was that they didn't even dare to attempt an escape room alone. They needed to team up to feel safe enough to play, let alone accumulate points. As time ticked away, Fang Yu focused intently on the reincarnation watch, feeling a mixture of anxiety and excitement. Soon, he would finally eliminate that scoundrel Dechang. After settling the score with his enemies, whether he lived or died mattered little. As the countdown displayed 10 minutes remaining, he instinctively lifted his wrist and stretched his stiff neck, preparing to review the mission details one last time. However, just as he finished stretching, he looked back at the watch and was taken aback. What was happening? He was astonished to find that the previously clear countdown had suddenly vanished. A sense of foreboding tightened in Fang Yu's chest. He quickly checked the other functionalities of the watch, but the countdown appeared to have never existed, disappearing without a trace. Fang Yu suddenly sensed something amiss and swiftly scanned his surroundings. At that moment, the elderly woman who had been silently writing on the blackboard abruptly halted, her fingernails scraping against the surface, producing a sharp, jarring sound. This noise stood out in the quiet classroom, prompting the newcomers to collectively cover their ears. The voice of the white-haired woman echoed throughout the room, filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing through each individual present, as though she could discern their innermost thoughts. You are the most disappointing group of parents I have ever encountered. From the very beginning, you have been murmuring in discontent. Her words were laden with reproach and disappointment, enveloping everyone present in an invisible pressure. As she spoke, her nails scraped against the blackboard, producing a jarring sound that sent shivers down the spine. Goosebumps erupted across my skin. With each stroke of her nails, flakes of skin began to fall from her visage, revealing the horrific truth beneath. She resembled someone who had suffered severe burns, her skin charred, her features grotesquely distorted, and her eyes glimmering with a malevolent light. Clad in a tattered, multicolored sweater, a black cap, and those sinister metallic claw gloves, she struck fear into the hearts of the newcomers, who collectively gasped in horror. Their minds flooded with overwhelming dread. This was the source of countless nightmares. Freddy. End of chapter. Chapter 76. A soul encounter with Zhao Yingkong. The moment Freddy made his appearance, a chill swept over everyone present. How could he have suddenly manifested? Wasn't he supposed to emerge only at night? Fang Yu was equally bewildered. Had they, from the moment they entered the classroom, already slipped into a dream? When did this happen? Freddy reveled in the confused expressions of the crowd, his form flickering upon the podium. In the next instant, he materialized before a dazed portly man. Fang Yu recognized this rotund figure as Mr. Ding, an insurance salesman. The man's mind was utterly vacant. He showed no inclination to resist. With a swift motion, Freddy's claws pierced the man's abdomen like the scythe of death, blood and entrails erupting forth in a gruesome display. The room erupted in screams and cries as blood gushed, rapidly transforming the classroom floor into a crimson sea, drowning everything in its wake. Freddy surveyed his handiwork, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Too much gore. How revolting. Yet, he extended his tongue to lick the blood from his claws, a gesture both sinister and repulsive. Suddenly, a figure surged from the crowd. Fang Yu activated his second stage of Heavenly Curse Seal, opening his Sharingan and genetic locks. With wings unfurling, he aimed the sharp hooks of his tail at Freddy's charred, contorted visage and lunged forward. The anticipated sensation did not materialize. In a moment of disorientation, Fang Yu opened his eyes. The warm hues of dusk bathed him, and beside him, Nova looked at him with a puzzled expression. The slain man still sat trembling in his seat, very much alive. In an instant, understanding dawned on Fang Yu. He glanced at his watch. 30 seconds remained, and the protective shield had yet to activate. The elderly white woman on stage continued her incessant tirade about her students. Could it be that everything was merely a dream? Fang Yu removed his sweat-soaked jacket, stretching his shoulders. What's the matter? Nova waved her hand before him. Fang Yu rubbed his forehead, recalling the bizarre events. It's nothing, just be careful. Nova fell silent, as if she had surmised something. As the final 30 seconds elapsed, the protective shield vanished. The cycle began anew. Fang Yu dashed out of the classroom, retrieving the communicator he had purchased from the main deity for 50 reward points. While searching, he initiated a call. Are you with DeChong? At the police station, Zhang Jie pulled out his communicator, and upon seeing the transmitted message, he quickly typed a response. Together. Where are you? At the police station. Aren't you there? Can you move freely? Just then, Fang Yu, who had been violently attempting to break down the classroom door, paused. Tell me your mission. Upon returning to the classroom, he found the newcomers still seated, bewildered and at a loss. Upon the return of Fang Yu, it seemed as though everyone had found their anchor. A woman named Zhou Wan approached him, inquiring, Captain, what should we do? Recognizing the demeanor of those around him, Fang Yu understood that if he did not take action, the new recruits would soon meet their demise, and Freddy would inevitably seek him out again. Follow me. To the hospital. At the hospital warehouse, members of the cycle were sequentially receiving the stimulating drugs distributed by Nova. Zhang Jia, accustomed to a life of routine, felt a surge of excitement as he glanced at the unconscious hospital staff on the floor, having been incapacitated by Fang Yu. So, this is how things can be done. Nova approached Zhang Jia, handing him a collection of syringes. He accepted them, noting the meager supply beside him, and asked, Why am I getting so much? Similarly, Zhanlan had also received an abundance. Nova explained, Fang Yu instructed me to give you more. I am unsure of the reason, but take it. Scratching his head, Zhang Jia accepted the syringes and glanced at a weeping female office worker nearby. After a moment's hesitation, he offered her 2 of the syringes. The woman, wiping her tears, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, big brother. It's nothing. Just strive to survive." This poignant scene evoked a sense of empathy, though Fang Yu, observing from the sidelines, felt compelled to voice his skepticism. "What time is it? Why still play the Good Samaritan?" Clearing his throat, Fang Yu stated, "It's getting late. You all should have your home addresses on your watches. Take the medication and head home." The newcomers exchanged glances, each reflecting a mixture of panic and helplessness. Like zombies, they departed from the hospital in succession. As the last rays of sunlight faded, the streets of Yushiji descended into darkness. In a brightly lit room, Fang Yu transformed into a chef, skillfully stir-frying shredded pork with green peppers at the gas stove. "Dad, when did you learn to cook?" asked a girl with curious eyes, the daughter assigned to him by the main deity. Her name was Diana, a 7-year-old of Chinese-American descent, brimming with youthful exuberance. "I learned it from a TV show last week," Fang Yu replied without turning around. "You're amazing, darling." A blonde woman with cascading waves embraced Fang Yu from behind, exclaiming, "My husband is the best in town." Feeling the softness behind him, Fang Yu extricated himself, saying, "I'm cooking. Don't be a distraction." This emotionally vibrant and attractive woman was Fang Yu's wife, named Winnie, arranged for him by the main deity. Yet, Fang Yu was not entrapped in this tender moment. He knew that if he were to let his guard down, he might not survive the ensuing chaos. After preparing 4 dishes, the family gathered around the dining table. Winnie took Diana's hand, turned her gaze to Fang Yu, and extended her hand as well. "Let us give thanks to the deity for our food." Fang Yu sighed inwardly, questioning, "What deity? Did I not prepare this meal?" Nevertheless, he obediently closed his eyes to join in the prayer. After the prayer, they commenced their meal. Diana scooped a portion of the scrambled eggs with tomatoes into her bowl, took a bite and grimaced in agony, furiously scraping her tongue with the spoon. "Father, why is this egg so bitter? Is it spoiled?" Fang Yu cast an awkward glance at the medicine bottle in the trash can and coughed. "Ahem. I must have added too much seasoning. Next time I shall use less. Just pinch your nose and eat." Winnie speared a piece of green pepper with shredded meat with her fork and, upon tasting it, promptly spat it out. "It's too bitter." Fang Yu, maintaining his stern demeanor, insisted, "Bitter or not, you both must finish every bite." "Ah, Daddy, Diana can't do it." Fang Yu slapped the table. "Do you want to go to the amusement park?" Before his youngest daughter could respond, he turned to his wife, Winnie. "Do you desire a gold necklace?" Both women nodded in unison. "Then finish your meal." With the stakes laid bare, despite the bitterness, the 2 women pinched their noses and began to swallow. Meanwhile, the protective shield of the police station finally vanished. Chong kicked open the door of the police station, surveying the dim surroundings and the intermittently flickering streetlights, stomping his feet in frustration. "Damn it, Freddy, how could I possibly contend with such a thing?" As his words hung in the air, a little girl in a black hoodie, Zhao Kong, sidestepped and moved forward. Chong shouted, "Hey, where are you going?" Zhao Kong paid him no mind, swiftly disappearing from view. There are 2 more chapters. End of this chapter, Chapter 77. A madman in the central contingent Zhang Jia felt a profound sense of happiness that he had never experienced in his life. As a corporate drone, his days were consumed by editing documents, preparing reports, and attending meetings, rendering his existence dull and flavorless. Yet now, he found solace in his culinary skills, blessed with a devoted and youthful-looking wife who resembled a legal loli of merely 16 years, as well as a delightful 9-year-old daughter of mixed heritage, obedient and charming, albeit somewhat diminutive in stature. To spend his final days in such a family seemed a fulfillment of life's purpose. However, he couldn't deny that the cuisine prepared by his wife was somewhat lacking in flavor. Having satiated his hunger, Zhang Jia retrieved a syringe of stimulants and retreated to the restroom to inject himself. Almost immediately, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, relieving his fatigue. With Freddy relying on dreams to commit his heinous acts, Zhang Jia mused that staying awake might render him less vulnerable. But the question loomed: how would he endure the next 14 days? Would he be able to withstand the challenge? He yawned, reflecting that had he known clicking yes would lead to such a predicament, he would have refrained from working overtime at the office. In contrast to the energy exuded by others, Zhang Jia realized he had already been awake for over 24 hours. Remaining alert was a formidable task for him, yet the influence of the drugs alleviated some of his weariness. After ensuring the comfort of his wife and daughter, he ventured into the living room and turned on the television, setting 2 alarms for safety. Kneeling before the sofa, Zhang Jia completed 30 push-ups. Just as he contemplated watching a more exhilarating film, a piercing scream erupted from the bedroom. The once tranquil street was disrupted as a police car, led by De Chong and 3 seasoned companions, suddenly felt a burning sensation emanating from their reincarnation watches. Upon inspection, they noticed an arrow appearing on the device. Zhang Jie glanced at his watch, pondering whether it was directing them to a specific location. Had someone already encountered Freddy? Ruan Wei felt a tremor in his legs. Can we afford to arrive a bit later? De Chong swiftly turned and slapped Ruan Wei. The sharp sound echoed, leaving Ruan Wei dazed and seeing stars. Late? If we delay, the master deity will send Freddy to eliminate me. With those words, De Chong activated the police car, urging everyone to maintain their focus. He flamboyantly activated the sirens, racing towards the scene of the incident, Zhang Jia's residence. Upon arriving, De Chong barked at Zhang Jie in the passenger seat. You go check it out. Zhang Jie's lips twitched. He sensed an unusual atmosphere enveloping the room. Me? How can I go in like this? Should I present you with a commendation before I venture forth? Without waiting for a response, Zhang Jie opened the car door and stepped out. As he approached the front door, his heart raced, nearly escaping his chest. The most perilous moment he had faced in the reincarnation space paled in comparison to confronting the merciless Freddy, leaving Zhang Jie's courage at an all-time low. Knock the door. Stop dawdling. De Chong shouted, drawing his gun and aiming it at Zhang Jie's back. While the weapon was ineffective against Freddy, it was a potent tool against teammates. Damn it! Zhang Jie cursed inwardly, propelling himself towards the white wooden door. Bang! Zhang Jie lay on the ground with a door panel, yet without hesitation, he swiftly rose and drew a small knife, scrutinizing his surroundings. He moved cautiously, his ears finely attuned to every whisper of sound within the room. As he gradually approached the kitchen, an ominous premonition intensified within him. He gripped the knife, which began to slip from his perspiring hands, swallowing hard. Although the blade would not harm Freddy, it was certainly preferable to being empty-handed. Each step felt as though he had traversed an entire year. At last, he neared the source of the sound at the kitchen door. Activity still resonated from within. Gathering his courage, Zhang Jie peered through the partially open door and beheld a chilling scene. A charred figure, its features grotesquely distorted, was mercilessly tearing apart the body of a little girl with its sharp metallic claws. Clad in a tattered red and green sweater and sporting a small black cap, it was the very entity they feared, Freddy. Freddy seemed to sense Zhang Jie's gaze. He slowly lifted his head, revealing a cruel and twisted smile on his charred face. His eyes glimmered with malice, reveling in the carnage. A tightness gripped Zhang Jie's heart, and fear slithered up his spine like a cold serpent. He involuntarily took 2 steps back, his breath quickening. A thought formed within him. Having witnessed such a scene, surely, he must have fulfilled the task's requirements? Could not be that he was expected to confront Freddy. Once the retreat was sounded, there would be no turning back. No longer hesitating, Zhang Jie fled. But as he lifted his leg, he felt a numbing sensation in his waist. He could not run, lowering his gaze to his legs. He was horrified to find his once strong limbs had transformed into 2 soft, decaying masses. Ah! Terror surged within Zhang Jie, and he attempted to scream, but no sound emerged. As Freddy approached with a sinister grin, Zhang Jie found himself paralyzed. Thump! Thump! Zhang Jie's heart raced to his throat. The inexplicable power he had experienced in Alien Covenant blossomed within him. Just as Freddy's claws were about to strike, he summoned his strength, frantically clawing at the floor. At that moment, a loud shout pierced his ears, abruptly altering the scene before him. Rubbing his eyes, he gazed at the bright room, exhaling in relief. Inside, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl was weeping over her daughter. Beside her, the newcomer Zhang Jia had reddened eyes, reflecting both fatigue from sleepless nights and sorrow. Zhang Jie turned, noticing a petite girl standing beside him, barely over 5 feet tall. Upon seeing Zhao Yingkong's face, Zhang Jie finally comprehended how he had awakened. "Thank you," he stammered. Zhao Yingkong disregarded him, glancing at the corpse before speaking. "Such wounds can only be inflicted by mechanical cutting. This monster possesses immense strength, capable of slicing through even a car." Zhang Jie's gaze met that of the unfamiliar Zhao Yingkong. He wanted to speak, yet the words eluded him. Zhang Jie wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "How are we supposed to deal with this thing?" he asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. "I don't know," came Zhao Yingkong's icy reply. Just then, a sharp pain coursed through Zhang Jie's wrist. He raised his hand to glance at the reincarnation watch, and to his astonishment, the hands were racing towards their direction. The distance displayed revealed they were merely 1,000 meters away. Freddy was here to kill again? Zhang Jie thought as he hastily dashed out the door. Behind him, Zhang Jia and Zhao Yingkong quickly followed suit. As they stepped outside, the trio witnessed an unforgettable scene. In the sky, Fang Yu, with his expansive wings, was soaring at high speed, having violated the rules by not being home before dark. He was being relentlessly pursued by Freddy, who donned a black cap and a red-green sweater. "Oh my goodness!" Zhang Jie was left utterly dumbfounded. Everyone present shared the same look of disbelief. Just then, De Chong had just stepped out of his car, and upon turning around, his eyes nearly bulged out in shock. Fang Yu, who was on the verge of being caught by Freddy's long claws, wore a grin of sheer delight. His exuberant shouts echoed in the ears of everyone present. "De Chong, I'm here to take your life, and I've brought you a great gift." In this tense moment, De Chong felt a chill run down his spine. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he roared in fury. "Damn it! You're truly insane. Unbelievable." End of this chapter. Chapter 78. Freddy? Fang Yu is your nightmare. Upon learning of the tasks assigned to Zhang Jie and De Chong, Fang Yu had long devised a plan. He was indifferent to any concerns regarding the mission. In his eyes, it held no significance whatsoever. His sole objective was to eliminate De Chong. At this moment, De Chong's mind flashed back to the time when Meng Yao was under the malevolent team's psychological control, relentlessly pursuing him. How different was that scenario from the present? No, there was indeed a crucial distinction. In Meng Yao's case, there was a finite duration. Once the mental manipulation concluded, the danger subsided. However, Fang Yu, this madman, showed no regard for time or circumstance, chasing him from the realm of the main god all the way to the inception of the reincarnation task, relentlessly pursuing him. Who could withstand such an onslaught? De Chong, with a face full of flab, suddenly bore an expression of fear and desperation. He desperately wished to sit down and have a serious conversation with Fang Yu, inquiring where he had offended this formidable figure. Could he not offer an apology? There were many people around. Once they returned to the main god square, he would kneel before him. However, Fang Yu, brimming with excitement, began to form seals. De Chong, paralyzed by fear, dared not hesitate. He swiftly returned to the still-running police car, flooring the accelerator and speeding away. He didn't even have time to close the doors. In the back seat, Xiao Yihui and Ruan Wei nearly knocked out their front teeth due to the sudden acceleration. They quickly grasped the handrails, terrified of being flung from the vehicle. "Damn it! Damn it!" De Chong cursed incessantly, his foot never leaving the gas pedal. Although he was clueless about Fang Yu's newfound ability to fly and his monstrous appearance, he understood one thing. If Freddy managed to slay Fang Yu, then his next target would undoubtedly be him, the nearest veteran of the breeding team. In the air, Fang Yu retracted his hands from forming seals. The fireball technique posed little threat to a vehicle moving at such high speeds. With wings unfurled, he soared, catching up to the police car in less than 5 seconds. In this state, he could rival a high-speed train. How could a mere car hope to escape? Fang Yu darted straight towards De Chong in the driver's seat, his tail erect before him. Should De Chong fail to evade, that tail would impale him. As De Chong witnessed Fang Yu approaching him with a smile, and Freddy following closely behind, brandishing his claws, he had no time for further curses. Without hesitation, he relinquished the steering wheel and jumped from the vehicle. Ah! The quick-witted Xiao Yihui and Ruan Wei, seeing De Chong's actions, immediately prepared to leap as well. Just as they were about to jump, the glass shattered. The entire vehicle collided violently, as if it had struck a speeding freight truck. The exterior crumpled, spiraling out of control. In that instant, despair washed over Wan Wei and Xiao Yihui as they believed their fate was sealed. However, suddenly, the police car's body stabilized. They were taken aback as four enormous walls of water materialized from thin air, like invisible hands, firmly cradling the police car and preventing it from rolling further or deforming. In a state of shock, Xiao Yihui and Wan Wei painfully extricated themselves from the severely deformed police vehicle, their hearts brimming with gratitude for the miraculous escape they believed was bestowed upon them by the heavens in the midst of calamity. Unbeknownst to them, this was merely a ruse by Fang Yu, who wished to avoid an arbitrary deduction of 2,000 reward points. Amidst the smoke-filled streets, Fang Yu's figure darted rapidly, evading Freddy's frenzied assaults. The scene appeared almost theatrical, yet only Fang Yu understood the perilous nature of his actions. His nimble movements, reminiscent of the sixth style of the pirate world known as shave, were executed with a finesse that belied his lack of mastery. Despite the assistance of his Sharingan, a single misstep could result in Freddy's claws finding their mark. Fang Yu's circumstances were clear only to him, yet the sight was enough to send DeChong into a state of panic. "Why you? Don't come any closer," he stammered, fear compelling him to activate the first stage of his genetic lock. His legs flailing as he sprinted forward, but he could not shake off Fang Yu. With his mastery of multiple abilities, including Tail Heki, Feather Heki, and the second stage of the Heavenly Curse Seal, Fang Yu didn't even need to take flight. His sheer speed cornered DeChong into a narrow alleyway. In a swift motion, Fang Yu executed hand seals and blew towards DeChong. Fire release, great fireball technique. DeChong felt the searing heat approaching from behind, raising his arms in a desperate attempt to shield his face, only to collide with the wall of the dead end. The wall crumbled, and flames licked through the crevices, searing the skin on DeChong's back. Instinctively, he suppressed his customary expletive and, while fleeing, cried out, "Please, stop chasing me." Fang Yu's voice echoed behind him, "I beg you to. Why not just accept your fate peacefully?" Exasperated by such taunts, DeChong felt a surge of adrenaline as he pushed his genetic lock to its fullest extent, seemingly creating a slight distance between himself and his pursuer. Just as he allowed himself a moment of relief, a wave of dread washed over him, compelling him to glance upward. To his horror, he beheld Fang Yu hovering 5 meters above, wings unfurled like a specter, grinning menacingly. The sight nearly caused DeChong to stumble, and he cursed, "You scared the life out of me." Fang Yu, while forming the seals for a shadow clone technique to mitigate Freddy's attacks, unleashed a flurry of feathers from his wings. The sound of the feathers slicing through the air echoed like the whispers of death, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down DeChong's forehead, his heart racing violently within his chest, as if it might leap from his throat. In a reflexive response, his body surged to the side in an attempt to evade the lethal projectiles. However, Fang Yu's assault was too swift. DeChong felt a sharp pain in his back. In an instant, 13 dark feathers embedded themselves deeply into his flesh, causing his body to curl involuntarily, the agony rendering him nearly breathless. This stands in stark contrast to their initial encounter. Fang Yu not only managed to break through DeChong's defenses, but also decisively overpowered him. Dakia, on the verge of collapse, desperately clawed at the ground, summoning every ounce of strength to steady himself before sprinting forward. Fang Yu swiftly formed a hand seal, and a blue mask symbolizing wind release materialized upon his shoulder. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated his chakra at his throat, and the wind release mask opened its mouth wide. With a powerful technique, he unleashed the combined ninjutsu, Flame Wind Chaos Wave. The flames surged forth like a frenzied dragon, rapidly closing in on DeChong, engulfing his entire being in a blazing inferno. DeChong was gripped by an unprecedented terror and agony. The searing flames enveloped him, his skin rapidly carbonizing under the extreme heat, while his clothing and hair ignited instantaneously. His body writhed in torment amid the flames, emitting heart-wrenching cries. Yet, amidst this fierce tempest of fire, his cries seemed insignificant, soon drowned out by the roar of the flames. End of chapter. Chapter 79. Vengeance Served. in a fit of excitement, awakening the three Tomo. Why? The scene was ablaze with flames, and Fang Yu's Sharingan resembled a frigid mirror, reflecting the inferno of vengeance he had ignited with his own hands. De Chong struggled desperately amidst the encircling fire, his body beginning to curl under the searing heat, muscles twitching in excruciating agony. The flames mercilessly licked at his flesh, charring his skin and melting away fat and muscle, releasing a nauseating odor of burnt flesh. For the first time, he regretted his choice to enhance himself with the Yagyu technique. Had it not been for this cursed augmentation, he would not endure this doubled torment. Why am I being punished so harshly? De Chong's muscles contracted and stiffened under the intense heat. His tongue was consumed by the flames, rendering him unable to produce coherent sounds. His eyes dried up, losing their sight, and his body gradually surrendered its vitality. Why? While evading Freddy's attacks, Fang Yu laughed heartily, proclaiming, "What you have done will be repaid in kind." Suddenly, a realization struck De Chong, causing his teeth to chatter involuntarily, producing a clattering noise as he sank to his knees, devoid of any strength to resist. Ultimately, under the relentless onslaught of the flames, he was reduced to a half-kneeling, charred husk. Fang Yu let out a peculiar groan. In this realm of reincarnation, nothing could be more satisfying than personally delivering torment to one's nemesis in such a painful manner, even if it meant plunging himself into peril for the sake of revenge. Freddy's figure flitted like a specter through the night, and at last, in the climax of this chase, he caught up to Fang Yu, his claws raised high, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the audacious reincarnator. The echoes of the deity's prompt resonated in his ears, and in the wake of avenging his deep-seated grudge, Fang Yu found himself momentarily lost in thought. At that critical moment, he suddenly looked up, locking eyes with Freddy. There was not a shred of fear in his gaze, only unwavering determination and resolve. Was this the demeanor of a normal person confronting Freddy? The two Tomo in Fang Yu's pupils began to spin faster and faster until, after several rotations, they astonishingly transformed into three Tomo. De Chong's demise propelled Fang Yu to surpass the bounds of the three Tomo. Simultaneously, the tip of his third Tomo sprouted a scorpion-like tail, akin to the first two. With such eyes, even without employing any ocular techniques, one would feel a piercing sting upon locking gazes, as if invisible needles were embedded in their own eyes. Freddy momentarily froze upon beholding the reincarnator's eyes. His claws hung suspended in the air, and in a daze, he found himself back at home. "Freddy, come out and face your doom. Beast, you are no human. You do not deserve to live in this world." The voices of the townsfolk surged like a tidal wave from outside the window, instilling Freddy with an overwhelming dread. The villagers gathered spontaneously outside Freddy's yard. Since the law could not deliver judgment upon him, they would take matters into their own hands. Freddy hurriedly leapt onto the bed, curling up beneath the covers, trembling as he covered his ears. He was too afraid to confront the furious glares and voices surrounding him. Although he was a deviant, he was not a bold one. He only dared to torment the helpless children in the darkness. When faced with adults, he was merely a coward. Encircled by so many townsfolk, he felt an unprecedented terror coursing through him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Suddenly, a sharp sound of shattering glass pierced the air. Freddy curled himself tighter within the blanket. He caught a whiff of something burning. Summoning his courage, he peeked out from the covers, his eyes scanning the room through a small gap. To his horror, he discovered that his home was ablaze. Flames danced like the tongues of demons, greedily licking every corner. The fire rapidly spread to Freddy's room, the heat and smoke suffocating him. He screamed as he scrambled out of the blanket, desperate to escape the catastrophe. Yet the flames, as if alive, pursued him relentlessly, encircling him. Pain caused Freddy to writhe on the ground, his body consumed by fire, his skin scorched, emitting a nauseating odor. Suddenly, Freddy's eyes shot open. To his astonishment, he realized he had not perished in the flames. The ordeal he had just experienced was an illusion. He yanked the kunai embedded in his chest and turned to chase after the fleeing figure in the distance, gritting his teeth in determination. Fang Yu, nearly exhausted, sensed the murderous intent behind him, clenched his fists, and with all his might, flapped his wings. As he soared through the air, he cursed, "This guy's mental fortitude is utterly unreasonable. Can't even the 3-tomo Sharingan affect him significantly?" Fong Yu felt his chakra dwindling. He could no longer unleash the complex ninjutsu that had just incinerated Dechang. Casting a glance at the frenzied Freddy, Fong Yu managed a wry smile and echoed Dechang's last words. "Stop chasing me, bro. I'm begging you." At that moment, while Fong Yu pursued Dechang, Zhang Jie, Zheng Jia, and Zhao Yingkong harmoniously followed suit. Upon witnessing the flames illuminating half the sky, Zhang Jie swallowed hard. He felt an urge to crack a joke, pondering if Fong Yu could be considered the spokesperson for this edition of A Nightmare on Elm Street. What was wrong with Freddy? Fong Yu was undoubtedly Dechang's nightmare. The sheer scale of the inferno left the trio speechless. Even more shocking was the sight of Fong Yu's figure emerging from around the street corner. He was being chased by Freddy, sprinting towards the opposite side of the street. In terms of speed, Dechang could never shake off Fong Yu, and Fong Yu's hatred would never allow him to abandon the pursuit of Dechang. This implied that Fong Yu had indeed set Dechang ablaze. Who could have imagined that Fong Yu could withstand the pressure while being pursued by Freddy and, right before Freddy's eyes, eliminate Dechang? How ruthless! Zhang Jia wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice quivering with uncertainty. Did Captain Fong harbor a grudge against that muscular man? Are we not all reincarnators, sharing a common goal? Zhang Jia's tone was filled with bewilderment as he gazed at Zhang Jie, seeking answers. Zhang Jie swallowed hard, striving to calm his emotions, and slowly began to explain. "You two have simply found yourselves in a fortunate moment." "What do you mean?" Zheng Jia asked, perplexed. When Fong Yu was also a newcomer, he encountered Dechang and 2 other malevolent teammates who dismembered him. Zhang Jie revealed the circumstances surrounding the breeding team to Zhao Yingkong and Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia, filled with trepidation, patted his chest and remarked, "Had it not been for Fong Yu eliminating 2 members of the breeding team in the alien encounter and subsequently dispatching Dechang in Ghost Street, we surely would have suffered the same fate, becoming the victims of breeding ourselves." Upon hearing Fong Yu's ordeal, Zhao Yingkong's typically frosty demeanor momentarily softened. After watching Fong Yu vanish with Freddy into the distance, her icy expression returned. End of chapter. Chapter 80. Taking the initiative as dawn broke the following day, Yushu Street returned to its customary tranquility, basking in the glorious sunlight, and the faces of the townsfolk radiated with smiles. The tantalizing aroma of barbecued meat wafted through the air, stirring hunger in many. An elderly woman pushed open her door and immediately spotted charred remnants strewn across the street. She scratched her head, pondering who had indulged in a barbecue the previous night. In the heart of the street, Fong Yu's family emerged, each sporting dark circles beneath their eyes. Once inside the car, the 7-year-old Diana, buckling her seatbelt, yawned and remarked, "Daddy, I couldn't sleep a wink last night." In the front passenger seat, Winnie also appeared weary. "Couldn't sleep either, dear. Where were you last night?" Fong Yu, gripping the steering wheel, stretched his stiff shoulders, while Winnie, ever observant, began to massage him. "I was restless and took a stroll," he replied. "But you returned only at dawn. My love, next time, can you take me along?" Winnie blinked playfully. "You stay home and look after Diana," he suggested. "All right, but do be careful out there at night. I've heard the town has been rather unsettled lately." Faced with such a gentle and considerate wife, Fong Yu felt no irritation, merely nodding in agreement. Arriving at the school, Diana prepared to attend her classes while Winnie planned to go shopping. "I'll pick you both up at 11:40, he said. "Okay, Daddy." Diana planted a kiss on Fong Yu's cheek, and Winnie mimicked her daughter, leaning in for a kiss as well. "All right, off you go." After bidding farewell to the two, Fong Yu let out a sigh. The film-haunted street, aside from the menacing figure of Freddy, was actually a rather suitable locale for leisure and relaxation. However, he did not allow himself to be lulled into complacency. The master would not bestow such a delightful family upon every reincarnator without reason. Fong Yu drove towards the hospital, where a group predominantly composed of Asians had already gathered at the entrance. Miao Shangyun, self-identified as a security guard, bore heavy dark circles under his eyes, his expression revealing profound fatigue, and his hands trembled involuntarily. He surveyed his surroundings, seeking solace in the faces of his companions, only to find that each bore a similar countenance. Product manager Xiaoming leaned against the wall, remnants of last night's panic etched on his face, his eyes swollen, as if he had wept throughout the night. KTV hostess Li Shuang sat on the ground, hugging her knees, her gaze hollow, evidently having endured harrowing experiences yet miraculously survived. The newcomers exchanged glances, each seeing their own reflections in the eyes of the others. Jianlan, the group's subsequent mental controller, was busy counting heads. Upon spotting Fang Yu alight from the car, she discreetly exhaled in relief. "Captain, we have 13 surviving members," she reported. "Two have perished?" Fang Yu paused, scanning the group, and indeed noted the absence of Mr. Ding, who had met his demise in the classroom dreamscape the day before. The deceased individual, Fang Yu, left little impression on him, save for the fact that he was a rotund man with a round face, clad in white socks, sporting a beard and wearing spectacles. Jean Lan remained oblivious to the specifics of the events from the previous night, still grappling with simple arithmetic. If two perished in a single night, it would be impossible for them to endure until their return. Zhang Jia, with dark circles under his eyes, gazed at Fang Yu with a look of admiration akin to that of a devoted follower. Among those present, only he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Had Fang Yu not led Freddy in circles last night on Yushu Street, the death toll would have escalated beyond 2, with total annihilation not being out of the question. Fang Yu himself was acutely aware of this reality. Based on his understanding of the Master God, without proactive intervention, it was merely a matter of time before the Zhongzhou team faced complete destruction. A day had already elapsed, and the absence of a team battle indicated that the challenge of this horror narrative lay with Freddy himself. Fang Yu rubbed his chin, meticulously recalling his sensations during the confrontation with Freddy the previous night. If one were to insist on the extent of Freddy's formidable prowess, it might not be as fearsome as it seemed. His immortality posed a considerable challenge. In the state of Yuha, he could evade Freddy for an entire night, but that was not a sustainable strategy. The Master God would inevitably intervene, and a method to eliminate Freddy needed to be devised. Judging by Freddy's prior experiences, he appeared to be of a rather subdued nature. The combined ninjutsu technique, Flame Wind Turbulence, represented the highest damage output available, also falling under the category of fire release. By channeling all chakra into this technique, could he be vanquished? While Fang Yu pondered this, Zhang Jia approached him. Captain Zhang Pangu began, the formality almost causing Fang Yu to break composure. "What is it? I was contemplating that this approach is untenable. We have 13 more nights, and we certainly cannot endure. Do you have any thoughts?" Fang Yu was well aware that while Zhang Jia's strategic acumen might not rival that of Colonel Chu and Xiao Honglu of the Zhongzhou team, he was certainly more astute than the average individual, capable of contributing significantly. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Jia spoke. "I wonder, what precisely is the Master God's definition of home? Must it be a physical address, or is it sufficient that we perceive it as home to evade Freddy's pursuit while awake? If we all consider the school as our home, then we could congregate and remind each other to stay awake." Fang Yu patted Zhang Jia on the shoulder, acknowledging the merit of the idea, yet lamenting his limited understanding of the Master God. "How so?" To put it succinctly, the Master God is akin to a portly proprietor in a VIP suite at an arena, cradling a beautiful woman and swirling a glass of red wine. He captured us for his amusement, relishing the sight of our desperate struggles. To illustrate, Freddy is like a raging bull in the arena. The Master God desires to observe us perform a spectacle before this bull. Whether or not the reincarnators are trampled is inconsequential. What matters is the entertainment value. Absolutely not the image of us sneaking over the fence to evade danger. Fang Yu recalled various scenarios and slowly spoke. If we were to proceed in such a manner, what awaited us would not be a mad bull, but rather 2 security guards armed with AKs. Is that truly the case? Zhang Jia stepped back in astonishment, realizing that there would be no way out. Were we to resort to sleepless nights or await our demise? The haunting memory of his daughter's plight flashed before Zhang Jia's eyes, and he lamented. The nights are unbearably arduous. Fang Yu chuckled softly, reiterating his previous analogy. Do you believe the Master enjoys watching a matador wield a red cloth against a bull, or does he prefer witnessing frail humans grappling with the horns of a raging bull, engaging in a clash? Zheng Jia gasped in shock. A clash? Indeed. Fang Yu's gaze was resolute as he addressed the group, rallying them with fervor. Tonight, everyone assemble. We shall take the initiative. If we eliminate Freddy, we shall be free from enduring 13 days of torment. With a goal in sight, time shall pass swiftly. As dusk descended, only 40 minutes remained before the return time mandated by the mission. Prior to stepping out, Fang Yu set 10 alarms in his home and discreetly administered a sedative into his daughter's milk and his wife's beer. Having arranged everything, he exited and arrived at the police station, the designated gathering place. Observing Nova, Zheng Jia and Zhanlan, who appeared flustered due to the absence of their teammates, Fang Yu couldn't help but smile. End of chapter. Chapter 81. Freddy arrives. How did it come to just the four of us? Zhanlan exclaimed, her anxiety palpable as she resembled an ant on a hot pan. She raised her hand to glance at the reincarnation watch, noting that only a little over 4 minutes remained. Even if she drove, returning home in time was impossible. Nova had witnessed Fang Yu decisively overpowering De Chong in the main God Square. Zheng Jia had even borne witness to Fang Yu's slaying of the seasoned farming team member, De Chong. Both were acutely aware of Fang Yu's formidable strength. Could be said that as long as Fang Yu was present tonight, the attendance of the others was inconsequential to the outcome. With vengeance avenged, Fang Yu bore a relaxed expression. This is your first lesson. He paused, his face illuminated with a broad smile. Doubt your companions, and select your allies wisely. Zheng Jia's gaze ignited with fervor, sweeping over Zhanlan and Nova before settling on Fang Yu. 3 craftsmen can outmatch a Zhuge Liang. Our mutual trust surpasses that of a disjointed mob. As he spoke, he lifted the rudimentary flamethrower he had crafted earlier. If Freddy dares to come, I shall send him back to hell. Fang Yu commended with such determination. You need not worry about becoming a great gorilla. Just as Zheng Jia was about to inquire about the meaning of gorilla, the police station door behind the four suddenly swung open. Zhang Jia peeked in, and upon seeing his 4 comrades, he momentarily froze. Took him 5 seconds to regain his composure. He looked at Fang Yu. Are you really going to take the initiative? That's quite audacious. Upon reflection, the danger might actually be diminished, Fang Yu explained, squinting. Freddy, in a state of pursuit, approaches a physical form, whereas if we remain at home and fall asleep, we will enter Freddy's dream. In that realm, he is an absolute deity, far more difficult to contend with. My goodness, how did you even think of that? Zhang Jia clapped in admiration, while the expressions of Xiao Yihui and Ruan Wei behind him turned ashen. The death of De Chong had dealt a severe blow to them, as they had relied heavily on him, naively believing that clinging to his strength would shield them from danger. Now, with De Chong gone, they were left with the unpredictable Fang Yu. Xiao Yihui didn't even want to think anymore, for in her view, only a fool would undertake the actions Fang Yu had. In stark contrast to Xiao Yihui's skepticism, Zhao Yingkong regarded Fang Yu with genuine admiration. Such an expression was exceedingly rare on the face of a member from an assassin lineage. Upon learning of Fang Yu's journey from a wretched existence to achieving vengeance, she had entirely recognized him as the leader he was. As Zhao Yingkong regarded Fang Yu, he too observed her intently. After a moment's thought, he rummaged through his backpack and produced a dagger. This dagger was originally exchanged with the artificial being Meng Yao, worth 10 reward points, an exquisite weapon in the realm of reality. After Meng Yao's demise, Fang Yu had kept the dagger tucked away, not anticipating it would come in handy here. Without uttering a word, he tossed the dagger towards Zhao Yingkong. Zhanlan gasped at Fang Yu's action, and when she saw the 14 or 15-year-old girl, Zhao Yingkong, preparing to catch the flying dagger barehanded, she instinctively covered her eyes. Yet, the anticipated scream never materialized. With a swift motion, Zhao Yingkong deftly grasped the dagger. After toying with it for a moment, she weighed it in her hand, nodding in satisfaction. Both Fang Yu and Zhao Yingkong remained silent, yet within this brief interlude, they established an unspoken understanding. Fang Yu raised his hand to glance at the reincarnation wristwatch. Only 10 seconds remained on the countdown. 10, 6, 2, 1. At the very instant the countdown reached 1, the streetlights began to flicker wildly. At the end of the road, a figure clad in a red and green sweater, a maniac with claws, emerged with alarming swiftness. Zhang Jia, filled with terror, drew his service pistol, aiming it at Freddy, ready to fire. "Get in the car." Fang Yu's sudden shout nearly caused Zhang Jie to discharge his weapon, but his military training and instinct urged him to act before questioning the directive. Upon hearing Fang Yu's command, Zhao Yingkong instantly dashed towards the vehicle, with Zhang Jie close behind. With their leadership, the group collectively raced towards the vehicle driven by Fang Yu and Zheng Jia. Having come to understand Fang Yu's temperament, Ruan Wei dared not fire at his teammates in a bid for survival, but to hasten his escape, he flung his firearm aside. Xiao Yihui, injured from the previous day's car accident, lagged behind, but as she saw the group pulling ahead, Zhanlan suddenly turned back, grasping Xiao Yihui's arm and pulling her along as they continued forward. Fang Yu reached the vehicle first, starting the engine, and shouted to Zhao Yingkong, who was about to turn the key, to the boiler factory. Zhao Yingkong pressed the accelerator and sped off, while Fang Yu, seeing that Zhanlan and Xiao Yihui had boarded, opened the door and seated the driver's seat to Zhang Jie, leaping out of the car. "Keep up." Zhang Jie, not daring to hesitate, pressed the gas pedal and surged forward. Having sent off 2 teammates, Freddy was now less than 5 meters away from Fang Yu. Oh, what a scene of affection! Freddy's raspy voice emitted an unsettling sound, akin to a demon's whisper, drawing one into its depths. He sought vengeance for the illusion he had succumbed to the previous day, employing a bewitching voice to confound Fang Yu. Freddy's claws rhythmically swayed in the air. "Warrior, your comrades have forsaken you. Your valiant sacrifice seems to have borne little fruit. I can sense their drowsiness. Someone is about to fall asleep." As Freddy approached Fang Yu, his claws glimmered menacingly. With a swish, they lunged towards Fang Yu. "Ah!" Zhang Jie, fully concentrated on driving, was startled by Fang Yu's presence from the corner of his eye. "Didn't you jump out of the car? How are you in the passenger seat?" Fang Yu shot Zhang Jie a glance. "Do you still not realize I am a ninja? I disembarked, made a seal, and then re-entered the car from the side." Zhang Jie wiped the sweat from his brow. "I was too tense," he remarked, his eyelids involuntarily fluttering. In mere milliseconds, when he looked up again, he found himself seated in an arcade. The steering wheel in his hands transformed into that of a racing game. "Yige, what are you daydreaming about? Insert a coin." Beside him, Nar's voice enveloped Zhang Jie, momentarily entrancing him as he sluggishly accepted the game tokens she handed him, inserting them into the coin slot. He adjusted his seat, his gaze vacantly fixed upon the screen, preparing to overtake Nar's vehicle. At that moment, a distinctly unfeminine voice erupted from the seat beside him. "Oh yes, shall we begin the game?" Zhang Jie abruptly turned his head, his heart sinking in dismay. This was not Nar. It was Freddy. Meanwhile, the real world was equally restless. Fang Yu had swapped seats with Zhanlan in the back row, leaning out of the sunroof to survey the darkened street behind them. Noticing Zhanlan's hesitation to start the engine, Fang Yu urged, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kick Zhang Jie out of the car. It's time to leave." 2 chapters remain. End of this chapter, Chapter 82. The method to break the deadlock. Fang Yu's mind began to race. Zhanlan's execution was considerably inferior compared to Zhang Jie. However, under Fang Yu's anxious urging, she finally kicked the slumbering Zhang Jie awake, started the vehicle, and closely pursued the car driven by Zhao Yingkong ahead. In the back seat, Xiao Yihui glanced at Fang Yu's trousers and the upper thigh area as he clung to the sunroof, a smile creeping onto her lips as she silently mocked. "What a guy. He's no different from that Ruan Wei fellow. Their character is just the same." Just as Xiao Yihui was lost in thought, Fang Yu suddenly shouted, "Turn back. Pick up Zhang Jie." Zhanlan, already displeased with Fang Yu for abandoning the sleeping Zhang Jie, found this turn of events agreeable and swerved the steering wheel to head back. Fang Yu did not wait in the vehicle. He swiftly climbed out of the sunroof, his wings fully extended, soaring towards Zhang Jie while clutching something in his hand. With a whoosh, Zhang Jie jolted awake in pain, beads of sweat streaming down his face. As he raised his hand to wipe his brow, he discovered a toothpick embedded in his arm. At that very moment, at the end of the street, Freddy reappeared, clad in a red and green sweater, a black cap perched on his head, and brandishing his metallic claws. "Phew!" Fang Yu, airborne, breathed a sigh of relief. He was testing how many Freddys existed in this world and whether the Freddy from reality was the same as the one from his dreams. Freddy moved swiftly, and Fong Yu attempted to hurl several shurikens, all of which Freddy easily evaded. Realizing the shurikens had no effect, Fong Yu resisted the urge to unleash a slower-moving fireball and flew towards the boiler factory. As Zhan Lan approached the factory, Zhao Yingkong had already crashed through the factory's entrance. Zhan Lan pressed the accelerator, entering the factory just as Nova and Zheng Jia rushed towards her. "Where's Fong Yu?" she asked. "He instructed us to find a spot against the hot water pipes inside. Keep a distance, but not too far. When you feel the cold pipes suddenly begin to emit steam, don't hesitate. It's certain you've fallen asleep. Try to injure yourself to see if you can wake up." She then called out, "Zhao Yingkong, Fong Yu told you to wait by the entrance." Zhao Yingkong did not respond, gripping her dagger tightly, her gaze fixed outside the factory. In an instant, everyone scattered. Ruan Wei, having become wary, observed the hiding spots and deliberately ran deeper into the factory, believing that this would allow him to be the last to encounter Freddy. In the sky, Fong Yu was evading Freddy. Upon seeing Zhao Yingkong at the factory entrance prepared for action, he shouted at her, "Sleep." "What?" Zhao Yingkong thought the wind was too strong and misheard the command. Fong Yu threw 2 shurikens, narrowly escaping Freddy's claw strike after his leap, urging her again, "Sleep, quickly, sleep." Although Zhao Yingkong was unaware of the reason behind this directive, she sat down on the spot and closed her eyes. Having already been awake for 2 days, she soon fell into a slumber under the influence of the A Nightmare on Elm Street universe. Huffing, Fong Yu landed, retracted his wings, and hurried to Zhao Yingkong's side. He raised his chronometric wristwatch, casting a glance at the time. "If it fails, just 1 minute." Fong Yu's gaze was firmly fixed upon Zhao Yingkong's face, so close that he could discern the fine hairs upon her skin. His eyes then swept over her tightly wrapped bosom, which rose and fell slightly with her hurried breaths. Regrettably, her considerable talent was squandered on an ill-suited profession. The tight binding was uncomfortable, yet loosening it compromised her agility. Fong Yu silently counted the seconds, his expression growing tense. Was it not working? Had Freddy not encountered her primary persona? 10 seconds elapsed, and upon seeing beads of sweat begin to form on Zhao Yingkong's forehead, he did not hesitate for an instant. He swiftly approached and delivered a sharp slap to her forehead. The sound echoed through the vast, empty factory. Zhao Yingkong's eyes opened in bewilderment. Her reaction was instantaneous and instinctual. Almost as soon as her eyes fluttered open, her hand shot up, the dagger aimed at the man before her. The transition in her gaze from confusion to clarity occurred in the blink of an eye as she quickly surveyed her surroundings to ascertain her position and environment. Upon realizing it was Fong Yu standing before her, her tension eased somewhat, yet she remained vigilant, the dagger still poised. "What is happening?" Zhao Yingkong's voice was tinged with a hoarseness, evidently affected by the anxiety from her dream state. Unable to articulate an explanation, Fong Yu declared, "I must attempt the next plan." He produced a large collection of syringes, filled with tranquilizers. "I will administer these one by one. Maintain the rhythm, ensuring that each person falls asleep at staggered intervals, but do not exceed 1 minute. If they remain unable to awaken after that duration, you must rouse them." "Understood." Just as Fong Yu settled Zhao Yingkong, a jarring sound akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard erupted behind him, sending a shiver through his entire being. "Oh, such a familiar place." Freddy deliberately strained his voice into a peculiar pitch, which was quite unsettling. "Familiar indeed. This is where you torment children." Fong Yu gestured around. "Do you remember? Every inch of this concrete floor bears the tears and blood of victims." "Ha ha ha. I remember. I remember." Freddy's claws scraped against the steel pipes. "So, you wish to experience fear here as well? I certainly do not desire to endure pain, but I wish to perform a magic trick for you." "Magic? That is the realm of clowns." Freddy scoffed disdainfully. "Oh, you fancy clowns? I can also take on a clown's guise to torment you. Hey hey hey. I have stated that I wish to perform a magic trick for you." Freddy dismissed the claim, slowly advancing towards Fong Yu. Fong Yu's hands swiftly formed seals, his chakra surging within him, concentrating at his throat. "Fire style, fireball jutsu," he shouted, directing the fiery blast at Freddy. The confined space of the boiler room offered Freddy no refuge. He could only brace himself for the oncoming surge of flames. The flames swiftly engulfed him, igniting his red and green sweater along with his black cap, while the metallic claws emitted a piercing shriek under the intense heat. Freddy let out a tortured roar. Yet his figure remained steadfast amidst the fire. Although the power of the fireball technique was formidable, it merely caused discomfort to an entity like Freddy, inflicting no fatal harm. Fong Yu understood that even if Freddy stood motionless and endured 20 fireballs, it was unlikely to bring about his demise. Ha ha ha! Freddy chuckled sinisterly, the burn scars on his face writhing like maggots, evoking a profound sense of unease. He advanced towards Fong Yu, thoughtfully remarking, "There is no place to hide here. Your ninja games and little wings are of no use now." Fong Yu retreated, soon finding himself with nowhere left to escape. Freddy reveled in the thrill of cornering his prey, savoring the gradual consumption of his victim. As he sensed Fong Yu's desperation, Freddy grew impatient. Well then, it's time to bid farewell. Freddy raised his claw to strike. Just as the claw was about to pierce Fong Yu, Freddy vanished before him. One more chapter, and my keyboard is nearly smoking. End of this chapter. Chapter 83. A perilous collaboration. Freddy also bleeds. Freddy felt a sudden jolt before him, and in the next heartbeat, he found himself in another corner of the boiler room. He recalled the torment he had inflicted upon a little girl in a white dress, binding her intestines to the nearby heating pipes to dry. Now, astonishingly, a girl stood nearby. She was tall, embodying the spirit of a warrior with Slavic heritage. The moment Nova laid eyes on Freddy, she understood that she had entered a dream. Without hesitation, while her mind was not entirely entranced, she pressed her face firmly against the scalding pipe. Sizzle. Nova's cheek was tightly pressed against the hot surface of the boiler room's heating pipe, and she could feel the intense heat radiating from it. In an instant, her skin was engulfed in excruciating pain, as though the heat sought to penetrate her flesh and reach her very bones. Her eyebrows and eyelashes began to curl from the heat, with some parts even starting to smoke. Gritting her teeth, Nova endured this indescribable agony. Yet, the next moment Nova opened her eyes. She quickly reached to touch her cheek, only to discover there were no burns. Her skin remained smooth, devoid of any pain. Turning her gaze to the pipe she had embraced, she found it was not the searing entity of her memories, but rather astonishingly cold, the frigid metal sending a chill through her palm. How could a pipe in an abandoned boiler room be cold? Everything that had transpired was merely a dream. Freddy's perspective shifted, and as he returned to the entrance of the factory, he was suddenly enveloped by a searing orange blaze. His form appeared diminutive against the onslaught of the fireball, leaving him no time to react as the flames consumed him entirely. The air within the boiler room warped from the intense heat, igniting Freddy's clothing. The sound of his flesh sizzling filled the air, accompanied by the foul stench of burnt skin. At long last, the ferocity of the fireball began to wane, and Freddy's silhouette flickered amidst the flames. His body bore severe burns, charred rags clinging to his metallic claws, rendering him a pitiful sight. Yet, he remained the undying monster, approaching Fong Yu with an overwhelming presence. Raising his claw, he lunged forward. Bang! This time, he successfully struck something. However, it was merely a piece of wood. "My friend adores ninja games," Freddy remarked with a grin, glancing back at Fong Yu. "I relish this sensation, this feeling of impending doom." Freddy surged forward, instantaneously closing the distance to Fong Yu. Fong Yu's Sharingan spun rapidly, as he struggled to evade Freddy's relentless barrage of claw strikes. Just as Freddy, in a frenzy, sought to end Fong Yu's life, the scene before him shifted once more. He found himself in another corner of the boiler room. Damn it! Upon encountering Freddy, Zhang Jie realized that Zhao Inkong had deceived him. What stimulant could possibly lead one directly to Freddy? This is evidently nothing more than a sedative or tranquilizer, isn't it? As Freddy realized that its prey had shifted from Fong Yu to Zhang Jie, its metallic claws tightened, producing an unnerving sound of friction. The abrupt change in targets filled it with a sense of enraged deception. Freddy's form flickered before launching an assault on Zhang Jie. Unlike Fong Yu, Zhang Jie lacked his agility and formidable ninjutsu. Faced with Freddy's onslaught, His only option was to turn and flee. His heart pounded like a drum. Adrenaline surged through his veins, and fear awakened the latent power within him. In his desperation, Zhang Jie felt a peculiar transformation. His muscles tensed, strength and speed surged as the first tier of his genetic lock was unlocked. He ran frantically, his speed significantly enhanced, yet still insufficient compared to Freddy. Freddy effortlessly followed in pursuit, its eyes gleaming with a cruel light, relishing the thrill of the hunt. It delighted in witnessing its prey's desperate struggles. Such futile escape only sweetened its victory. However, this hunting pleasure was short-lived. Suddenly, Zhang Jie felt a sharp pain in his arm. Glancing down, he saw blood oozing as a petite figure, the young Zhao Kong, stood beside him. The scene before Freddy shifted once more with Zhang Jie's awakening. This time, Fang Yu unleashed the fireball technique directly. Freddy's form was engulfed by the fireball, the scorching flames once again enveloping it. "Do you enjoy my magic?" Fang Yu's voice resonated nearby as he lunged forward. Yet, the anticipated sensation did not materialize. He struck nothing but air. Its claw became lodged in the cold, abandoned pipe. Seizing the moment, Fang Yu appeared above Freddy. His movements were swift and lethal, his tail akin to a venomous serpent, piercing directly into Freddy's eye socket. The sharp hook of his tail effortlessly penetrated Freddy's eyeball, delving deep into its brain. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yu's tail thrashed within Freddy's skull, wreaking havoc on its internal structures. Freddy emitted a deafening scream of agony, a sound filled with torment that echoed through the boiler room, akin to the wails of the damned. The members of the Middle Continent team were startled into shivers by this sudden cry. Before Wan Wei and Xiao Yihui could receive their tranquilizer injections, the drowsiness that enveloped them was instantly dispelled by the horrific scream. How terrifying! In the dimly lit, abandoned factory, whether asleep or awake, one would encounter demons. What could be done? Under the excruciating pain of Fang Yu's tail thrashing in its eye socket, Freddy unleashed a frenzied roar, its claws flailing uncontrollably. Driven by anguish, its speed and strength surged to nearly double, leaving Fang Yu unable to keep pace. Even with the activation of the three-tomo Sharingan, evading Freddy's frenzied assault proved to be an arduous task. Freddy's claws raked across Fang Yu's back, leaving a deep gash that instantly stained his garments with crimson. Fang Yu's wings suffered grievous damage during this onslaught. The left half of his ethereal plumes was severed by Freddy's claws, the tattered black feathers cascading to the ground. Had it not been for the protection of his wings, Freddy's claws would have surely penetrated Fang Yu's very bones, inflicting even more severe injuries. Ah! Freddy clutched his eye socket with one hand, consumed by pain and fury, believing he could finally eliminate this bothersome mosquito and put an end to this wretched torment. However, just as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Fang Yu, the scene shifted. He found himself once again ensnared in another's dreamscape. Chapter 84. Imprisoned again within the forsaken boiler room, over a dozen fiery orbs scorched the frigid boiler to a searing red. Before Fang Yu stood Freddy, who flickered in and out of existence, his appearance grotesque and disfigured, while the air was thick with a pungent, acrid stench. Was it still futile? Gasping for breath, Fang Yu endeavored to regain his stamina, the dark patterns of the curse swirling around him, the bracelet on his wrist radiating a faint glow. Freddy's abilities proved to be far more formidable than Fang Yu had anticipated. Although Freddy was currently at a loss against Fang Yu, this precarious display of skills was bound to falter due to some oversight eventually. With a rapid flick of his eyes, Fang Yu, in a state of genetic lock, found his mind unusually agile, devising multiple strategies to solve the dilemma. He could only endure. Drawing a deep breath, Fang Yu resolved that when Freddy reappeared, he would strike with full force. Infuriated by Fang Yu's relentless assault and mockery, Freddy's metallic claws flailed wildly, each swipe slicing through the air with a deafening sound, tearing the very atmosphere around them. With the aid of his three-tomo Sharingan, Fang Yu moved like a wraith, deftly evading Freddy's lethal strikes. As he dodged, he began sprinting towards the exit of the factory. Seizing the opportunity while Fang Yu turned, Freddy lunged with a claw, yet the anticipated sensation never came. It was another textbook application of the shadow clone technique. Freddy shrieked in a frenzy, its arms and legs suddenly elongating. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a towering giant, standing 3 meters tall. It took a thunderous step forward, covering the distance that would require an ordinary person 5 strides to traverse. Closer, ever closer. Freddy's claws glinted ominously, and in its eyes, it was about to pierce the wretched human before it. In that fleeting moment, Fang Yu abruptly turned back, the 3 tomo swirling rapidly in his eye. The tails of the 3 tomo were as sharp as blades, piercing directly at Freddy's very soul. Freddy's expression froze suddenly, its movements coming to an abrupt halt as if caught in a time freeze. Seizing this precious opportunity, Fang Yu wasted no time and immediately bolted, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. He glanced at his watch. The passage of time seemed extraordinarily vivid at that moment, with only a little over a minute remaining until dawn and the pursuit would cease. However, Freddy would not remain ensnared by the illusion for long. It quickly broke free from its bindings. Freddy's claws elongated further, and its stature grew even more imposing, reaching a staggering height of 5 meters. Each of its steps sent tremors through the ground. As Freddy raised its claw for another strike, Fang Yu felt an unprecedented sense of peril. Believing death to be inevitable and with no avenue for escape, he hastily formed seals, simultaneously employing the water release, water barrier and iron block. Crack! The anticipated agony did not manifest. As Fang Yu opened his eyes, he found himself witnessing Nova's raised hand and the anxious expressions of Zhanlan and Zhengzha nearby. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was lying in the middle of the road. Fang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Had I fallen asleep? The chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. Zhengzha's expression was one of terror. We called you for ages and you didn't wake. At last, dawn has arrived. Fang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, observing the somber expressions of the two. Why do they look so lifeless? Haven't we lived to see another day? After a brief pause, he continued, Zhang Jie and Zhao Inkong have returned to the precinct? With beads of sweat on his forehead, Zhanlan nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Oh, I see. Fang Yu yawned, feeling refreshed from his slumber, no longer fatigued. The others were utterly speechless. A typical sage, after calculating all night and realizing little effect and nearly meeting death, would have long lost his composure. Yet here he was seemingly unfazed. Half an hour later, the Zhongzhou team assembled. For members were absent at the entrance today. Zhengzha was in a state of frantic disarray. Could it be that old Lu and old Zhang were delayed by something? What could possibly be more important than staying alive? With an unconcerned expression, Fang Yu turned to Zhanlan. Go buy coffee for the captain. Zhanlan, preoccupied and anxious, barely registered Fang Yu's words. Zhanlan, buy coffee. Fang Yu raised his voice. Zhanlan turned back. How can you be so unafraid? We could enter the dream at any moment. During the day, we have our companions to assist us, but what will we do at night? Last night was terrifying. She spoke with lingering dread. Even in such peril, Freddy managed to kill 4 people. If we are careless, we certainly won't escape. What is there to fear? If worst comes to worst, we die. Looking at Fang Yu's nonchalant shrug, Zhanlan and Zhengzha found themselves at a loss for words. You all place far too much importance on living. If you can live, that's great. If not, then death it is. Will that frantic anxiety make time stand still? Will wide-eyed terror prevent us from dreaming? It's all the same. Zhanlan was bewildered. How do you possess such resilience under pressure? Fang Yu was disinclined to respond. If their ability to withstand pressure were lacking, the name Fang Yu would have long since faded into oblivion. Deep within an ancient prison, a narrow corridor was illuminated by the scorching glow of incandescent lights, resembling daylight. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and despair. The floor was composed of worn metal plates. Although the 3rd level of the city was referred to as the Hunger Hell, due to its position beneath the searing hell of heat, the heat became trapped on the metal floor of the Hunger Hell, causing the entire space to transform into a colossal grill. The pirate Fang Yu curled up in a corner of the corridor, attempting to avoid the scorching metal plates. His prison garb was drenched, sweat trickling down his forehead and pooling in the cracks of the floor, instantly evaporating into wisps of vapor. The air was saturated with humidity and heat, Each breath felt like inhaling a clump of moist warmth, rendering one breathless. His skin reddened from the intense heat, with blisters beginning to form in some areas. Yet, even so, he could not employ the technique of water manipulation to cool himself or quench his thirst. For if he were to do so, it would not be long before this place transformed into a sweltering steam chamber, rendering his current predicament far more unbearable. The growling of Fong Yu's stomach echoed in the silence, a testament to his prolonged fasting. Hunger and dehydration twisted his gut in agony. However, sustenance was unattainable, for only endless heat and despair surrounded him. Search over there. The echoes of the guard's footsteps reverberated in his ears, and Fong Yu found his strength for resistance waning. Like a headless fly, he scoured this hell of hunger for an exit, but with his energy depleted, any thought of movement had vanished. He merely yearned for respite. I found it, over here. End of chapter. Chapter 85. Wait until I come out to defeat you all. Once again adorned with the sea prism stone handcuffs, Fong Yu, having been administered a lethal injection, was thrust into the confines of his cell. Here, he was to languish for the remainder of his days. As the cell door clanged shut, Fong Yu found himself once more condemned to a life sentence. The inmates within the cell exhibited no curiosity regarding their new companion. They huddled silently in the corners, withdrawn and voiceless. In one shadowy corner, two prisoners curled into a grotesque semblance of humanity, their forms nearly transcending the boundaries of human appearance, ravaged by the torment of starvation. The first prisoner appeared emaciated, his skin stretched taut over his skeletal frame, resembling a delicate parchment draped over protruding bones, each rib distinctly visible as if threatening to pierce through the fragile skin. His cheeks were sunken, and his eye sockets were as deep as black holes, devoid of any glimmer of life, leaving only two hollow abysses. His arms resembled withered twigs, veins prominent, while his fingers, elongated by hunger, bore brittle, cracked nails. He presented as a walking skeleton, with only a faint breath to attest to his continued existence. The second prisoner's condition was even more harrowing. His skin had taken on a ghastly pallor, emanating an unhealthy sheen, as if his vitality was slowly seeping away. His lips were so chapped they could not fully close, revealing a set of incomplete teeth, with gums shriveled from malnutrition accentuating the protrusion of his teeth. His tattered clothing hung limply on him, akin to rags draped over a cadaver, failing to conceal his nearly vanished musculature and gaunt skin. Upon witnessing the dismal state of his fellow inmates, Fong Yu felt a chilling premonition of his own fate. He endeavored to tug at the sea prism stone chains, only to discover their strength far exceeded his expectations. The skeletal inmate to his left, whose suffering was comparatively less acute, chuckled mockingly at Fong Yu's futile attempts to free himself from the sea prism stone cuffs. Fong Yu cast a glance at him, remaining silent as he persisted in his struggle. After expending considerable effort, the cuffs remained steadfast, while beads of sweat formed on Fong Yu's brow, and his gaze grew increasingly unfocused. Do not waste your strength. Once confined here, escape is a fanciful notion, the skeleton remarked, pausing momentarily as an unsettling smile crept across his face. Though, there is a way to exit, become a corpse and be tossed into the furnace. Ha ha ha. In stark contrast to the tormented souls in the depths of the Red Lotus Hell and the Beast Hell, the prisoners in the Hunger Hell had been stripped of their sanity. Those who remained alive were but shadows of their former selves, mentally unhinged. The sane could no longer endure the torment and had resolved their suffering through self-destruction. Yet, Fong Yu was not one to be confined by sanity. He forcefully struck the sea prism stone chains against the equally formidable sea prism stone door. The reverberating clang echoed within the cramped confines of the cell, a shrill sound that only heightened the irritation of the two inmates, particularly the one who had remained silent. With a gravelly, menacing tone, the silent skeleton warned, "Kid, are you seeking death?" Fong Yu labored tirelessly for half a day, exhausting his strength, yet left not a single mark upon the prison door, his heart ablaze with frustration. Turning back, the defiance in his eyes flickered as he challenged the prisoner who had spoken. "In such a pathetic state, how could you possibly kill me?" No sooner had the words left his lips than the seemingly feeble prisoner surged into action. His movements were astonishingly swift, a visible beam of white light emanating from his leg, hurtling directly towards Fang Yu. The light traveled with remarkable speed, reaching Fang Yu in an instant. With a sharp focus, the power of his three-tomo Sharingan allowed him to instinctively sidestep, narrowly evading this lethal onslaught. The white beam shot through the prison door, crashing into the wall behind Fang Yu with a resounding thud, leaving a deep gouge and scattering stone debris. The tense atmosphere within the cell escalated instantaneously, and Fang Yu's heart raced. He had not anticipated that this seemingly frail prisoner harbored such a deadly technique. His gaze sharpened with vigilance, his body taut, bracing for the possibility of another attack. However, the skeletal figure ceased its aggressive intent, questioning curiously, "Is that observation hockey?" A gaunt prisoner nearby countered, "It doesn't feel like observation hockey." How curious, how did he evade that? Regardless, let us see what he can endure. The two prisoners conspired audibly before Fang Yu, provoking a chuckle from him. He swung a punch at the nearest cellmate, yet, upon striking what appeared to be a fragile figure, it felt as though he had hit a solid iron plate. A powerful recoil surged through his arm, leaving it numb. Iron. These two prisoners could actually wield the six powers. It was no surprise that in the notorious Hell of Hunger, where each bounty surpassed 50 million berries, even the inmates within a single cell were of notable rank. Tension thickened in the air, and the three within the cell braced for combat. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from the corridor, each step resonating with a palpable weight, as if treading upon the very hearts of men. As the footsteps approached, an overwhelming sense of oppression engulfed the cell, rendering the atmosphere dense with foreboding. The two skeletal inmates, sensing this aura, recoiled to the corners of the cell like frightened animals, their movements betraying unmistakable fear and submission. Though perplexed, Fang Yu's instincts warned him that the forthcoming individual was formidable. Soon, a face emerged at the cell door, a visage devoid of mercy, eyes gleaming with a murderous intent that could almost solidify into substance. The arrival was none other than Shiryu of the Rain. Shiryu did not utter a word. He merely stood there, yet his presence was sufficient to plunge the cell into an icy chill. Slowly, he raised his hand, the blade glinting ominously, evidently poised to strike at Fang Yu within the confines of the cell. Shiryu. As the blade descended, a spray of violet liquid splattered precisely where Yuji Shilio had just stood. Swiftly evading the attack, Yuji Shilio cast a disdainful glance at Fang Yu before vanishing from his sight. Observing the smoking sea prison stone door, Fang Yu narrowed his eyes. The hardness of the sea prison stone was impervious even to the venom of Magellan. Before Fang Yu could ponder further, a figure exuding an equally formidable aura approached the cell entrance. The guard beside Magellan held a document in hand, reciting to Fang Yu, "The verdict is as follows: assaulting a guard, murdering the guard beast, and attempting escape. Therefore, you are to be transferred from the Hell of Red Lotus to room 315 of the Hell of Hunger." Upon concluding, the guard bowed to Magellan, presenting the verdict. "The sentence has been rendered. Please, Deputy Warden, deliver the judgment." Magellan took the document and inquired of Fang Yu within the confines of the cell. "Will you comply with the verdict?" "I refuse." "Refuse?" Magellan questioned, incredulity lacing his tone. "What grounds do you have for refusal?" Fang Yu's three comma-shaped jades started to whirl rapidly. Confronting the towering Magellan, nearly 5 meters tall, he roared in fury, "I am innocent. On what basis have you imprisoned me?" Magellan, slightly perplexed, glanced at Fang Yu's information on the verdict. 7 years prior, he had been incarcerated in the Hell of Red Lotus for involvement in human trafficking and theft of celestial dragon property. Is there a problem? Upon hearing the reasons for his imprisonment, Fang Yu erupted into a mad laugh. "Ha! I was only 7 years old 7 years ago, and involved in human trafficking?" Magellan scoffed. "A born villain. Ha ha ha." Fang Yu fixed his gaze upon Magellan, speaking each word deliberately. "When I escape, I will kill all of you." End of chapter.